Hey everyone, a warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. I'm Lulu Yang. I'm here with your familiar face of Triton, Henry Kilburn and Brian Rest. How are you doing, guys?
Very well, very excited, Lulu.
Yeah, ready for day two. Let's
Well,
go.
how have you been doing? Like beside the coverage, you two look refreshing.
Honestly, it feels like this just been non-stop poker. So personally, haven't had the chance to do anything else, but I'm here for it.
I don't know. I've enjoyed the facilities here at this wonderful hotel, the Merit in Cyprus. Little gym, little spa most days. So yeah, I feel pretty refreshed. Feel pretty healthy.
For Brian, I believe what you said, but for Henry, I doubt it because you went to the spa 2 days ago.
True, you caught me bluffing. You caught me bluffing
Right.
live on air,
After
Lulu.
watching
Thank
so
you.
many actions in Triton, you are bluffing and
There we
everyone.
go. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Lulu
So-
calls. Ship the pot over there.
So yesterday, as we all know, afternoon, the most anticipated event of the year get underway, and the Rivet Invitational. 45 pros and 45 VIPs took their seats at 4 p.m. And afterwards, it didn't take so long for our first players to get busted. And Henry, I believe you were covering all the actions from yesterday.
I was there straight off the bat as things got started here at the Merit Royal Diamond here for the 200k, and it was an unexpected departure, let's just put it that way, as we jump back into the first hand, one of the first hands of play yesterday, involving the new school versus one of the OGs of the game, Phil Ivey. Called a 3-bet, Linus 3-betting out the small blind with the ace-10 of diamonds. Ace, queen, tray, couple of clubs, 1 diamond, a gut shot to Broadway, and backdoor diamonds for Ivy. 4 diamonds rolled off on the turn, and Linus decided to then knuckle it over to Phil, who started firing himself in the form of 23,000. Linus just flicked in the call with top pair and his nut diamond draw. The river was the coldest card in the deck, the 6 of diamonds, giving Linus the nut flush and giving Ivy the second nut flush with the queen of diamonds on board. Came for close to a pot-sized bet on the river, and then faced a check jam from one of the best in the game at present, Linus Love, putting Ivy deep in the tank. Ended up using 5 time banks for this river decision, and was close after a couple of time banks, almost called, and then took another minute and a half. Eventually said okay, flicked it in, got shown the bad news, and Linus Love, I believe it was hand 7 of the day, eliminating the legend Phil Ivey, our first elimination in the Coin Rivet Invitational 200k. And Ivy,
First
walked it
one.
off. Yeah, walked it off, and then he was back in the mix after 30 minutes with the re-entry.
So this hand, because I remember I was watching this hand, you and Randy
That's
was calling the action, and you were saying Ivy is usually more than good enough to fold this
sure.
hand on the river. So should Ivy fold the river?
I mean, it's a tough spot. I mean, Brian and I were talking about it. You're up against a player like Linus, who, as you already alluded to, is capable of finding bluffs in that spot, right?
I mean, you would certainly hope so, right? It's like Ivy has the second best hand possible. I mean, this isn't short deck. It's not PLO. He has the king high flush. He got to the end. Yeah, if you're folding that, then you're not calling anything but the nuts, really. You can come up with a few hands that have good blockers for Linus to bluff with, such as ace-jack or ace-10 off with the ace of diamonds. Does he play them those way all the time with the pre-flop 3-bet and, the river check jam? It's hard to say. But just realistically speaking, if I'm in Ivy's shoes, yeah, like I would consider folding, and I'm not saying I would never do it, but I would usually just pay
call
off.
eventually.
Yeah, I'm mostly calling, and if my opponent has the nut flush, which they probably do a decent amount, just on my bicycle and rebuying.
There we go. Back to the rebuy there.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. So beside that, there's another hand with 4 bets, 3 bets, and calling pre-flop with Ike and Adalmo. We want to take a look.
Yeah, this one being one of the highlights of the day, featuring 2 of the greatest in the game. Ike Haxton against Adamo. Ike opting for the aggressive route pre-flop, 3-betting on the button with the 6-5 of clubs. And look, you don't need to extend the invitation twice to Adamo to find a 4-bet with the ace-5 of hearts.
200 big blinds deep.
Button.
I feel like that play makes some sense from Ike. And they're even deep enough there that, again, calling the 4-bet isn't absurd. So I think that's one of those things that when you are this deep, it actually kind of makes the ace-5 play a little dicier in some ways because your opponent can be 3-bet then calling with a kind of a wider range of hands. Then you're not just like blocking the ace-king and ace-queen and aces with the ace-5. But yeah, quite interesting.
Yes.
Anyway, please continue, Henry.
No worries. So Adamo check raise the 8-7-6 2 clubs board. Ike just called. And then on the king of diamonds turn, Adamo continued firing out a second shell, 75k. Ike came over the top, putting Adamo all in, and we saw a swift fold from Adamo and Ike picking up a monster pot, without even seeing a river.
So do we like the 3-bet or call or 4-bet pre-flop, or do you like how Ike play against this hand to Adamo? And I think we have an argument about if Ike should jam on the flop.
I think, well, clearly we saw a flop that just greatly favored one player. I mean, Ike flopped the world. I mean, what more could you really
for calling
be looking
a 4-bet,
for?
that's
with
the best
6-5
flop
of
you can
clubs?
get.
I mean, pair, open-ended, straight flush draw. It's pretty awesome. At that point, it's just kind of like, how can I get the most money in the pot? Which is, just calling the check raise, jamming turn. But you know what? The pre-flop play is, I guess, where this hand got a little wild. Both plays are defensible. Neither is completely out of line. And I would think maybe Adamo's play. You see guys have the ace-5 suited, and it seems like they always do it. I would guess that's a play that maybe should be mixed, as opposed, especially 200 big blinds deep, as opposed to just pure. But I don't know. I mean, it seems kind of like a reasonable hand to me. What do you think, Henry?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely fine all round. It's one of those spots that, as annoying as it is, we can say it could have gone either way with all of the decisions. But pre-flop and post-flop, I feel like every street could have been played differently, and that's why these guys are some of the best in the world. They know their frequencies and they know how to mix things up and make it really tough for their opponents.
Yeah, and obviously Adamo, who got the short end of the stick in that pot,
he did,
is a guy who takes a lot of aggressive lines. And, you can maybe say, hey, I don't know that I like it this time, but he finds a way to navigate those streets and put a lot of pressure. And, during this Triton series, I was giving a few interviews of this. Apparently, I was told that when asked who the most difficult player, the Triton players fear playing against the most, the name that came up the most was Michael Adamo. So he's clearly doing something right if his peers think he's really tough and he's the most feared guy by his peers to play against. And, even though this hand didn't work out for him and he lost a lot of chips doing a play that maybe he didn't have to do, it's exactly that type of thing. And navigating those streets as precise as possible, that makes his name the one that's mentioned in by his peers.
Do you think there's any chance that I actually think his hand is definitely have Adamo beaten, so he just slow playing on the flop? He thinks he's definitely beating all Adamo's range by
there could be some
4-betting.
ace-queens, some ace-queen O's in there that 4-bet that he's ahead of, but that's one of the only hands I can really think of.
I mean, I think on the flop, that would be why he just calls the check raise, is to keep in the bluffs and get that extra bet on the turn in a spot where I think Ike figures that versus the check raise on flop, aces and kings are getting it in, but ace king, ace queen, or any other kind of goofy, bluff on that flop folds. So he figures, I'm just gonna call, I'm never folding, and pick up the turn bet, jam versus it, So I think that's an interesting play, and it clearly won him a little bit more chips.
Yeah, so after 8 levels of play, chips were backed and 80 players made it through the day 2. And a familiar face from the high-stakes world, also on the VIP side, was taking the lead, none other than Leon Sukernik. And Brian, you were calling most of the action from his play yesterday. How does he get to the top?
Well, I mean, Leon's in there taking chances, playing pots, A lot of large raise and bet sizes, of which you can see this is an example. He just opens to 4x here, and it's actually the second hand in a row. He had 10-9 suited and opened to 4x. And we get to Savarna in the big blind, and I think on the last hand of the night versus Leon out of position, he's just like, you play a lot of hands, I'm just all in with ace-queen, you got this beat, God bless you. And even though it's a super unconventional play that a solver wouldn't recommend, like jamming for 120 blinds, he does it, and it actually gets max value because Leon calls off the 10 high as only 40% equity. So it's weird. It's like an unconventional play that worked out for him. You can see Leon turns him dead with the flush, and Suvarna's out. But yeah, like a very unconventional hand. Ended up being a huge pot pre-flop in a spot where I don't think that happens in more conventional poker.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of hands I was browsing through the app when you and Ali were in, and I believe there was like a 900k pot that Leon was involved in as well, where he just called with a flush draw on the turn for like 400k, and he just got there on the river. So he's here to spin it up.
Yeah.
Do you personally like this play, like this line that he chose?
Who, Leon? I mean...
For 115 bigs. Sometimes you just click call and say gamble,
Do I like that play from an EV standpoint by Leon calling 120 bigs all in pre? No. But, it makes for some fun, exciting poker because a guy just, doesn't care and willing to gamble. And, like, it's almost one of those things where Suvarna's like, man, out of position, last hand, I just want to get there, I'm ending this now, all in. And Leon almost looks at it and is like, you think you found the bet size that's going to keep me out of this pot? Nah, bro. Call. Let's go. I've got $1 million in chips. I'm the chip leader. You think you're going to push me around?
Right.
So it's almost like that kind of poker. You can almost see those guys like saying that to each other, not actually, but like with their play. So,
Right.
I don't know. It's different and it's fun.
Well, if they won in the books, and this time is mixed to the pros and the VIPs the first time because they were all separated in two different fields. And now we're going to mix them in the first time. And also the pairs will be separated until the last final two tables. So let's take a look.
So Leon Sukanik, the businessman who, I mean, he was just in there gambling it up. Obviously, Leon has played a bunch of high stakes. He's going to be on the blue table, I believe, Brian, which you're going to take along with us with Ebony Kenny.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, breaking that down. Ebony on the blue table. She's had a good run so far, made a final table in one of her first tournaments, and this is her first time playing these high stakes tournaments as big as they are with the first time at Triton. Very successful. She's right to Leon's left, but blue table's very exciting. I mean, we also at that table have Ashkan Fatih, who I haven't watched play before. Excited to see what he's got going on. Sean Perry, who's been in the mix a number of times on the stream, usually talkative and involved with the other players at the table in some kind of banner. David Einhorn, a high-stakes VIP for a long time. I played with Einhorn at the final table of the first $1 million tournament that ever happened, the one drop in Vegas in 2012. He was there at the final table with me. So, long-time kind of high-stakes poker player. Phil Ivey, we don't need an introduction here. He's short, but let's see if he can spin it up and make something happen. Benjamin Heath, excellent player from England, maybe not quite as well known, but, this is a chance here for him to make his mark. And last but not least, Christoph Vogelstang, longtime high-stakes crusher of cash and tournament varieties of No Limit Hold'em. So this is an exciting table.
Yeah. And
besides
the red
that,
table,
yeah, we have a red table that, let's take a bit more details from that.
One of the biggest bad boys in poker, Tony G. He's out there with 99 big blinds. And also, four-time champion, one of the most successful players in Triton, Makita Badziakowski on Tony G's direct left. Alongside those two players, we've got Victor Malinovsky, Michael Zhang, Chinwei Lim, Cole Gashian, who was chip leader for most of the day, and Luke Giles as well. So a stacked couple of feature tables that we have for us here.
Yeah, late registration will close after 2 levels of play. With 110 entries to start the day, we may see the field top to 120 or so. So, yeah, well, and after the further 2 levels, play will be a full redraw, and pairs are still separated until the final 2 tables. So the plan of our tournament director is Luca has decided to play down to the final table. So far, I think we're going to have a very long day today. So I'll
indeed.
say goodbye to you two and let you two get down to calling the action.
Yeah, thank you, Lulu.
Yeah, it's going to be a long old day, Brian, here in the 2. I don't know.
I think 2 or 3.
Warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's the 200K Invitational Day 2 Coin Rivet, ladies and gentlemen. 83 players left of a field of 113, meaning we've had a total of 23 re-entries, bringing that prize pool up to over 20 million so far. And a couple of levels left for the remaining field to re-enter. Henry Kilbane alongside Brian Ras. Brian, we're going to be playing down to a final table today, pal.
It's going to be a long day.
It's going to be a long day.
So
Indeed.
there's a lot of players left in this.
Diamond's here. What do you mean? If now you have the diamond one there, it'd be perfect.
The diamond man.
That's why it's not believable.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm surprised.
Like that.
500,000 for watch, but don't spend that extra 50K on the bracelet.
It's not about money.
Laughter
but you like
at
diamond.
the table.
I'm surprised you don't have it. I would bet money that that would be a diamond one.
Leon says
No,
it's not about money. He just wants to
I-
play.
Next time I will do it because of you.
Okay.
So a couple of fresh faces at the feature table.
Good start. I got second in the heads up.
Okay,
And
I
I
didn't
did
know.
all the bigger events at the end, so like evenish, slightly losing.
Ivy the shortest stack on his second bullet. Kenny kicking things off with the raise
A little in the end, but
with the 2-5s.
good.
Today, Brian, I mean, yesterday it was all VIPs on one side and pros on the other. Now, for the first 4 levels of the day, we have 4 and 4.
Yeah, it's they combined them, so we're getting kicked off. Got every table mixed. They're either 4 and 4 or 4 and 3, I believe. And here we have our first VIP versus Poker Pro. Oh no, this double Poker Pro.
Double Poker Pro. Kenny coming 5th in
Yeah,
that
that takes
25K,
yeah.
240,000, smashing her previous career best score.
It's lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter gave this to me during the 25K. She brought it over to me, and then
Your daughter.
yeah,
Perfect.
and then this I got from a lovely lady named Anne in Nordstrom. Gave it to me,
nice.
yeah. So.
A warm welcome back to day 2.
That's 5,000, right?
This
Or
200K
is it
chip
20?
leader, King's Resort owner, Leon Zukanik, at the feature table, bagging almost 4x average coming into today. Zukanik with the 4x. The old raise and take. Does take these larger sizings. Pre-flop we saw him call off the 115 bigs, last hand of the day to bag this chip lead.
Yeah, sorry guys. I think somebody on the table, their mic might be a little close. We're aware of it, and we're going to try to fix the issue going forward in terms of just breathing into the mic.
I'm doing great.
So don't worry about it, guys on stream. We got it covered. Anyways, back to the action.
Back to the action. Mixture of pros and VIPs. And Brian, I mean, yesterday there was some weird ICM dynamics at play straight off the bat. You know, hand number 1 on the pro side. Spoke with the likes of, you know, Jason Kuhn, and he kind of called it like a bubble. Like day 1 was a bubble, surviving to the end of the day and making day 2 where your perceived EV is going to like increase.
Sure, yeah, a little bit. The flip side is, I mean, this tournament, I think it would, that effect would have been much stronger, like many multiples, if there was no rebuy.
Want some?
But the truth is that
You want some change?
there is a
No, I want some of your
rebuy,
chips, though.
one,
Oh, you're
and
welcome.
if you're a pro
need
who
to fight for
busts,
that.
you
You look like a good
can
fighter.
re-enter. So, I mean,
That'd be
I'm not
fun.
saying anyone wants to put up another 200K, but when presented with a situation where, hey, you know, after 8 levels, we're going to be recombined with all the VIPs who, to be fair, are of quite a wide variety of skill levels. Some of the VIPs are actually quite good poker players, and others are kind of more legitimate, like VIP. you know, not as much experience. But that said, to come back to the question, a little bit, but because of the reentry, it's not really pure, right? Because the reentry's through 11 levels, so you can even reenter after the recombine. So, you know, if you busted before, you can come back in the tournament. So it's hard to really say there could be any strong bubble effect when players can still reenter. But you know, I don't know. That would be my analysis of it. I feel like that effect would be strong though with no reentry, because it'd be like, wow, I just make it through today, and get much softer tables. So, and you know, you can't buy back in. Yeah, I don't know. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean it's weird, right? Because you have to re-enter within 30 minutes. So if you do bust, like you have to jump back in and still play with pros for the rest of the day on day one. And I believe they only have the first 2 levels of the day to re-enter today. So yeah, I mean, I understand why some of the pros treated it that way, but I also heard that, you know, some players were just going after it. They're just, you know.
I'll tell you, I saw a number of pros who were
Just
going after
it.
like Limitless was he was putting guys in the bin in the nomenclature that you like to use, Henry.
Yeah, I saw he was binning people, Brian. See if Einhorn picks up any customers potentially for Tahi in the big with the 10-8-0.
All right.
Fortunately for Tahi, not flopping anything on the 7 trade deuce, couple of spades and 1 diamond. Einhorn just gets to fire out a C-bet.
10-8 off does have 2 overs and backdoor straight draw. Does he feel like it's enough? No, and that saved him from likely a really problematic pot. Very hard for 10-8 to run down 2 jacks there.
Now, don't forget, there are players out in the remainder of the field. Curious to see how they're getting on. Download the Triton Poker Plus app.
So after 4 levels, it's just complete randomly draw.
Michael Dharma out there in the 8th in chips. Linus Love 5th. Limitless 3rd. Just to name a few of the big names on the pro side. Can sweat along. Every single hand from the outer tables is covered. Full detail.
Triton Poker Plus app, don't leave home without it.
When you do the check, when you're leaving, the phone, the house keys, the wallet, and the Triton Poker Plus app.
I mean, you're just fishing it up at this point if you don't have that downloaded. Sorry, guys. Don't be a fish. Okay, big blind. This is a defendable hand. Looking at it, the one thing you probably don't like from Perry's perspective is the upsizing of the 2.4, but yeah, and the fact that it's Benjamin Heath on the other end of that. But you know what? Let's go for it. See a flop.
Yeah, and a complete whiff for Perry.
Yeah, this should be an uninteresting hand. I mean, I think it's even hard to turn the 8 of hearts here into something meaningful, all things considered.
You gonna be the DJ?
I mean, definitely a board that favors the middle position raiser equity-wise. So this is a pretty easy give
I'll
up.
come to it. That's a good song to start with, so I'll be there.
Note the larger sizing from Ben, by the way, Brian, on the Queen 10-5 two-tone.
Yeah.
His top pair.
Yeah, he has a hand that likes sizing up as well. Clearly,
really?
like top pair, good kicker.
That's great.
Decently wet board.
What kind of
What?
music?
Techno?
Oh, okay.
What about you? What kind of music do you like?
Oh, I'm an R&B soul girl through and through.
Now, what are you most looking forward to, Brian? Are you looking forward to the 75 big blind call from Leon pre with, you know, the 10-9 suiteds of the world? Or are you looking for the Sean Perry triple, you know, just absolutely going after it in, you know, just like a classic Sean Perry spot?
Man, I'll tell you what, doing this, have you seen Sean Perry go after it with a triple? I've seen him play pretty snug, all things considered.
I've seen him go after it, yeah.
Here at Triton.
Not at Triton.
Okay,
no.
yeah. We're you're thinking of Sean Perry from 2 years ago. The new guy generally is a lot more careful.
Battle of the blinds. Ace-8-0 for Sean. Ace-deuce off in the big blind for Einhorn.
I mean, in terms of whose play I'm more excited to watch, I'm going to pick Leon over Sean. Because Sean, I have a pretty good feeling I know what he's going to do a lot of the time. You know, he plays, you know, reasonably normal poker. Not saying he doesn't have his deviations or whatever, but Leon, you just don't really know what he's going to do. You're watching him. He's going to play a hand. Okay. 7-6 off, 6x open. All right, no problem. Middle position. Maybe he folds it next time he gets it. You know, it's just he has some crazy internal randomizer, Leon, which makes it fun to call because, I don't know, it's...
Okay.
When players adhere to, or try to adhere at least to GTO play, it does make it more predictable in a sense because, you know, if you have an idea what GTO does there, then you kind of know what they're going to come with, or at least randomize between, whereas a guy who's just got his own theories, you know, you just wait and see what the theory says in that spot. Yeah.
LTO.
You know what I study?
Leon Sukanic, optimal.
Yes.
See what it comes with
like
today. If you want to test out your LTO, you can head on over to GG Poker. Currently have the WSOP online running through till September 27th. Obviously that main event on September 26th, 5K buy-in, which you can qualify into for just $5. It's a 20 mil guaranteed main. We are obviously offering our viewers at home a new player sign-up bonus offer.
I think.
Use promo code Triton 2022 to get involved as we move over to the red table.
It's pretty good because my girlfriend is Russian, and so we cannot go to many places, and it's actually good for taxes as well.
Okay.
Getting the ID, and from there we'll see when we're
Nice. Yeah,
Limitless,
slow, maybe something
Tony
like
G,
or something, but I think it's
Akita Badziakowski.
Depends what you want. Like Croatia, you're gonna find like views, nature, less services, but more relaxed.
Yeah.
You want to be in like city. Good services. Dubai's your place.
I mean, I'm barely leaving my apartment anyway, so it's like whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing.
Just crushing.
Sometimes yes, sometimes.
That looks like an incredibly comfortable hoodie, not gonna lie.
If you want to give it, you
rocking
need
that.
to be able to take it sometimes. You know? You cannot dodge every punch.
Hard agree.
It's,
Ooh, just a little flatteroo here from the ace-king off in position. It looks like that's just over 60 big blinds. So an amount where versus the 3-bet squeeze, probably back 4-bet jamming, but now we're just playing the 3-way single raised pot.
Sure.
It's Malinowski flops best on the 10-10-9. Kluka going nowhere with the ace-king, one would assume. 2 overs and massively under-repped his hand pre.
Limitless played a very interesting pot with Patrick Antonius yesterday where he 3-bet squeezed out of the blinds with Jack deuce suited and really double fired on the terms. Queen 8-5-3 with a flush draw and bet like 60K 100K. I believe Patrick had 140 behind with 2 10s and used literally all of his time banks for like 8 time banks before folding. I actually sat down with Patrick at the end of the day. I went over with Ali to the Chinese restaurant, ended up sitting with Kale, and then Patrick joined with a friend, and then Phil Sternheimer came, and Patrick actually talked about that hand. That hand bothered him for a while. He really had a feeling he should have put his money in, but just didn't do it. And then when he found out that Victor was bluffing, it just ravaged him for a little while mentally. So, you know, I love Patrick. He's a good guy.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been put in the blender and then found out later on that
Victor's kind of the blender specialist.
He really is.
Especially for a pro. I mean, like, yeah, he's I'm kind of excited he's on the feature. I like, ooh, what a card for 2 7s. And yeah, I mean, the Jack, kind of a good bluff card, but having a 9, definitely a hand you want to get to showdown. I mean, he's probably going to check it. Makita's going to bet, and you know, with one of your kind of best showdowns that becomes a bluff catcher, the question is what he's going to do versus the bet here. I think it's one of those all 3 options are on the table kind of deal.
Well, is there ever a spot, Brian, where this bluff catcher turns into a potential bluff combo?
Yeah, exactly.
Blocking 10-9 suited,
Exactly.
Queen Jack.
Yep. Jack's, okay, Makita's under the gun, so we can't have Jack 7, but yeah, no, I think so. And versus 45K, I mean, the 9 is pure bluff catching, right? So he definitely, I mean, one of the things I think modern solver theory has shown is that in some of these spots, it's best to turn some of your strongest bluff catchers into bluffs. So I'm sure, you know, Victor was thinking about that as well, but...
he was. Do you hear what he said? He said, I'm going to fold before I do something stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Swift fold from Limitless.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. When I was in the booth calling the hand with Patrick to bring it back, because people in the chat are talking about it, it was thing where he was literally going through those time banks, and at some point I'm like, in the booth I was like, hey, you know, now that he's taken 6 time banks and it's pretty clear he has not that strong a hand, he's probably going to go all in if he plays. And I actually said that to Patrick, and he was like, yeah, that's exactly what I was. It's like after I took all those time banks, I was going to go all in, you know, just at 140 to win the 190 out there, etc. So yeah, it was pretty cool. But you know, everybody has that different thing about going with your gut. Just to say this again, there was a play, you know, Kuhn was on stream earlier, and there was some play where his gut was this, but he ended up folding, and fold was correct because that was what he felt like the game theory of the cards would have him do. And when he found it out later, he was like, exactly, see, that's why I say fuck your gut.
Yeah.
But then, you know, a guy like Patrick, it was more like, hey, you know, my gut was telling me I should go with it, and he ended up not, and that's why he was super kicking himself. So, you know, everyone has a different theory on that, you know, as far as what they should do based on their gut. But I will say this, Patrick's gut has been right on so far this tournament. I mean, that, you know, bottom pair call was like pretty epic. Right.
Pure.
You were in the booth for that, right?
I was,
because
yeah.
I wasn't, but yeah.
Called the triple with bottom pair. So we jump back into the action here, Brian. Both Heath and Leon flopping flush draws. Atahi opened the king queen of diamonds from +1, flopping top pair and backdoor diamonds. There are a couple of cards in the deck where Heath could potentially win a huge pot. The ace of hearts, 10 of hearts come to mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heath just calls here, you know, getting a great price, in position to draw to our flush, probably want Leon in this pot. You know, don't really want to raise and get re-raised by Fatih or Leon. And Leon, despite, you feel like you never know what he's going to do, but this time I feel pretty comfortable that he's just calling. Yeah, he can close the action, getting like 5-1. Now, yeah, a heart here would be a massive card for Ben. Okay.
It's the Jack of Spades giving Leon second pair. And both Heath and Fatahi a gut shot.
Actually, a pretty good card for Fatahi to consider betting against. Still got top pair, good kicker.
right?
He is blocking queen
What did you
10.
bet?
I bet.
And maybe his opponents don't have queen 10 too often here. And the queen 10, they might have queen 10 of diamonds. He's blocking.
Of course, yeah.
So, like, you know, let's continue to charge draws. Now Ben picks up a gutter,
But then I lost 30,000.
but only one to come. Dicey spot. What does Leon have?
I was about to say, does he ever have to be concerned that Leon's waiting to pounce out of the big blind?
Maybe. Like, it's possible Leon has the queen 10 or the jack gives him two pair, but, like, does Leon raise worse than top two or, like, kings up? And, you know, he's blocking queen 10. So I think because of all that and because of the price he's getting, which look like is better than 3-1, with picking up the gutter, he decides it's good enough to call. Who knows, maybe, like, he could be getting flush over flush, but he also could easily be flush over flushing, which we can see is the case. It's a close-ish spot, I think, for Ben, but I think I like coming with call again. And wow, what a card for Fatahi here.
We bet on a fact.
192,000 in the middle.
Kind of don't really think there's value in betting a third time here in a three-way pot, right?
It's tough to get called by worse.
I think so. It's definitely possible, but, you know, I mean, I think the worst that calls you would be like king 10 or king X, and you have a king yourself. I mean, maybe like a super downsized bet, which this is not. This is, I'd say this is an ambitious value bet, all things considered, over half pot here by king queen. And you can see, like, even, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess if Leon calls him, it's not. But yeah, okay.
You just bet 3-3.
What's that?
You bet that bet. And then
I think it's a spot I'd almost
I don't know about this kind of thing.
rather just check and decide,
Raise,
maybe
check.
call
No,
versus
I
Ben.
don't know.
What do you
Just playing
think?
random.
It feels dicey. Yeah, coming
Random
with,
for
like,
fun.
what was that, bet
I'm a PLO
60% on the river
Yeah.
into two opponents, and
Not
you said, you
I
know,
don't know
the
about
hands
that,
that we
but-
could potentially get value from, we kind of block. Only thinking of maybe like ace jack of hearts, queen jack that pills with a gut
You want
shot, but even still that's
450
ambitious,
against me.
I mean, does
given
a
that we
jack
have the
call
queen of
you?
diamonds.
It's kind of wild.
Yeah,
river
exactly,
call.
like-
You know, I just
No,
think
but
it's
flip,
a spot where
80K each hand, he
you've
won't fight
already
me.
bet the flop and
And then you
turn
gave up?
in a three-way
No, he
pot.
gave up.
Right? I mean, I even feel like those spots in
Oh, you
heads
do a
up,
minimum?
like in a
Every
heads up
day,
pot,
keep
it's like a
asking him,
close
let-
river spot with
No,
king
I-
queen there. But this is a three-way pot.
Yeah.
You know, like
sure.
so. Yeah.
You left and came back with like 5.
Yeah.
Bro,
I think
asked
you're
you
just checking and like
many
bluff
times.
catching the in position player,
Oh,
like
I do.
probably
Love
mostly
you,
call versus Ben if he bets, like, but
Ladies,
you know, don't have to.
That flash. Flip those over, please. Flip them
Just
both
flip
over,
them. You
please.
can flip them both over.
Flip the other one too, please.
You can flip both, yeah.
12 clubs.
I think
Yeah.
if you do bet there, you come something with like B15, you know, not B60. In other words, like 10, 15, like
Yeah.
block bet.
I like blocking.
Yeah,
15 for
block
sure.
bet I think is pretty decent. It's a little disrespectful to Leon. You're kind of saying like you're not check raising me very much, but it's probably true in that case. Like if Leon has it, you hear from him on the turn, right? And the 3 is
That's
just such
fair.
a total brick.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point. Especially multi-way with Ben in the hand, you think Leon would announce himself on the turn.
Yeah.
He's going to peel one off in position.
Yeah, I like it. Both players will view this card as not a great card for them. but Sean actually has a hand with nice value, and Ben has no pair. He does have the nut no pair, which makes it closer. I mean, I think with Jack 10 here, you're definitely going to see Ben bet this. With Queen Jack, I think it's closer. He doesn't have a heart, although he might not really have Queen Jack off. Calling under the gun +1. I mean, if he does have Queen Jack off here, I think it's because he wants to play pots with Perry as opposed to the GTO to flat it. Be an exploit. So yeah, Ben agrees and feels like maybe Queen Jack has just enough showdown value to do it. You know, you're beating all other unpaired hands. The one nice thing about bluffing turn would be getting out pairs to fold, like basically deuces, threes, fives to tens all might fold there, but you're usually not getting an ace or a king to fold or better.
Does knuckle it back, Brian, and Perry going to win this one at showdown up to over 500,000 in chips.
Yeah, very reasonably played hand by all parties.
I'm really excited for this, Brian. Not going to lie. I mean, I'm looking through the field over on the app at the moment. And I mean, Ben Heath, for me personally, is just always an absolute pleasure to watch him navigate these high rollers. And just scrolling through, I mean, there's just some world-class talent out there.
Yeah, man, this is Triton and Coin Rivet really got something special going here. As of right now, we have 113 players in the field. It's not done. We're talking a nearly $23 million prize pool. You know, 90 unique players in a 200K. Like, that's pretty wild.
Strong.
Pretty strong. I am not going to lie. The competitor in me has some pretty serious FOMO. And I'm kind of wishing that I ended up playing this, as well as a few of the I mean, man, the 25, 30, and 50K were pretty epic. The 50K got 117. I think this 50K got more players than the WSOP 50K. It was like close. I mean, pretty strong. So it's okay, Henry, though. Well, you know what? I will say this. I want to be grateful that, you know, even though I am not playing because I'm doing the commentary, it has been a lot of fun to watch and call it and kind of be a part of this. So I'm excited as well. This is going to be cool, and yeah, I mean, this is one of the very biggest poker tournaments this year, you know.
I can relate to the FOMO, man. Like, there have been times where, you know, you're in the booth and you just want to be at the table. I get it.
Yeah.
So the way I kind of overcome the FOMO is just by, you know, just trying to take notes and learn from some of these guys. For me, it's just...
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'll be honest here on air. That is one of the biggest reasons why, you know, I took a lot of time off during COVID. Actually, during COVID, I played the least amount of poker that I'd ever played over a big stretch of my career, dating back to even like before I dropped out of college. I played more poker regularly than I did during COVID. So, you know, one of my motivations for doing this was like, hey, you know, I'm a little bit lazy with studying. By a little bit, that's a euphemism, like a lot. Why don't I just do this, like get paid to watch some of the best in the world and work on my game, right? And so, yeah, I mean, that's been awesome. Third stop, just getting to watch the Heaths, the Chidwicks, the Adamos of the world, like compute, you know, whatever they think the best play is and try to back solve for it. You know, Jason Kuhn.
To reverse engineer it from the booth, yeah.
And then you can even start going the other way. Okay, we got guys that maybe they're not like the best GTO players, but they're really good field players. And then you even get some. Okay, this guy's going. It's Leon. He's doing the LTO.
The
What is
LTO.
Leon? You can learn watching anyone. So it's I've totally taken this as I'm doing it for the learning experience. It's like a huge part of my motivation. So full hard agree with you on that. And I encourage everyone at home for the same thing. I mean, yeah, like maybe you can't afford to play in a 200K tournament, but like here you are getting to watch the best in the world, some just very good players, some other very experienced players, and some players that are, have their own theories and get to learn from all of them, right?
For the most part. No one to tell you.
Yeah, you really can just sit
I was
down,
very young mom, so that part wasn't easy.
notepad out, reverse engineer a lot of these spots.
And that's what I feel like I'm in the booth for. I'm in the booth for this and to help everyone listening with that. So that's kind of the angle I take. Like, hey, like let's learn. Let's like analyze these hands, see what's going on. I'm kind of almost assuming the people listening are, want to like learn and get better at poker because that's where I'm coming from and that's how I approach it. And Triton knows that. I think that's why they've hired me, and so I'm cool with that synergy. So let's go, guys. Let's do it.
200K coin Rivet Invitational here. The Merit Royal Diamond in Cyprus, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Plenty more action to come as well, Brian, which is the insane thing. I mean, we've got this 200K. We still have the main events to come. The Hold'em and the short deck mains.
Yeah, Vogel sang with a class of hands that really got upgraded with modern Sovereign Theory, in my opinion. You used to see, like this is an 8-handed table, so he's basically 6 max under the gun. I think like 10 years ago, you didn't used to see most people opening King-9 suited that early. And then, let's say in like stuff like the hijack now, people are opening like King-7 and King-6 suited. And I think like a long time ago, those hands used to be considered like too weak. And you'd almost even prefer something like, people preferred like 10-7 suited to those. And I think like kind of modern poker theory has, and pre-flop solutions have definitely shown otherwise. And you see this class of hand played quite a bit more than it used to be.
Oh, Perry with the small blind 3-bet. The ace 3-0. Picking one up. And Christoph to fold the King-9 of spades. Players do still have a level and a half to re-enter should they bust, and that's obviously given only if they didn't bust yesterday. Currently 113 in the field, meaning we've had 23 re-entries.
So that way you know which one.
LTO coming with the ambitious play here. The 10-9 off flat from mid of the UTG opener.
So they're just the
We'll see how this works out.
smaller one.
Now, yeah, Einhorn's going to pass, and Ivy, I think maybe if Ivy was deeper, 300K plus, we might see him close the action there with 8-3 suited, but I feel like with 170K, which pretty much amounts to like 30 blinds, he's going to be passing these like dicey, kind of high variance spots to protect his stack, especially at, he's definitely going to be able to find better spots at this table with multiple VIPs. So I like his decision to fold even a suited hand there in the big blind. Ivy is a preternatural tournament survivor. Very, very good at it. I think there's a lot to learn from it.
Ivy was our first elimination of the day yesterday. Rivet the second nut flush against the nut flush of Linus Love. walked it off. Took his
It's all day
30
yesterday's
minutes
pack we're playing.
to just, grab some fresh air, coffee, clear the mind before re-entering for an additional 200K.
Yeah, you know, Henry, it's one of those things where in the booth, when you're breaking down hands, like this is just another one of those spots that come up all the time where we get to see the cards. And it's very easy to be like, with so many hands, you could be like, well, if you really reason through this, your opponent could have this, and we could justify making this like massive fold as this player we're watching. And it's kind of easy to try to do that when you can see their beat, and easy almost the other way to reason through how they could make a big call when you can see they have the best hand, right? And I think a lot of that is like very results oriented,
it's confirmation
like thinking,
bias,
confirmation
right?
bias of like we can see the hand, so you're reasoning from their perspective, in order to justify the play that is right based on the cards we can see. But like we all have to realize that the players, aren't doing that. They're playing against a range of hands. They don't know exactly what their opponent has. And you always have to count in a lot of these spots, especially against good balanced players, that like they could have bluffs, etc. Against somebody who's not like a GTO player, that they could just have maybe some random stuff, especially like a guy like Leon and people who play like that, that are just going to come with something wild that you have no idea here once in a while. Anyway, I think, especially like in a hold'em spot, even like relatively deep, it's like second nuts. Yeah, I mean, once you can start giving your opponent some bluffs, like at some point, like, unless your opponent's a super nit who's unimaginative, I don't know, it starts to get hard to fold the second nuts. And let's just give Ivy credit that he took 5 time banks and considered it, Right.
Couldn't agree more, man. I mean, like you said, confirmation bias and all, we can see the cards. But when you're out there, bright lights, the camera crew and everything, you're on the stage. I mean, Ivy going to be one of the more experienced players when it comes to that. But even still, there's so much pressure just in the moment to break things down in a big spot, which is also a spot that you're not in that often. How often are you 300 effective against Linus Love? Not that common, right?
But let's be honest. Let's say Ivy folds there. That fold makes like poker's greatest folds compilations, like dude lays down second nut flush versus nut flush heads up 3-bet pot. Right? I mean, like that's how kind of like you start getting folds, it starts to become like, wow, that's like an amazing fold. And, you can always like talk about, I mean, there was another hand like this the other day. I think it would have been an even slightly easier fold than the Ivy fold, but it was like a 3-bet pot. A guy had ace-3, Y-king.
Ace-9 tray.
And it was ace-9 tray, and like
clubs.
Sternheimer has the trays, and it's like, yeah, you can start to justify the fold, but just like at some point, it's like, what are you actually continuing with here if you fold? Like, almost nothing, like aces, 9s. Might not 3-bet 9s that much after raise call. Just like, might not. I don't know. It's just, confirmation bias. That's a good word. And it's not even to say that it's wrong, like, oh, it's wrong to fold because of that. But it's tough. I mean, imagine Ivy folds and Linus and Ivy has the best hand. I mean, that almost now looks like kind of absurd. You're like, wow, what's Ivy doing?
Yeah.
Like folding the king high flush there.
Oh, chat just goes absolutely wild. Like everyone at home starts spamming easy call in the chat box. You know how it is.
Yeah. So, it's what's like the legendary term for this? It's like these are the man in the arena. Yeah.
The man in the arena.
So,
first casualty of the day. All right, Rob Young out in 83rd. And I'm just going to quick look on the app, see if he's brought back in, because we do have an additional entry. Looks like one of our female players over on the VIP side, Soise Jiang, has re-entered.
Okay. Perry had outflopped Leon, but that card kind of helps Leon catch up quite a bit. But this is an interesting spot for Leon. I mean, I kind of like sort of checking. Like, this is just a great hand to check call. Kind of think the issue with betting here is, I mean, hands that are worse than yours probably have very few outs, and better almost always calls. We can see Perry even calls a bet that large with bottom pair. It's a nice hand to check call, but the flip side is you do get to build the pot when you get there, which is what happened. That said, I don't really see how Perry's going to be able to call almost any kind of bet on the 7 of hearts. Basically, every kind of draw improved. And if his hand wasn't good, it's still not good. So I think you can kind of only consider bluffs, which, yeah, it is a small bet. Wow, he bluffed. He's bluffing, right? That's 100K. Yeah, okay.
Taken the bait. LT inducing the raise from Perry by just betting 20K into 70K on this Heart River.
Yeah, and we can see that small bet worked wonders here. He kind of small bet, made it look like, oh, maybe I just have like kings up and don't want to check, you know, and Sean took the bait. Leon got what he wanted. I think kind of, I don't really see much value in re-raising.
6.
Yeah. Leon's like 6, yeah, buddy. That's not good. Here's a hand.
It's not flush power.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I can't wait to see how that hand affects the dynamic at the table now. Wait, Leon's about to go absolutely after Perry, pal, I'm telling you. He's wound up the old LTO clock.
Not me.
Listen, I'll say this about Sean, is that Sean actually kind of knows how to play a short stack pretty well in tournaments. I think it's something he's learned. I mean, I just feel like the last 5 times I played with Sean Perry, it's just in a tournament, it's just been like we're playing to the bubble and he's short and just surviving. And so, you know, he's a guy who has quite a bit of, you know, if you actually look him up on Henman, he has quite a lot of results in the last like 2 years.
Don't forget your
I mean, let me do it right now so I can be precise about it. But
Boss, I don't have my player ID. I don't know. You have my player ID? Player ID.
Leon Shukanek up to 1.6 million. Good for 4 times average.
is 6.7 million in earnings.
Who is coming here?
And
No one.
I mean, if you look, like, you know, this February at the Poker Go, he cashed, you know, in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like, you know, 6 times in just February this year for 79K, 39K, 33K, 640K, etc. I mean, the guy's got quite a bit of poker tournament experience. In fact, I think one could argue that, you know, I mean, they had a committee, they voted, but should Sean Perry be in the VIP category? I will say that more than one person has specifically brought his name up as a question as to that inclusion. But it doesn't really matter now because everybody is playing together. But yeah, Sean has a bit of tournament experience and knows how to grind that short stack.
Got our main man, Eric, in the background, getting some reps in. Getting the blood flowing before day 2 resumes. That's how you got to stay ahead in these 200K fields, man. You just got to be out there doing push-ups on the sideline. Get the juices flowing. Perry opening things up. The 9-7 of spades.
Yeah, I mean, he's still not short. I mean, what, you guys like 70 blinds? So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Still
okay.
quite deep. And Ivy's, let's just play for it all. It's 35 blinds right here. This is an interesting no 3-bet, just jam. Feel
Yeah, sure.
very curious decision by Ivy. I would think off
Oh, I
of
have purple.
nearly 40 blinds.
Thank you.
it's like, what, like under the gun versus under the gun +2? Wonder if you really
Definitely made a
have
move.
any jams there at
What?
GTO, but
Made a
Ivy
move.
decides to do
Everybody's
that.
afraid.
No.
Losing
Yeah,
chips.
thank you.
Decompress.
Yeah, looking at a 40 blind chart, there are no jams in that spot in my pre-flop solution, but sure Ivy had his reasons. Maybe thought could get called light.
Yeah, Perry with his hand in the cookie jar a couple of hands prior against Sukanik, maybe that played into it. Ivy feels like Perry might be steaming and call off light, as you alluded to.
More? 11?
And here we go. Perry's going to be in the third hand in a row. Definitely not folding ace-9 suited here. My guess is he comes with call.
Well, swing and a miss for both players. Vogelsang, the pre-flop aggressive, a ball texture, Brian, that you could argue favors Perry's big blind defending range.
Yeah, I agree. So because of that, I'm curious to see if Vogelsang opts not to c-bet, although this is a hand that would love to just take the pot down and maybe get queen or king high to fold. So Vogelsang goes ahead and tries to do that. That's at ace-9 suited here, backdoor flush draw. I don't think you get to fold, and definitely not for a bet that small. Wow, and Vogelsang just drills the turn. You know, now it's gone from, hey, can I get my opponent to fold, to I'd like to win some more money. I mean, a very common class of hand he's going to be up against are just flopped pairs of either the 4, 5, or 7 variety, of which he is all now beating. He's only really losing to flop slow plays of 2-pair plus that didn't check raise. A lot of draws as well that he can charge, either charge them to continue or price them out. So I do like the double barrel decision here. The 10 also obviously a slightly better card for him. And he gets the job done. He pots it. Over pot, actually.
Oh boy. Switch back over to the red feature table. Tony G against Limitless. Baranovsky has opened his pair of kings from +1 as the blinds have gone up to 3,000, 6,000. A few seats over. Tony G with the 3-bet.
95.
Ace king. Sorry, 1 seat over. I do apologize.
And Victor comes with 4-bet here.
Starting the hand 70 effective.
And having watched Tony play quite a bit, he's usually somewhat cautious, I would say, for his whole stack, occasionally not. Which would lead me to believe that he probably just calls here as opposed to go all in.
That's better than
I mean, Victor is under the gun +1. That said, I don't know how much these guys have played together, and clearly Victor has showed some pep in his step and willingness to make big moves, which, you know, if Tony G thinks Victor's making a move here quite a bit, it's nice to just move all in and pick up the 151,000 in the middle. Said it's for his tournament life. Should he do so? No, you're risking 426 to win 151. If my opponent has aces or kings, I'm in bad shape. And, you know, this action does say, hey, if I have value here, it's good chance it's aces or kings. When you have ace king, you're blocking it a little, but you know, there's still 3 combos of aces and 3 combos of kings that are possible. And those combos become a lot more likely when your opponent has 4-bet as the under the gun opener.
Wow, it says all in a snap call from Malinovsky. Limitless in great shape to win a 948,000 chip pot and move back up to over 1 million in chips. Bad boy of poker, Tony G.
I didn't fold one. That's a help.
That's good.
Needs an ace to survive. And no help on that flop, Brian. Not even in the form of a backdoor straight.
I mean, this is a pretty big pot in the tournament. I mean, 1 million chips. 948,000 represents over 600,000 in equity.
Correct. I didn't turn up to fold ace king.
I'll take it.
Can always just chop it, Brian. The emergency chop outs.
Keep the bunny
Listen,
alive,
guys,
right?
what's fair is fair. Okay, we put it all in.
Short deck practice.
You get a little back. It was fun.
4+ practice.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my God, I wish I had freeze. We would be walking at least
10-9 suited.
Tony said he didn't come to fold ace king.
Just can't fold ace queen, ace king.
You did it.
All right. How does he do it? Gets bailed out. And, well, maybe not going to get yourselves bailed out with a secret lab chair, but you will be in comfort should you find yourself in tough spots whilst grinding online. You can stand a chance to win one of these limited edition Triton secret lab chairs.
You chopped the
You can
pot?
click
No,
the link in our chat box
Bro,
on both YouTube
Don't ask me.
and
was good,
Twitch. And if I'm not mistaken, you can also head over to our Instagram,
you do?
click the
Ace
link
Yeah,
in our
it's
bio
Next to the VIP.
to stand a chance to win one of
Can't do much.
3 secret lab limited edition
Gotta get
Triton
the pros all in as much
chairs.
as possible and not bleed away.
Great.
Right?
13.
Spike the ace would have been lovely.
That's why I'm still happy.
Yeah.
Could have been way
I
always
mean,
worse.
yeah, obviously, like, there's no one's had an ace. You know, they're all available.
Yep.
Kings are all gone. Could have been an ugly flop. Like,
Great. 13.
Keita Badziakowski, 4-time Triton champion.
Plus.
0 for 4 thus far, I believe, here in Cyprus. Still plenty of tournaments to turn that around for the Bads. Actually, one of the chip leaders, well, currently 9th in chips. Leon just running away with it at present. Average stack 425k. Leon just playing a casual 1.6 million. Last level before re-entry closes.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting beginning to this tournament, I can tell you in my experience of these like highest of high roller tournaments, you know, normally like end of day one chip counts, it's usually almost all pros at the top. It's like there's a number of, let's say, the VIPs or the amateurs who will have, you know, chipped up some or chipped up a little, but the variance on their stacks isn't as big, and usually it's pros who have the chip leads. But the way this tournament shook out, probably because of the structure, is almost the opposite.
Second bullet?
Or not almost, it is. I mean, at the top of the totem pole, it's basically all the VIPs who have the biggest chip stacks.
Let's get it in.
So,
I don't mind.
kind of cool. It managed to reverse that trend, which tends to be very beneficial for pros and just making the
We can do it blind if you want.
tournament, you know, kind of a bit tougher. You have pros who are the chip leaders, but now we have the VIPs as the chip leaders. So
I was working for those
excited for
very
that.
hard yesterday. They weren't easy.
So you deserve a break. You know, you deserve also, you know, an easy one without having to work.
You are a dangerous man to flip with, that's for sure.
Tony's saying he's happy to get it in blind against Limitless. Should it fall round to them?
Maybe from
Blind v blind?
Plays in Vegas sometimes, often end of the Jerby's game, often after the game, if he still has some chips, he's like, oh, let's flip for whatever is remaining, and I'm like, okay, but this is the stop loss, I have like 200, and he always like spins it up to like 500 or 7.
Wow.
Yeah. From just like 70k stack left.
How do you do in JRB's game?
Well, because of that, I'm down the net. Right. But it's maybe good practice for here. If I need this in my right time. Is good flips.
Sounds like Malinowski was out in Vegas playing JRB's game and didn't go
You've
well
been forced to play under the pressure, huh?
due to blind flips.
No, actually,
I don't think he's been forced. It's just I know what it's like.
Yeah.
You're forced to do like
they
a
let
few, but then you
Limitless
start it and you don't
in
start.
that game.
I know the
was
feeling.
indeed.
it's not very healthy to be there more than 1 month.
How does he get a seat in JRB's game? What the hell?
Because he doesn't mind blind flipping for hundreds of thousands of dollars
For example,
per
if I drink, I actually play tighter.
You gotta give action to get action, I guess.
I have the same, but
I'm
up,
like
up until 1 point, then it's back again.
Give him a call.
Some action, give me
Seat
more
open.
espresso.
Yeah, you need drugs.
You need me to flip to play in a game where I'm mutually plus EV? Okay. No problem.
That's why they're all competitive, I think.
Yeah.
Rocket fuel, American.
They love it.
I'll tell you, I mean, it's a big cash game. But the biggest game I play right now is this Hybrid Mix.
Exactly.
And we play like,
in LA for like 5 months.
it depends, but you know, 9 to like 14 games.
I know what it's like.
100, 120 big blind cap, 6 big bet games,
prefer Macau.
5 10K limit, 1 2K. Every game has an ante big bet with over 100 big
You
blind
feel
cap.
exhausted. You wake up, you don't know
We
where
have
you are.
a couple flip plaques in there where it comes up. It's not a full orbit of flipping, but boom, everybody slings in 20 or 30K.
But then
It's
they have
like
a
a
barber
7-way
during the
flip,
games.
which, you know,
Yeah.
it's actually good for the
And I end
game.
up sleeping at the bed there.
You know?
It's like,
Could be a session saver right
Wake
there.
up.
Win a couple
Boom,
of flips.
you win a
Big
couple
guy.
flips, you win a couple 100,000
You're out the hole.
out the hole.
Let's go.
It's one of those things where, you know, you let's say like
not
you flip 6 times, you've just lost each time.
I was there like, I think I was like 22.
Naturally, people say it, they're tilted. Like, man, I'm 0 for 6 on the flips today. It's like I'm down 100K, it's all flips. Like, you know, people get a little tilted. It's really good for the game. So,
One time they made me
I don't
take
know,
the
like, to me, it's just like natural. It's not
How
even,
can you play?
I just think like some pros are just so
It's the most
nitty.
fun game.
Like, it's like, oh, I have to carve out our EV, can't
Like,
do
they paused the
anything,
game.
even break
I
even.
just, in the middle of a hand, I just stopped playing. And someone sat on my lap and I just started kissing it.
Well, then that's like a bit different.
And then they paused me for 10 minutes while I was like, oh, and then I was like, you in the hand, Michael. We just paused and had some fun. I was like, okay. It's like this 22-year-old kid. 22-year-old kid.
It's fun.
Experience, life experience.
Yeah.
But yeah, a few months in, it's done.
I think it's poker game at best settings to do NDMA anyways.
Yeah. But that kind of game where like no one really cares about anyone's live reads.
So you just enjoy music and still have some.
And it's still a good game. But it was because I was winning.
one-way limb, getting a walk.
Nikita.
Yeah, he had a nice hand as well,
Okay.
Queen 10 suited. But.
Thank you.
Quick look at the chip counts here on the red feature table. It is Limitless with the chip lead. Came in today with slightly more. It's dropped down to 800k, but still good for 133 big blinds. Finds himself 5th in chips overall with 81 players left. Last level of re-entry. So we're only a couple of levels away before we have Lucas sit down and confirm the payouts and the overall prize pool.
I mean, they're really playing down to a final table today. It's going to be such a long day. I mean, how many people are still in this thing? We got 81 people. They want to play down to like 9 people. It's aggressive. Average stack is probably like 75 blinds right now.
57?
Guys, 57.
Is it 40-minute levels today?
50.
50?
Levels.
Man, I don't... Honestly, I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
It's going to be a long day, pal.
I don't... I actually, like, I almost want to say they're not going to...
I don't think so either.
They're not going to make it. I mean, I think they're going to have a dinner break probably, too. It's like... Yeah, I mean, they're going to make the players play till like 5 a.m. or 4 a.m.? No, that's not happening. They'll cut it off at like 2 or 3 or something, and, you know, there'll be like 2 tables left.
Michael Zhang 3-betting the 8s out of the big as we dive back down into the action. Vadziakowski popped it up pre with the King-Jack. Called the 3-bet in position.
Might actually be nice that we did the morning shift today because of that, though.
I think so, pal. I think we drew the lucky seats.
The B team, they're going to have it rough later tonight.
Be careful. Ali may spill some of your deepest, darkest secrets on air if you call him the B team.
40,000.
Listen, I'm just doing it because that's what you guys called us yesterday, so I'm just having fun with it. The other team is always the B team.
You know, he can be pretty petty.
All right, here we go. Little 3-bet pot. Nikita, so with the 10 of hearts out there, his blockers aren't quite as good with the 10 jack and 10 king because you'd rather be blocking 10 jack and 10 king suited, I think, versus the OOP 3-better. But he's going to go ahead and float in position, and it's not the most comfortable when you have 2 8s. That said, it's a very nice turn card for 8s. Curious to see how Nikita navigates this. I mean, I'd imagine he's probably folding versus a bet here, unless he's really trying to just take this one into the deep waters.
The old float.
The double float.
The double float with King High.
No real draw. So now we see, because Michael Zhang is just, okay, I have 8s. They're probably good. Yeah, and Nikita's had enough. No double float there.
Ten deuce?
Jack deuce of hearts.
10 deuce.
Jack deuce of hearts.
No, it was a graphic mistake.
Graphic mistake. What do you have? Aces.
Oh man, these guys.
That must have been after the 5 espresso.
No.
Trying to
graphic mistake.
hand that Milanovsky bluffed on. Jack deuce.
13.
13.
diving back in. First 4 levels of the day. The pools have been mixed. Half pros, half VIPs. And after the 4th level of day 2, we will be doing a full redraw. May get a table full of pros, may get a table full of VIPs.
Half pros, half VIPs, and 100% all high stakes poker action.
Brian Ross bringing out his inner Tony Dunst.
And King 10 just bangs off the runner straight.
The old backdoor Bangkok.
Kind of hard to see
62.
who he gets money from here.
62.
What is so? Limitless is turning his jack into a bluff. This is an ambitious play. This is an interesting combo to do this with, considering you would think maybe the jack has some showdown. And like, what are you trying to bluff out, like a river pair of aces?
Yeah, I guess Malinowski feels like he has all the flushes in this spot. And like you already alluded to, just targeting some of those ace-X's of the world. I guess it's nice unblocking like ace-king, ace-10.
I mean, kind of can't imagine King 10 folding after just check down to the river, even to 1.5x pot. But
Okay.
I mean,
Geralt? Lemingi pokud.
Does make the call. Did he make the call?
he did, yes, and
Malinowski just mucked?
just mucked, yeah.
Fair. Fair enough.
One diamond, please. One diamond.
Cold?
Yeah.
What did you have? Ace.
We didn't see cards.
He raised.
Limitless
No,
is
he
another guy who
folded.
I
Just folded.
like having him at the table because he's obviously a very talented player, but I kind of definitely don't know what he's going to do very often. You know, that was a curveball for me.
Well, like you said, I think you mentioned it within the first 5 minutes of us going live that Malinowski is firstly very competent, high stakes regular, but is also known for trying to put people in the blender, and he does come with these sometimes unorthodox approaches to these spots. And you could look at that, and as you already alluded to, what are we targeting? I feel like Jack has showdown, but he's just aware that maybe third pair isn't good.
Like
yeah, it's not good very often,
500?
and he definitely was trying to get like a river top pair of aces to fold with that sizing.
50.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe he likes having the jack because it blocks a lot of like backdoor 2 pairs or something.
46,000.
Raise. 46. Plus. Plus.
And you have 500?
Yeah, 19.
I believe so. Yeah,
Okay.
465
Yeah, okay.
behind, yeah.
Yeah.
Diving back into the Bads v Michael Zhang
Nice call.
boxing match.
5 seconds. This is tough. Yeah, but still.
He's going to pass up the 8-7 of spades out position, and Zhang chips up nicely up to over 540,000 now.
All beats Victor.
One ace or 2 pair? You should have shown. Yeah, you should have shown. Now you know. Yeah. You could just show. I just knew I'm beating. I got too embarrassed with my hand. I don't want to go in my secret.
It has to be embarrassing. It might not even be a good bluff. You don't show.
You like this?
Maybe you save information because you know he has ace, at least ace.
Yes. I mean, I know that I am for sure not good. Unless it's something really crazy. Because I had a pair, but...
If you're against Ruri, you might have to show your hand.
yeah, against Rui I might have. Even if it's like a king high sometimes.
but he's Rui's partner, so.
Oh, I didn't
Call.
I think I've known. What did you say?
You're Rui's
Rui's
partner.
partner, my good
So Rui's your coach, so maybe he can show King High and win.
yeah. Okay, then next I should have shown them.
We all know how Rui plays.
My good friend. Nah, I think.
Yeah, you're still not good.
Yeah.
Bet 6,000.
Laughs and needles in a 200k high roller, why not?
Check.
Probably ace 10, I think.
Very likely.
Ace 10, ace 5. Can I have some blue chips, please?
Despite the fact
Thank
that
you.
looks like Tony has the best hand, the Jack doesn't play. Both players have eights and kings with the Queen. And Nikita very likely value bets this. I mean, the runner spade, yeah, it's there. Not a big concern. Just lots of value here versus flopped queens up. And, you know, you get check raised, you can always evaluate at that point. So, you know, no reason not to value bet this, and kind of easy call. I mean, Tony checks that to trap, basically. Versus all but, like, huge, like, 1.5x plus sizings. Those would be ones that would make him considerable. But
That's all I can get. Just chop.
Like one time and have paid for someone or for me.
Couple of chops for Tony so far today. That one somewhat insignificant compared to the previous one against Limitless. Ace King against Kings.
Yes, 13. Cool.
all right, and we're going to get a multi-way pot here. Very likely. Unless Makita decides to come with 3-bet.
Seconds.
78.
Yeah, and he does. So now, I mean, kind of think ace-10 off has to go away, and this is big enough that it does discourage sixes from continuing, but I wouldn't be... Probably gets this one through, but never know.
Ace-10 still hasn't found the mark.
Yeah, I mean, is he considering like a playback here to like 150? Yeah, I mean, that's fold obviously standard. And now sixes, I mean, they're pretty deep, but they're not even 100 big blinds, so.
Okay, nice hand.
And he does eventually let it go. The squeeze getting through for Badziakowski. A little 6x from the small.
Looks like Nikita got some
It's
espressos.
King's Casino owner. Leon Suknik currently leading the field.
Just having a good cards.
Oh, yeah. I saw it, yeah.
As we head on back over to the blue feature table as our man.
No. So he's talking to me.
Very still in the mix, playing 55 bigs.
What's she have?
$200.
Potential multi-way
By the way,
pot
I
here,
bought 2 of
Brian.
the bags. One for me as well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Ivy
I also-
popping
I
things
bought
up
2 of those
on the
Louis bags.
button.
Just one by one.
One for you, and then also I thought
had
it was
it.
Ivy,
Crazy.
well, you told me you're
10-6
giving me
suited.
12,000 for it.
I give you
Probably
12,000
one
for free. Enjoy with that.
a standard
Why
open, but
chewing gum?
one of the
You told me you're
weakest
giving me
hands
12,000
being
for
opened
bags.
at the
I bought it.
button at 30 big blinds. And then, yeah, deciding how he wants to respond.
You didn't give me 300K. I won
Here,
300K.
3 better call. I don't think he folds.
But yeah, I
Will
think
you
it was
back to
super sick.
Vegas?
Could
What's
even
Back to
come
Vegas
with
when you come to
jam.
Dubai? Or no, you come straight to Dubai.
Maybe I come to Dubai. What's there to do in
Decides
Dubai right
call. And
Yeah, I think that's what the time bank was used for.
Yeah.
He was
now? If there's stuff, I'll come.
I mean, the problem with Jam is he's a little deep. I mean, Jam versus Ivy's stack is fine, but then
I
he's
have to
deeper
wait.
and Vogelsang covers him. So it's a tricky spot.
She has to go
I
to
think if
Russia.
they're all just like 30 blinds,
I might go to Dubai.
Jam
How
is
far
like
is
very
Dubai?
reasonable. But you know, he's like almost 50 and Vogel covers, so
From Lerner to
kind of
everything, like 4
takes
hours.
that option off the table a little bit.
4 hours
And,
from here? Oh,
you know, really
Yeah.
good flop here for Vogel and Ivy.
When I
mean,
went, I didn't know pretty full line.
you know, top pair backdoor flush draw
I stay
versus
at the Burj Al Arab.
flush draw and gutter. So these guys definitely going to put some chips in, and Heath not going to be able to continue 3 ways.
It's bullshit.
I mean,
Ivy coming with 1/3. Ben Heath in a sandwich does have Vogelsang behind to worry about.
yeah, I mean, had it gone bet call to him, he'd definitely be out. But now, with it just the button C betting, he decides to continue. This is probably really like one of his weakest continues, I'd say. 5s with no club. And versus bet and call, Vogel's got a decision here. You know, do you check raise, try to take it down? Little dicey inflating the pot with 7 high, but I guess you're okay getting it in with Ivy, or just call and have this really be one of the strongest draws that you slow play. And he goes with call.
8 of hearts pairing on the turn.
And a card that's going to be really, in a weird way, it's kind of like a good card for Heath from his perspective, as 5s is already very dicey 3 ways, and you were already behind an 8 anyway. This filled in 0 draws. But I think both Ivy and Vogelsang very hesitant on this card. Pairs the board.
Potential lead spot for Vogelsang.
Yeah, definitely. He can definitely have 8s in his range. He has a hand specifically that has a decent amount of equity when called, and would like to take down the pot.
You got a nice house there?
Pretty good semi-bluff spot.
You can take one of his rooms.
Oh, you got extra rooms and shit?
Yeah, 4 rooms.
So
Take one
Vogelsang
of
in the
them.
tank. See what it comes with.
How old are you?
Did you see him come with 1/3?
Who is this guy? Yesterday he was saying, ooh.
And it's on the pro side too.
What's that?
He's a pro.
He's the pro.
Does
Why is
opt
I don't
to
know,
lead.
But he was
So how
all
you
the
know?
shouting.
What's his name? Who is it?
Why is
But I saw.
Who is the guy?
So point to who? Which table?
Pro.
It's a sizable one, Brian.
Honestly, I don't know.
Comes with more than half pot.
I can't see.
Multi-way.
So yeah, he was shouting a lot.
Yeah, I think Vogelsang wants to get draws out. He knows an 8's not folding, and 10 probably doesn't fold. But he would definitely like to get all other draws out, because any other draw is just beating him, such as Jack 9, 9-7, or clubs. So when he's called here, I think he can be kind of put Ivy on a range that's very value heavy. Not saying Ivy can't have draws, like maybe the nut flush draw. You know, probably like 3x with a club. But besides that, very like 10 and 8
They will switch our table after
heavy.
15 minutes.
And now Vogel has to ask himself, well, you're never getting 3/8 to
Yeah,
fold,
they'll
but
move us
for 60% pot, can he get
Better.
Wow.
10s and 8s to fold?
What a gangster.
And yeah, and Vogel decides that, yeah, he can maybe get 10s and 8s to fold here. He has no showdown, and he's going to follow through. And despite the fact that he has the 7-6 of clubs, because of the way he played this on the turn, Ivy doesn't have a lot of club flush draws, so those blockers not being so bad for him. I think that's a lot of his thinking. And now Ivy just
Actually,
kind of has to decide, like, kind of either Vogel kind of has an 8, trip 8s, or he turned a draw into a bluff, and which one is it? And he's getting not quite as good of a price as you see, because some of an extra 130K there isn't called, but he's calling 120 to win 320, so like nearly 3 to 1.
Yeah, I feel like this particular combo from Vogelsang is the one that he wants to do it with, right? Like the 7-6 of clubs.
It makes a lot of sense for sure. You know, I would say the 6 of diamonds is it's not a bad side card for him. I mean, like, it doesn't really matter what his kicker is. I kind of don't think Vogel has 10x here very much, and if it is, it's maybe like ace 10 or king 10. So like Ivy's pure bluff catching. A non-club 6 seems, I mean, I don't think Vogel really ever has just like 7-6 offsuit, or like, you know what I mean? Just, that would be just really weak semi-bluff. So the 6 isn't blocking any, the 6 of diamonds isn't blocking any of Vogel's bluffs, I think. So Ivy has a reasonable hand to call with, but you know, it's also a spot where you're pure bluff catching, so you don't just need to call all of these. So it's dicey. And
for his tournament life as well, this
Yeah.
is bullet number 2 for Ivy. Will not be able to re-enter.
This is a big spot for him here, and let's see if one of the greatest to ever do it can figure it out against Darth Vogel hiding in the hoodie.
The Sith Lord of
This is
poker.
it.
now.
No such 5.
Yeah.
Or,
Hi,
I mean, there's no
welcome.
such thing as 4.
Everything bricks, wood. Christoph.
This is a
Jam
tough
king, X of
spot,
clubs.
but you know what? I believe in my man Ivy. Feel like he gets it done here.
Ivy deep in the tank for his tournament life. We can obviously see it at home.
You know, he
on the
did
screen.
just call off with the king high flush after 5 time banks. Might have, man, I wish I folded that. Kind of knew he had the nut flush. Will that affect his psychology in this one? Does it want to just call it off twice in the same tournament and be out? Will he be able to separate the hands?
Waiting, bro.
This is a tough spot.
See if he comes with the okay
Oh,
call.
it's putting it in. That's the put in. And you stack them. Oh, but he's hesitating. He's going to do it.
You should put the 200Ks in front.
Phil Ivy deep in the tank again.
There we go,
Makes
Phil.
the
I knew he was
call.
going to do it. Let's go,
10-6
buddy.
of diamonds, and he's going to get shown the 7 high from Vogelsang.
That's my guy.
Let's go, Phil Ivy. Up to 444,000 chips, back up to over starting stack. Vogelsang trying to put Ivy in the blender.
Did put Ivy in the blender. I mean, didn't try. He did. You know,
Did.
sometimes you get out of the blender successfully, sometimes not. But either way, you're in it.
5 seconds.
Michael Zhang, as we dive back into the action over on the red table. I got the juices flowing. OG at the game. Phil Ivy makes the hero call.
Alright.
Michael Zhang taking down a big one. Cruise control for Zhang so far today. Up to over 600K. Let's get some love in the chat. The legend of the game. Brian Russ literally jumped out of his chair when Ivy made the call. Little fist bump.
Oh, hey. Focused.
Huh? Focused, yeah.
Listen, I'm kind of pulling for Phil a little bit, man.
Yeah,
All right,
Phil
I'll tell you
goated.
a few reasons why. And it's not because of that. Because, well, first, I mean, Ivy's a guy who I play with quite a bit. I mean, not only have I played tournaments with him, but you know, we played mixed quite a bit in Bobby's room over the last years, including that game I just told you about at the Aria, that big, we call it the hybrid. So it's always kind of fun, like someone you play cash with, some, you know, doing well and whatever in the tournaments. That's part of it. And the other part of it is, you know, I just like, listen, Ivy was on like the greatest stretch in modern poker history. It's why a lot of people consider him the GOAT. Went through a bit of a rough patch, but, you know, took a lot of time off poker, really, right? Went sober, been sober for years now, stuff like that. And it's kind of come back, and slowly but surely, like I've even seen over the course of Triton in the last year or two, a lot of the old Phil's coming back, and you're starting to see a lot of really good play, a lot of really good tournament results, and you know, I'm a fan of that too, right? As a guy who's been in the game for 20 years, I like to see one of these old guard guys, even a little older than me, you know, come back and show the young bucks.
That's it.
That we still got it, okay? We might be in our 40s, but you know what? Slow your roll, young fella.
These young whippersnappers out here putting us through the blender with 7 high, you know?
Nah, bro.
Nah, bro, cool. Top pair, good. Let's go. Balanovsky, by the way, defending the big blind after Chinwei Lim opened the button with aces. See the queen, queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Balanovsky flopping trip queens. Nice hand, Phil. Sure we'll be seeing plenty more of Ivy.
19.
Balanovsky on the flop. Asking Chinwei Lim, does he want to roll the dice for all of it?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have aces and the ace of diamonds. Unlucky, pal.
You have like 10 blinds, you know? It is what it is. You know, he's going to come with call, but just don't think there's any turn he's folding. Nice life. Victor.
Well, he has some additional emergency outs now. Brian with the 3 of diamonds rolling off on the turn. He'll take a black ace though, you know?
Certainly will.
All in, and a call. Chinwei Lim, the player at risk. He will have the option.
You know, it just might not be your day when you have aces and queen 5 off. Runs you down.
Oh, doesn't matter. As the king of diamonds rolls off on the river. Having Chinwei Lim running diamonds.
42.
No need to re-enter.
Okay, give it.
Yeah.
Rust. Doubles up to 150k. One more double. We'll be back up to over starting.
Kind of a big swing in these last couple of hands for Limitless. I mean, he gets it in kings to ace king versus Tony G. Wins that pot. He's second in chips. Probably would have had, what, like 1.4. Way up there with Leon, basically. And instead loses that, and now loses a much smaller pot, but where, you know, he had aces pretty dead. And instead of, you know, 1.5 million or more in the chip lead, he's, you know, not out, but just back in the middle of the pack with $500,000.
Yeah, I mean, he started the day with over $1 million in chips, so yeah, it must feel pretty rough given the start to this day 2. It's Especially, you know, you come in third in chips, a massive 200k high roller, and after just a couple of levels, you drop down to, you know, just above average, 21st in chips. 79 players remain.
Yeah, that in and of itself isn't too big a deal. It's not that big a drop, but I just think the thing that makes it stand out is just the swing on that hand with Tony. Right? I mean, it's not just like you drop down, you know, some in chips, but still, it's that part of you getting there was chopping that pot, which would have vaulted you up into the chip lead instead. But yeah, I mean, over 500k, still quite healthy. You'd have to, I think, you know, you'd have to be quite the head case for that to bother you too much. I mean, it's one thing to go from like third in chips to, you know, to like 100k right now. Then your head might, you know, if your head's spinning, I could understand it, even though, let's call that be a little unprofessional. You're supposed to stay with it as long as you're in a chip in a chair, right? But, you know, above average is still above average. I mean, that stack is worth, you know, nearly 400k.
Brian, I've just taken a look at the chip counts on the outer tables, and there are now a few pros amongst the top 10. Linus Love in third. Fedor Holtz has moved up to fourth. Alexis Ponokov's in fifth, and Jason Kuhn in sixth. Jason eliminating Yuri Zivalevsky. Fedor winning a huge pot against Michael Adamo.
You know what it is, mate? It's, okay, we had day one, we had the separation. All right? The pros in their little bubble playing on their own, just trying to survive. The VIPs running up some stacks. And we combine, the VIPs got all the big stacks. But it's like the second film, episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. In this case, it's the pros strike back. And boom, all of a sudden, Linus Love up the standings. Fedor Holtz, Ponokovs, Jason Kuhn, climbing to the top, coming for Leon. Thing is, Leon's got a huge head start here, but here come the pros.
Yeah, Leon's high up there on his perch. 1.5 million. Leon's currently just cruising in third gear, pal, in a Rolls Royce through London.
Yeah.
Windows down.
Shades up. That's the way we like to play poker.
Let's do it.
A three-way affair here. The red feature table. Maciekowski popping things up with the Queen Jack of clubs. Both him and Sturheimer bricking on the 9 deuce deuce, but that's the pre-flop razor.
And pretty standard continue here. In position with sevens, and Philip gonna get out of the way. So far, nothing special to see here.
Undercard to the sevens rolling off on the turn. That's with the overpair range advantage. See if he continues to fire, maybe fold out some ace highs. Decides to just knuckle it on over to the Frenchman with the 2 sevens.
I'd assume that's a bit of a white flag give up here from Nikita. Yeah. just don't really see the Queen Jack clubs being some kind of like check call. Definitely not. And yeah, no check raise, no either.
Lost another player, Brian. It's Madrid's no limit holder, main event champion, Henrik Hecklund. See if Leon fires out here. LTO picking up diamonds and the gut shot.
Pairs in the Coin Rivet Invitational on competition, the hands are on. All pairs on a 15-minute break. That's all pairs in the Coin Rivet Invitational. 15-minute break on competition, the hands are on. I remind all pairs to sell off your 500 chips before you leave for your break, please.
So with the 30% bet on the turn, yes, trying to fold out exactly these types of hands, but Fatahi going nowhere with the ace-king. Players prepare for break. 5 of spades. Leon misses his flush draw. Stone bottom of range with just 6 high. Is reaching for chips. 160k out there. I feel like this is going to work. See if Fatahi can sniff this one out. It's King Queen, Ace Jack, King Jack. That's like A7, A6.
We didn't call.
Really mulling things over here with ace high. Bottom the big blind. Throws in another time bank extension. The fact that Fatahi is tanked so long with this spot.
Yeah. Tough spot. And, you know, he's basically, the way this pot played, it seems like he's just beating flush draws.
Does let it go. Draws. Leon tables the 6 high right before break is
couldn't
late
resist
registration. What was I say? Late registration. Re-entry period has now closed, Brian, as we head into our first break of the day here in Cyprus. It's the Coin Rivet Invitational 200k. And, well, after 2 levels, things are the exact same way they started. Leon Zuckernick out in front with 1.6 million. Your man, Phil Ivey, with the huge double against Christoph Vogelsang. Brian, a hand that, I mean, let's just dive straight into it. You know, made the hero call on the river with the 10-6 after Vogelsang had led the 8 turn. You want to just kind of break that one down for us a little bit before we go on break?
Yeah, I mean, it was a three-way pot. Ivy opened the button, 10-6 of diamonds, 10-8 low, 2 clubs, check. Ben Heath had 5s, but he's not that important to the pot.
Yep.
Call small blind. Vogelsang, who had 7-6 clubs, call. Decides not to check raise flop with it. Turn, pairs the 8, check, Vogel. Thinking that this card is good for him, both his range and the fact that, 7 high would like to take the pot down.
For sure.
And it's not just 7-6, it's 7-6 of clubs. So, quite the draw in some ways, a lot of outs. Picks a sizing large enough that I think it rates to get most other draws out of the pot. Ivy sticks around with the pair of 10s, and the river comes the king. Ivy has 120K left. There's 200 in the pot. Vogel asks for all of it. And Ivy's stuck in a tough spot where he's just bluff catching and goes into the tank and ends up
making the hero call.
Making the call against Darth
the
Vogel,
Sith Lord.
The Sith Lord in the hoodie. And you know what? Phil Ivy. Just
Phil Ivy, baby.
Making a good decision. Back in the saddle. That pot gets him back over starting stack. So,
Yeah. Up to 44 big blinds when we come back from break. And he's partnered up with boss man Paul Poo, who we're going to throw down an interview with Lulu Yang as Brian and I go on break. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, continue to cover more action here in the 200K Coin River Invitational. We'll see you guys shortly.
Hey everyone, I'm here with the founder of Triton Poker, Paul.
Hi.
So we've seen many new faces in this Cyprus series, and you have any suggestions for the new players in the Triton family?
We are very happy to have so many new players in this Invitational Coin River event. Series is growing. We see many new players. We hope the new players will enjoy the experience. And recreational players will learn from the experience and improve their poker skills.
And as we all know that you have cashed the first 3 events in Triton Series Cyprus, and you pair up with Phil Ivy for the Coin River Invitation, and he happened to be the first player to get eliminated yesterday. So do we get maybe another new decision, who's the pro and who's the businessman in your team?
First, about my cashes, I've been running really good for the past year. You need to have a lot of luck to even cash, not to say to win the tournament. So for Ivy's invite, I was very surprised. We were so deep, and I think he busted within the first few hands. But that's poker. Sometimes you just have a cold deck. Ivy is a great player, there's no regrets inviting him. Let's hope he runs better.
So today is the second day, so we mix up with the pros and the VIPs since today, day 2. But yesterday is the day 1 that we separated all pros and VIPs. So if you got to choose again, who will be the pro and play in the pros field? And will you be the pro or send Ivy to the businessman side?
No, I think I will always be a businessman. That, I don't play poker for a living, just for fun, And, this concept, separation of pro and businessman during the first levels, is, according to feedback, the businessmen like it a lot. You get to play the first day among businessmen. You can socialize a bit. We can network a bit, make new friends. I think it's a pretty good idea.
I'm sure that your first winning will definitely encourage more and more players to join the Triton family. And so far, good luck for the tournaments, and we want to see you maybe cash in the 5th events.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lulu.
on the turn was Queen 8, 5-3 with a flush draw, and bet like 60K. I believe Patrick had 140 behind with 2 10s and used literally all of his time banks for like 8 time banks before folding. I actually sat down with Patrick at the end of the day. I went over with Ali to the Chinese restaurant, ended up sitting with Kale, and then Patrick joined with a friend, and then Phil Sternheimer came, and Patrick actually talked about that hand. That hand bothered him for a while. He really had a feeling he should have put his money in, but just didn't do it. And then when he found out that Victor was bluffing, it just ravaged him for a little while mentally. So, you know, I love Patrick. He's a good guy.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been put in the blender and then found out later on that
Victor's kind of a blender specialist.
He really is.
Especially for a pro. I mean, like, yeah, he's I'm kind of excited he's on the feature. I like, ooh, what a card for 2 7s. And yeah, I mean, the Jack, kind of a good bluff card, but having a 9, definitely a hand you want to get to showdown. I mean, he's probably going to check it. Makita's going to bet, and you know, with one of your kind of best showdowns that becomes a bluff catcher, the question is what he's going to do versus the bet here. I think it's one of those all 3 options are on the table kind of deal.
Well, is there ever a spot, Brian, where this bluff catcher turns into a potential bluff combo?
Yeah, exactly.
Blocking 10-9 suited,
Exactly.
Queen Jack.
Yep. Jack's, okay, Makita's under the gun, so we can't have Jack 7, but yeah, no, I think so. And versus 45K, I mean, the 9 is pure bluff catching, right? So he definitely, I mean, one of the things I think modern solver theory has shown is that in some of these spots, it's best to turn some of your strongest bluff catchers into bluffs. So I'm sure, you know, Victor was thinking about that as well, but...
he was. Did you hear what he said? He said, I'm going to fold before I do something stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Swift.
To have him do. And when he found it out later, he was like, exactly, see, that's why I say fuck your gut.
Yeah.
But then, you know, a guy like Patrick, it was more like, hey, you know, my gut was telling me I should go with it, and he ended up not, and that's why he was super kicking himself. So, you know, everyone has a different theory on that, you know, as far as what they should do based on their gut. But I will say this, Patrick's gut has been right on so far this tournament. I mean, that, you know, bottom pair call was like pretty epic. Right,
pure.
You were in the booth for that, right?
I was,
Because
yeah.
I wasn't, but yeah,
Called the triple with bottom pair. So we jump back into the action here, Brian. Both Heath and Leon flopping flush draws. Fatahi opened the king queen of diamonds from +1, flopping top pair and backdoor diamonds. There are a couple of cards in the deck where Heath could potentially win a huge pot. The ace of hearts, 10 of hearts come to mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heath just calls here, you know, getting a great price, in position to draw to our flush, probably want Leon in this pot. You know, don't really want to raise and get re-raised by Fatih or Leon. And Leon, despite, you feel like you never know what he's going to do, but this time I feel pretty comfortable that he's just calling. Yeah, he can close the action, getting like 5-1. Now, yeah, a heart here would be a massive card for Ben. Okay.
It's the Jack of Spades giving Leon second pair. And both Heath and Fatahi a gut shot. And a warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here in Cyprus. It is the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational, Day 2. And Brian, late registration or re-entry, if you will, has now closed. So we have a total prize pool that's been collected and a total number of entries, which is 115 players in this 200K.
Yeah, that's it.
We're in the
Batten
mix.
down the hatches.
There we go. 115 overall, 78 left in the field. We have 2 new feature tables. First one that we're going to dive into is the blue table. Ben Tollerine currently in the mix out there on a very short stack, but is leading the player of the series race here in Cyprus. We'll be watching him try and spin up his 14 big blind stack, and he also has a couple of other short stacks at the table. Steve O'Dwyer on 10 bigs, Bordy, James Board on 15 big blinds. There's also Sam Grafton out there, Sam Greenwood, Elias Taviti, Vyacheslav Boldagen. I mean, Brian, short stack, we're just going to see a lot of, I assume, rejam spots being taken, a lot of open shove spots being taken as well, right?
Sure, but there's only 2 of them at the table, Steve and James. But yeah, no, definitely. But I don't know that they're going to dominate the play too much because there's only 2 of them, and there's a good chance one of them will either double or go out, or both of them in the next 30 minutes or so.
Well, a quick look at the red feature table. We have Jason Kuhn over there, sat on 103 bigs, 4-time Triton champion, and obviously proud ambassador of the Triton Poker Series, and a couple of other names to note on that table: Eric Waugh, JNT, Ali Reza Fatihi, Chris Brewer, Johan Gilbert, Stephen Chidwick, Victor Kudanov, all big names here at the Triton Poker Series. As we head on back down to the main feature tables, that re-entry period has closed, so now there is no option to re-enter for 200k. It's GG's if you bust.
Yeah, Jean-Noel Thorel here is he was at the top of the chip counts consistently for a lot of the day yesterday.
He was.
And even though 702,000 now appears to have him in 11th, still solidly above average. But yeah, he's been a chip leader for a good chunk of the early portion of this tournament.
Yeah, JNT just seems to love the game. I mean, Jason Kuhn
so this
has
would be in here.
battled with him
Yeah.
already this series. I believe in the, I want to say 30k 6 max.
Here, I have a
maybe
better
mistaken.
idea.
It might have been the 50k 6
Here you go.
max.
I got you.
Okay. Wait, better.
Yeah,
Yes.
better.
Better idea.
There you go.
Nice idea, Jason.
So that's the box.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, it's good.
Okay, here's your
Thank you
bank.
very much.
Sure, you're welcome.
Okay.
As Jason Kuhn assists JNT find the RFID box. So here we go, level 3 of the day. Leon Sukanek still leading the pack. As we take our attention away from Leon's table, this new star-studded red feature table. Chidwick popping things up with the Queen Jack O.
And here is Johan Gilbert, the VIP, with the Poker Pro hat.
It throws me off how different the
Walking
folds look on the table.
contradiction.
Tiny.
Yeah. What is this?
Ooh, ace 4 suited. Ends up deciding to pass. Somewhat tight to pass.
I'm like Dale Zoolander over here. I'm like, is this a cards for amps?
Start with what? 149.
Thank you.
Johan, with the Poker Pro hat that you mentioned, Brian, clues in the name. It's for best on the 6-6 deuce.
5 extra time banks as registration is closed, and you will receive 5 more upon reaching the final table.
Never used more time banks in my life.
Yeah, and in position.
That 20 seconds is a huge difference.
It's real fast. Yeah, 20 and 30.
Chidwick now deciding whether or not he wants to
Should have a 10-second
c-bet this combo 3-way.
I'm fine for it if they
Comes with
if
no.
you did like
Gilbert,
1 through 5.
a lot of incentive to bet here.
10's fast.
With
It's actually
eights.
fine, for
Definitely
a raise,
want
but when
to
it's like
get
a 3-bet or 4-bet pot,
over cards
Ooh,
out,
Antonius,
which your opponents are very likely to
ran a
have them.
tournament where they had like a
Although he
dynamic
checks back
pre-flop clock, so it
and
was like 20 seconds to
bangs
stall,
out
and then it was like
the best turn
25.
card
It was
in
like
the
40
deck
if
for
you got
him.
3-bet,
2 out
like
over
40 if
full
you got
house.
4-bet or something.
that makes
That is
sense.
It's like a cool idea
pure
to do it.
turn card for the Frenchman.
Because, I mean,
Yeah, and
I was doing a couple
Kudanov here
3 and
has
4
that
and
Queen of
5-bet pots, it's
Spades.
like, what?
Might want to start bluffing this combo to get ace and king highs to fold.
Yeah.
And
Gotta make it
drawing
appeal that
stone
once you
dead
hit
to
6-bet,
eights
you get 10
fold.
seconds. Yeah, aces lead up.
37,000. Sure.
Comes with a large turn probe, Brian. 37 into 66.
Yeah, just over half pot. I imagine 8s just call in position here, especially after checking back the flop. And also especially given that their SPRs are pretty low. I mean, you call and it's a 1 SPR on the river. Can't really imagine raising here.
Cool.
In fact, I think the raise would be a bad play with this hand.
You don't want to keep all the bluffs in, right? 7 9s,
Yeah.
7 5s.
Well, actually,
1 spade holdings.
Way less than 1 SPR. In 94 to 140, it's... So now Kudanov, what do I do? Queen high almost certainly has no showdown. Can I bluff Johan out of this pot? What if he has 7s or 5s with a spade? What if he has like ace jack off with the ace of spades?
Well,
those are
he
all
rips
hands
it
to
in
bluff.
and gets snap called from Johan Gilbert, who gets the
Victor.
full double. Couldn't knock down
I
to
have
just
90 something.
No, you don't cover. You have like 94, and he has
Oh, okay.
he has
Sorry.
108.
Okay, so I have
94.
or
Yeah,
94.
Any.
He has 94.
Just getting some confirmation, but Kudanov taking
You're
the
still
spot on the river, Brian.
Yeah, and it makes some sense. There's a lot of combos you can give Johan that call turn that very well might fold river. You know, I mean, pocket 8s is just not one of them. Sometimes you just run into absolute top of range and your bluff has no chance of working.
Do indeed. Now, Brian received news that the payouts for event number 6, the 200k coin Rivet Invitational, have come through. First place is going to be walking away with $5.5 million. Top 17 places being paid with a mint cash of just shy of 2 buy-ins, 380,000. Total of 115 entries.
5.5 million.
Someone out there is going to be walking away with 5.5 mil.
It's pretty nice for 200k. Man, my biggest cash 7.5, and that was a 500k buy-in. 5.5 for a 200k. I mean, yeah, that's just a function of them getting 115 entries. I mean, holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not every day you get to play a 100-runner field with 5.5 million for first.
Yeah.
There are a few people out there in the field who have had bigger cashes, but not many.
It's all right, man. We're just doing commentary. It's cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is the FOMO kicking in now?
That FOMO kicked in really hard when the prize pool got posted.
Oh, man. Are you calculating in USD or in Bitcoin, though? That's what
you know, I don't even know. I'm
need to be any bigger.
I'm just excited to watch these guys play.
5.5 mil up top. Chris Brewer opening things up from +1. Just with the half pot sizing on the Queen Jack 9 Rainbow. See if Chidwick sticks around with gut shot and backdoor hearts.
Definitely might. And I think it's just one of those all three options on the table spot. Although that said, check raise, I mean, this board is much stronger for Brewer's range, so I don't think Chidwick has many check raises here. Yeah. So yeah, he comes with fold, and I think that's a function of having to just give respect for the range and equity advantage Brewer has on this flop. So, you know, you can't fight too hard in that spot with weak holdings.
Ali Reza opening things up from +1. Beautiful looking ace king of spades. Jason Kuhn looks interested on the hijack. He's gonna look in the call with 9-8 of diamonds. Heads up to a flop. Kuhn in position. Suited connectors. Strong start to day 2. Jason Kuhn eliminated Yuri Zivalevsky. Flops best here against Ali Reza on the 10-9-6 rainbow. Middle pair gut shot. Ali Reza firing out for 40% pot low with 2 overs and backdoor spades. Well, doesn't get there on the turn. Does pick up additional outs and may find the double barrel in this Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, definitely.
It's rainbow Queen of Clubs as well.
Probably shuts down a lot of turns, but this is one. It's also one he should barrel quite a bit. It's a card that figures to be a little bit better for him. It's a decent card for both players, but a little bit better for him, I think. And he has a pretty good combo to bluff with.
Ooh, wow. Jack of Hearts.
And he just rivers the stone nuts. Just the Broadway. And Kuhn. So while Kuhn does have a straight, the 8 loses to any king, much less ace king. King also 1 card straight, but on the top end. So he's going pretty big here, 2/3 pot, which is the sizing that Kuhn can't love. Probably thinking you're mostly just bluff catching here. But, you know, again, it's just one of those spots where, yeah, even though you figure you're mostly bluff catching, you do have to call sometimes. You know, and this is one of the better hands to call with, all things considered, since just in case your opponent does have something goofy, I mean, it's strong. Yeah.
Jason just saying can never fold.
So this is a spot where I know Kuhn sometimes has the fuck the gut approach, but you know, maybe if you listen to your gut that time, you make a goofy fold that's right. And I think the one thing I'll say is that, you know, I think that when you're playing against like world-class opposition that are largely trying to play GTO, whether or not they're actually replicating it precisely or not, you know, being an absolute monster like Jason Kuhn and knowing GTO so well and how to respond, yeah, maybe you should fuck your gut, so to speak, in those instances. But you know, when you're playing VIPs and people that are just like wildly deviating from GTO play, I think there's times when you're just experienced as a poker player and gut kind of actually are telling you the correct exploitative adjustments. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, I mean, GTO maybe says this is a bluff catch here, but like, I know this guy, just this sizing, my hand's a pure bluff catch, and this guy probably just doesn't find enough bluffs here. Like maybe I can really fold my bluff catchers.
It's a call.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
I just speculating kind of on the difference of playing versus people trying to play GTO versus people that really aren't.
Yeah, but big blind still can fold. Wait, 1 second, please.
Kudnov has found aces with his final 2.25
Well, no, they
bigs.
just have to match 10K. They don't have to raise to 16 to continue, you know? So, like, if Johan plays, he just calls 10K.
Yeah, but because he did not announce his actions.
He's
He
saying,
want him
is
to
it
make
just
him
a
limp.
call
He
because
want to make him
it's...
limp because he didn't announce anything, but I guess it's an all-in, but I
Well,
don't know.
it's 2 chips, right? It's his entire stack, so it counts as an all-in.
Yeah.
But it doesn't...
I have no clue.
If it was a 25k chip and he has one chip,
Okay, I
would it be
mean,
different?
it's his whole
So he's
stack.
actually playing 10k.
So we wait, right? You're not taking my time.
Yeah, I guess it could be a call.
I mean, I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
Sometimes you guys leave.
I don't see how this is
Yeah,
an
yeah,
all-in,
you're right. Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
When he
20K
flipped out
represents-
2 chips and didn't announce anything, he's playing 10k. The big blind's 8k. So
No, that's 20k, isn't it? No.
oh, it might be.
No, he didn't announce it. He just
say anything.
He put the 2 chips in.
If it was 20k, it would be all in.
Oh, that's only 10k. But it says he has 18k there. I'm confused.
Slight graphical error.
He doesn't have to announce it, just make the bet with his.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is it different if he has one 25 chip and he throws it in? Is that a call or all in?
On top of it, is that like a single chip rule?
If it's single chip,
Yeah.
it's a call.
He's just basically moved his chip.
Guys, we've blown up 3 minutes or level over 25% of a big line. So let's get the show
The first chip doesn't cover the bet, so like...
I was
I'm pointing out that this ultimately really doesn't matter, which is true. Whether or not it's 10 or 8k, like, will not affect this pot at all. So let's keep it moving, guys.
I mean, it doesn't.
I'm like, you know.
It doesn't freeze the action. Well, I'll play it limit.
Everyone is forced to
You know,
fold.
everybody learns someday, and that's the day. You all still can fold 5 seconds.
You've never seen some 1.25 big blind.
He's called.
Pick up a customer out of the small, and one would assume that Chris is never folding. The question is whether or
Good
not
luck.
he's going to take it north with the king 7 of spades.
Cale Burns just won a big pot. He's up to 860,000.
28.
Raise 28,000.
This was my giveaway.
I have better. I'm sure.
Oh, nice. All right, cooking 10k there, Chris.
Seth Davies,
10K.
Isaac Haxton,
All right.
now in the bottom of the top 10.
38k.
I heard advice to play tight.
Tight short.
Of courtesy of the big blind ante,
You say that, but you cannot be
essentially going to
Okay.
more than quadruple up.
Oh yeah, 6 of spades. That ain't it.
Nice and
Nice.
We're just dead on the turn. Come on, the Kudanov spin. Down to just 1.25 bigs.
I mean, nice little 18 to 62k. Not bad.
Get him every 10, 15.
It's like a more than triple up. Oh, Dwight, here's the spot we were just talking about with the short stack reshove, you know, double or out. So again, these short stacks not going to dominate the play too much because, yeah, I mean, either they're gone or not nearly as short.
Yeah, Dwight, the spin master.
Ooh, and despite ace-9 missing, again, the jack is a counterfeit, so, and there it is. So now a deuce and a deuce only for O'Dwyer to stay in this tournament.
No dice.
That's family Steve.
Oldergen eliminating O'Dwyer, who will not be able to re-enter. Cashed the 25k, came third for 362,000. No luck since, however, here in Cyprus. I'm sure be seeing plenty more. Steve, main event starting
on 4,000
tomorrow, I believe.
I think the culture's great. Just the underlying beliefs are kind of scary.
Yeah.
Like, in any religion, like, you're above everyone else that's not a believer. And that's just ridiculous. Or you're going to go to hell if you don't believe this way.
Yeah.
That's just, I can't compute that.
No, I agree with that. But yeah, like I thought for like the wedding, you want to have just some sort of structure. It didn't matter what it was, but like it's just weird when it's just like.
No, I'd definitely get married in that way.
Yeah.
Of course. But I am married already.
You have like 100, Ben?
90.
Call. So Ben 86. All in at risk, but most likely to chop against Aubergine. Does currently have the free roll on the Queen Jack Deuce.
Ooh.
Heart on the turn. Needs one more to give him the win. No dice. Ace of spades on the river. Chop it up, gentlemen.
Seems pretty fair. Those are always tough ones.
How long
to
have you been
lose.
married for, James?
5 years, nearly 6 years.
Any tips?
I know you back.
Yeah, you took the
That's a good one.
anti plus the small.
Especially at Jewish guys. You're not going to win.
Okay, yeah.
We both lose.
Exactly.
It's gone quiet out there, Brian, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Very chatty table.
Yeah, you know, maybe it's a function of just being a little bit farther along in the tournament. You know, the beginning, everybody's wired, but it's not too serious yet. But now players are starting to buckle down. They know they're in for a long day of play. Gonna play down to the money today.
Yeah, that's true.
Could be that.
That adrenaline that you kind of have at the start of the day. We're now dialed in. The task at hand. $5.5 million for first. $380,000 min cash here.
Ali, you're making a very solid day. Starting from 100K.
Yeah.
Very good.
You need some
Jason
chance.
Kuhn, very likely to
Yeah, very good.
defend his big blind here against Eric.
Yeah.
You have the streamer?
Sorry, bro.
Eric fresh from break after doing what, 15, 20 push-ups?
Huh?
You see him over there?
I didn't.
You didn't? No, he was, took a quick power nap, woke up about 3 minutes before play was set to resume and just banged out 15, 20 push-ups and jumped back in.
You asked what?
First
Sure.
on the button.
Yeah, just get the juices flowing, you know?
That's a man really trying to maximize his break time.
Power nap followed by some pump.
In this,
Yeah.
In this day? Yeah. Today?
That's a
Okay.
strong strat.
I didn't know that.
Ooh, and War checks back the ace 10-3 rainbow, which has to have Kuhn a little suspicious here. And yeah, Kuhn just snap folding the third pair of nines. Like, nah, you're not going to catch me with that one, buddy. I've seen that before. I'm going to check back a board that favors you that strong. Must have it.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank
Sus,
you.
eh?
Very sus.
Jason Kuhn, both a Triton and GG Poker ambassador. Talking to GG, could qualify for future Triton events. We did run satellites through the month of August, had 3 qualifiers into that 25K. We'll be running satellites into future Triton events over on GG Poker. But for now, main thing that you should try and spin your way into, if you don't have the bankroll to buy in directly, is that 5K WSOP online main event with the 20 million guaranteed prize pool.
You ever play Among Us, Henry?
I tried.
Yeah, I played not a lot, but a little bit. But
Played
yeah,
like 3 games.
They love that word is definitely overused in the lexicon. Sus.
Sus.
That was Among Us sus, right there.
I kind of missed the boat.
Yeah, me too. I played it a little bit after it had already kind of rised and faded in popularity. I tried it out for a little bit.
Kudanov on the spin, ripping in his last 6 bigs with King 10 suited. Johan calling from a couple of seats over.
It might be surprising.
Ali Reza, who's also going to call.
Aces, 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 aces.
And another ace out there.
Eric.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh.
I thought it was a perfect.
What will he do with 9-8 of
toss.
hearts here? Big blind, 40K more. Getting a pretty good price. You know, dry side pot, someone's all in. Maybe you get to realize your equity
Wow,
sum.
disciplined.
He says, nah.
All right.
Call one.
Now, if you win this one,
Yeah.
you're back in the game.
Chance to come back.
Two players, one is holding.
Both his cards are live.
Ooh,
It's going to be tough. The ace 8-3 and with Ali Reza just calling, by the way. Brian, Johan could potentially be hitting the showers alongside Kudanov. 164,000 in the middle with just 238 behind.
Curious to see what Johan comes with here. So he decides to bet. Betting here is a little tricky with ace-jack because it's not like there's very little protection value on a board this dry. Your kicker's not very good. Somebody overcalled behind you. Realistically, how many worse ace-X's does he have? You're going to build the pot. Maybe you get a check-check versus the ace-queen. Maybe not. It's tough. Definitely like sizing down here, which he does. Tricky decision for Johan. And as this pot goes forward, it should just get trickier. So we'll see how he navigates this. Ooh. And we can see that Kudanov probably thinks that gives him outs, but he's actually drawing dead because...
He is.
Yeah.
Not the spot you want to be in on the turn. 164 in the main pot, 74,000 in the side pot. But SPR less than 1 for Johan, who's drawn to just 2 outs.
Ace-queen here, no Fati's a VOP. I really don't want to see him bet big. It's hard if he bets like half pot or more for worse to call, could get ace-jack out. I'd like to see either check or a really small bet.
88.
Yeah, and I thought maybe he just would go big. And I mean, honestly, this might let Johan get away from his hand for a cheap. It's now versus half pot or more, it's kind of like, okay, my opponent overcalled pre for the 6 big blind shove, called flop on ace 8-3 rainbow, and now is like betting large.
He's betting 1/3.
No, he's betting over half
Main pot's 164,
Sounds like
side
a
pot was
great
70,
set, but I hope
74,000.
Oh, yeah.
That's
But yeah, but
The
even
big one.
yeah, but
Ace, queen of hearts.
it's a. I think overall, given their stack sizes, sorry,
sure,
it's a
yeah.
pretty large bet. Sorry, and I'm comparing it just to the side pot.
Proves the top two, not needed.
I think actually it's a pretty good spot to check back the ace queen with the hearts. If you're ahead, your opponent might have
2 outs.
two
as we
outs.
saw, yeah.
You know, like, and go for the river bet. Or if you bet turn, you just downsize
spin
it
up.
big, like B15, B10. But yeah, I like the fold by Johan. And as I said, speculating before the bet, that if that bet came pretty large, it really gives Johan a pretty somewhat clear, but, you know, the opportunity to get away, but one that can get navigated incorrectly, I think, from time to time. So, you know, Johan with some solid play right there. Susses it out.
Is that the word of the day in the commentary booth? Susses it out.
Well, we got suspect and susses. See how else we can use it.
Seth Davies has moved up to second in chips, 1.3 million. His kings cracking the aces of Phil Nagy. What a tournament to run well in.
What about him? Oh, nice. He had aces and hit a king, but he won.
Yeah, I mean,
about time.
Going back to that
information.
Yeah, Seth won kings versus aces for.
Like going back to that hand,
Second
from a theoretical standpoint, if you're value betting a hand and the literal next worst hand folds,
run, horse, run.
Exploitatively, that was a mistake. So you could argue that the ace queen betting as large as it did, getting ace jack to fold,
and he snap folded as well.
You did a bad job there.
Yeah.
Right, you're doing something wrong. If you're value betting and the literal next lowest hand below you folds because you've sort of turned your hand into a bluff. So it's something, you know, theoretically, it's a very easy question to pose there. And that's why I kind of think it has to either be check pack or like really small downsized bet as the ace queen of hearts in that spot. So anyway.
Thank you. Can I have one cappuccino? Thank you.
And yeah, I mean, not saying this in order to, you know, make anybody feel bad, but again, we're just here for learning opportunities, and you know, hopefully, even if my guy here, Ali Reza Fateh, watches this later, he can, you know, I'm sure he recognizes that he has much to learn in his poker journey and just takes that as a learning tool. So everybody, even the very best, make mistakes.
There's so many times where I've fallen into that trap many times in my career, Brian, where spots like that where I probably should just lean more towards check and then just kind of get a bit greedy or fast play a hand, don't really take much time to kind of break it down and think things through, and end up getting my opponent to fold a hand that could potentially put more chips in on a later street.
Yeah,
we're all guilty of it, for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
And the winner of this Coin Rivet Invitational will take home $5.5 million. Best of luck, everyone.
Ooh, and C. Brewer has a deuce, so should Thorell peel this, it's going to be hard for him to flop a set. And he might want to peel it because they're pretty deep.
Yeah, JNT. Straightforward hand, right? Flop a set, win a 1 million chip pot.
Looking over at Kuhn, do I want to try to bust this guy? And he goes, yeah, I want to try to bust him.
That's tango.
Let's try to flop that
3-bet
deuce.
pot, kings against deuces.
And surprise, surprise, There is no deuce to be found on the flop. And pretty nice flop for Kuhn. You know, couple low cards, not as likely to hit your opponent hard in a 3-bet pot. Somewhat disconnected, no straights. Definitely going to take your chances with kings on it. And, you know, and Kuhn's saying, all right, let's play for stacks, my friend. We're going to go 70% pot or something like that here. And, you know, I just don't think there's anywhere to go with deuces other than in the muck. This would be a very ambitious continue in any form.
Oh, J&T, Brian. I was going to say reaching for calling chips. That is a check raise.
I guess I'll say that I think raise is better than call with deuces, but I kind of think fold is by far the best option. And I'm not saying that because I see Kuhn has kings. I just think you'll find better hands to check raise, kind of bluff in terms of blockers, such as let's say like king queen with the king of diamonds. You're blocking big flush draws. You're blocking kings and queens. You're blocking king and queen jack. Deuces aren't relevant as a blocker. But you know what? He's taking a stab. He's playing tough. He's trying to put Kuhn in the bin. You know, unfortunately, with all those chips being in the pot, you're not putting ace jack plus in the bin at all. If ace jack plus bet flop like that, it's just going with it. So, and Kuhn has, you know, ace jack plus. He's got the king. So, you know, he took a stab. Obviously, you know, the goal with that raise is to get to Kuhn to fold his bluffs or fold hands like ace king, ace queen, but decided to c-bet large. And yeah, interesting play. Didn't work out.
JK with the old 50% stack increase without seeing a turn or river, up to over $1 million in chips. Real strong start to day 2 for Jason Kuhn.
Very ambitious hand by JNT overall. Slightly, but not, you know, not too ambitious, but it's very slight with the pre-flop float, but definitely with the flop check raise. But you know what? Love to see it. The man's playing to win. Glad he didn't check call flop though. That would be like slightly hopeless. Like,
that would have been dicey.
Thank you very much.
Prize pool has been announced. 17 places, making the money min cash 380,000. A whopping 5.5 million for first.
5 seconds.
Triton Super High Roller Series is well and truly back. Brian, been a strong start here in Cyprus.
The Kuhn up to $1 million.
Start with Chris.
Getting 3-bet by Brewer here.
That's great. Thank you.
Brewer's not super deep, you know, just over 50 big blinds total. Kuhn ace 6 suited, kind of dicey spot. He is in position, but yeah, I like this decision to fold. Probably say, you know what, Brewer's not screwing around too much here. And ace 6, you know, probably rather have like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, or like ace 9 or ace 10. In the middle, like ace 6, 7, 8 suited. We can just let Brewer take it. Move on.
How much does he have? Oh.
Huge. Like that decision.
Leon's got 1.6.
It's a good situation we're in here.
Yeah.
Couple of bust outs from the outer tables. Brian, Sean Perry and Michael Soiser will not be winning the Coin Rivet Invitational.
Seth Davies vaulted up the chip count. Oh, it looks like he got, looks like an all-in pre-flop. Kings to aces. Seth had kings. Phil Nagy had aces. And
life savings.
Wow.
over here and
10-9 5 flop ran out Queen Jack,
Sounds like a reasonable
giving
plan.
Seth Davies the
Only got enough
straight,
for a raise and like a
and
min
sends
bet on the flop.
Nagy home with the aces all in pre. And Seth now third in chips. So a little bit of a bad beat there.
As always, viewers at home, if you are enjoying this content that Triton is providing you, make sure to press that thumbs up button if you're watching over on YouTube. And if you haven't already, drop us a follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget we've got giveaways running over on Twitter and Instagram as well. Also, by hitting that thumbs up button, helps us reach a much wider audience. Good old YouTube algo.
Somebody in the chat here going, oh, ace-6 is a better hand than ace-5. Like, Brian, what are you talking about? Why would Kuhn play ace-5 and ace? Okay, let me drop some knowledge on you. Okay, this is a spot where the big blind is very unlikely to say have pocket 5s, which would, you know, the 6 is an overcard. Also, ace-5 can flop gut shots as well as make straights in a way that ace-6 can't, which is worth quite a bit of equity on, you know, low flops such as like deuce-3. And the difference in the kicker is irrelevant because usually if, let's say, the 3-better happened to have like ace-5 or ace-4, you end up chopping a lot, and most of the time the 3-better will end up having ace-king or ace-queen, so the difference between ace-king and ace-6 or ace-king and ace-5 in terms of your kicker just literally doesn't matter. So yes, in a lot of these type of spots, like ace-5 or say ace-4 is actually better than ace-6. So, you know, it's okay. You chat warrior pros can continue making your arguments instead of just saying, hey, like, why don't I listen and learn?
And Michael Soiser busting in brutal fashion. Defending the big blind with 7-6, 3 ways. Came ace 10-7, checked through. Turn brought a 6. Probed for 2/3 pots. 2/3 pot. Got a call from Alexis Ponakovs, who was trapping with aces. Flop top set. River brought a 7, boating Michael up. Boat no good. Ponakovs up to second in chips.
Yeah, return of the pros just keeps on continuing. With now Ponikov second, Davies third. This Elias guy who is, I guess, technically a VIP, but I've heard speculation that he's actually a really good online player last night by people at dinner in fourth. Linus in fifth, Kuhn in sixth, Cale Burns in seventh. The pros are starting to take over, with only Leon holding the fort up top for the VIPs.
200.
Eric opening the ace queen of clubs from under the gun. Facing a 24-ish big blind jam.
Yeah, I mean, I think you gotta call this here with ace queen suited. I mean, I wouldn't be
Johan, I think I gotta do it, buddy.
loving it, but yeah, Eric.
This is a little too good. All right, let's spin.
Let's spin announced.
Ace queen clubs.
See Eric a slight equity favorite. The suited combo
Might be a
His holdings.
Just significantly more likely to make a flush than the offsuit.
Well,
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's
not
dirty.
that board. King 3
Black.
deuce 3 diamonds.
One more black.
Needs
Black.
another black card in order to chop.
Okay.
Gets it.
Don't be greedy, Eric.
Greedy?
Greedy?
What do you mean greedy?
No, you say clubs.
No, black.
You get punished. That's how you get punished, Eric.
Oof.
You deserve it.
Oof.
Don't ask for clubs next time.
Oof. I just asked
Ask
if
for chop.
I asked if there was club.
To a friend, you always ask for chop.
Uh-huh.
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 You see? The god of poker.
The
Watching
god
you,
of
bro.
poker.
Ah.
Eric, author of 2 books.
Who this guy right here in the pot?
Well, this guy right here. Eric, that was involved with the ace queen of clubs.
Oh, Eric. Okay.
I'll jump back into that later on. As
I thought you were talking about Henne Bear, who I'm not familiar with, although I think I was in the sauna with him yesterday, I believe. Didn't realize he was here to play poker.
He's part of the Danish Armada.
Is he a pro or a VIP?
I believe he's on the VIP side, pal. Those Scandies, they can outlast almost anyone in the sauna. Wow, what a brutal river for Henne, as Talviti has rivered a very disguised straight.
Well, I mean,
given the positions, and the way
Oh,
that I
yeah.
assume this
You're right,
hand
the
went down,
positions.
given the size of the pot
Whoa,
on the
there's
turn.
548,000 in there.
Must be some alarm bells ringing through Henne's head.
It's, I mean, it's nice when you just river the nuts in a massive pot.
Yeah,
it's a great feeling.
Talviti, by the way, already, I mean, has 1 million in his stack now. He's going to have at least 1.5. If Henne calls off here, we will have a new chip leader with 69 players left.
Yeah, with 1.9.
Don't really beat much.
I mean, yeah, I can't doubt he beats any value. I mean, don't even think I need to know the action, which I don't, in order to say that at this point, with this much money in the pot, yes, you have top pair, but not even only the third best kicker. It's hard to imagine that you're beating any value with ace-jack in any way this pot got to the river. But, you know, you're basically probably just beating missed club draws, or maybe like a missed some kind of random hand that bluffs, like, I don't know, 10-8 or something. You know, I didn't see the action. We just came here mid-pot, so it's hard for me to give examples like I normally would. But, you know, that said, you know, you're getting nearly 3-1 on a call.
And we are ready to start our next
Difficult
event.
spots.
This is Pot Limit Domocha, 200 starting stack.
Well, maybe if you really thought your opponent had clubs, which he does, you're really only losing to a couple combos at this point, like 4-7, 7-8, 4 deuce, some of which you might not have. But finds the fold and you end up being correct.
Let's get away from it. Talviti moves up to second in chips, just 40 shy. 40,000 chips shy, I should say, of Leon Sukanik, the old LTO, working for the King's Resort boss man on the outer tables. Elke at the table. Body, Ben 86. Folds round to Helen Jerry. Gets out of the way. First blind v blind confrontation at this featured table. Elton Sang against the 75k 8 max runner-up Greenwood.
How much are you playing, Elton?
250.
Greenwood asking for a count.
You have me covered, right?
Yeah.
Elton Sang flopping best. Jack 10-6. See how this one plays out.
Yeah, not a great flop for Greenwood, but blind v blind, limped. He has ace high. Ace high's usually semi-obligated to continue in a lot of these spots. You know, it is half pot, but still think usually players continue, and sure enough, Greenwood does, despite not having a heart. But range is so wide that, you know, ace high becomes somewhat obligatory in an MDF perspective, minimum defense frequency. And a card that's slightly bad for both players in terms of it being a heart and nobody having a heart in their hand, but top pair still way ahead of ace high.
Couple of bust outs, big bust outs on the outer tables, Brian. Eric Seidel and Rui Cao will not be winning the 200k Coin Rivet Invitational. Bottom card on the flop, pairing on the river. Knuckles through on the turn.
Nelton, very likely to have the best hand here. Realistically speaking, he's kind of only losing to Greenwood having a 6. Given the way this hand played, very unlikely Greenwood would say have a flush and check back. Could easily have the bottom pair and check back. That said, you know, don't have to bet, but like, you want value for your hand, you might as well bet it yourself. Makes a lot of sense. And now, yeah, Greenwood has ace high, but he is beating, you know, in terms of draws, any missed straight draw, and just in terms of hands, you know, given that it's small blind limp, just any kind of, you know, let's say Elton has the queen 4 with the queen of hearts, you know, for the flop stab, and now, yeah, queen high is no good, let's bluff type of hands. But, you know, Sam thinks it through, finds the fold, seems reasonable, was correct in this instance.
Blinds going up, Brian. 5k, 10k, 10k.
Let's keep it pushing. Got to get to that final table today.
Good luck, B team. Just take a quick look at the chip counts. Second in chips in the overall tournament. Elias Talvitier is the overwhelming chip leader at this blue feature table. Second in chips, Vyacheslav Boldazhin is out on 47. Then bottom of the counts is event number 2 champion Ben 86. Gonna need to spin sooner rather than later, down to just 6 big blinds. Well, if anyone can spin, one would assume it is my man Ben 86.
Apparently, approximately 130-ish will be around the start of a level where with 10 players left, there should be an average stack of 40 big blinds. 1:30 local time.
So 2:30 stream time.
Now, I don't think this final table starts with an average stack of 40 blinds. Like, I've even noticed, and this is in tournaments that are much smaller than this, oftentimes final tables, which happen post-bubble, the average stack is more in the 20s.
Yep.
So we could be talking a good couple levels past that. You know, this tournament did start a little deeper, but it doesn't necessarily mean you get to the final table deeper because, you know, play slows down at the bubble and when there's ICM later. So I would say 1:30 is almost like the absolute earliest in some ways you get to the final table by like 1 or 1:30 with a 40 big blind stack. Probably won't be earlier than that unless you really get a crazy lucky like break of cards, probably like sub 10%. I would guess final table will be more like 1 or 2 levels after that, so maybe more like 3 a.m. local time. When you have your 2 levels passed, and it's probably more like a 30 big blind average stack.
It's like 4 a.m. in the booth is what you're saying.
Yeah, the B team, they're going to be up for a late night tonight.
All right. I guess I'm not tagging Ali in then after this break. Vite taking a stab on this 5 of hearts turn. Bluffing with the best hand. 30k into 55k. No. 60% probe. Elton hasn't folded yet. Maybe this King of Hearts in hand.
Yeah, it's an interesting combo from my perspective for him to do this with. It's like I would generally trying to find weaker hands. I mean, you're really just like targeting ace high, which definitely might call you. You know, I actually would presume at this point that given that another diamond came, he like follows through with another bet here in order to like ensure ace highs fold, as well as perhaps even get some 2 pairs to fold. Okay, and he's going small, which to me now is not targeting 2 pair as much, but still kind of targeting ace high, and actually potentially leaving the door open for a bet. The bet 3 bet doesn't make a ton of sense here with the king of flush blocker. I'd rather have rather be blocking a boat for that. This is an interesting river bet size, all things considered. I would normally expect bigger.
You put the idea in my head, though. Bet 3 bet would be pretty sexy, to be fair.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's like blocking the king high flush bet 3 bet. I mean, I guess it. But you're hoping a smaller, I mean, you're hoping a smaller flush than this raises you? Yeah, I guess it probably does.
We're about to see some ETO, in my opinion.
Elton is very suspicious here, and correctly so. He is trying to figure out what's going on. I think there's some things about this that don't make a lot of sense to him. And he'd like to try to win. But yeah, eventually he probably just goes, I have no idea what's going on, but don't feel comfortable making a move, so let's move on. That would be, I guess, be the thought process based on watching him.
Felt like Elton is going to get creative on the river there. Have a new chip leader. He's here at this table. Elias Talvitier up to just shy of 1.6 million.
And at least briefly the chip leader, the VIP Elias.
VIP Elias. You know who else is not going to be winning the 200k Coin Rivet Invitational, Brian?
Phil Ivey? Don't say Phil Ivey.
The reigning world champion, Espen Jorstad, has been eliminated. Rejammed King 10 of Diamonds. after Laszlo opened from the cutoff.
So I guess he just doesn't get to win the 2 biggest tournaments of the year.
True, only one, you know.
Only one of
just
the,
like 50%.
only the biggest tournament.
Only the biggest one, yeah, you know.
Not the second.
8,600 runner, 10,000 X ROI, you know. Just like,
yeah.
Plus all the glory that comes with it. But hey, it's just generous like that, you know. It's leaving it for someone else.
I know. What a guy. Oh man, brother, I got like 1/30th in the main. Had never gone so deep. What an experience! It's like that itself was like 5 or 6 days of play. I don't even remember. It's intense.
Intense. Things have started getting a little bit more intense here as players have quietened down. Tell you what else is intense. Wearing one of those bad boys, which I got to do yesterday when you and Ali tagged us out. Headed over to the...
yeah, you mean when the B team came in?
When the A team came in.
The B team came in to replace the A team last night.
The Jacob & Co stand and met with some of the watchmakers and representatives. The official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. And wow, gonna get to see those showcased in the coming days as we head into our first main event of the series starting tomorrow. We've already seen some of them showcased at the tables. KT comes to mind. I believe he's been rocking their Astronomia Casino watch with the functioning roulette inside. Roulette wheel, I should say.
And this is a pretty bad spot here for Ben Tollerane. And now it's, I mean, really is realistically, it's either running sevens or running spades, or I guess the king to chop.
Good game, guys.
Now it's down just to a king to chop.
GG's missed the Ben 86. A very strong start to the series, taking down the 30k 6-max, then final tabled the 50k 6-max, but no dice in the 200k coin Rivet Invitational. Dropping like flies out there.
Yeah, they really are. But a little bit to be expected. I mean, this is the part of the tournament where, you know, like in these tournaments, right, you start pretty deep. And there's a lot of deep stack play on day one. But with the 50-minute levels, the blinds keep moving up. And now you're getting to the spot where it's kind of starting to hit a lot of these stacks that haven't run it up yet. And you just get a lot of all-ins, and somebody loses and they're out. So
23.
This is just a function of the way the tournament works, and you know the levels. You know, 50 minutes is not very long. I mean, this ultimately it's only a 3-day tournament, which is, you know, of decent length, but and not a turbo, but it's also not like a super long structure.
Somebody have red chips?
JNT going to defend his big blind. Queen 10-0.
Yeah.
Jason Kuhn opening from under the gun with the sevens.
Seems reasonable. Oh my.
GG's. GG's, Mr. JNT.
Maybe. Depends how he plays it. I mean, here's the thing is, I mean, you just never know with JNT. You'd imagine he's not check raising here. If he check raises, it's GG. But, you know, I mean, probably just call. And if you just call, you know, a lot of runouts, you don't go broke. Although, I mean, he's definitely losing a sizable pot.
Well, 100k in the middle, 250 behind. And with that turn card, Brian, JNT is now drawing dead.
Yeah, and that's not a great turn card for him. You know, I mean, yeah, it fills in like 8-6, but otherwise it's kind of blanky. It's not a club. It's definitely a card Kuhn will continue to bet for value with the 4th nuts. That's how strong 7s are. And, oh, wow. Just check jam. Oh, yeah, because Kuhn went big.
And Kuhn betting pot on the turn, and J&T with the check raise, getting it in dead.
Thank you.
Good game.
It's nice playing with you.
I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of J&T, at least in the main event tomorrow. But for now, all eyes on Jason Kuhn, 4-time Triton champion. Moves up to the, I was going to say top of the pack. Moves up to 3rd in chips. Overall with 66 left.
Bullshit, man.
Kuhn finding a nice bet size on the turn to really target top pairs, stack off a size that says, hey, don't think top pairs folding, let me get in stacks versus them drawing dead, and let me really make a difficult price for straight and flush draws to continue.
Eric Warre, the world's most watched and most trusted resource for network marketing training.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess world's most trusted. I guess that's how you get the kind of money to.
That's strong. This book, GoPro, 7 Steps to Becoming a Network Marketing Professional. Solid reviews online. Should I order it, or should I just ask him if he has a spare copy lying around?
Bro, is Jason Kuhn just going to win this one and increase his Triton title lead?
Wow.
I mean,
saving it for the big ones.
Yeah.
Saved it for the 150k in Madrid. Bricked everything, or thereabouts. Then just shipped the 150k short deck. Penultimate event of Madrid. That's how it's done. Just win the big stuff.
Big buy-ins only.
There we go. Do apologise. He had a couple of sixth place finishes in Madrid before winning the 150k.
Nobody with anything here. And Elton susses that out and takes it down with the bet.
If, and I'm speculating, you know, this is a strong if Jason Kuhn were to take this down for 5.5 million, he would move up to 4th. He'd move up to 5th, overtaking David Peters and Eric Seidel, and just behind Stephen Chidwick on the all-time money list. There's a lot of stake here, pal. We're not just talking 5.5 million, we're talking legacy and everything that comes with it.
I mean, Kuhn has had a really impressive career. No doubt about it. Ooh. Top set. Hand that sometimes gets checked back. Finds a very small bet here. 10K into 55K. Which encourages Greenwood to continue. I don't think we'll see Greenwood continue here to third pot on the turn. Yeah, pretty easy fold.
We have a new chip leader, Brian.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
His name is Linus Love. Linus Knowledger.
Wow. He whacked Kale in a pot.
Did. Kale kind of value owning himself a bit. Just took a look at the hand history. The Phil Ivey assassin.
Oh yeah, but I mean, bet the river really small. Like down bet the river, I guess, and it didn't get raised. But yeah, kind of tough spot it looks. Yeah, excited to watch Linus Love operate with a lot of chips here. Especially in this tournament where they're probably going to be deeper, longer than most. I feel like that's more Linus's wheelhouse. I mean, you know, for those that don't know, Linus is just one of the best cash game players. Just crushes the no-limit cash streets and, you know, usually plays pretty deep. I do think, especially having done commentary there sometimes with short stacks and ICM in these tournaments, I feel not that he's not good in those spots, but that maybe there are some players that are a bit more experienced than him in those. I have seen a few hands where I think maybe he didn't make the right decision. But when it comes to deep stack play here, we're talking 60, 80, 100 big blinds plus. He's got to be one of the very best in this field among a group of great world-class players, right? So, I mean, that's his wheelhouse as a cash game player. So, you know, him getting a lot of chips in this is dangerous.
It really is.
For sure. Yeah.
I'm just reading now over on Paul Poir's poker blog an entry from Linus Love when he was just 19 years old, saying worst day ever, minus $200 just today. He was doing a 10 NL bankroll challenge when he was 19. And a poster simply responded, good luck in this project, I'll be following. You can make it to NL 20 one day. I have faith. And fast forward, you know, a few years, here he is, chip leading. The 200K Coin Rivet Invitational. I mean, that was some 9 years ago, this entry, so it's 28 now. But still, from NL10 to 200Ks in 9 years, it's...
Two more players out.
Go on. Who are the casualties?
Luke Giles in 65th and none other than
Like, what brand is the
Philip
jacket?
No Home Jerome Ivy in
jacket, what
64th.
So the Dior jacket and the Balenciaga
How did they
hoodie.
fall, Mr.
Pretty
Ast?
soft. You know me?
Look, Ivy.
No Home Jerome.
Tens to queens.
Right.
And did not get the bad beat. That was versus Benjamin Heath. And Luke Looks like kings to ace queen. All in pre versus
Sternheimer.
Philip Sternheimer, my buddy. And I'll tell you what, I'm glad Philip won. Nothing against Luke, I don't know him. I'm friends with Philip, so cheering for my boy. Let's go, Philip.
You know, there are times when it's okay to not be impartial in the booth.
I'm not going to pretend that I'm completely
exactly.
impartial.
Like,
I've been in the poker world for 20 years. I know
on.
some people better than others. And
Exactly. Like Espen's out there, JK's out there. You know, there are people that you're pulling for.
Oh, and Kanapong.
KT out.
He's out now. I guess he was very short. But it looks like you don't get to see the hand gesture. It wasn't like an all-in pre-flop. But
actually, just looking at it now.
Down to 62. They're just flying out of here.
Which is exciting because it deepens the average stack in the field. Average stack currently 56 bigs.
I love that feeling though when you're like in a tournament and you're just playing a couple hands. 20 minutes later, look up, boom, the number's dropping. Great, no problem. Other people out, let's go.
This is a good fader.
Yeah. Till it's you, of course.
There are days when it never is you.
Yeah.
You win the tournament. And
well, I mean,
those rare
that doesn't
days.
happen that often. But
No,
there
of
are
course
days
not.
where it ends and you back up. You know, that happens quite frequently.
Yeah.
The days where you're just the last one with all the chips, I mean, you know. Winning tournaments is hard. It's no matter who you are, how good you are, it doesn't really happen that often. Definitely if you're really good, it happens a little bit more often than if you're not, but that's only a little bit more often. Yes, the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Triton Poker Plus app again. Must download. If you are following this without using the app, you are a stone cold sucker. You look around the room and who's the sucker? It's you. You don't have the app. Get your shit together. Download the app. Must use. I'm sorry. Just turn off the stream right now if you don't have the app. I just don't even want you to listen to me. I can't take it anymore. This app is too good. The players themselves are like, this app is the best thing that's ever happened to tournament poker. We have to use it. We're using it in the commentary booth, and you have access to the exact same thing we're using. Like, why wouldn't you use it? I don't understand. I got to stop because my autistic brain is literally exploding at the thought of you not using the app at home. Back to the action.
Oh, man. I see you take a sip of coffee. what did they put in there, Brian?
Yeah, you're right.
Something in the coffee.
Yeah, before this copy, I had a little bit less energy, but I'm ready to run a marathon right now. Let's go.
He's strapped in for the rest of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Triton Poker Plus is the app. All right.
Artistic brain chat. Artistic. ARTISTIC.
Here we are, Laszlo Boytas. We haven't seen too much of him so far in the 200K, but for those that don't know, this man is a straight-up PLO cash game killer. I feel pretty confident in saying, actually, in the recent years, the #1 largest winner in PLO cash online based on the numbers I've heard.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Tony G said on his site, Coin Poker or whatever it's called, 20 million, and he plays on all the sites, so it's probably more than that. It's pretty insane. Yeah, we're not playing PLO, but he's a pretty good no limit hold'em player too, it turns out.
Has a Triton title. Back in Madrid, took down the Turbo. the legend, Omaha for rolls.
Well, there you go. 10-5 off, just flopping trips. Life is good.
Laszlo Bojtas, the Espen Jorstad Slayer. Espen rejammed his King 10 into Laszlo's aces. 26 bigs. See what Boljan comes with here on the turn.
Yeah, guys in the chat who keep discussing this, listen, I get nothing for you downloading the app. It's not like I have like a promo code and I get money. It's just that in front of me, if you notice, and you know, my esteemed colleague here, there's a little iPads. Do you know what's on this iPad? The app. When we tell you guys, oh, this guy has this many chips and we're checking hands out, we're not getting like some special tool that only us commentators have. We're actually just using the app that you can use at home. That's how awesome it is. So I'm just telling you to use the awesome tool that we're using to commentate to you. But it's okay. Don't do it. You know, somebody's like, oh, the app's a trap. Oh, yeah, you're going to download all your information. No, they're not. Just use the app, okay? It's what we're using.
Wait,
all
well,
right?
there's a conspiracy theory
listen,
now
there's
around
always
the
some
app.
paranoid MFer in the chat who's got the crazy theory. Like, you know, okay, all right, buddy. I don't know. I have the Triton app on my phone. Are they tracking me? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Just whatever.
Oh, man. All of a sudden, we know the locations of absolutely everyone, you know? Wow.
Yeah, Triton's
Strong.
plan to take over the world. One poker player at a time.
I mean, listen, you know.
Welcome, bro.
No, guys, just listen. You're here following the tournament with us. Why not follow it in the best way possible? With the exact same thing we have. Check out the chip counts. Check out every table. Even see the hands that get played. You can click on the players. Boom.
Are you a pro?
Oh,
or
and now you see like a literal graph of their chip stack from hand to hand. I mean, it's you know, it's awesome, but whatever. You know, don't do it. It's fine. My wife sometimes doesn't listen to me. Why should you?
It's a very good site.
I believe you.
It's in French, for French-speaking people. Eric, do you suggest it?
Yeah, of course. I wish I spoke French.
Hold up, they.
I wish I was better at poker.
They did next pro.
They're balancing.
There's some
Yeah,
like
'cause they keep
pro to
doing-
amateur ratio.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
right.
You didn't know
until
that?
this next
It's
break.
half-half.
That's why we're redrawing this break.
Oh, I had
After
no idea.
12, it's real random.
Very weird.
It's half-half and then 12 and then redraw, full redraw.
So now after this, it's full redraw
Yes.
random.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it's
Huh.
going to be full redraw random
Okay.
after this, because this time they were doing the half and half, but now it's
Guess that's cool.
random. So you could get tables that are,
Yeah.
you know, VIP heavy and tables that are pro heavy.
Something.
Yeah. That's pretty cool, actually.
That's a reason.
There's always hope.
Yeah. For everybody. I mean, there's always hope for everybody that way.
Yeah.
You know? Wow. Min cash means nothing. All the money up top.
Not for me.
Well, I mean, relative to the pay structure. All the money's in the top 4 places.
For sure.
And it's
I
just-
happily take 5th.
Well, yeah, but look, 380, 380, 400, 400, 400, 440, 440. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not.
You can
I
see
would
Kuhn
take this
discussing
right
the
now,
payout
please.
structure. He feels that it is top heavy,
Yeah, you gotta get.
I guess no POI
which
points.
makes a little sense. 5.5 was a little higher than I thought first would be, but I think they
So it's min cash and
wanted
play like
to
an
make a little bit of a statement in the
Alright.
first place. And
Seems to be the case
They
at
made
most.
it,
Your multi-table.
and they made it.
Yeah.
5.5.
No.
It
If
is.
it was short deck, I run all day, man.
How many people in that thing? Can you see?
Yeah, there's a big,
To come this way eventually.
bit more of a jump up, I
No,
think,
why
4
would
3
you do
2
that?
1 in
It's
this
just
one.
the
than
law.
some- no, I don't know. It's not that
Man.
extreme.
I already gave you chips. In the
You
spot.
did
I was supposed
not.
to take a bunch of chips from you. Your ace 8 suited of hearts. I just folded. Like a coward.
Like a coward. Buddies are 4 and 5.
Oh, yeah? Go buddies.
Johan coming with a little sub 20% block bet on the river and gets looked up by ace high. Some value right there, pal. From the underpair.
That's not a bit. That's not something a businessman would do.
Yeah, I mean, Johan being in the businessman side is also one of the more.
Nah.
He's a businessman. He's like a poker pro who does a poker
PokerPro.fr.
business.
He owns the site and everything, you know? He's like out here.
But that's how he. No, didn't he make it playing poker and then started that as an extension of his poker playing?
Maybe, but still a business that he runs. And well, plenty of business over on GG Poker in the form of running it twice, 3 times, cashing out, you know, all of that good stuff. WSOP online, running through till September the 27th. And you'll also be able to qualify for future Triton events.
Henry, I got a question for you. I could listen. I don't really play that many. I don't travel for poker tournaments. Haven't played that many in the last few years. And I'm doing commentary now. This is my 3rd stint in a row. I'm a commentator. Could I get on the businessman side of this?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
I mean, hear me out.
Yeah.
You think Linus has bluffs in that spot against Ivy?
62.
You're a businessman. You're throwing the ace-10 with the ace of diamonds out there, you know? No, I'm only trolling. No, I mean, look, there was a panel of judges.
Yeah.
Paul Poir, Rob Young, Jason Kuhn. Every entry, or every person that applied to play in this tournament had to go through the same process, and it was voted on. I mean, there's always going to be people that, you know, are close, and there are going to be people that lean more towards pro but made into the business side and vice versa.
I think ultimately they kind of also just wanted to get as many people as possible in. Right. And for people that are close, they figure it doesn't matter too much. Maybe it's slightly better for them, but you know, 8 levels we combine.
I'm a big believer. Moan it in.
Moan it in?
Moan it in. That is a solid strat. I'm a fan of moaning it in.
You know, Sean Perry probably dropped the, if you don't let me on the businessman side, I'm not going to play. And they convened and were like, okay, well, let's get Sean Perry in the tournament, so fine, whatever. I mean, I'm just being real. Maybe a little too real for the stream. I'll back it down a little bit. Silence is a form of consent.
No comment from me, pal. No comment from me. Don't drag me through the dirt on this one.
I know. I'm gonna ride this one solo. You want no part of what I'm doing over here.
Couple more bust outs. Brian Bossman, Richard Young out in 62nd. Christoph Vogelsang also eliminated, ripping the ace-5 against Ben Heath's queens. After Ben opened the button, Christoph ripped the small for 25 bigs and just ran into it. Ben Heath now, I feel like, is taking a couple of scalps. Where is he?
Oh, Ben Heath got another one? He must be up in the top 20 then, I would guess.
Yeah, he's moved up to 11th, 87 bigs. Dive back into the action here. 169,000 in the middle. Brian Elke with 172 behind, and Boldogin has turned a flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up one of his best cards here. So, I mean, what was this raise c-bet flop? Looks a little big for that.
Bet 85.
Yeah, he's asking Elke a question. Do you want to play for it? And probably with top pair, good kicker here, the answer to that question is, I mean, should certainly be yes.
Yeah, single raise pot. Elke defending the big with Queen Jack.
Yeah, and
a sizable bet on the flop, by the
right?
way.
Yeah, that's the only way the pot gets this big.
Yeah,
but,
it's a pot-sized bet with the King 7 of diamonds.
And now he hit one of his good cards and half pot. I mean, I think he probably folds versus a jam here. Maybe. I don't know. It's a weird bet size here, 85K. It's kind of uncomfortable when you get moved. I'd almost rather, it's like pot, like just put them all in or bet a little smaller. I mean, you're almost, like, look, you can see he's 25%, right? Like, if Elke moves in, he might actually be getting the odds to call.
Yeah. It's going to be getting like 3-1 on a call, thereabouts. 4-1 on a call.
Yeah, I guess he calls. But, wow, is Elke going to fold this? This would be a semi-ridiculously tight fold, in my opinion. I mean, essentially, this was a pot where Elke had less than 30 bigs to start, like maybe 25 bigs.
Started the hand with...
And I mean, on this board, you defend the big blind with King Jack, just calling a flop bet. Folding here is like really tight and definitely not the standard play. Yeah, okay, Elke.
Count, please.
In it goes, and...
So see, this is it. He just doesn't know that he's going to call. To me, that... I'm just not a big fan of his bet sizing here. Yeah, okay. Well, he knows he has to call for that bet sizing.
Elke needs to fade a king or a diamond. Let's move up to over $500,000 in chips.
All right. I'm glad he didn't sit there and take a really long time, because that shows me that he didn't think through the bet sizing. So he did think it through. He just wanted to make sure it was right. Anyway.
Looked like a brick on the river, 7 of spades. Elke gets the full double. Yeah, and the rest of the table, going to see Boldogin continued for pot with King 7 on the Jack 8-4. Elke will take it. Morton Klein and Nicky P will not be winning the Coin Rivet Invitational, as they've been eliminated on the outer tables.
Wow, the Nicky P dry spell just continues. Poor guy, 11, 16, it's 20 in a row now.
My Patrick Antonius has just run a 3, so we're going to play the last 3 hands before the redraw. So please, if you start a shuffle, look ahead your arm, otherwise deal the last 3 hands, please. Please,
W Coupe Sunday! Seen that video?
No.
No way, that's a Nicky P classic.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'll show it to you on break.
Okay.
You're doing 3 hands though, so you...
So 3 more hands before we go on break.
Why are we doing that? Because people left the table.
No, I mean,
No,
he specifically said it was random.
So they're going to do a full redraw.
At some,
Yeah, I understand what you mean. That's quite observant.
I didn't know when they were going to do it, but basically the idea was,
we were going to meant to play Rex for like 3 hours today, right? And they changed it.
yeah,
Sus,
it was
Mr.
like, yeah, it was
Kelvin.
50-50 at some point, and then at some point it goes from 50-50 to a random redraw. You got screwed because you got this guy who's.
I don't mind.
What do you know about me?
I played a bunch of online poker with you.
Dealer versus, what was it?
It's okay, it doesn't matter.
That's a good question.
I don't care about, I don't want to limit
No,
someone's
no,
earnings because they
Right, but talk about
that's,
when you
that's
actually
not,
don't know
I
about
wouldn't want
me.
someone to
It's
limit my
ridiculous.
earnings if I was good at something.
I have not played a lot of online poker with you, for what it's worth.
I see it in Laszlo's eyes. He knows.
Like
but no, I'm just saying, like, you know, you wanted to play with like a.
Just.
You wanted to play from like with an Indian businessman or an Iranian businessman, not a Finnish businessman.
I was drinking the whole first day, okay? I'm on a holiday. This is the only place I can travel with my Turkish girlfriend without visa.
I mean,
if
I could have,
Sam Greenwood.
I would drink all day.
The best answer is to say nothing and just win the tournament.
Right,
right. You know.
But I can't.
I'm not a major fan of.
Was Greenwood going after Talviti as not being a businessman, which I was basically just doing as well? Yeah.
No, but I'm just sorry,
My
James.
career.
What I was saying is though, like it was the way the tournament was structured was it was split, then it's 50-50, then they mix them all up.
Yeah.
And now we're at the mix them all up stage.
The redraw this morning was 50.
Oh, now they're talking about the redraw. But what did Greenwood say about Talviti at the table?
They played a bunch of online poker with him.
There was one pro with a hat on.
Yeah, that was honestly when I looked at Talviti's history, bunch of like online caches and like a few kind of like small tournaments. I'm like, this doesn't look like the history of like a rich VIP type guy. And then I heard people speculating he was like an online like player last night. I'm watching the guy play. He's just like playing GTO pre-flop. I'm like, okay, all right.
This year, next year with the recession, I guess you just got to assume that businessmen interest will decrease.
Sometimes having nobody know who you are comes in handy.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do as well.
And this guy slipped it in the 200K. And I don't know. Is in pretty good position. He's got the 1.7 right now.
I think it's a bit out of line for Greenwood to say it on stream. Like at the end of the day, it's not Talviti's decision.
No.
You know, like just like being sour like that is a bit out of line in my opinion. That's why there was, you know,
well,
the board members that got to decide who went on what side.
I don't know if out of line is the right word. I think everybody's free to say what they want. I mean, you know, Greenwood's a person who put up 200K and is in the field and is entitled to voice his opinion. At the end of the day, he's still playing.
Sure, but don't call the person at the table out like it's not, you know, it's not his fault. And then like saying to James Board, you would rather play with Lebanese and Turkish businessmen and not Finnish businessmen. It's like, what's it got to do with the country that he's from?
No, I agree. I agree with that for sure.
Board ripping it in on the button for his final 11 bigs. Laszlo Wojtas looking him up from the small.
James Board, we just haven't seen him play like a single hand. Finally basically gets a spot, plays it right, and you know, runs into it.
Some help from the deck. 5 would chop it.
And we will start a 30-minute break. You will come
A club would now win it. 5 or a 6 for a chop. Club for the win, or an 8.
only play with your partner.
No dice.
Yeah.
Brick City for James Board. One of my favorite players to watch in the high stakes cash games. Couldn't get anything running here in the Coin Rivet Invitational.
5 seconds. Who is it?
Sosha. Yeah, he really couldn't get anything going.
She's not a professional player at all.
This looks like a pretty brutal spot for Danny Tang here. I mean, their hands
Very sneaky for
right up next to each other.
Yeah.
In fact, 2 pips different. Only the ace 10 between king 10 and jacks. Oh my goodness. Did Johan just fold 2 jacks?
I believe he did, Brian. Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Was that check raise flop? One would assume. Let's jump back into the action over from the app.
For
Give me 2
65K
before we
into,
go, okay? This one and the next one.
into 155.
That's greedy, man.
We got
Yeah,
3
so he
hands.
defended big blind. Check raised the 10-7-7. Johan C-bet for 15K. Danny Tang check raised to 50K. Bet 65K on the turn, and Johan folded.
Yeah, that's... Okay.
Okay.
20.
I mean, they're short enough that obviously Danny can be going king 10, ace 10 for value there, which he was. Another interesting spot where somebody's value, playing a hand for value and gets a better hand to fold. Not the first time I've seen that here at Triton in this series. But, man, Johan sees some monsters in the closet in some different pots. Guy makes big folds. It's like the 3rd time this series.
Chidwick with the big blind defend. Potential lead
14.
spot. Yeah, he does come with the lead on the 7-5-4 rainbow. Some hands he's gonna, sorry, some turn cards he's gonna pick up equity and be able to continue to barrel. Really putting Fateh's overpairs and suited broadways, ace kings, ace queens of the world in a tough spot.
Call.
83,000 in the middle.
Ooh. It's a card that is actually better for Chidwick, as it gives him some sort of draw, whereas before he really just had nothing. And Fateh now has to be worried because there's a 1-card straight on the board. So, pretty natural spot for Chidwick to continue bluffing. That said, Fateh has a gut shot, along with the overpair. Quite a small bet. Hard to see this bet this small getting 8s out. But I do think when Chidwick bets this small with 9 high, knowing that it doesn't have a ton of fold equity,
They usually rewind the clock.
probably fine
They
on the
usually do.
river.
I sure hope so, because it's clicking.
Call.
Yeah, I think we're pretty...
Yep.
I think we're quite likely to see
A weird
final
bagging
barrel
chips?
here by
Yeah,
Chidwick.
yeah, that makes the most sense, I guess.
And his bet on the turn was small enough that it's not like his range is only 6s here. Like, that card could fill him up. If he had 2 pair or a set, I mean, the bet on the turn definitely is small enough to include some hands like that.
I mean, it's true, right?
We still got another full hand to play. You're going to reset that, yeah?
Don't believe they're just going to run through. Some people are going to lose about 10 minutes of the break. It's only intended as a 15-minute break anyway, but just it's extra 15 for the process of like.
Maybe he goes big here. What do you think, Henry? You see pot or bigger?
I think the sizing you'd have to go for is pot, right? As you already mentioned, you know, the small sizing on the turn does keep in some 2 pairs, some sets he isn't.
Yeah, my guess is he goes for a sizing that asks 2 pair to fold, but maybe not a straight. So something like 2/3 to pot. Oh wow, he's going small. This is interesting. Maybe he's still asking 2 pair to fold here, but trying to give himself the cheapest possible size in order to do that. I mean, clearly this size is not asking a straight to fold. But yeah, it's still asking 2 pair and getting a very good price to do so, like 3-1 on the bluff, asking 2 pair to fold. And we'll see whether or not it works, because our man has 2 pair.
Yeah, it's going to take his time. Chidwick led flop. 1/3 on the turn. Apologise, a bit quarter pot on the turn. Fires a triple barrel on the river.
5 seconds.
And it has that feeling of milkiness. A lot of small bets. Let me keep my opponent in. I know I have the best hand. I want to get paid off. These all could be thoughts Fate is having, that he thinks Chidwick is doing to him. Like he knows I'm an amateur. He's betting small to keep me in this. Maybe I shouldn't oblige him. I'm going to go ahead and fold. But he finds the call and will be very pleased to see that his 8s are good. Nice call, sir.
So with that, we have one more hand before break. Adi Reza up to just shy of 800,000 chips.
Not an easy one.
Yeah, it was very hard.
Looks like Linus Love is just running away with it on the outer tables, first to cross the 2 million chip mark. He's just been chipping away at Cale Burns.
It's a dangerous man.
Has Cale Burns down to just sub 20 bigs now. Up to 2.1 million to be precise.
Wow, the number of tables.
Yeah, we've lost half the field.
4 tables.
Is that... No, that can't be right.
No, it can't be right.
Guys,
Okay.
65,000. Fold.
Do we have to bag, or were you?
I believe those are just the tables that still have a hand
Or were you? Can we
running on them.
Oh, yeah, because we're running into break. Yeah,
Cards
correct.
go on break.
Oh, and they're redrawing.
The
Yeah,
full redraw, yeah.
That's right.
5 seconds.
Oh, wow, and they even have, as players fold, they disappear from the table.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, right?
I mean, what the hell? This app is a little crazy.
Do you want to do the app plug once more before we go on break?
I've done it enough. I've got to save it later, you know? I mean, these people are going to think I'm...
You're trying to track them.
I've already gone pretty far with it.
So
But
Jason
guys,
Kuhn.
download the app, guys. What's going on?
Jason Kuhn with the 3-bet just before break. He closes things out. 5th in chips, but it is Linus Love leading the final 57 as we head into that break. Brian, as you mentioned, the full random redraw now. I'm really looking forward to finding out, how this RNG plays out. Who gets the table of death. There's going to be one table of death out there, right?
There's definitely, there'll be a table that's clearly the toughest table.
There's going to be a clear tough table, and then there's going to be like 1 or 2 pros on a great table, and everyone's going to be, annoyed that they didn't get that seat draw.
Yeah. That's definitely one of the few times that I feel like a little bit. Usually I almost never have this feeling, but that's like the one time I feel a little envy. You get the table draw. It's like that one guy. Just look at that table. It's great. But,
oh man. Well, welcome back to the broadcast booth. Brian Ross alongside myself, Henry Kilwain. Brian, I mean, it started off pretty slowly today, and then over the last 2 levels, just seems to be bust out after bust out. Couple of big names to mention: Nikki P, Christoph Vogelsang, Bossman, Richard Young, KT, Phil Ivey, Ben Tollerine, world champion, Espen Jorstad, all out. We're down to the final 57, so we've lost over half the field now.
I mean, yeah, coming into today, we saw a lot of the VIPs with the larger chip stacks, right, based on the way the day one play had broken. But that's totally shifted, and it's been return of the pros. And now looking at the top of the board, I mean, it's just littered with pros who have just marched their ways up the ranking. Linus Love, Fedor Holes, Jason Kuhn, Ponikovs, Seth Davies.
Yeah.
You know, and Linus Love is starting to run away with the chip lead a little bit, kind of like how Leon did yesterday. So, and that's a dangerous man right there.
He is a dangerous man, and we're going to go to break. When we come back, obviously, the full redraw. We're going to throw things down to the main feature table where Lulu Yang is having a chat with GG ambassador Felipe Ramos, and Brian and I will see you on the flip side of break. See you guys shortly.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Felipe Ramos, a very successful poker pro from Brazil. And as I know, you know, for my impression that Brazilian people are very, very good at competitions, like beauty pageants and football matches, and now poker events. And this is your very first Triton trip. How's everything going so far?
Well, it's going very well. So I'm very fortunate to be here. I'm happy to be visiting Triton for the first time. It's such an amazing event. Of course, I'll be back. I'll play most of the events. And yes, Brazilians, we're very passionate about what we do. And poker nowadays is our biggest passion. So we happen to have like a big community, a lot of great players, and it's only growing. So it's a blessing.
As we know that there are some other Brazilian players who are very, very good, and especially in these sessions, like Yuri, he was almost win the first trophy in the first trip. And you pair with American businessman Sean Perry. How do you know each other? And why didn't you pair with some Brazilian players?
Yes, so I know Sean from the tables, right, from Las Vegas, and I came last minute to the event. Right. So I would love to. I was actually thinking about it. How cool would it be? And I think I'm gonna do this next time, to invite some Brazilian legend, like a soccer player or like a,
are you serious?
A musician to come and play and hang out. I think they will love this event. I was just thinking, you know, because it's very private, it's very like low key, it's like very pleasant. So they will love the experience. I was thinking about that, but as I came last minute. So I was happy to take Sean's invitation, which I thank very much. And I'm here alive, so I'm trying to survive, trying to make it. And as far as you said about the Brazilian players, yeah, I do believe that Yuri is one of the best players in the world nowadays. We also have like a group of players that can be considered like top players in the world. And that's a big inspiration for us, a country which is new to poker. So we aim to inspire more players and new players to come to the game.
Yeah, well, I'll hope that we'll have more Brazilian players coming to and play Triton event. And also, good luck for the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational. And this is like considered one of the biggest of this series. And good luck.
No, it's amazing. Like for us, it's like this buying. If we calculate in Brazilian currency, it's $1 million buying. You know, for us, like in our currency, a little bit over. So
in
like,
all currencies.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a huge deal for the pros. I bet it's a huge deal as well for the businessmen, for the amateurs. It's just like a beautiful event. I hope I run deep, I cash, and I make the final table.
Yeah, well, as we wish, like good luck, and hope we'll see you for longer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Potential lead spot for Vogelsang?
Yeah, definitely. He can definitely have 8s in his range. He has a hand specifically that has a decent amount of equity when called and would like to take down the pot.
You got a nice house there?
Pretty good semi-bluff spot.
You can take one of his rooms.
Oh, you got extra rooms and shit?
Yeah, 4 rooms.
So
Take
Vogelsang
one
in
of
the
them.
tank. See what it comes with.
How old are you?
Did you see him come with 1/3?
Who is this guy? Yesterday he was in. Ooh.
And it's on the pro side too.
What's that?
He's a pro.
He's a pro.
Does opt to lead.
But he was
So how do you know?
shouting.
What's his name? Who is it?
Why is
But I saw.
Who is the guy?
So point to who? Which table?
Pro.
It's a sizable one, Brian.
Honestly, I don't
Comes
know.
with more than half pot.
I can't see.
Multi-way.
But yeah, he was shouting a lot.
Yeah, I think Vogelsang wants to get draws out. He knows an 8's not folding, and 10 probably doesn't fold. But he would definitely like to get all other draws out, because any other draw is just beating him, such as Jack 9, 9-7, or clubs. So when he's called here, I think he can be kind of put Ivy on a range that's very value heavy. Not saying Ivy can't have draws, like maybe the nut flush draw. Probably like 3x with a club. But besides that, very like 10 and 8
They will switch over to the left.
heavy. And now Vogel has to ask himself, well, you're never getting 3/8 to fold, but for 60% pot, can he get 10s and 8s to fold?
What a gangster.
And yeah, and Vogel decides that, yeah, he can maybe get 10s and 8s to fold here. He has no showdown, and he's going to follow through. And despite the fact that he has the 7-6 of clubs, because of the way he played this on the turn, Ivy doesn't have a lot of club flush draws, so those blockers not being so bad for him. I think that's a lot of his thinking. And now Ivy just kind of has to decide, like, kind of either Vogel kind of has an 8, trip 8s, or he turned a draw into a bluff, and which one is it? And he's getting not quite as good of a price as you see, because an extra 130K there isn't called, but he's calling 120 to win 320, so like nearly 3-1.
Yeah, I feel like this particular combo from Vogelsang is the one that he wants to do it with, right? Like the 7-6 of clubs.
It makes a lot of sense for sure. I would say the 6 of diamonds is it's not a bad side card for him. I mean, like, it doesn't really matter what his kicker is. I kind of don't think Vogel has 10x here very much, and if it is, it's maybe like ace 10 or king 10. So like Ivy's pure bluff catching. A non-club 6 seems... I mean, I don't think Vogel really ever has just like 7-6 offsuit, or like, you know what I mean? That would be just really weak semi-bluff. So the 6 isn't blocking any, the 6 of diamonds isn't blocking any of Vogel's bluffs, I think. So Ivy has a reasonable hand to call with, but it's also a spot where you're pure bluff catching, so you don't just need to call all of these. So it's dicey. And
for his tournament life as well, this
Yeah.
is bullet number 2 for Ivy. Will not be able to re-enter.
This is a big spot for him here, and let's see if one of the greatest to ever do it can figure it out against Darth Vogel hiding in the hoodie.
The Sith Lord of poker.
Yeah, no such 5.
Yeah.
Or,
Hi,
there's no
welcome.
such thing 4.
Everything bricks, wood, Christoph.
This is
Jam
a tough
king, X of
spot,
clubs.
but you know what? I believe in my man Ivy. Feel like he gets it done here.
Ivy deep in the tank for his tournament life. We can obviously see it at home.
He
on the
did
screen.
just call off with the king high flush after 5 time banks. Might have, man, I wish I folded that. Kind of knew he had the nut flush. Will that affect his psychology in this one? Does it want to just call it off twice in the same tournament and be out? Will he be able to separate the hands?
Waiting, bro.
This is a tough spot.
See if he comes with the okay
Oh,
call.
it's putting it in. That's the put in. And you stack them. Oh, but he's hesitating. He's going to do it.
You should put the 200Ks in front.
Phil Ivey deep in the tank again.
There we go, Phil. I knew he was going to do it. Let's go, buddy.
10-6 of diamonds, and he's going to get shown the 7 high from Vogelsang.
That's my guy.
Let's go, Phil Ivey. Up to 444,000.
So it's always kind of fun, like someone you play cash with, some, you know, doing well and whatever in the tournaments. That's part of it. And the other part of it is, you know, I just like, listen,
and then tournament too.
Ivey was on like the greatest stretch in modern poker history. That's why a lot of people consider him the GOAT. Went through a bit of a rough patch, but, you know, took a lot of time off poker, really, right? Went sober, been sober for years now, stuff like that. And it's kind of come back, and slowly but surely, like I've even seen over the course of Triton in the last year or two, a lot of the old Phil's coming back. And you're starting to see a lot of really good play, a lot of really good tournament results. And, you know, I'm a fan of that too, right? As a guy who's been in the game for 20 years, I like to see one of these old guard guys, even a little older than me, you know, come back and show the young bucks.
That's it.
That we still got it, okay? We might be in our 40s, but you know what? Slow your roll, young fella.
These young whippersnappers out here putting us through the blender with 7 high, you know?
Nah, bro.
Nah, bro, cool. Top pair, good. Let's go. Balanovsky, by the way, defending the big blind after Chinwei Lim opened the button with aces. See the queen, queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Balanovsky flopping trip queens. Nice hand, Phil. Sure we'll be seeing plenty more of Ivey.
19.
19.
Balanovsky on the flop. Asking Chinwei Lim, does he want to roll the dice for all of it?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have aces and the ace of diamonds. Unlucky, pal.
You have like 10 blinds, you know? It is what it is. You know, he's going to come with call, but just don't think there's any turn he's folding. Nice life. Victor.
Well, he has some additional emergency outs now. Brian with the 3 of diamonds rolling off on the turn. He'll take a black ace though, you know?
Certainly will.
All in, and a call. Chinwei Lim, the player at risk. He will have the option.
You know, it just might not be your day when you have aces and queen 5 off. Runs you down.
Oh, doesn't matter. As the king of diamonds rolls off on the river. I think Chinwei Lim running diamonds.
42.
No need to re-enter. See if Leon fires out here. LTO picking up diamonds and the gut shot.
Pairs in the Coin Rivet Invitational on competition the hands are on. All pairs on a 15-minute break. That's all pairs in the Coin Rivet Invitational. 15-minute break on competition the hands are on. I remind all pairs to sell off your 500 chips before you leave for your break, please.
So with the 30% bet on the turn, yes, trying to fold out exactly these types of hands, but Fatahi going nowhere. with the ace-king. Players prepare for break. 5 of spades. Leon misses his flush draw. Stone bottom of range with just 6 high. Is reaching for chips. 160k out there.
70,000.
I feel like this is going to work. See if Fatahi can sniff this one out. It's King Queen, Ace Jack, King Jack. That's like Ace 7, Ace 6.
5 seconds.
We didn't call.
Fatahi really mulling things over here with Ace High. Button the big blind. Throws in another time bank extension. The fact that Fatahi is tanked so long with this spot.
Yeah. Tough spot. And, you know, he's basically, the way this pot played, it seems like he's just beating flush draws.
Does
Back
let
row
it
flush
go.
draws.
Leon tables the 6 high.
Closing, you will receive 5 more upon reaching the final table.
Never used more time banks in my life.
Yeah, and in position.
That 20 seconds is a huge difference.
It's real fast. Yeah, 20 and 30
Chidwick
is
now
big.
deciding whether or not he wants to
Should have a 10-second pre-flop
c-bet this combo 3-way.
I'm fine for it if they
Comes with
if
no
you did like
there.
1 through 5.
A lot of incentive to bet here
10's fast.
with
It's actually
eights.
fine, you know, for
Definitely
a raise,
want
but when
to
it's like
get
a 3-bet or 4-bet pot,
over cards out,
Antonius,
of which your opponents are very likely to
ran a
have them.
tournament where they had like a
He
dynamic
checks back
pre-flop clock. So it
and
was like 20 seconds to
bangs
stall,
out
and then it was like
the best turn
25.
card
It was
in
like
the
40
deck
if you
for
got
him.
3-bet,
2
and
out
like
over
40 if
full
you got
house.
4-bet or something.
that makes
That is
sense.
It's like a cool
a
idea
pure
to do.
turn card for the Frenchman.
because I mean, it.
Yeah, and
I was doing a couple
Kudanov here
3 and
has
4
that
and
queen of
5-bet pots, it's
spades.
like, what?
Might want to start
How do you-
bluffing this combo to get ace and king highs to fold.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they
drawing
get peeled, man.
stone
Once you
dead
have
to
6-bet,
eights
you get 10
fold.
seconds. You have aces laid up.
37,000.
Sure.
Comes with a large turn probe, Brian. 37 into 66.
Yeah, just over half pot. I imagine eights just call in position here, especially after checking back the flop. And also especially given that their SPRs are pretty low. I mean, you call and it's a 1 SPR on the river. Can't really imagine raising here. In fact, I think the raise would be a bad play with this hand.
You don't want to keep all the bluffs in, right? 7 9s,
Yeah.
7 5s,
Well, actually,
1 spade holdings.
way less than 1 SPR. In 94 to 140, it's... So now Kudanov, what do I do? Queen high almost certainly has no showdown. Can I bluff Johan out of this pot? What if he has 7s or 5s with a spade? What if he has like ace jack off with the ace of spades?
Well,
those are
he
all
rips
hands
it
to
in
bluff.
and gets snap called from Johan Gilbert, who gets the full double. Couldn't knock down to just
90 something.
No, you don't cover. You have like 94, and he has
Oh, okay,
he has
sorry,
108.
Okay, so yeah.
10:30.
Do.
Yeah, we're back.
Mics are hot.
And so is GG Poker.
We're live, Brian. We are live. We are back from break. Day 2 of the 200k Coin Rivet Invitational. Brian Rust alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Brian, we had a little walk out there through the room. Desserts, fruit, coffee, all consumed on break, and we're back for another couple of hours here before we pass over to the A team. But between now and then, we've got a lot to talk about because there's one man that we all know has a lot of chips.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah?
The double L.
The double L. Linus Love coming back from break as chip leader. We have lost over half the field. 57 players left with that man leading the count. And he's going to be on our main feature stage. We saw a lot of people, in the comment section asking to see more of the double L. And here he is on the table with Mikita Badziakowski, Paul Nui, Chinwei Lim, Ali Reza, Elton Zhang, and Patrick Antonius. So we're going to give the fans what they want in the form of some Linus Love action on the red table, Mr. Ast.
Give the people what they want.
Fedor Holtz, also at the top of the chip counts. Third overall, GG Poker Ambassador has 121 big blinds, and he's going to be battling it out on the red stage with, one of the bad boys of poker, Tony G, 29 bigs, Vyacheslav Boldazhin, Mustafa Kanit, Alexei Platonov, Carl Gassian, and Michael Zhang. Brian, what has been texted in Michael Zhang's group chat when you get this random seat draw and the people that have got a small piece ask you, who did you get? And you're like, Fedor Holtz on my direct left with the chip lead.
Yeah, definitely not the exact precise table configuration I'm sure he was looking for. That said, all things considered, I feel like he has to feel pretty good overall about the table draw, right? This is a table draw that definitely leans more towards the VIPs than the pros. So even though you're directly out of position, I'm sure overall, positive thumbs up, let's go get it in the WhatsApp chat with Michael Zhang.
There we go.
And he's out of position to Fedor, who has 1.5, but Michael only has 600K. So, that extra 900K, not very relevant, at least for now.
For sure. Well, Michael Zhang going to be playing out position as we jump down to the main stage against Fedor Holtz. But, 53 big blinds, big blind 12K as we enter level 13, day 2 of the 200k Coin Rivet Invitational. And it is Linus Love, the Phil Ivey assassin.
Nice. What big hands did you have?
Way out in front with 2.1 million.
Medium pot.
Oh.
The
no
redraw
luck,
has
just
been
skill.
had.
Just medium pot.
57 players remaining, coming back on level 13.
Redraw's been done, sorry.
12,000. Best of luck.
5.5 million for first. Still a long old way to go
Good hand.
until we get down to the money bubble. 17 places paid in cash of 380,000.
I'm looking at all the tables. I don't think there, at the current time, is a real table of death. Yeah. They actually still seems pretty well distributed, which is interesting. We were speculating on that, but
no table of death.
No, I don't think so. I think there isn't a table with less than 2 VIPs out of 8 tables.
Yeah, I'm looking
25.
for it now.
Sorry,
Over on the
776.
Triton Poker Plus app.
310.
And I have to agree. It looks like a good mix. Final 8 tables. As we jump into the first hand
108.
at this feature table, and it's that man, Linus Love, with the 3-bet squeeze from the small.
108.
Double L laying down the law.
Double L.
Against some hands that really can't take the heat, all things considered. And I mean, 4s, yeah, much too short to continue here. I mean, it definitely can't call. If you thought Linus was bluffing here a lot, you could move in, but it's a pretty dicey proposition, and I definitely expect to fold. Yeah. I think that's a losing play in the long run.
Where are the glasses, Double L?
What happened here?
I gave him 25.
Yeah. I haven't got it.
Okay, so you're gonna.
You got the
I threw 25 in for change.
Yeah.
Good.
It should be right now, huh?
Thank you.
Dealer messed it up.
Some confusion. Patrick Antonius, 25k champ, with, is it safe to say, maybe call of the tournament? Call of the series with the Jack Deuce?
I'm sure it was the call of the tournament, but yeah, maybe the series so far. All things, I mean, considering the stakes, how far in the tournament, how big the pot was, how kind of big how tough the call was, bottom pair, multi-street betting. Yeah, it's a call of the series so far. Yeah, just what a tournament for Patrick. You know, not only getting his first Triton title after playing some events before, but, you know, just getting that me moment with the sick call for posterity. And here's our man we were just discussing, Patrick, raising it up. King Jack of Hearts in the cutoff. Paul Newey, mystery hand. Looks like he's gonna fold. Does fold. Don't know what his cards were.
Linus Love, 2.8 million in Triton earnings. 1 title, 7 cashes. Final table to 75k. Came 6th for 400k, the one that Cale Burns ended up taking down. A couple of near misses in Madrid.
You want me to move that? You told me to use this one for the cards? Keep that out there, yeah?
Must say, it's been oddly quiet the last couple of levels. It's very chatty at the start of the day.
Yeah, it was. But that changed slowly but surely as the days moved on.
Saw James Borden, Nicky P, Morton Klein eliminated just before break.
Patrick opens ace-10 off here and is going to hear from Mr.
Double
Love.
L.
Double L. I'll just
Double L.
hold firm with the name I've given him.
5 seconds.
Ooh, is that just call? flats the jacks in position.
Oh boy. Chinwei Lim in the
Ooh.
big. Ace Queen of Diamonds, sub 15.
Yeah, gonna put this in, and really don't see. Patrick's gonna think about it, and extremely likely to fold, and Linus always calling.
I believe Mustafa Kana in the background. Patrick gonna get a count. Linus just waiting to click cool behind. Santonius bows out.
Yeah, Linus very pleased with this development. It's one of the things you're sort of hoping for here, flatting jacks behind. He will unfortunately see that he's up against a hand that has decent equity versus him, but he definitely could be way ahead here against hands like 8s or 7s, or even like ace-10.
First flip of the feature table post-break. 1 ace dead, but Chinwei Lim has diamonds and queens working for him. No help on that flop, Brian. 9, 8, 4, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Now drawing to 5 outs once.
And it's pretty grim here for the ace-queen.
King of clubs, no help for Chinwei Lim, and double L
Crushing.
as Elton sang. Notes, minus crushing.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate summary.
Linus crushing indeed, up to 2.4 million, average stacked 640K.
And I'll tell you, in my experience of just like, hey, I've been around the poker world for a very long time. I've played a lot of tournaments. I've seen a lot of stuff. This is oftentimes like when the cash game guys do it in the tournaments, it feels like this is, it's a little bit harder with them with the battling, the up and down, because they're not quite as good with the short stack play. So when it's like, oh, hey, we're doing well, then boom, 10 blinds, and then up, and then back to 5 blinds, you know, that wavering. Usually that, you tend to see that a bit more in the story of the winner when they're tournament players. But the cash game guys, you see a lot of that just like runaway freight train. They have the big stack the entire time, and they know exactly how to weld it because big stack, deep stack play is in their wheelhouse. So again, double L, very scary. Take it away now, Henry.
Well, thank you for the passover, Brian. Yeah, Shambhala Jewels. A special shout out to them, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, and all of our champions are going to be receiving a exclusive Shambhala Jewels bracelet, bar the main events. So the 2 mains will be receiving Jacob and Co watches, but the winner of this event going to be walking away with a Shambhala Jewels bracelet.
Got a unique look.
They really do.
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 karat gold with the special Triton embroidery. I'm a fan. I know the players were a fan of the watches being introduced in Madrid. Just adds a little, you know, something to put up on the mantelpiece alongside the trophy.
Yeah, like a second trophy. The usable trophy. And
Yeah, exactly. You can't carry the trophy around with you everywhere, and everyone's like, oh, what did you get that for? Oh, I won the Triton event. No, but they see the watch or the bracelet.
And where did you get that?
Yeah.
Oh, I won the Triton event.
Yeah, there we go. Doesn't carry, you have to carry it around. Carry the trophy around, I should say. Ali Reza in trouble here after defending the Queen Tray on the Ace-Ace 3 board, flopping, I mean, a sizable piece, or enough to at least call 1 street. Double L going to be up to over 2.5 million.
And yeah, they're deep, so Double L's going to be thinking, hey, you know, let me try to get max value here versus either, you know, definitely versus 3 aces with a worse kicker, which is all of them that aren't a full house, and maybe even just a total non-believer with a 3. So gonna just keep betting, goes 2/3 pot, sizing up a bit, a size that he expects 3 aces to always call.
9 p.m. It will be 1 hour dinner break.
Queen 3 has to ask himself a series of questions here. Very clearly bluff catching. If my opponent has an ace, I'm drawing dead. If he's bluffing, he probably has some outs, but if he's bluffing, he's only 1 card to come, and aces and 3s are ahead. Makes the call.
It's now a sizable 210,000 in the middle, and I mean, that's as bricky as it comes.
Yes.
Brian.
No deuce 4-5, no club. So Linus here deciding what can I get for value. He probably thinks the most likely hand that can call him is 3 aces, and that 3 aces probably won't fold. So my guess is he goes pretty big. And we'll see what the big blind thinks about that, because he's already looks like he's thinking Linus might be bluffing here and been calling him down lighter than 3 aces. So, you know, maybe he goes ahead and sticks with that read on the river despite a big bet. You know, I'm expecting something around pot. Yeah, so he's going 3/4.
Oh, a snap call from Ali Reza.
150.
Linus up to 2.7 million. Is that a case of his image just getting him paid there? Like, is this, you know, online phenom, this crusher comes to Triton and Ali Reza just stationing him down?
Just like, yeah, like, you're not going to push me around this pot. You definitely see that.
Well.
And I mean, the way that pot played, I'm sure Linus has shrugged like, yeah, you know, trip aces over trip aces. What are you going to do? No, wasn't that. Guy snapped you with a 3.
First bust out after returning from break. Cale Burns, event number 5 champion.
Running hot or playing wide? Which one of them?
And I mean, everything breaking right for Double L. I mean,
runaway chip leader.
Is max value even the right term for that last pot? That was like extra max value.
What? No percent in the tournament.
You know,
I think max value based on the fact that his opponent had Queen 3. So I'm going to say strong. And really is running away with this. 53 left. He has 2.7 million.
Does he get to 3 before anyone else gets to 2? I mean,
yes.
Yeah, probabilistically, you'd say no, I guess, given all the guys who are in the 1 million something range. But it's Double L we're talking about, Henry.
It's Double L. Yeah, I mean, Fedor second in chips with 1.4 million. Double L with almost double that. It's insane. Average stack is 650k. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We've seen bigger chip leads turn into dust. Has almost 8% of the chips in play.
I know that's what you say, but
do I actually believe it?
But you look over at Double L and he's just sprinting away right now. Like, conserve what? I'm gonna end this tournament today, boys.
The old turn a 3-day tourney into a 2-day tourney.
Yeah. Like,
has that ever been done?
Usain Bolt.
Surely that's happened before.
Bolting it. I doubt it. You think?
I mean, there just
It
must be
seems so hard.
some tournament somewhere in the world where one guy just kept getting aces and kings and just like stacking people and just had all the chips. And they were just like, okay, let's just play it out. Even at the MPP.
Oh, yeah.
There's one tournament where...
I'm sure it involves them saying, let's just play it out now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Can it? Gonna pop things up from early position. Ace 6 of hearts.
So with 300, Master?
310.
Thank you.
Zhang gonna peel the 10, 9 of diamonds from the small. One would assume Holtz is gonna flick in the call from the big with the deuces. Have a multi-way affair between these three. Some real legends out there in the field, by the way, still. Some have bust. Victor Malinowski, Felipe Ramos, Nicky P.
This is... I mean, this flop totally misses Fedor, but Zhang and Mustafa each flop a little something something. Although they all check the flop. And that card is all Mustafa Kanit.
Zhang opting to knuckle his top pair open-ended straight draw.
Ooh, and he's gonna check back the straight. Deciding, hey, I think my opponents are weak enough here that I'm only gonna get one more street here, and I maximize my chances of getting that street by waiting till the river and maybe getting someone to bluff.
Also feels like a turn card in which Kanit's range from +2 shouldn't do
12,000.
much betting on.
Yeah.
5 of spades.
Yeah, agreed. And so this looks like a little block value bet. One that, at this point, Mustafa should feel super comfy raising. Check, check. River, small down bet. He's gotta think he's ahead of this range. A lot of probably like 9x, queen x, maybe 2 pairs, maybe. But probably mostly just good 1 pairs or bluffs in this range. And you're just way ahead of that. Super under-repped with your turn check back. So, just what size? I mean, for your opponent to call, they pretty much have to think you're bluffing. I think if you don't go too big here, you can probably rep some. It's hard to really have too many 2 pairs, right? I mean, like 2 pairs that play this way. What are you, like 9-8 suited or queen 9 suited that you could raise river with? Just trying to
Throw some out there. Yeah.
Pocket fives. Just looking for hands other than a straight to a 6 that could maybe play this way for value. What do you think?
Pocket queens. Check
Yeah.
flop, check turn. Does he ever raise a hand like ace queen for value?
I think it's
reaching a little bit.
Starting to reach with the 1 pair.
And Zhang flicks in the call. 10, 9 diamonds. And Musta.
I mean, maybe ace queen is
So
like
Carl,
the
not time for
absolute
McAllen yet?
lightest you could do, but
No, not today.
Not today?
No,
but
I don't think
I don't
so.
know. It's that's a little light.
Later
I,
today,
I don't like
maybe.
it.
On mine.
Huh?
What are you on, McAllen?
No, Red Bull. Sugar-free Red Bull. I think McAllen right now, I'm going to go sleep.
Eric said if he drinks some Macallan right now, he's going to fall asleep.
Actually, I'm tired, so maybe it will be good, but you know.
Yeah, calm you down, whatever. Calm your nerves.
We'll do something.
It'll do something.
Take it
yeah,
first,
for
and
sure.
then
We'll figure
I'm
it
happy
out.
to start drinking. What is that? Is that yeah? I'm happy to drink with you guys.
We're going to play a cash game with Paul. You're in? We're going to play a cash game. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. We've been playing a lot.
There are some expensive bottles of Macallan out there, I'll tell you that much. Just browsing now. What's the current pound to dollar exchange rate? 23,500 pounds. Actually, hang on, that's a 12 bottle set. All right, 17,500 pounds. For a bottle of Macallan 25-year-old Silver Jubilee 1977 Magnum. Okay.
Ooh, we have a bit of a collision here, and you know, despite their relative positions, I think Mustafa is I mean, what is this? It's 35 blinds. Don't think, God, it feels like busting's kind of inevitable here. Well, getting it in, you still got 30%. I mean, I think versus his 3-bet 131 out there. You know, you've got 420 behind. It's nice to pick that up.
Does announce all in, and on the back end of winning a decent sized pot with the ace-6 of hearts. It's now 5 cards away from either elimination or doubling up to 918,000 chips. 1.5x average at this stage of the tournament. No help on that flop, Brian. He's now drawing to an ace and an ace only.
Grim. 7 for a chop.
It's the simulation.
We've seen it before today.
Queen Jack of diamonds.
Not this time.
It doesn't.
6 of hearts on the river, and we lose Mustafa Kanat. And Fatal Holtz up to 1.9 million in chips.
Almost at the 2 million mark.
Yes, indeed, but Linus is almost at the 3 million mark now.
I mean, 2.7. That's where he was last time we checked in.
Current top 5 chip counts. Linus Love in first, Fatal Holtz in second. King's Resort boss Leon Sukanik started off the day as chip leader at 1.5 million. He's currently in third with same amount. Philip Sternheimer in fourth and Seth Davies in fifth, rounding out the top 5. 17 paid. $380,000 min cash with 5.5 million for first. It's the 200k coin Rivet Invitational here in Cyprus.
Limitless is out. 56th.
Is he really? Wow.
Yeah. Limitless is gone.
That's brutal.
Tens to queens.
How much?
Eric War had the
70.
queens.
Less.
Chinwei Lim, 55th. Cale Burns, 54th. Barack Wisbrod, 53rd. And Mustafa Kinnett, who we just saw out in 52nd.
Ah, 252. Yeah.
Ah, it's okay.
What did you think? 52. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Maybe make a call with King Jack. King Jack?
Oh, ace.
Flurry of bust outs continues here. The Merit Royal Diamond. It's a bit of a slow start to the day. I kind of felt like if there was ever going to be a time for there to be a lot of bust outs, that would be it, given that the re-entry was still available. But it wasn't until after re-entry closed they started dropping like flies.
Eric is out with 700. Like 780, something like that.
Thanks.
See what size Fedor comes with here. Looks like quarter. Little less than quarter. 16K, I think. Hair under quarter pot. Nice card for Eric War. Under to the sixes. I wonder if Fedor uses this as a bluff combo because it's the nut no pair. You know, thinking he can show it down. He's beating some king highs Eric might have versus that smaller bet sizing. He's beating flush draws. Looks like Fedor does decide to play the hand that way. Don't really curious to see how Eric navigates this. Check to get to showdown, decide versus bet, block. I don't really see anything bigger than a block being reasonable for him. And looks like it just went check, check. Yeah, and Eric's table the same.
Famous quote from Eric War. Being poor is hard. Becoming wealthy is hard. Choose your hard. Found that on the internet. It's not wrong.
No?
Well, LL just, you know, continues.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those quotes that, I mean, it sounds really good, but I think when you break it down, it's like they're definitely hard in different ways. Like being poor is hard in the sense of it's hard, you know, to deal with the situations that come up, but it's easy to execute the being poor.
It's king again.
Being wealthy, yeah, maybe the situations that come up can be difficult to, can be easy to do.
Becoming wealthy.
The execution of becoming wealthy is difficult. So, you know.
You just couldn't let that one go.
No, pithily sounds catchy though. Choose your heart. Okay, I'm gonna choose to be wealthy starting today.
Oh man.
I just don't have any idea how.
Nice.
I'm not good at letting things go.
I know. It's all good.
I love you, bro. Although you know what I do think I need? I think I need another cappuccino.
A little cappuccino.
Yeah. Well,
Cappuccino sounds good.
The bet is 25.
Vladislav running hot as things stand.
5 seconds.
Still a long old way to go. 51 remaining here in Cyprus. 115 entries in this 200k. It's Daniel Cates moves up to 8th in chips.
Call.
Shout out to all you viewers at home, by the way, been keeping us company for the past, what, 7 days now? 6, 7 days? Seen a lot of consistent names in the chat. Your rogue chat, questionable banter, and chat pro knowledge. Wouldn't have it any other way.
bottom pair for Fateh. Last time he had the 3 on the ace-ace 3. Didn't work out well for him. This is 48. A little bit of a better spot in the sense that the board's not double paired above, so you're not just drawing dead against better hands. And he comes with the check raise, which is an interesting little play here. I don't hate it. It doesn't make a ton of sense from a range perspective versus the UTG, but I guess you get to do it sometimes. He's not the big blind, he is the small blind, which is a little shocking. He actually has queen 6 off in the small blind. Now, I mean, this is a card that if you want to keep telling a story, you kind of can. In a sense, you picked up some outs, so you know, can I get some weaker aces to fold by the river? Yeah. Now, I'll say this right now. If his plan is to bet this 25K and check river, it's a very bad plan. Just going to say that. But if his plan is to bet this 25K and bomb river, I could get behind that. Because that 25K has literal 0 fold equity. And he has like a really bad hand.
I kind of felt like a check raise flop and maybe not have a plan for a turn, and then you're kind of up shit's creek without a paddle, if you will.
Yeah, okay. See, look, you know. Oh, no, don't.
If you bet 25K to jam river, you're an absolute gangster.
Yes, exactly. If you bet 25K with a hand that's never good and you're always getting called to check river, then you just punted off that 25K pretty hard.
Hey, well, don't talk about me like that, please, Brian.
I don't think he has to jam here. He could come with like 150. But yeah, I mean, you know, bet something decent.
My story would check out flat from the small.
Oh, I like this. Come on, guy.
Check raise flop. Bet 1/7 on the turn. And bomb river.
And we saw Henning Bear correctly fold the ace-jack off in a spot where he's only beating bluffs. And this is not a dissimilar spot at this point. I mean, oh, did he go all in? Whoa.
Brian's face, ladies and gentlemen, in absolute disbelief at the snap all in from Hennebier.
I guess.
Shows the ace 10 and little does he know.
I mean.
It's terrible? Okay. Is it terrible or is it okay?
I like it.
That means it's terrible though.
It was. I'll have news for you. That was not a good play. I'll tell you what. You were right. The guy was bluffing.
Excuse me.
Then you just call.
Could you,
I kind of actually don't think he's getting a better hand to fold by going all in there.
Well, even with that line?
Like, does that guy fold two pair? Like, listen.
With that range, under the gun v small blind, calls check raise on the flop.
He might. I don't know. This is one of those things we always debate. Like, when you go all in for the less than a min raise on the river, do your opponents make the big folds? I guess occasionally they do. But usually I'm not trying to get a VIP to make a huge, like, am I trying to get the VIP to fold, like, aces up there?
What if you're a VIP yourself? It's like VIP on VIP leveling wars. You know? It's like, I don't know. I'm a, jamming river.
You know, I mean, it makes sense. The 10 blocking the queen 10, the ace blocking the aces up. But it is ambitious. There was a lot of ambitious in that hand. I kind of love it.
I'm all about the ambitious plays, Brian.
You know the thing about the ace 10 he asked, like, was that horrible or was it? It's like,
who did he ask? He asked Linus, did he? Did he ask? I believe he asked Linus, right?
Yeah.
And Linus said it was okay. But was that Linus just being nice? Thank you.
I mean, you know, it's hard to say. I think generally in those spots, I would not count on a pro telling exactly what they think. Yeah, unless
for sure.
Unless those guys are like good friends or something.
Yeah, Linus isn't going to turn around and be like, well, actually, you know.
Actually, I don't think that was a good play, and here's why. You know, and unless they're like good friends, which I guess we can't know. I mean,
I'll tell you what they are. They're 50 effective. Ace King against 10s, +1 v big blind. And will the double L train continue facing a 3-bet from Hennebier in the big blind?
Yeah,
4-bet shove for 50?
Call or jam. I mean, if you, I think he jams here. He's got a ton of chips. Oh, wow. Going with the click in position. Linus is... This is an interesting one. While we're waiting for these guys to act, I'm just going to look this one up. Oh, it's 50 big blinds free.
Click.
See if this is a thing. Where's these +1? How many people at this table? Is it 7?
7. I mean, is this just an adjustment, just trying to get his opponent to level himself with ace queen?
Yeah, I mean, it could be one of the things he's thinking. Maybe he also thinks it looks even stronger. But, I mean, I guess the issue is you are making it a price where maybe you don't get your opponent to fold the 10s, type hands if you want them to. Okay.
We're currently playing a 4-bet pot. Linus Love opened from +1. Well, Queen Jack 6, 2 overs to Hennebier's 10s.
I mean, this is a flop Linus probably gets to win quite a bit, ace king versus 10s. Not really what you're looking for with 2 10s. Like the one hand you're, I mean, other than like ace wheel suited or ace king pretty much behind. And ace king has a ton of outs versus you. So it's not... Okay, we got the 3-bet. Yeah, I mean, my 50 big blind pre-flop solution thing does not have any... does not have any 4-bets here other than all in. It has call and 4-bet all in. So ace king off is pure all in on mine, but you know, and I would guess if you did add a 4-bet range, ace king off would still be pure all in. You'd prefer to 4-bet like ace king suited and all in ace king off, right? I mean, that's almost always the way it goes, but Linus is just taking this to the streets. He's like, you know what? Oh, he shows the ace king. He's like, you know what, man? I like trying to somehow make these pots almost as if they're 100 big blind pots, and the way I can do that is click it back here, because now all of a sudden this 50 big blind pot's more like an 80 big blind pot. And it'll get them all out of their comfort zone. Because I'm double L.
Double L is leading the pack. I mean, how sick is this? By the way, Brian, at this feature table, only double L has more than average. Average stack is 59 big blinds, 706,000. He has 4x that, 2.88 million. Second in chips on the other feature table is none other than legend in his own right, Fedor Holtz, with 1.8 million chips. I've just seen that Daniel Cates has moved up to third in chips, so Jungle on Fedor's trail, playing just 1.8 million as well.
Somebody just said in the chat that Linus is balanced with his clicks. He did this with queen off yesterday, so interesting to note.
I mean, was anyone questioning whether Linus is balanced in these spots?
No, obviously he is. I mean, that's a pretty easy spot to be balanced, all things considered. But double L really might. I never thought it would happen, but he might make it to the 3 million before someone else makes it to 2. It looked pretty grim. Ooh, Jungle Man, huh?
Yeah, Jungle Man up there. Seth Davies up there.
Busted Ivan Liao.
You didn't move an inch.
I could see
I had to ask.
It was not like, it was like, well,
Swing and a miss.
Swing and a miss, Eric. I don't know. I feel like I need to sit down with this Eric guy. Have a coffee, pick his brain for half hour.
Yeah, he's obviously very successful in what he's done. I think, I mean, a ton of guys in this tournament who, let's take out the poker pros, but the VIPs, picking their brains would be quite interesting.
Check.
I mean, there's a guy who played this tournament who is an anonymous guy, follow on Twitter, High Stakes Cap, long time BTC whale / crypto trader who I've wanted to meet and say hi, who I follow and follows me on Twitter. I'm like, oh great, this guy's here? Shit.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah, he's here, High Stakes Cap, playing this tournament, so.
And
I
you
mean,
know
he's
who he
anonymous, and I think I know who he is. Don't want to blow it up, but I want to go say hi on break. It's kind of hard because our breaks don't match up with theirs.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I
yeah.
mean? But yeah.
You have to get in here when
yeah,
you're not in the booth.
Check.
49 players left. Couple more casualties.
But yeah, no surprise. The VIPs who can afford 200 or 400K to play a poker tournament, you know, probably have a lot of interesting things to say about business, about life, their experiences. You know, they're doing stuff in the real world. it's definitely one of the cool aspects of being a nosebleed poker player in either cash games or tournaments, is that you're just like basically meeting some like extremely wealthy, successful individuals who, you know, have a wide array of either just like discipline, intelligence, like go-get-emness, whatever it is that's got them to where they are in life. Emotional intelligence, just, you know, usually like some collection of traits that's led or helped them, you know, not saying there isn't some luck involved in that too, of course there is, but, you know, there's also the traits that help them achieve what they have to be, you know, 100 millionaires or even billionaires. I mean, I would get the majority of VIPs in this tournament probably 9-figure plus net worth.
Oh, dude, for sure. I mean,
not even 8-figure, 9-figure. Yeah.
I don't even think that's like even up close for debate.
Yeah.
Didn't see any other pros taking a 10-minute power nap followed by 20 push-ups on break. You know, but Eric was. To be fair, that guy is built like an absolute tank. For a 56-year-old, he is in great shape. Disciplined.
Yeah, I'll say this. When you look around the like kind of, I actually noticed this but never pointed out on stream. If you take a look at the people playing the Triton poker, it's like, and compare it to a cross section of just whatever the average person health-wise in the world, especially in America. I realize America's a little fatter than many countries, but these people are on the average in much better shape. The average person playing this tournament is taking care of themselves much more than the average person in the world.
Yeah, 100%.
Lot of very fit to reasonably fit individuals here. Because the EV calculation on being fitted makes sense for longevity of life, physical stamina, and as well as mental acuity. I've done the math. It's plus EV, sir. So I go to the gym.
It is plus EV. Also, man, you ever like wake up, right, and you're just really groggy, you're feeling shitty, and you just force yourself, like, you know you don't want to go to the gym, but you force it anyway because you know it's good for you, and you go to the gym, and then within like an hour of being at the gym, you just feel great again.
Oh,
you're just
for
like,
sure.
You're like, let's go.
Yeah.
Like, game on, day's ready to go kind of thing.
I mean, recently I've actually been doing, here in Cyprus I do the gym, but like I love also like other types of workouts too. Like my favorite has been, I have a guy, ex-UFC fighter in Vegas, and I do like basically a kickboxing style workout with him, like MMA workout, but it's mostly kickboxing. Like that's really fun. Dynamic, doing different stuff all the time, hitting the mitts.
Origin has woken up with the goods in the big blind. The fatal 3-bet button to 70k.
Man, and
this is grim.
130 to win 317. I mean, like getting more than 2 to 1. He might feel forced to call this.
Yeah. What's he getting? He's getting like 2.5 to 1 needs. Like pretty much 29%, 30% equity. Which he has.
Yeah, well, he's calling 130 to win 317, right? Let me actually do this. This is 130 divided by 447. So he's actually 29% and he's 28. I mean, so even against Ace King, he's basically nearly getting the price to call. It's like off by 1% literally. So, and I mean, isn't Ace-9 suit is doing better against queens, right? So
yeah, Fatal does flick it in.
Fatal figures the bad news. The problem, the tough thing about 3-betting with short stacks behind you is you sometimes get like pinned to putting in the rest versus them in a spot where you're kind of 3-bet bluffing. So that's exactly what happened to Fedor in this spot.
Wow. Looked pained. Even more pained on the 6-4 tray, couple of hearts.
I had 5-7.
Fedor with
Not bad.
Ooh,
5-7.
and now a bunch of chop outs.
a lot of outs
Split, okay.
to win the hand outright.
Я не жадный.
Nope.
No dice. Comes out clean on the river. And Bolozhin lives to fight another day. Up to 451,000. Fedor moves down to 4th in chips overall. Still one of the largest stacks in the room.
Я болел за тебя, Слав. Ты же знаешь. Ты же знаешь.
Yeah, listen, guys, someone in the chat, what is he even thinking about? He has the odds. Okay, I will say this. We here have the advantage of seeing the precise chip counts. And, you know, I did that math on my calculator. You know, 130 divided by 447. You know, Fedor needs to count it out, kind of do the math in his head himself after getting the precise numbers, which takes a little bit, you know, doesn't have a calculator. So it's, when you're sitting there at the table, you know, I mean, that was a close-ish spot. It's yeah, after doing the math, you realize you probably need to call, but it's not like obvious, and you do need to try to get the precise numbers and work it out. So yeah, actually, not a spot I would expect somebody to act instantly, and the fact that Fedor took a little bit of time, but not even a time bank, you know, it basically works out in my opinion. So, you know, understand that we actually have access to more information here than the players at the table, who have to then count the stacks, figure it out, do that math themselves. Anyways.
Blinds going up to 10K, 15K, and look at this spot here. Brian Holtz on the back end of losing that ace-9 v ace-king.
2-6-0.
Tony G just goes for it with ace-deuce over the open, which I actually think at 15 blinds that is the correct play. Tony G, I think all suited aces shove versus a cutoff open.
Yeah, 17 bigs. Button v cutoff, and oh boy.
Wow. And he's calling. Interesting spot for Fedor now. What do you come with? I mean, I don't think he folds. But do you come with call, or do you put war in?
Eric with 550 back, so we're playing 50 effective here.
So if you're Fedor and you're looking at war's range, you're probably saying something like 9s plus, ace-king, maybe ace-queen, probably ace-queen suited, probably not ace-jack. And you're like, kind of flipping against that range.
What a sick spot for Fedor. Does flicking the call.
Yeah, so he decides to call.
Tony, by the way, 3 ways to the flop. Very live, 27%. Any ace will do it.
Yeah, in fact, ace. Yeah, Tony's play, even though it looks wild and you're like, oh, it's bad, Fedor has jacks. I mean, it's actually
Wow.
the correct GTO play for what it's worth.
Ace high flop for Tony, 805,000 in the middle.
And I will say, Fedor is not a person who is tight. It's not like Fedor's cutoff open should garner extra respect because he's super solid. I mean, you know, he's a guy who attacks, especially when he has a lot of chips. So honestly, this play, everybody in this hand seems like they've played it pretty reasonably at this point. But this feels like a spot where these guys end up really checking it down. Ace on the board. They're both pretty happy to try to realize the equity with their pairs. Given that there's no side pot, like, I don't see a reason in bluffing, right? Like,
Clubs on the turn. Tony just needs to fade the 4 outs going to the river. He's going to triple up. And one would assume there will be celebrations at the red feature table.
And Fedor going to check this back. Just taking his time. But it's form of balancing for the time you take for your decisions. And no 10 or jack.
No 10 or jack. Does Tony think he has the best hand here? After it checks all the way down to the river?
If the river checks through, he'll definitely think he probably has the best hand. At this point, he's pretty hopeful. And he's definitely hoping for river checks, right?
Ace deuce.
Yeah.
Ace deuce. Ace deuce.
Yeah. Jack?
Ace deuce, yeah. Ace deuce is the best!
За тебя мы тоже болели.
Спасибо.
Молодец.
Nuts.
Когда чеки пошли, я подумал, что...
Да, qualified, все хорошо, да, можно.
Все было
Casual
Bravo,
800K pot.
Best for the game, right?
You look so relaxed. You're like,
worth-
this ace is fucking good.
Yeah. I mean, felt good ones, there was a lot of checks.
550K
Exactly.
or
You're
so.
in the zone when
something
you're
like
having
that.
a massage. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
Just opening your chest.
Feeling
and you're like-
comfortable.
In like ICM value or?
Glad I didn't shove. Glad I didn't shove over his.
My
Can't
can't find 530K. Sorry.
Неплохо. Да, когда два алына, конечно, так...
Shove, you get a fold.
Тони, да? Когда
600K
два алына, так,
in
конечно,
chips is
грустно
2
стало.
buy-ins.
У кого-то туз
So this
старше.
is 2 2/3 buy-ins.
Да, чек, сапон.
Не, чек понятно.
520,
Yeah, but that's not
Check
ICM
Там точно
value,
пак.
right?
Call.
Yeah, but 800K is what, like an average stack? So, I mean, that's probably not really ICM one way or the other. Like it's not
How
worth
can you not
more or
love
less, you know?
Tony G. Linus Love is 10,000 chips away from crossing the 3 million chip mark. Good for 10 starting stacks. And around 9% of the chips in play. And here he is. Linus Love popping things up in the hijack.
Well, looks like Linus Love basically has 3 million. 2.99.
Yeah,
So
10K chips away.
just got to win this pot, which seems somewhat likely.
This could be GG's
Oh,
Ali Reza.
Seems really likely at this point. Get the threes out. And get it heads up as a massive favorite dominating ace-9 off. Well, Elton's thinking about this, but frankly, I think this is a pretty easy pass. I mean, as we can see, he's doing well, but I don't know. This would not be good poker.
Snap call from Linus. Looking to claim yet another scalp. Now on day 2.
I don't even really think threes is ahead of the small blind shove range.
It's going to be tough to win on that board. Ali Reza drawing to 2 outs twice.
No, it's just the 2 outs.
Linus is going to be the first up to over 3 million in chips. Ace of spades on the river.
Thank you.
We lose Ali Reza.
Yeah, Linus up to over 3.1.
GG's. Ali Reza. 47 players remain. Sorry, 46. Bossman Paul Bois also bussing in the outer tables. Ivan Liao. Albert the Hair. Andrew Pantling.
Oh, Pantling had like 1 million in chips not that long ago. He had, yeah. he had 1.1 million chips, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hands later, he's out. No big deal. That's how it goes. Sam Greenwood out. He was on one of our featured tables not that long ago.
Daniel Cates up to over 2 million in chips.
Yeah,
A sizable one.
Top 3 players, all pros now. Double L, Jungle, and Mr. Seth Davies.
Linus opening ace do so, by the way, from +1. Feeling a little frisky.
I think he's decided it's time to turn on the afterburners. Just push this chip lead.
Press the NOS button.
Yeah. Like, okay, guys, I'm going to run away with this.
It's going to turn a 3-day tournament into a 2-day tournament. Right.
Is one of you going to stop me?
It's the question that's being asked.
He has so many chips, there's actually a second, third stack forming on one side or the other. It's hard to say.
I mean, he has 10% of the chips in play with 45 left.
Like, is that stack, like, in front of the stack someone else's or his?
That's someone else's.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't even know. Yeah? I guess so. No, you're right. It's someone else's. I mean, not for long.
Oi, oi.
Oh, that's Makita's.
Yeah.
Who's been so quiet, I had totally forgotten he's on the table. He's played so few hands.
To be fair, he's been card dead.
Well, obviously, I mean,
but he's also
this is Makita we're talking about. If he had a hand to play, you know, I mean, the guy's like about as good as it gets. Like, it would be hard for me to be more impressed with someone's play than I am with Makita. Guy is an absolute animal.
Big Makita fan. I bumped into him randomly in Thailand.
Yeah.
Phuket. Turned out that we
passed
both
the
have
sixes.
same
Passed the sixes there.
favorite restaurant.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Do you notice he passed the sixes there versus the Linus under the gun? Off of he has about a 20-something big blind stack. I think a prudent pass. I get it.
29 bigs.
Yeah.
At the start of the hand.
I think what we'll see though is, especially if Makita starts getting shorter, he'll be doing some either 3-bets or rejams on Linus's opens as Linus opens a bunch. But I don't think the spot to do it is when Linus opens literal under the gun, because even if you think he's opening wide for that spot, which is still tight, you have 5 players behind you that can all wake up with hands. So Patrick here with 7s and 30 bigs.
Getting 8-1 on a call.
Does he call or does he jam? I mean, one of the things he's saying is, hey, is Linus opening wide? Patrick thought about it and was like, you know what? Let's just realize this equity. Stay in the tournament and set mine.
Head up Jerry that actually flops best on the king-queen tray. In form of middle pair backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, I expect Linus to keep the aggression up here. He has a pretty nice hand to do it with some. Linus disagrees. Decides to check this.
Wow, Ponacops with an underpair to the board. It's going to start barreling.
Yeah, deuces. Thing about deuces here is it's one of these hands that has just as much showdown in many ways as 4s, 5s, 6s, or whatever, versus some hands like ace 10 or ace jack or jack 10, assuming you can get there. The flip side being that deuces actually bluffs out hands such as 4, 5, 6, 7s, 8s, which in a four-way pot here, someone is very likely to have, as we see Patrick had unfolded. So there's some definite kind of merge, like bluff / slowdown showdown value here with deuces, as well as getting, you know, everything's an overcard to fold. So I actually think Ponikov's bet kind of makes a lot of sense, and he's more likely to bet deuces than, say, eights there. You know, now it's a spot where, to me, this hand doesn't make a lot of sense as a barrel. You know, you kind of accomplished one thing and got 2 of the 4 players out. You have some showdown versus the ace highs. Do you really get like king or queen next to fold again here? Maybe, but like I think you have better barrels than deuces. But curious what Ponikovs thinks about it.
190.
Wow. Okay, interesting. So, yeah. You know, one of the issues with checking back, though, is you do make yourself susceptible to getting bluffed by hands that beat you, such as the jack high, or even if ace high wants to turn itself into a bluff. And 190 there puts pressure on just about, you know, definitely a queen. Interesting hand.
Yeah, Ponikov's moving up to 7th in chips, joining that feature table. First player seen in a long time win a pot against Double L.
I feel like the thinking is that, hey, this hand is actually a much better double barrel than like Jack 10, in the sense of I want my opponent, when I bet this big on the turn, to have Jack 10, Ace 10, or Ace Jack, and I'm blocking that. So even though this hand has very little equity, I'm at least unblocking the hands that I really get to fold here a lot. Right?
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
You know, with hands that got here by betting the flop, of which I did make the argument that there's some immediate reasons that deuces likes betting the flop more than like larger pairs. So it's pretty curious hand. Would be interested to see what Odin thinks about that. I mean, if at some point you wanted to. Well, I guess it's a multi-way pot, so it's hard to run.
Fedor turning a flush against Michael Zhang's gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Brian, did you notice that Fedor shaved? The mustache has gone.
He did look different, and yeah, that is it. He now looks very young again.
$135 in the middle. Nothing to write home about on this one. Holtz losing the ace-9 against ace-king earlier on. Then the jacks against the ace-deuce of Tony G, but he's chipping back on up. As the cameraman gets us a nice little close-up of the massages going on at the table. Fedor leading the pack. The chip counts 94 big blinds. We are halfway into the day here, day 2. The 200k coin Rivet Invitational. Blinds to 10k, 15k with a 15,000 ante. Big blind ante, I should say.
Nice. 33.
533. It's an odd number.
Oh, a little more than 30. 30 with some spice.
Yeah. Ace. Fold with the king. Big fold.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Postcard, both gloves.
Looking over on the app, Brian. Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah.
Down to 11 big blinds. Shortest stack in the field. Hasn't really got anything running thus far here in Cyprus outside of the third place finish in the 30k 6 max for 408k, which, you know, given that we've only played 5 events, that is pretty strong. 1 title, 13 cashes. Over 13 million in Triton earnings as we dive back into Under the Gun v Big Blind confrontation, and we're going to be off to the races.
30 bigs here. Under the Gun. Be big. Queens. Definitely 3 bets.
All in. All in.
Call.
Flip time, ladies and gentlemen, in a $200,000 tournament. How long does it take to balance these ones out, Brian?
Go 600.
Only the mathematicians know the answer to that.
Oh.
Oh, here we go. Now,
from 6 to 8 outs.
No longer wants the queen. Fold again.
You can't complain, you're blocking the... I mean, what do you expect?
Oh, queen on the river.
As you say, block.
And Punsry
The simulation.
scores a KO up to 1.6 million.
Find out which spot you get.
One time you don't want to set. Brian?
Карту ему еще поменяли.
No, indeed. No, tough river there.
It opened on 6.
One big?
Almost got the double to average stack, but just couldn't fade that river card.
One big me, right?
All of a sudden, Punhat Punsri from Thailand moves up to 4th in chips. Came 8th in the 50k 6 max for 196k.
Yeah, about 1.5.
Fast. Great. 30.
Wow, sorry.
First card, 8 of hearts.
You have 600, Michael? Just 500, I think. 53, 425, 450. Yeah, 500 total.
Thank you.
Cool.
Call.
Trying to defend
Check.
with the Jack 10.
Is there a dinner break of 24 minutes?
It's not dinner break though.
Not yet?
No?
Dinner break at 9, they said.
Really?
I don't know why.
Late
It's
night.
weird, yeah.
Is this one 50 minutes?
15.
15, I think.
Quite the turn for Punzri here, the big blind. After the check back on the flop,
Good.
got to assume that Jack gave him the best hand quite a lot. And Zhang is in some trouble here because check back the flop to really fold at this point in time at least. So he's gonna almost certainly just call and we'll see a river. That's a card that's a little concerning if you're Zhang, because a lot of the draws on the flop all improved to pretty strong hands. It's like 8-5 and 8-10 made a straight, 8-9 and 9-10 make a pair of nines.
Bet 55.
Punzri can still beat even a pair of nines.
Is this one of those spots, Brian, where you kind of end up leveling yourself for checking back flop?
Yeah, I think it can happen. I mean, the truth though is that at this point, your hand functionally isn't that much different than ace high, right? I mean, even though it's third pot, like, is Punzri value betting? It's like, maybe you could say like queen 6, maybe, or something, 10-6. But I mean, feels thin actually. So, you're kind of still bluff catching. But it is easy to, I think, simplistically level yourself there. That like, oh, I'm under-repping my hand. But the problem is sometimes you get to the river and your under-repped hand is really of like the same value, more or less, as, a much weaker hand that it makes more sense that you would have like as played. They're such as like ace high, like ace king or something.
Oh, sorry.
I'm scrolling through the app, Brian, and Ebony Kenny just doubled through Jason Kuhn. But here's the thing. It went Seth Davies open from the cutoff to 26. Ebony Kenny 3-bet the button to 73k, playing 400k, so sub 30. Jason 4-bet clicked it from the big blind to 145k. Ebony then 5-bet jammed. Jason called. The flop came king, king, ace.
120.
So quads for Ebony.
120.
Deuce of diamonds, jack of clubs on the river. What do you think Jason's cold 4-betting range looks like there, given that?
Hold on. What was the...
Oh, hang on a minute. Oh. Hang on a minute, Brian, because we have the coldest of decks.
Holy mackerel.
From two of the biggest stacks in the tournament.
Deep as well. I mean, I think, they're 100 bigs? I mean, I think Fedor 4-bets here.
300.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of the biggest pots of the day.
Started with 1.4.
1.4.
It'll Starting the hand with 1.4 million. Goes huge with the 4-bet, by the way. Or at least it feels that way. I guess they are incredibly deep.
I mean, it's
2.5x in position against a small blind 3-bet.
So how will Kings play it here? Punstry has to decide if he... I don't really know if you click it. I mean, I guess, you know, do you kind of click it? Do you shove? Do you call? I don't really think folding. I don't expect to see fold.
Wow.
Yeah.
He moves all in and a snap call from Fedor. And Brian, just like that, there's 2.8 million in the middle with 44 left. Just shy of 9% of the chips in play.
Pretty big pot.
Yeah.
You know,
Punstry is going to have 300k back.
Ooh, ace. That'll mostly shut the door here. I mean, running kings or running jack 10. That's it. Nope.
Dead on the turn. Fedor Holtz closing in on double L, courtesy of
1.4.
one of the, well, the sickest cooler in No Limit Hold'em.
Certainly pre-flop. Okay, so what was the range you were asking? Kuhn's range? Can you repeat it? While they're doing the payouts, great time.
Yeah.
I mean, really nothing to say about this hand. Aces versus kings, folks.
Yeah, GG's. Like Haxton out of 44th, but yeah, no, there was
repeat the action here.
Cut off open, Seth Davies,
1,400,000.
Ebony Kenny,
3-bet.
1,000.
3-bet, button.
Okay. And Kuhn.
Cold 4, out of the big. Seth folds, Ebony Kenny, 5-bet jams for 33 big blinds.
And how many? And Kuhn kind of clicks it in the big?
Yeah, so when opens 26k, 3-bet to 73k. Kuhn clicks it to 145k. Ebony jams to 388k.
How deep is Seth?
Seth is
Seth
covering
deep.
both.
Yeah, okay.
1.5
I was
million.
nearly raising as well. Making 100.
Kuhn.
Crazy.
I mean, I don't know. He probably has aces.
It's a very big stack.
But he doesn't have to. I don't know. I just feel like if Ebony has kings, you know, maybe Kuhn is like jacks plus, maybe tens, ace king, maybe ace queen suited. There, you know, something like that. I want to say he has aces in his hand and gets a bad beat.
That'd be sick if he had aces.
He didn't, did he? Oh, we don't know.
We don't know yet.
Oh.
Just got shown the
Just
kings.
the ace, king, king. No big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably doesn't. Combinatorically,
it's tough.
It's hard now. The ace on the flop, but yeah.
Fedor running bad, by the way.
Roughly.
Only flopping top set.
Yeah, Fedor's running really brutal.
Not turning or rivering quads.
Seth Davies, 2.5 million right now.
Oh wow!
Something big
What
happened to.
Oh, he eliminated.
He busted Wykin Young.
How did all the chips go in the middle there?
Yeah, I'm looking. Holy mackerel! There was some shenanigans in this pot. I'm looking. Okay, raise. Seth Davies 3-bet. Okay, Wykin raise. Looks like the low jack. 30k. Seth Davies 95k button. Wykin 4-bet. Seth Davies 225k call. Flop king 6 deuce 2 hearts. Bet 120k call. Turn jack of diamonds. Wykin all in 443k. Ace 9 offsuit. Drawing dead to Davies ace king. So just going for it. Davies pretty much flopped him dead, and actual dead on the turn.
Average stack 58 big blinds.
Bet 35. Pass.
Down to the final 40. I mean, what is going on? These last few levels. Ty Seibinger out, Ashkan Fatahi out, Ike Haxton, Wai Kin Yong, all out. Vinnie Kenny, she's in there. 47 bigs. Omaha Farrells, Stephen Chidwick, Chris Brewer. Gunnar Punsry, by the way, losing that huge pot, obviously, with kings against aces, still in the mix of 22 big blinds. That's how big that pot was. Just pick up aces against kings in one of the biggest blind tournaments of the year. 5.5 million for first, 40 left.
Sure. Where's the big line? Okay. Good luck. Okay.
So we're down to the final 5 tables. Still Double L leading the pack.
There
you go. Great, 33.
Now going to be playing down to the final table.
All in.
As we're moving all in. It's the hijack open for 20 bigs, and well, Michael Zhang is going to look him up in the big blind with ace king. And Punsry potentially going to go from 3rd in chips in the entire tournament to out in less than an orbit.
Yeah, what a brutal orbit.
I do apologize, he wouldn't be out, because he has Michael Zhang covered.
Oh yes, true. If he loses this pot, he'll have 42,000, it appears. But I don't see Michael being able to fold ace king here.
All in.
Fold. Yeah.
Fold.
Snap fold from Tony, and we are off to the races.
Cooler. For me.
It's a cooler.
I'm all in.
Both the suits are covered.
I have 310.
212. Okay, I covered. Like.
Five, 7 spades. I'll win for sure. Simulation.
So far, so good for Punsry. Tony G reckons he's living in a sim.
That looks like a picture.
Good luck, guys.
One of spades on the river changes nothing. Michael Zhang loses the flip. Punsry with a near double up.
5, 7 of spades. Flop, I'm in. Wow.
That would have been brutal to kings into aces and then lose the flip.
That was just, yeah.
Just be GG's. And then there were 39.
Get up and on 6.
Yeah. A little bit, yeah.
Deal him in, deal him in, deal him in. We got you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
No, it's not this.
Pass. Pass. Yes. 33.
Wow, this table, the complexion has changed. I believe all 4 of the guys with Fedor now are from the VIP category. I mean, 3 of them are. Punsry is a VIP or a pro.
Yeah, they all are. They're all on the.
Yeah. So Fedor
side.
cleared it out. He's got quite the spot there. He's
Does
now
indeed.
on the envious table or whatever you want to call it.
With all the chips as well.
All the chips, ravaging the VIPs. Oh, although I think Benjamin Heath just got moved there to mix that up. Nobody else on that table has over 900,000. Fedor's got 2.9. Not a bad spot, playing down to the bubble. You know, right now they're not really there yet, but you know,
This is my box.
get down to 20-something people and ICM.
Yeah, okay.
They'll probably move that table off so we won't get to watch, but Fedor, assuming he still has that same situation, will just ravage them. Opening. You guys want to make that 400K? No problem. I'm just going to pick up all these chips in the meantime. Wow, the other feature table here, a lot of short stacks.
We also have business lady Cecilia Jiang jumping in as well in trap 1. 44 bigs.
Ah, yeah, 2 to this table.
Last hour, Fedor. It's aces to ace king and aces to kings, right? Did I get that right? How do they do that?
I don't know.
It's like a magic trick. Just double.
50?
50.
I wish I just called pre-flop. I would have saved a million. Nearly just called.
Rotation dealers and players in the Coin Rivet Invitational event. In 5 minutes, we're going to have a 15-minute break, and we're going to chip raise the 1,000 value chips.
The equity show.
We only ask one player at each table to buy all the
Fedor's
red
9 of
chips from
spades
other
is
players to
covered.
make a single transaction only.
Fedor doesn't really even have a way to make a straight very easily, so.
Good. 45. Call.
And I mean, that card, Fedor might think gives him some equity. I mean, no straight draw 9 high. He does have the 9 of spades. We can see that's covered by Tony's king of spades. So A double barrel here certainly gets called. I mean, unless Fedor went massive.
Bet. 130.
Fedor's keeping the pressure up. I don't think 2/3 pot gets the job here done against second pair, good kicker, and the king of spades as backup. I think without the king of spades, Tony G's likely gone. But with the king of spades, you know, it does start to represent a decent portion of Tony's remaining chips. It's a little concerning, about 20%. But this would be a tight fold with the king of spades in hand.
Call.
Yeah, I like this call, Tony. I don't think you can fold here yet.
Can't give it
No.
yet, Tony.
Yeah.
Let's see this river. Ooh. Tony really, I mean, the 7 blocker is not that relevant because the truth is it's pretty hard for Tony on ace-jack 5 after calling 40% to have anything that ran out of straight. But Fedor just has 9 high, which has no showdown. And at this point you say, hey, if Tony has a hand like king-jack, queen-jack with a spade, ace-x anything with or without a spade, can I get these one pair hands to fold? You know, probably tell yourself you can, and just gotta bet.
Buckle up, Bill.
More than half pot, so I expect Fedor to come with at least 240 here.
Good.
Or at least 220 rather.
4-6-5 in the middle.
Yeah, and
oh boy. Basically, a pot-sized river bet from Fedor. If Tony was to call and was wrong.
Now going that big,
down to sub 10.
The king of spades becomes a very relevant blocker because Fedor's kind of saying like big hands. You know, like I don't even know if Fedor really is doing the size with 2 pair, but you know, it's also just Tony would be staking his entire tournament on Fedor bluffing there, and didn't want to do it, and we can see the aggression paid off.
We have a new chip leader. His name is Fedor Holtz. 38 left in the 200k coin Rivet Invitational.
Only table that's in the middle row, in the second row. Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm not surprised. Are you surprised?
No. I think Fedor's been playing really well, and actually, having watched Fedor quite a bit recently, I'll say this. I wonder if, in terms of GTO precision, I would guess there are multiple players in this field who are probably better than Fedor, but I think Fedor is like super dialed in terms of like live reads, like his composure, and also in just like making exploitive adjustments against players. And this is like the best type of field for that, because we obviously have, you know, half the field are VIPs who, you know, aren't GTO experts, and some of them very far off, like LTO, as we termed it. So, you know, I actually think Fedor's,
Don't know about
you
the
know,
other one.
he's a great pick in this field because of that, you know. Because I think he's dialed in and making adjustments, paying attention to hands, you know, figuring out, okay, Tony G, maybe he's just overfolding in these spots, gotta bluff him, you know. Just doesn't matter what GTO says, he's doing something different here, trying to max exploit. And I think that type of thing really, Fedor might be a little better at some of that than guys who follow GTO a bit more strictly.
He seems to really trust his intuition and gut in a lot of spots.
So, yeah, my respect for his game, watching recently, has gone up. Not that I didn't respect his game more, but maybe that wasn't the right word. My appreciation, let me use that, because I've always respected his game, but appreciated it more than I did previously, perhaps.
Quickly moving over to the blue feature table before we head on break. It's double L against Hennebier. Has turned the best hand. Pretty crazy just how many players we lost those last 2 levels, by the way, down to the final 37. Fedor, Linus, Seth, and Jungle Man, all with over 2 million. Fedor actually with over 3 now.
The second player to cross 3 million.
Ace of clubs on the river. Hennebier knuckling it on over to Linus. See what he comes with. I mean, Hennebier with like 1.3x pot.
85.
Yeah, and he's going about half. It's a pretty nice size if you want to get paid by a 6. All things considered.
This might work. Hennebier, no diamond in hand. I think 3-1 on the call. Does eventually find the mark. Ryan says good fold, and he's regained the chip lead, I believe.
Double L showing he had it.
A rare show there, by the way. Just showing the ace of spades.
There's something even calmer than normal about Double L this time. It just feels like he's going places.
I don't know, man. He's just dialed in today, right?
Yeah.
He just seems really dialed in. Why not save it for the 200k coin Rivet
I think maybe
Invitational?
these other tournaments are too small for him.
Is that what you think it is?
Yeah, now this one, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm ready.
9 years ago, he was doing a 10 NL bankroll challenge, and you know, fast forward 2022, here he is, second in chips with 38 players remaining. As we welcome you back to the broadcast booth, Brian Rouse alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Fedor Holtz leading the field, Brian. We just want to have a quick look at this top 5 because you kind of called it. You know, we came into today with the VIPs with, you know, strong performance yesterday, rounding out the top 5. There weren't many pros within even the top 10, but now Fedor Holtz, Linus Love, Seth Davies, Jungle Man, Daniel Case, and Danny Tang rounding out the top 5. Then LTO, Leon Tsukanik in 6th, and Alexis Ponikovs in 7th. But now
the Pro Pyre strikes back.
The Pro Pyre strikes back. Coming back now, 38-17 paid. This really feels like the time of the tournament where these pros are really going to get to like just really be maybe not overly aggro, but really just push the pressure now, given that we're only 20 away from a $380,000 bubble.
Yeah, we just shifted the chips tax into a situation where, I mean, all 5 of the top stacks are pros, and all 4 over 2 million are pros. And, you know, I mean, we're not quite at the bubble yet. We're still a little bit off.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ICM pressure that comes, I mean, if this carries over, and it probably will at this point, it's the pros that get to try to collect the easy to win chips by having the big stacks on the bubble and bullying and applying that pressure. So, you know, it's the type of spot in a tournament where the rich tend to get richer, and the pros are the rich right now in terms of chips in this tournament.
They are
at least.
indeed.
So
Well, let's see what they come back with after break. We're going to send the viewers down to the main stage with Lulu Yang, and she's going to have a guest that she's going to be chatting with as Brian and I go on break. It's none other than Dave Nicholson. We'll catch you guys shortly.
Hey everyone, I'm here with David Nicholson, and who is participating in this 200K Coin Rivet Invitational, and you are also from the group Coin Rivet.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about it?
Yeah. Well, I've been working with Coin Rivet since the start. It's just a cryptocurrency exchange, brokerage, custody service, but built for gamblers, for poker players, to help them move crypto in and out, help them buy into tournaments with it. Hence the Coin Rivet Invitational. So.
Is the Coin Rivet, the crypto world doing fine right now?
Well, I mean, I think there's a few wounded souls in the crypto world, but we remain hopeful. As far as the business of moving the crypto goes, it's still as strong as ever, so I remain very, very confident in it.
Okay, so it's your first time in Triton series, and this is also your first time maybe playing a 200K buy-in No Limit Hold'em event, right? And you've been playing against like Jason Kuhn and Jungle Man. How do you feel so far?
Yeah, it's been exciting to play against like the best players in the world in this tournament. I don't play an awful lot of poker anymore, but it's been really fun to just get in and see how they're playing and try your best. Like that's the beauty of poker. They're such better players than I am, but it could be my day today, and
Right. So, and you pair up with also a British player, Sam Grafton, and he's been making so many noises here. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, you don't need to check if he's still in. Like you can tell if he's still in. I think if it goes quiet for half an hour, I'll start being worried and feel like he might have been knocked out. But
how do you two know each other?
I mean, I've known Sammy for probably the thick end of 15 years, 14, 15 years now, from poker in the UK. It used to be like quite a community in the UK when me and Sammy just started playing together. So it's nice that a few of them are still in, and he's risen up to be one of the best players probably in the world now. So that's impressive from him, and yeah, he's a great guy, so he deserves it. He's very hardworking.
It's very nice to see both of you are still in the tournament, and I wish the best of luck for your first Triton trip.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That was one of my goals, was to get to the point where we can play on the same table.
Right,
So
good luck for that.
that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
8s or 7s, or even like ace-10.
First flip of the feature table post-break. One ace dead, but Jinwei Lim has diamonds and queens working for him. No help on that flop, Brian. 9, 8, 4, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Now drawing to 5 outs once.
And it's pretty grim here for the ace-queen.
King of clubs, no help for Jinwei Lim, and double L has Elton Sang. Shambhala Jewels bracelet. Bar the main events, so the 2 mains will be receiving Jacob and Co watches, but the winner of this event going to be walking away with a Shambhala Jewels bracelet.
Got a unique look.
They really do.
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 karat gold with the special Triton embroidery. Embroidery. I'm a fan. I know the players were a fan of the watches being introduced in Madrid. Just adds a little, you know, something to put up on the mantelpiece alongside the trophy.
Yeah, yeah, like a second trophy. The usable trophy. And
Yeah, exactly. You can't carry the trophy around with you everywhere, and everyone's like, oh, what did you get that for? Oh, I won the Triton event. No, but they see the watch or the bracelet.
And where did you get that?
Yeah.
Oh, I won the Triton event.
Yeah, there we go. Doesn't carry, you have to carry it around. Carry the trophy around, I should say. Ali Reza in trouble here after defending the Queen Tray on the ace-ace-3 board, flopping, I mean, a sizable piece, or enough to at least call 1 street. Double L, going to be up to over 2.5 million.
And yeah, they're deep, so double L's going to be thinking, hey, you know, let me try to get max value here versus either, you know, definitely versus 3 aces with a worse kicker, which is all of them that aren't a full house, and maybe even just a total non-believer with a 3. So gonna just keep betting, goes 2/3 pot, sizing up a bit, a size that he expects 3 aces to always call.
9 p.m. It will be 1 hour dinner break.
Queen 3 has to ask himself a series of questions here. Very clearly bluff catching. If
Well, a warm welcome back to the broadcast booth. We are live from, well, the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino for the 5th time for us today, Brian. 200k coin Rivet Invitational. We're down to the final 38 players. Feels like between the last break and this break, we've lost around about 1/3 of the field. I think when we went to break last time, there was about 65 players remaining. So they've been dropping like flies over the last 2 hours. And we're going to jump into a new feature table, the blue feature table, with one of the overwhelming chip leaders, Seth Davies, sat on 2.6 million chips. But he's joined by fan favorite Johan Gilbert. See a lot of love for him in the chat. Ebony Kenny, Tom Vogelsang, Jason Kuhn, Sinan Unlu, David Nicholson, who we just heard from with Lulu Yang and Ramin Hajiev. And then on the red table, Brian, we have Jungle Man Daniel Cates, sat on 2.8 million chips. And as I scan around the table, no one else really even close to that. Everyone at the table sub 1 million, bar Elias Talviti. So with Daniel having so many chips, you mentioned before break, you know, we're not really on the bubble yet, but he can still leverage that position right in that chip stack, given how we're only 20 away.
Oh yeah, most certainly. So, you know, I think that's something to pay attention to moving forward. Maybe during this, I think we start to get there in this next 2 hours because what we're at 38 now, but my guess is we'll be down in the 20s before the next break. So, you know, definitely when you get to the 20s and you're talking about pay 17, the players at that point will be very aware about cashing, and that'll be the goal, especially of short stacks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and at that point, you know, you're going to start picking out, oh, hey, who's going to be able to ravage at this table? And, you know, definitely when you have a guy with 3 million chips and everyone else below 1 million, that's a pretty easy spot to pick out the ravager. So.
Well, a massive min cash, understandably so, given the size of the buy-in, 380,000, but 5.5 million for first. Seth Davies, the huge chip leader at this table.
Yeah, big difference. But look, 17th, 380. See, then 380, 400, 400, 440, 440, 485, 485. So 10th place is 485K, and 17th place is 380,000. That is the difference between, you know, 8 spots is 105,000, right? 8 spots is not quite, but nearly half the way from 17th to first, right? 17th, 380, 10th, 485, first, 5.5 million. So it's one of those things where, yeah, there's a lot of incentive, especially when you're short, to cash when you get down to like 20 players left. You're like, okay, well, you know, I go out 18th, I get $0. I go out 17th, I get $385,000. I make it all the way to the 10th, I still only get $480,000. Yeah, that's more than 380, but that's a lot longer to go.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of those things where you once you get on the bubble, you really just want to cash, and then you worry about it later. Okay, big deal. I go out 17th, 16th, 15th, 14th, all kind of the same thing, really. You know, that difference of 100,000 played out over 8 spots means nothing when like first is 5.5.
Yeah.
So, you know, once you cash, then it's like, okay, let's try to build some chips and make something happen here. If I go out, I go out. But you really don't want to go out 19th because that's $0. And that, in fact, if you look at the difference, that's a 380K pay jump.
Yeah.
From 18th to 17th. You don't get a 380K pay jump until literally going from 5th to 4th. That's a 400K pay jump. That's the next spot you get a pay jump that large. That's like, you know, just to like put it in context. So
what are you insinuating then? So like once we're ITM, that players are just gonna have to take their spots like a lot more aggressively.
Like chip EV. What I'm saying is, okay, now they're starting to build slowly but surely. Not really too much yet, but a little bit of ICM. And then like as you get closer and closer to the bubble, it's going to get pretty extreme. And it's one of those things where when you're short, you really just want to make it. When you're a mid-stack, you definitely don't want to bust, but it is nice to build a lot of chips because you do increase your chances of getting a huge payday, right? Like, sure, it sucks to go out if you have 1.5 million, but you know, if you double and you get 3 million and 10% of the chips in play, you greatly increase your chances of winning the tournament. So you can't say it's like, oh, just extreme ICM for a stack like that, like, oh, you can't gamble. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then what happens is after you make the money bubble, then because for like 8 spots, it literally doesn't matter where you go out. Like, I'm not saying 100,000 is a lot of money, but in the context of a tournament where you've already got paid 380,
yeah, I know what you mean.
And first is 5.5, second's like almost 4. Yeah, 100,000 isn't anything. Paid out over a difference of 8 spots. So then it just becomes, okay, like, I'm not punting, I'm just trying to make plus chip EV plays. Not really much ICM here. But then once you start cracking down into the final table, that's when you start getting actual jumps and ICM starts kicking back in. Like, let me survive 200,000 moving up the next spot, 300,000, 400,000, you know, so on and so forth. So it's one of those things where it's not like there's a consistent amount from here on to the end of the tournament of, let's call it ICM type pressure about staying alive. It changes as time goes on based on the number of players left and based on the chip stacks. So it's a dynamic thing, which in some ways is really cool because it's changing. So it's changing for the players to think about as they play, and obviously then for us to analyze as we're looking at hands and watching them.
Really appreciate that insightful breakdown, Brian Rast, as we enter hour 7 of today's play. Day 2 came back with over 80 entries, and the re-entry period was still open at the time for a couple of levels.
Dave.
Oh, Dave.
Big wave, Dave.
Yeah.
Couple of big eliminations just
Big
before
D.
break. Stephen Chidwick,
Big D.
Michael Zhang, Laszlo Boytash,
Wow.
Ty Seibinger, Ike Haxton, Sam Greenwood.
I will say Vogelsang's shirt goes unbuttoned dangerously low there.
Okay. I mean, flashbacks to Madrid. You clearly haven't seen the video they released today with Vogelsang.
Oh, what?
No, you haven't, have you?
No.
It's the new sex icon of Triton Poker.
Who released this video?
Triton.
Triton?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
What are the blinds?
Oh my goodness.
10-20, huh?
I didn't realize Jungle Man was dressed in costume. As like a king, like a Greek
Caesar.
god?
Yeah,
oh, a Caesar.
Caesar.
Caesar, I like it. I mean, I think he needs to dress up.
I wish you good
Feel
luck,
like
but
he
I wouldn't
only
need it.
wins tournaments where he dresses up. Like the 50K. I don't know how many other tournaments he's won.
Macho Man Dan.
But when he dresses up in full costume, he does well. Maybe it helps him play better.
Wanna win?
Live, at least. Occasionally he gets distracted live, but maybe when he's dressed up and just like in full, like acting as a character the whole time, it helps him focus.
Jungle Man Dan.
Did Elke just fold with 30K remaining in his stack? Huh? Or 90K? 90K on the app.
Mannheim, your towers will fall.
Uh-oh.
5%.
I don't think I can take it to be taken out twice in a row and determined by you. Maybe heads up in the final table. I'd barely settle for that. But then again, like the pain of seeing you win a big no-limit tournament.
What do you have against me winning a no-limit tournament?
Because you're... We'll talk off mine.
Wow.
I realize
Shade being thrown, eh?
offended you.
Good luck, Elke.
Elke is all in from the small blind with the Jack 7-0.
I feel like somehow Elke put in a lot of chips in the last pot and folded his last 30K with the queen high. It seems a little crazy.
I believe he just defended the big, and then, yeah, just folded.
Off camera. Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure what short stack theorists think about that, though. With like 30K, I think there was like 200-something thousand in the pot. Like, you can occasionally have the best hand on 7-3-2 against somebody who just opened the blinds. Like, what if they have Jack 10? And even if they don't, against like Ace 9, you just have 6 outs twice. You're like almost getting the right price for it. I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, even
you
up
shouldn't
against the
fold
Ace
the
King.
Queen 6 of clubs there. But oh well. It's
Elke not going to be winning
Sit open on 2.
the Coin Rivet Invitational. We are down to our final 36 players. It's Double L, Linus Love leading the pack, leading the field rather.
My voice once रहा था आपके मेरे बीच में there was a gap. And suddenly it went when you moved the tables.
37.
Backslide,
Time bank goes flying out. Michael's saying Chidwick, Elke.
That's good.
5.5 million for first there, Brian.
That's all.
I wish you guys at home could have seen Brian's face when he said that. It's like super serious. He's like, that's all?
I mean, that's why I didn't play this. It's not quite up to my standards.
It's not for you, is it?
Yeah, Henry.
You want the,
I mean,
was it 18 million for first?
We need 8 digits to wake me up.
First time I've personally seen Canodius so far at this Triton Super High Roller Series in Cyprus.
Yeah, same. And Talviti just gets out of the way on the flop with the ace-jack.
The thing is after this costume selection from Jungle Man, I feel like he's just set the bar too high. WSOP, it's Macho Man Dan, now he's here as Caesar. And
yeah, and the Goku, the previous year.
Yeah, it's like, well, like, what's next? I'm a big fan, by the way, but like, he now has to...
Listen, the Macho Man Dan.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it was like skin tight.
Well, I mean...
Ooh, Linus just dropping in here.
Double L with the...
Casual drop in.
Spray paint hoodie.
Like... Ooh, but... I mean, these are numbers 2 and 3 in chips, and Daniel has direct position on double L.
Odds on one of them not making the money.
I mean, we're still pretty far out. It's like... on one of them not making it, it's, I don't know, 40% maybe?
40%? They both have like 7.5% of the chips in play.
Between you and
Sure,
me,
but
I don't know who I
more than
want
half
to
the
take
field
down
still
more.
needs to go out. It's going to be a
Think
while. I mean, and you're talking...
I want to take down his tower, though.
Any
That
one of them
tower is an
going out.
abomination.
Let me say 35. I'll go 35. All right.
Fair. I think Jungle's made it.
The Tower of Babel.
I mean, put it this way. Let's say one of them is 20% to go out by the money. That would basically be 35%. For both of them. Be like 0.8 squared, which is 64. 1 minus that, so it's 36. And I think they're both guys that, I mean, yeah, they know ICM, but I doubt they're going to be super strict, both having more of a cash background. And they're both going to be happy to kind of play Not that they want to play big pots, but they'll both be probably more down than maybe just like a tournament-oriented player. I don't know. Then again, they are playing at a table where they're the only two pros, I think.
I believe so. Yeah,
So,
well spotted.
So yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Savannah's just getting mic'd up.
Only two pros and no one else has a lot of chips there. Yeah, I'll go 30%. Downgrade it there from that a little bit.
It's going to be involved first hand, double L.
Crazy. 40,000.
So because I said 30%, I'll take 3 to 1 because that would be a plus EV bet at 25%. I'll take 3 to 1 that one of them doesn't make it.
Take 3 to 1.
Yeah. So your 300 to my 100, and all it takes is one of them not making the money, and I win. They both make the money, you win.
It's tough with this hand to make that call.
Is it?
180.
Oh yeah, wow.
Fold.
Savannah.
I mean, you can wait till after this hand. It's fine.
Who lost that huge pot against King's Resort owner Leon, the last hand of last night. Re-entered.
Not a fun spot for Kate's here.
5 seconds. Fold.
But decides to C3. A low flop would be very bad for Daniel.
Comes King 6-6, Rainbow, 450 in the middle. Savannah, 650 behind.
Bit of an uncomfortable SPR, so for Savannah, he definitely doesn't want to get in 650 here. Fortunately for him, Daniel doesn't have a hand that really wants to bluff. Daniel has a hand that he thinks might be good and wants to show down for the most part. Can beat kind of ace-high bluffs that don't involve ace-high hands that don't involve ace-king.
Does knuckle through. Savannah up to over $1 million in chips. To 1.2 million to be precise, and he moves into the top 10 chip counts. 37 left.
All right. Jungle did lose 240K that pot, but that's still available.
So what is it? My 300 to your 100?
Yeah.
And we currently have another bet going on as well,
We
right?
do, which I would rather leave that bet private.
Yeah.
But yes, you're a big favorite on that bet.
And
At the
you
moment,
owe me
but that
50
doesn't
from
make-
Madrid.
Yes, that you mentioned previously, and I don't remember, but trust you.
All right, yeah, but
Okay.
But
Nines. He had queens. He had nines.
All right, so here we are. We got two
I don't know if
bets.
it's a good thing or a bad thing that they're at the same table, Brian. Does that work in my favor or in your favor?
I think it's good that they're at the same table here because, I mean, no one else at the table has like more than 1.1 or something. So it's a pretty good table. Yeah, I guess they can bust each other kind of, but I mean, there's 4 players with over 2 million. So I guess, I mean, if they were each at tables where they were the chip leader, I guess that would be better.
True.
But
I don't know. You seem like a sharp guy that I shouldn't really bet with, but here we are. Tal VT8 in the big. To start applying pressure pre-flop with the rags. 4.25x.
What did you get your chips?
Hmm?
Stelheimer. Giving him the stare
Wheels
down.
of fate. Rolled them into my stack. I plundered them from the clutches of those that don't respect the gods or the sea.
This appears to be enjoying Jungle's nonsense much more than everyone else at the table.
Strikes me as the type of guy that would enjoy the jungle nonsense.
How did you get so many chips?
I cannot answer. I cannot have a better answer than yours.
1 pots, jungle. 1 pots.
Raise 40,000. Hold.
You should be ready for the unexpected.
Hold.
He's been warned to be ready for the unexpected. Ooh, the ace queen off, just flat here. Just flat. That's. I'm trying to think. Was that 25 blinds?
Yeah, just shy.
How many people at this table? 7 or 8?
1.17.
It's like 7.
I'm gonna look this one up. So we got 7-handed under the gun. And we got the cutoff. I mean, I'm thinking ace queen off is probably just a pure jam here on this pre-flop solution I'm about to look at. And
What's your video?
cutoff strategy.
1.1.
7-handed under the gun.
Might
Oh
be
wow.
wrong. 1.1, yeah.
It's actually the 3-way mix between all in, 3-bet, or call. So you can do anything, it's fine. Just don't fold it.
Tal VT8 flopping top 2 after defending.
Actually, you don't jam much
defending
here.
the big blind.
I guess that position's just too early to want to attack it too much with the jam. Even at 25 blinds. Interesting. I bet 20 blinds must be a jam.
Checks round on the 10-8 trade 2 hearts.
Yeah, interesting. 20 blinds is a pure jam with ace queen there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but 25 blinds doesn't really matter. All right. Anyway.
Action turn card, Queen of Clubs. Canodia turning top. Linus turning a double gut shot. WTS still with the best of it. That's the fade. 9 through ace. So that's not true. Jack.
So the flop got checked through, yeah?
It did indeed.
Yeah, wow. Now, after the check through versus the blinds, I mean, it's a big bet, which Linus has somebody behind him. It's a little dicey.
5 seconds.
How will he proceed here? $120, $160, that's 75%. You gotta wonder if I call, the guy behind me can go all in some. Probably only does that if he hit the queen, but he might have hit the queen. I strand that money out there. Or I could just raise myself.
320.
Interesting. but it's hard for me to see ace, like, I just feel like you still got to go with ace queen here. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the raise is sick from Linus, but the fact that Canoli is sat there after turning top, you know, with a player behind as well, just 22 big blinds, it's...
I mean, the thing is, you only have 445K, and there's 600 in the middle, so, like, you know, if you're beat, I guess you're beat, but the flop got checked through. You know, what if Linus has ace queen or king queen himself? I mean, is Linus really three-way on a board that wet, like checking like kings or something? You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe top set of tens, you know, maybe he has queen 10, but he could have a bunch of other hands. I mean, Linus, as we can see, is a guy who balances here. And I just think the risk to reward is too good here with ace queen, and ace queen is too strong. I mean, also a difference between ace queen and king queen, or ace queen and queen jack here is like pretty significant in my opinion. So
you're going broke here with ace queen.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm sticking it in with ace queen here. I feel pretty confident it's the right play.
Oh, they're deep in the tank after the dealer pinged off. Most entertaining turn card possible.
I mean, I think if he goes all in, it doesn't actually reopen the raise. Wow, this is, the fold is tight, and I think I disagree with it. You know, if he goes all in, it does put Talvidi in a tough spot. But because it doesn't reopen the action to Linus, he probably calls.
Yeah, one would assume that.
All in?
Wow, he goes for the jam.
And that'll work.
How do we feel about that, Brian?
I mean,
like middle two pair on the turn. Get snapped, you're just dead.
Yeah, you get snapped, you're pretty dead there.
Okay.
But I mean, it's a tough spot out of position. I mean, where do you let? You can call, let Linus realize equity. Out of position, play a little bit of a guessing game on the rivers. You can fold, but that seems pretty tight with two pair there against
fold is
against somebody
option,
who's capable. Like maybe you could find nits you could consider it against. Linus doesn't qualify, and yeah, I mean shove. Sure, when you're beat, you just lose it all, but yeah, you do deny equity, and there's a lot of money out there to win. It's a dicey spot. I can say I don't feel really confident in shove versus call, which is correct. You know, do you?
For that many big blinds, is it 55, 60 total, given the turn bet?
Yeah, but there was like 600 in the pot, right? Yeah, there was 600. So he had what, like $1 million?
1.1.
So yeah, so you're risking one. I mean, you're basically just under 2 to 1 SPR in terms of your risk. I mean, I guess I probably lean call, but like I'm not sure. I think.
If you try to affront Triton,
probably assume that yeah, I think I lean call. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, the pickup is huge, right?
Pickup is big.
Yeah,
I
like
might shove.
If you get
I
snapped,
say I lean call, but I do know in spots like that, sometimes out of position, I just like to.
Yeah, if you get snapped and you're dead, just tap the table and, you know, say GG's.
Jack 9 suited, huh, Linus? Yeah. I mean, that's the hand you really expect to see when you get snapped. Like Jack 9 loves checking that 3-ways, right? Because you hate betting and getting raised.
Yeah.
So just, yeah, Jack 9 suited, man. Damn, I guess I got 4 outs.
Or you could be dead. And he's just
It's
got queens.
tough. Nah, man, he's checking queens 3-ways. Like, I'm not saying he will never, but I think he probably bets more often than he checks.
I would say for sure.
Yeah.
Bets
So
more than he checks.
it's like, just don't like giving free cards there 3-ways with queens, and your hand is good a lot.
Just taking a quick look at the outer tables. Johan Gilbert down to 13 bigs. Roman Hadjiev on 8 bigs. Tony G down to 17. Adrian Mateus on 20. Evan Kenny currently in the middle of the pack, 42 big blinds, as is Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, Jason's been sliding. It's down to 870K, which at this point is below average. Not by a lot.
Check. Check it out. Nice.
GF down to 8 bigs.
I cannot do that.
As we move over to the blue feature table.
Yeah.
Are these the 2 shortest stacks in the tournament? I think.
On the hijack.
It is. These 2 guys are the 2 shortest stacks in the tournament, both at this table. Johan Guibert and Ramin Hadjiev.
Vogel waking up with the 9s in the small blind.
Yeah, pretty easy reshove.
Well, the first one was an 8 too, and I was like, if I get another one, I'm calling. You would have liked that very much.
2 aces dead already. 1 folded by Seth Davies, 1 by Ebony Kenny.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so Hadjiev in rough shape with the ace-9. Not even backdoor diamonds working for him on the queen-queen tray. King would do it.
Get me?
King would do it. Not to be.
Guys,
We
good
lose
luck.
Hadjiev
Nice.
in 36th. And
Good luck, everyone. All right. Ciao, bro.
wow, we're down to the final. Let's say the final third filled. That is not true. Final 35.
We're already under a third.
Yeah, exactly.
115 entries. Actually, somewhat. There weren't that many rebuys today. I was thinking last night with like 3 levels open for rebuy, we definitely get to like 120. I thought it would be over that, and it actually like significantly under 120. Like we thought we ended last night at like 107, and it was like 4
How many
people.
languages that guy speaks. Every time he's talking to
We're gonna
somebody, he's talking
revive.
to them in their
Or
native
one, yeah, we ended at
language. Yesterday he was
110 last
talking
night,
to
so only
Nikita in
5
Russian.
people
Was he really?
revived.
Yeah, I think his language and Russian are very similar.
Damn. Well, yeah, you can do that one. Russian, French, apparently.
English is very good.
English is great. It's crazy.
Place 45.
US Open finals tonight, Brian. You a betting man on sports?
Yeah, but
Not
not
on
on
tennis.
tennis.
Polyglot. I think it's cool.
Okay.
Polyglot.
I bet the main thing I bet now is UFC, but I also bet like the NBA playoffs.
Glossary, it's got to be the same place. Gloss.
Seems to be a lot of.
Probably something Latin for word.
Latin for stuff. Latin for no.
UFC betting that goes on from the poker community.
Place 40. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Oh.
Kenny with the raise and take, closing in on the million chip mark. 35 left, 17 paid, main cash of 380,000. 5.5 million for first.
Six-handed.
Yes.
Your specialty?
No. 8-handed and 9-handed.
I wish we'd play 12-handed. Open fold ace king another gun.
Place 45. Pass.
It'd be like half of a king. You wouldn't even get a full second card.
Yeah, they are six-handed at the blue feature table. Johan Gilbert down to just 9 bigs. Disastrous for him. Queen high flop for JK. Most likely going to go check bet call, check bet fold, sorry. You never know, maybe Davies stays curious. It's quarter pot.
No.
Doesn't.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Had it.
Queen deuce suited.
I like your first
All
call.
the whole thing.
The whole enchilada?
Whole enchilada. It would have all been yours.
One of my cards is a 7.
Damn.
Man, Leon has had a very uneventful day. He's just stayed at not a lot of swings for him.
Just cruising along.
Especially considering some of those expectations. Stayed very flat.
Also have a good hand.
Between like 1.3 and
That's
like
a win-win for
1.7, basically all day.
I don't know.
The viewers get to look at you some more.
Yeah.
Everybody wins. I'm staring at you.
6, 7, 5 to start.
Thank you.
Staring at you when you're not even in the hand.
Did I say I love you?
You say that instead of all in.
I love you. Oh, oops.
Marry me, Tom. 45,000.
135.
135.
You had me at
Is that Vogelsen
135,000.
flirting with Kenny?
You had me when you unbuttoned a couple of those buttons.
Yeah, king queen off.
Apparently not strong enough.
Saying I love you.
Good enough to raise,
All right,
bad
pal.
enough to fold.
Shoot your shot.
Makes sense.
Nice hand, no, not so nice.
Fedor Holt still leading the pack on the outer table. One of the outer tables, I should say. The only player with more than 3 million chips. It's Jason Kuhn. Bumps things up here with pocket 10s from under the gun.
And gonna get a customer here with Vogel saying King 9 off.
Is that a 500 stack?
It's whatever stack, but it could be 500. Yeah,
Close.
that's exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Check.
So, see how Kuhn decides to navigate here between bet and check flop. Both have merits.
The worst flop I've ever seen.
Comes with bet 25.
I've seen better too. I mean, not the worst flop you've ever seen, but I've seen better flop.
Medium flop.
Yeah, medium.
Oh man, Vogelsang's getting a lot of mixed reviews in the chat.
Oh yeah?
Comes as no surprise, right?
He's a polarizing chat figure. They either love or hate him.
Story checks out.
Poker Pro wakes up with the Rockets.
That's why he's just been patiently folding, you know?
Just gets it through, picks up the blinds. Mission accomplished.
Let's go.
It's 165. That's right. Yeah.
Wanted action.
Exactly what Johan wanted.
Quick look at the feature table chip counts. It is fan favorite Johan Gilbert at the bottom of the pack with 11 bigs, but 50-minute clock. Could argue has time to spin it back up, but six-handed here. That big blind and big blind ante coming round a lot faster than usual. Let's put in 20% of his chips, well, more. 25% of his chips every orbit. You need to find a spot sooner rather than later.
Okay. I think Leon speaks like 6 languages.
No, 8.
8?
Yes.
Wow.
But fluently 8.
Fluently.
I didn't even know there were 8 languages.
And we found out today that he's an opera singer also.
Speak English, French, Italian, Spanish, Israeli, Czech,
German,
Hebrew,
Russian,
and German.
Russian,
and Russian, 9 languages.
Jeez.
Looks like the 25K PLO is going on right now. Is it a 1 day or a 2 day? Do you know?
I believe it's a 1 day.
Oh, it ends today.
Jumping in.
Actually,
Wow.
Insane.
actually might.
Impressive.
Because it doesn't interfere with my work schedule, right? Can I still buy in? When?
9:30. Yeah.
You have to ask the floor.
Yeah, I'm trying to check the. Sorry.
Are you gonna bluff me again like we did
That's
like
why
you did
James
last
kept
time?
us here this long today. He
I had
deliberately
a good hand too. You bluffed me off
kept
like a
us here
really
so
good
he didn't
hand.
play it.
Slightly
I had a
tilted
really,
now.
really good hand. Me too, me too.
Actually, this might have been the one event I could have gotten to play. Just, damn. Really, it just closed? We're not joking?
He's not joking.
Damn it. All right.
30.
Ryan's on tilt.
Yeah, I am.
Did you have a draw or did you have something?
I had.
Holy shit.
No need to lie on the.
My only chance
No,
of
you'll
playing
see,
something
I
is
had
it
a
had
lot of
0% to interfere
what did you have?
with the work schedule, and that was
I had a
actually the
king of
one
hearts in my
maybe
hand
could have
and I had a
gotten through it.
pair.
But it's okay.
You win with
Life is
king.
good.
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. I had a lot. And
Is
the
it?
heart's probably
Yeah.
gonna give me a lot of outs against you.
Yeah. I full up 10-5.
Yeah, it's great.
2 pair?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, king, we get it all. 5, you get it all.
You at king 5.
Yeah. See, I'm running good. Sometimes you're just running good. Just a
Yeah,
5 rolls off and all my chips are gone.
Just a matter of time. Like 30 minutes, that's all.
Just a matter of fun.
Dude, this tournament's...
What are you looking at? The Coin Rivet Invitational or the 25k PLA?
No, the Coin Rivet Invitational.
Okay. I was gonna say,
I was just
don't take
recatching a little bit. My FOMO transferred back to this one. I'm just looking and I mean, still most of these tables look like pretty VIP heavy. I mean, yes, there's all the guys with lots of chips are pros, but oh, here we go. Kuhn with the 3-bet. Ace Jack off. The Ace Jack off is a nice hand to do this with because the theory being, if I get 4-bet, pretty easy to let it go, but it plays pretty well against hands that call. As we can see, Ace 10 suited called, and it's dominated. You know, other hands like King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited, etc. And a lot of the hands that do 4-bet you for value at least are all heavy crushed. So you're in position.
Yeah, I'm gonna 3-bet and fold.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm very confused by the graphic on the screen.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, it's like Johan deliberately holding his mic or something so that the table doesn't hear what he's saying. What is going on?
Like, why is Guibert's 4? Okay, good. The 4 deuce off finally made
Yeah,
its way out.
that was obvious. Like we're post flop.
Yeah, we do have some weird talking going on from one of the players at the table.
It sounds like Johan's discussing a hand history, and he's like muffled his mic. And check this out from Kenny, by the way. Brian, check raising the 8-8 deuce, 2 spades, 1 club.
Yes, this is interesting. I mean, I think Kuhn has a lot of incentive to continue here with the Ace-Jack showdown, the Ace of Spades. The fact that it's like, does Kenny really have that many 8s, you know? Maybe she's turning something into a bluff here. He's in position. She's going to make her earn it. Now, this is the spot where Kenny can potentially earn this. I do think if she follows through with a bet here, it's very likely to work. It's hard to see Jason continuing. Even if she goes like 3rd pot here, it's tough. But it's also pretty scary to keep betting here. You check raise, you got called. All right, here we go. Kenny's earning this pot. Wow. What is that, like 160? Yeah, she's going like 3rd. No, what is that? Is that even a little less than 3rd?
It's like quarter pot, 160 into 580.
Yeah, I feel like quarter is where you start actually making it hard for too many hands that are better than yours to fold. Like you're asking ace jack, ace king to fold. If ace king likes calling here more than ace jack, I think. But I like this. Kenny is putting Kuhn in a tough spot.
Feels like such a dicey turn card to continue barreling on, unblocking clubs and spades. 3-bet pot. Jason makes the call with just ace jack high.
Wow, and now a river, folks. Let's see what happens here. Please don't put like a deuce. Okay. Or that, no. I mean.
Wow. If Kenny finds the triple.
If she finds the all-in here, it's...
Check.
Ace high.
Sigh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Chop it up.
Set
Yes.
side. Chop it up.
22.
I didn't even realize that they were going to chop right. I didn't Right. Okay.
Yeah, the river went check.
So you can hear Tony G kicking off in the background, calling over the floor.
Do we look up the pot that happened there?
Yeah, so
let me get to it too. Which table? You had table. What number is it? Oh, here's 6. Okay.
So I'm waiting for the app to update quickly, which I believe it just has.
Oh, this is Fedor won this pot, right?
Yeah, so it basically went Fedor open, cut off. Ben called King 5 of hearts from the small. Panat Pansri defended his big blind. Fedor opened ace king, by the way. Came king 6 deuce rainbow, 1 heart. Ben check, Pansri check. Fedor bet 1/3.
No, less, like quarter or something.
Quarter pot.
Yeah. Call.
Ben Heath call, Pansri fold. 12 big blinds in the middle. Turn brought in the jack of diamonds. Fedor bet pot after Ben checked to him. Ben called. The river was the 8 of diamonds, bringing in backdoor diamonds. And Ben had just 325k back with 735k in the middle. It went check, check. And Tony G was just like, hang on an effing minute. Called the floor over. Said, how does he check ace king in this river spot? Basically insinuating that Holtz would stop playing Heath, and Luca was like
didn't want to bust him. Like, I have a piece and it's worth more to me to like keep him in than win those chips.
Right.
You know, parsing down that, I would say that's really only like Fedor has to have a substantial piece of Ben for that to be true there. For you, I mean, yes, the chips, the 345k is worth more to Ben keeping him in the tournament than Fedor going from whatever, like 3.5 to 3.8. But I guess it would have to be something like Ben's piece would have to be, the piece Fedor has of Ben has to be like at least 30% of what Fedor has of himself, or 30, that range, like a third.
Yeah.
Pretty unlikely that's true. That's just to make that. Second, if you look at the hand, I mean, yeah, he has a good hand. I actually think, yeah, it's a pretty tight check back, but I don't know if I'd call it like absurd. What do you think? I mean, here's the thing. Yes, it's not that much more. That said,
I think the annoying thing, like the reason why I think it's a really tight fold is because it's the king of diamonds on board. So it's king 6 deuce, king of diamonds, and it comes running diamonds.
Yeah.
So you have to, like, is Ben flatting ace 6 of diamonds from the small? Probably not.
Probably.
Yeah? You think he's flatting ace 6 from the small?
Yeah, no, maybe. I don't know, maybe not.
I feel like probably leans more towards 3-bet or fold.
Yeah.
Ace deuce from the small.
I mean, it's hard to say, right?
So yeah, Tony was...
But not even just flushes, though. Like other slow played hands.
Like?
I mean, he did bet pot or over pot on the turn. Like, what if he just has king jack, set of sixes, and just plays it for check call, then just you call the pot size bet there, figuring Fedor could, if he has value, he probably bets river, and if he's bluffing, you know, you're not getting that extra 325k, so just call.
50.
Like, I've definitely actually seen like sets of deuces, sixes, or like king jack there played that way. I probably would play it that way myself. I'd probably assume for that particular sizing, Fedor is pretty polarized in that he's either got pretty good value hands or like will tend to have lower equity semi-bluffs or just like zero equity blasts rather than hands that he, you know, like not like the ace-9 of diamonds. Because it's just like gross if he gets checked. I guess you're folding, but like you'd probably rather bet a little smaller or larger with like ace-9 of diamonds, for example, as Fedor on the turn. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, like Ben can definitely be pretty strong there. I see Tony's point, but I just don't think it's, and he could be right, but I still think it's unlikely, and I just don't think
it says clear cut.
It's just like, oh yeah, Fedor just definitely has the best hander. It's absurd to bet, to not bet. It's a strong accusation. I know it's something everybody is a little cognizant of, that a lot of players probably know each other and could have behind the scenes arrangements, and people are always worried about that and how it might affect the play, but I don't think there's anything in that particular hand that stands out to me as like, wow, that's like must be fishy, you know, or like conclusive proof.
$135.
I think I would bet ace-king in that spot, though. But I am open to the idea that it might not really be making much money.
Oh.
What do you think?
I can't believe we still have
like, would you
so
bet
much
ace-king
poker
there?
to play. These things are long, man.
I don't know, man. I feel like you're asking the wrong person. I'm a bit of a nit personally, and also I'm in the commentary booth.
Short deck.
I'm not out there playing.
Another main.
Yeah.
Don't really know these spots well enough.
Playing another week, like
I can honestly see arguments both sides.
I mean, I would bet it, but I see the argument.
I was gonna say,
you know,
there's so many hands.
and I'm not gonna act like I know the answers that you should bet it.
Every pot, like, and it's antes, so there's just like a pile of chips this big in the middle of every hand.
How much should we play tonight? Do you have any idea?
I think we play like 6 more levels after the dinner
6
break.
more levels after the
something
dinner break?
absurd, yeah. Because they want us to get down to the final table tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, that's what I said.
What's up, man?
Hi, Eric.
This man, Eric,
This should be you.
joining the table.
Oh, we got Tony G too.
What a throw.
Yeah, real for real there.
Well, down to the final 4 tables, Brian. So we've had a couple of eliminations. Mikita Badziakowski, Danny Tang, Alexei Platonov.
Oh, Mikita.
No more picking on me.
I was like, Ebony, pull the fucking trigger.
I call you and we chop.
That's a bad river for me to pull.
You need a bit of emotion, right, in the game? Otherwise, it's very boring.
I guess it's like decent, actually, not the worst, but I just like chicken the fuck out.
That'd have been a crazy one.
Dinner in 40 minutes, Warren. Get the wine ready.
Welcome to the table,
Get the good stuff, yeah.
Eric and Tony G.
At least I'm fired up now.
He's fired up, chat. If you have any kids around, make sure you mute the stream. It's been a while since we've seen a Tony G blow up. Been going to too many yoga retreats and
How you feeling?
really
Good,
zen
buddy.
now.
How are you? Tired. Ready to take this thing home, huh?
Wow, it's
Ready
interesting.
to-
Even though
Last another level, last another
it's
level.
pros
last
who
another
have
level,
the top 4 chip stacks, I actually think there's more non-pros in the tournament at the moment. Not by a lot, but by a small margin.
Oh, I don't
I
think
mean,
we're
this
allowed-
table's 3 out of 8.
Oh, that's right.
The other feature
4.
table is
If you, businessman and pro.
Yeah, not until
2 out of 8, I believe.
Four.
Do you know his
They cannot play,
God
they are
Stanker?
partners.
Is he a pro or
We're partners.
a VIP?
Move
It's counting now.
Who moves?
You moved because you were brought over. So yeah.
Last game for
Yeah, so 13 of the final 31 are pros.
Yeah.
Back up.
18
So a minority.
Yeah.
Although because they have the top chips, the chips in it are probably pretty even overall.
Okay.
Maybe they have a little bit more.
Well, good luck over there.
Nice to see you,
Successful
kids.
for now.
What's that?
The most successful couple for now.
I think so, right? Oh, isn't that
Both
cute?
are
We're the
gonna
most
win this
successful
one at
couple.
Showdown.
Oh.
We've been through so much together.
Should it check
It's not
through?
difficult because there is a world where it's gonna be impossible, right?
Yes.
Like if
2 tables.
if many
Oh,
partners.
then they play.
2 tables, down to 2 tables.
No, but like imagine, like every partners are together now. What we do?
Ah, so they're moving.
No, there is a world where it's impossible. Like if there is like the right partners still in the tournament, there is a world where it's possible. Good luck, Eric.
So Eric
See you later,
not joining the table.
Because his partner's at the table?
That is true. That is the case.
This kind of him.
Who's Eric's pro partner?
Cupidon, like the werewolf. They cannot be
Seth?
separate.
Yeah, I'm on top of it.
Yeah, nice catch.
Huh?
Nice catch before start.
Before they
Oh,
kick
the
us
boys
one
get
out,
qualified.
play one hand and they just throw it.
Oh, so sad.
Long time.
Chips goes in the middle.
As an empty.
Yeah.
Never hits.
As an empty.
As an empty.
It
I
is
had one
sad.
in the
ocean.
river, they're not.
It's the best.
Blind bully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it was red in the corner of my eye. I was like, uh-oh, Tom's out of here. But it was the wrong suit. I had it all, not flush.
And Charles like allowed to take the all empty.
No.
No good. Why not?
Make free money in this moment.
Crazy tournament.
Yeah. I remember you both.
It becomes crazy pineapple where we threw a card and we.
Linus back up to over 3 million. It's been steadily climbing.
I wonder how many teams are still in. There's probably at least one other.
Okay. 3:30.
Johan says, run it.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. My bad.
All right, I guess it's got to be pretty fucking big. Let's take a look.
Ace Jack.
Ace Jack. Okay. Pair 5. What do you got? 165?
165.
Oh, Tony G with the pre-count. Fan favorite.
Too much.
Johan Gilbert at
It's
risk.
a black chip. It's a black.
It's good.
Black chip.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, you put a black one. Okay, I didn't see.
Tony with the
Yes.
pre-count. In great shape to send Johan to the rail.
Good flop.
$390 in the middle as the blinds have gone up to 10,000, 25,000. Just needs to fade the jack of, the jack of? Just the jack.
GG. Good game, guys.
It does
Cool.
exactly that,
See you
Brian.
later.
See you, Johan.
Tony up to over 900K. And then there were 30.
Bunny's still alive.
It's 13 away from the money. 380,000 in cash.
Come over to this other table and see Mr. Daniel Cates with some aces. Unfortunately, man, God's Thanker is pretty short here to be peeling 3-bets.
Yeah, that's him being out there with the king 10 of spades.
$29. Yep. Oh, Johan was the 30th. Ooh, Fedor 3.7. Linus Love 3.14.
Can't you smell it?
Leon up to 1.9, by the way. Eliminated David Einhorn, ace king against ace queen.
You've been stuck underground for far too long. You should see the other side of the sea.
By the way, some exclusive content of Jungle Man over on our Instagram.
240. 240.
Pete had the chance to sit down and talk with him. If you haven't already seen it, in Triton Poker over on Insta.
Still raising the queen 10 off, and Talvidi coming with the 3-bet here. It looks like a little over 30 big blinds effective, and Bill gets pushed off quite a bit of equity. Nice pot by Talvidi. Nice combo to make that play with at that stack depth. Very happy to take the pot down.
I think Linus is a big Jungle fan. Seems to be the only one like laughing at Jungle's jokes.
Antics,
Yeah.
Raise 50.
Just looks amused.
Yeah.
Probably not what he's used to, you know? Well, it's not. It's not
Yeah.
what anyone's used to.
Jungle's help keeping it interesting outside of just poker.
Someone has to do it.
Phil Sternheimer noticed all the attention Vogelsang was getting, and he's like, hold my beer. I too can pull off a deeply unbuttoned shirt.
Should we bring it tomorrow to the pre-show? You think you can pull it off?
I mean, not like those guys.
No.
But I could always just, I'm not saying I can pull it off, but I could still
Just
do
give it a go, yeah?
Yeah.
Minus flopping top 2 in this multi-way affair.
35.
VT with a piece, a form of middle pair. It's going to need running cards to win this one.
And the small size keeps him in. 10 or a queen would be disastrous for Talvidi.
I've seen already that he doesn't mind getting in a lot of chips against one of the chip leaders.
And Linus is going to keep betting this. lots of value, and it's a dicey continue for Talvideo. Just doesn't waste any time snap folding.
Till next time, low-legger. Low-leg you.
You always look so happy with yourself when you're putting chips in the pot. Did you know that?
Yeah, why are you so happy with yourself?
When you're like raising, you're like.
He knows he's gonna win.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's why. No, it's nice. Like, you know, we should all look a little happier.
I'm big blind, right? Yeah.
So here's Yang just asking Linus why he always looks so happy. He's like, well,
No,
I get to play a hand.
He said when he's putting
He's
chips
so
in
happy
the
because
pot.
everyone else is mad and sad.
You look so disgruntled after I was like, and you're like looking at your hand before when I had a 4, I was like, oh, the 6 kicker? Like.
Huh?
I said you look so disgruntled before when I showed my hand and then like you still had yours. I was like, wait, does my kicker play? It's like really weird. If that was even possible.
I had the 2.
Yeah. Robbed. Like, I just meant when you said people looking mad.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Linus
sorry,
is
yeah.
getting moved, so they're getting split up. Your 2 guys.
I don't know if that's good or bad for my bet.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess only bad if Linus goes to play with Fedor.
Anytime a pot
So that's
escapes
bad.
my clutches.
Which seems
It deserves a disgruntled.
impossible. Fedor currently at a
Let's just
8-handed
say
table.
the stallions.
Probably
of
going to play with
Atlantis.
Seth. Which is, it's like a lateral
Did
movement.
Atlantis have stallions?
Nay.
Seahorses?
Yes, sea
Okay.
stallions.
Okay.
I think the word is neigh. They neigh and bark and make noise.
Okay. I will have to take your word for it. I know nothing about the mythology of neighs in Atlantis.
Many legends speak of Atlantis. It's a city before your time.
Before my time, but not before yours. Well, you're a demigod, so.
Going for it with the 19 big blind open jam.
Us mere mortals are here just but for a fleeting moment. That us mere mortals are here just but for a fleeting moment.
It's just a grain of sand in time.
The poetry being laid down between these 2 right now.
Now I'm confused. I thought Jungle was trying to be Caesar. She just called him a demigod from the city of Atlantis, so I don't know.
I don't know. I wonder if Jungle has a clear character he's trying to be. Poseidon.
That's what I was thinking. Poseidon makes sense.
I mean,
We are here at
Atlantis god.
Triton.
Yeah.
You know, it all checks out. Poseidon, Triton, 200k.
Phil Sternheimer going for it with the 4s. It's 6 max under the gun. It's a slightly loose open, I feel like. It's right on the cusp. The good news for him is it makes it all the way to the big blind. Yeah, you know what? A lot of VIPs at this table probably under 3 betting, so it's probably fine. Ooh. queen 4 really outflops the 4s, hitting 2 queens. I mean, Phil likely c-bets this quite a bit. You'd love to get folds from overcard hands. No need to go big. He finds basically quarter pot, which
both the bunnies still alive. Our pros
great
are
to
out.
get hands like 9-6 suited or king 7 or whatever to fold, but Jiang has 3 queens, and we'll see how she wants to play it. When your opponent has 0 equity, calling can do well, but she doesn't know that. Wants to get value and raises it up. Still in a bit of a thorny spot. This hand could be good, but even if it is, it might get counterfeited or sucked out on. But he decides to play this one tough and stick around. Fortunately for him, he's drawing dead. And that's... it's not as bad of a... Okay, from Phil's perspective, it's not as bad of a card as a 9, 10, or Jack, which are very natural. Naturally bad cards is they fill in the only real draws on the flop is those inside gut shot straight draws, such as like Jack 9, which maybe you get check raised with. There are maybe some hands such as like King 10 off, which are blocking Queen X combos that the king now hits. Those hands may or may not bet. You know, another bet from Jiang here is pretty strong. And yeah, I mean, at this point, probably the only hand you're really beating would be something like Jack 10, Jack 9, or 10-9 that continues bluffing. Some other hands, some other air hands, and some King X hands might check. So now we see what Phil wants to do versus check. Just check and get to showdown. Try to put no more money in the pot. Try to either bluff a better hand out or some protection value. Protection value here would be going small, like 15-20% pot. But Phil's going more to like a size that achieves some bluffing, such 150 here is 30%. And I think a bet this big is also targeting maybe getting like 8x hands to fold. But Jiang has 3 queens and has basically played this hand perfectly versus Phil so far, getting him to put in max on the flop and checking to him, getting him to put in more money on the turn. So I can't imagine she folds here. And the only question really is whether she just check calls or just goes ahead and goes all in. Going all in here is kind of announcing you have 3 queens, but there's a lot of money in the pot.
Snap fold from Sternheimer.
2.
And Sia Jiang, by the way. One of 2 remaining ladies in the field, both her and Ebony Kenny. Still out here with 29 left, just battling for a piece of the pie. 17 going to get paid, $380,000 min cash. Obviously, that 5.5 million, the prize that everyone's going to have their eyes upon. But for you guys at home, WSOP Online, still plenty of bracelets to be won through to September 27th, and well, the biggest one being the main event on September the 26th. 5K buy-in, which you can qualify into from just $5. That's a 20 mil 5K. Price pool
Excuse me.
Almost as
Can I
big
get
as
an
this.
espresso?
200k. We do offer a new player sign-up bonus for you viewers at home. Promo code Triton 2022.
Yeah, I
Good
see that,
luck
but I
at
can't
the
distinguish
tables
the colors.
over
It's
on
very fucking
GG.
weird.
I think it's the altitude.
We're soon at
And
sea
wow, the
level.
top four
Could be.
has remained remarkably consistent. Just Fedor, Linus, Seth, Daniel.
Yeah, Cates has lost a lot back though.
Yeah,
I think he was
I
up
mean,
to like 2.8, 2.9 at one point.
Still over 2, and he's still in
I'll
4th.
get high at lunch.
But
During
yeah,
lunch
no,
break, I'll get
it
high.
could change. He's
That's
about
exciting
200k
for you.
away from 5th.
Play high.
Carl Chape Gatien.
Fair? Let's all get high, yeah? Take a molly.
The dinner break, no?
Yeah.
No lunch break.
What?
Missed that
Whatever.
one already.
Same for maybe lunch. I haven't had dinner.
Eric Quarry, by the way, out there battling as well. The outer tables. Had a rough start yesterday. A couple of big hands not going his way. Tony G staying alive, 20 bigs.
Seth gonna find an open here. Queen 10 off. Table chip lead. Ooh. Ebony Kenny, how will she play ace jack suited? It's just under 30 bigs.
So just going with the 3-bet fold. Gets the 7s of Jason to hit the mark.
A big one again.
Nope. No.
Keep trying to get her and I all in against each other. It's crazy.
They want you to double me up again.
I might have. I mean, if you folded, I might have doubled you up.
Just holding our own out there. Up to over $1 million in chips. Do apologize, 900k in chips. Just below average.
Fold.
Good news, someone that we haven't seen much of today or throughout this series.
Check your app.
Answering a hand.
Almost 1.1.
Linus asking Volsang how much he's playing, and Vogel just saying, check the app, pal. Has all the answers.
Linus says, okay, buddy. Raise it up.
Fuck you. I was just gonna say.
Kindly.
I was just gonna say, it was going so good since you came here. And now this.
Solanus with the 3-bet pre out of the small, takes it down.
Time to play. Time to play. I've been playing all day.
Uh-oh.
Small pots. Friendly.
Linus is dialed in.
Wasn't friendly.
Nice. No more small pots.
Maybe good.
Jack? It was Jack?
We were playing the bubble of a Florida 50K one time. Sean Lunar was there. Cards are getting dealt, and one of them's a queen. He like looks at his hand under the gun, and folds, and just goes, just like slaps the tables.
I remember that.
It's like, yeah, I had 8-4 off.
Yeah.
He's so fucking funny.
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
They killed me.
Kuhn, who's been doing a lot of folding.
Won't be folding this hand.
Yeah, finds one to shoot it up with here. Ace King.
750.
Davey's going to defend the Jack 9-0 as these two go heads up to the 9-5-4-2 hearts board. Kuhn's been trying. As a side note, Adrian Mateus has been eliminated in 29th. We're now 11 spots away from the money. $380,000 min cash. Playing for 5.5 million though. Tomorrow we're going to be crowning the champion of this 200k coin Rivet Invitational.
And Davies with a strong holding, but I think they're just a little too deep, and the holding's just a little not strong enough to really want to check raise and get in stacks. So kind of hard to do much here other than check call.
Davies knuckles it on over to JK.
Queen of Spades a better card for Kuhn, who's gonna have Davies not gonna have quite as many cards like that in a check call versus Kuhn's c-bet range. Kuhn, realizing that, continues to apply the pressure.
$110 into 235,000. Jason with 540k behind.
Yeah, I feel Davies, I think, obliged to call here with the 9. Very nice card for Seth. That changes nothing. Kuhn never has a 4 at this point. So if Seth's hand was good, it still is good. This fills in 0 draws. And I don't expect Kuhn to bluff this combo, as he actually can be good versus some hands Seth could have.
Yep.
Like nut flush draws, for example. So I think he finds different combos to bluff, such as, say, like Jack 10 off.
I have nuts every fucking hand. It's insane.
Yeah, frustrating couple of levels. Jason correctly called down Ebony's check raise with the ace-jack and turn barrel river. Ended up chopping the pot. Sizable one at that. 11 away from the money, eh? Average stack 49 big blinds.
And Linus loves starting to open it up here. Jack 3 suited in the cutoff.
Yes, this is his time to shine, right, Brian?
Yeah, now we're starting to get closer. It's a combination of multiple things. Getting closer to that bubble. I think he is happy putting the pressure on some of the VIPs. Attack Kenny's blind.
10 minutes.
10 minutes announced.
Damn.
Tony G. Players will be going on a dinner break. The A team are rolling in. I can't believe you were saying that about Ali on air earlier on, but you know, that doesn't surprise me. He comes across as that kind of man, you know. Yes, we are going to be relieved by Ali Najad.
It's been a long day, hasn't it?
Randy Lou, it has. I'm looking. You know, it's the US Open Finals in an hour. Gonna go and watch that. Watch Alcaraz win his first Grand Slam. I'm gonna be happy. As these guys are gonna run it down to the final table. I don't know how I feel about it though, Brian, because this feels like the most interesting part of the tournament, to be honest with you. We're tagging out after 9.5 hours.
We finally got here.
Yeah, this is where we get to see Linus just go after it, Fedor go after it on his table, Davies go after it on his table.
Yeah, they're all split up, aren't they?
But these
they
two
each
just
have their
get
own
to,
little domain, their little fiefdom.
Exactly.
You stay in your lane, I got mine, we'll meet later.
These two just get to swoon in at 10 p.m. local time. It's going to be later than that, 10:30 local time.
Yeah,
all the glory, the money bubble, runaway chip leaders. Yeah.
During the day.
Went to the spa, had the option to play the 25K.
No.
They did, because they would have busted, so they would have been able to then come and do commentary. Like, they would have been out after, you know, a few levels. So we jump back in, and Linus a win against Vogelsang.
Vogel, I'd imagine. Turn went check,
Big
yeah.
dreams you having enough flush draw there.
It did.
Big dreams you having enough
Still
flush draw there.
dicey to value bet this. Could come block, but check seems very reasonable. Check with the option to check raise. Vogel has a decent check raise bluff combo. Linus always value betting this.
King high hearts on the turn against B40.
No version of Linus not value betting it. It's just up to the size he would like
I think it's like
to take.
I think it's good protection and like
What story he wants to tell. He's coming with half pot.
Yeah, Vogelsang with merely a bluff catcher in the form of third pair.
In all three options, spot Henry. You've got it, I'm folding. You're bluffing, I'm calling, or maybe you're bluffing, but you're definitely value betting better when you're not. So I'm raising you. And he comes with fold, which is a prudent,
what's up, brother?
if not conservative
I got
choice.
some Advil. I don't. Let me get to that. There you go, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Just hang on to him. I'm not using them.
What's happened to Jungle Man? Jungle Man lost the big one.
Ooh.
Against Amit Kanodia.
It's down to 1.1.
And
you're gonna have to
Vadim
sweat that one
Grodsanka.
now.
Yeah, what on earth happened there?
Who's your team is Linus and jungle, right?
That's right.
Yeah, Linus is healthy. So it's mostly just jungle.
Yeah, and jungle's gone back-to-back bad hands, so may have a jungle blow up.
Oh yeah, 2 in a row. I mean, if he keeps this trend up, he'll be out in 2 more hands. He lost with pocket 3s to 10s.
Blind v blind. For 25 bigs.
Oh yeah, all in. What happened? He
Limped
just
the
jammed.
tens.
Jammed, yeah. Jam versus the limp. And then the next hand. Oh, 10s to ace jack off. All in pre.
Wait, who had the 10s?
Jungle.
Ooh, that's rough.
Me
Versus
grinding.
Amit Kanodia.
Grind. Thank you.
He's still got 45 bigs. Still got 45 bigs.
Cool.
Alexis Ponakov's, by the way, just like sneakily grinding it out. He's kind of flown under the radar for most of the day. It was only on the feature table for about an hour or so. He's still in the mix. 28 left, currently middle of the pack.
Not under my radar.
No?
Yeah, I
know.
checked the stack.
He also
had that little deuces hand that was nice, the double barrel. He just navigates his way around.
I know we're coming to the end of a long day, and this isn't an intentional needle. But he kind of read you like a book, didn't he, in the 100K, where he checked back aces, and you flopped the straight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ponakov's is he's dialed in. He is dialed in. Beat Phil Ivey, I believe, heads up for a bracelet during the summer.
All in. 430.
Tony G with the open rip. 17 bigs.
435.
So many customers. Kenny, 17 against an under the gun jam. 11 away from the money. 10 away from the money. I do apologize. Did lose.
Ace jack, jack 10, king jack. Any jacks left? Ooh. Linus. Ace surprise. Hopefully for him it's not a jack.
Too close?
Yeah, very close.
Mine was somewhat close.
Oh, Linus said it was very close. Is that like ace
You
10?
had ace queen off, Tony? No?
Better?
I had a surprising hand, yeah.
Better than ace queen off.
Better than ace queen. Beating ace queen.
Sixes.
Just better than sixes as well. But very close. Yeah.
Let's go. Tony G, ladies and gentlemen. Deep in this Coin Rivet Invitational 200K.
Two people that were flipping with you to fold, so that's a win. You did?
I
King jack.
had ace jack.
Are you serious? How many jacks in that deck?
What did you have?
Ace jack.
She had ace jack, you had jack 10 suited, I had king jack. I don't know.
I
What the
also
hell.
had ace jack.
Holy
Oh my
shit.
god. Ace jack, wow.
I don't think there are any jacks left in the deck.
Oh my god.
Someone
Would have
is
been.
lying.
I don't think you had ace
I'm kind of terrified now,
think
thinking
you
maybe,
folded ace jack.
maybe I had kings.
That would be hard if you folded ace jack. That would be surprising. Maybe.
I was just start with this.
Coon opening off 19.
Yeah, no jam from him.
See what Linus brings. He looks interested.
Oh.
Well, we're going to be flipping.
Yeah.
We are going to be flipping 5 minutes before dinner break.
All in.
Have to win flips to win tournaments. See, one king is already dead. JK, the player at risk.
Good
Did the old
king. I had a king.
Kiss of the chips before flicking them in.
King, block the king.
57-43.
The ace
Solid
alive.
14% favorite.
Which one?
I don't know. Any ace.
Casinos are built
Bet
on
the black
less.
ace. You have the ace. I'll bet on the black ace, or you
Is that
play on the red ace.
is that your new,
I know.
your new go-to?
Oh my God.
Well, Jack, Jack 5. So far, so good for Jason.
You need a big card, at least a queen.
And 2 hearts.
Well, queen can come running queens, right? Yeah.
Oh,
ace of
and
clubs
that's a big
on the
equity
turn.
shift right there.
Maybe a 10.
JK down to 2 outs.
I would have beaten
And
King
a
of
king
spades
just to rub it in.
on the river.
I move all into
Linus Love moves up to over 4 million.
cooler.
And we lose Jason Kuhn. 10 off the money. Our 4-time Triton champion.
Bad shit that's happened to me.
Well, number one, they're subjects, so you don't have to care what.
Everyone felt that ace on the
I
turn,
don't-
Brian.
Well, you'd be a bad, bad queen.
So a long day's grind.
It's
How
like
it goes.
a monarchy. You're not. I mean, you're just born into it anyway, right? It's just like nepotism or whatever the word is. So like.
Well, yeah.
We've also
but
lost Ben
you gotta
Heath.
Be a good
Brian
king,
on the outer
queen,
tables.
Whatever.
You want to be loved,
Yeah, and feared.
in theory.
Feared and loved.
Yeah, some
Good combo.
serious pro violence happening here. Last 3,
So you
Mateos,
are
Heath,
gonna make
and
them listen
Kuhn.
to you complain or not?
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
See how many we got left in on the pro side?
I mean, it's not that many.
Proud.
We got 1, 2, and 3.
I am Triton,
Right.
son of Amorites.
Then
10
Ponticus,
left.
that's 4. Grafton,
You be
Brewer,
stoic.
Cates, Vogelsang,
Things are like scratched.
Ebony Kenny, Patrick Antonius.
Oh, it's break already?
Barely
And that's
feel
it.
them.
Yep, 10.
Looks like it's going to be break, yeah. After this hand, Cates opens things up with the ace queen O.
A break for you guys. And that's
Arrivederci
it for
from
us. Yeah. The B team comes on in. Ready to delight you.
Be careful, pal. You never know what Ali's going to leak about you live on air. He's petty like that.
Ready to astound you with fashion advice.
Oh dear. Silent to tango with Jungle Man Dan.
Ooh. Yeah, there's... Doesn't seem like... You know what? 10-9 of diamonds is a hand that could maybe get into trouble here. Depends on what sizing Jungle picks and how adventuresome Canodio wants to be. He's worked hard to build these chips up to 800K. But every once in a while, you decide to start incinerating them.
Uh-oh.
You know, and I
Hang on a minute, Brian.
I don't hate it, but it's just when you see the guy has ace queen. I mean, he's been grinding hard all day, playing tight, and he finally makes his move.
Is
and he
this
just
the-
runs into it, like, you know, not absolute top of range, but pretty close.
Is this just like the classic one hand before break check raise?
Yeah,
Like,
he's like, dude, I got this. Look, I was watching videos, and here we go. I got the overs to the 8, the backdoor flush and straight draw.
there's a lot of turn cards where Canodia
continues to incinerate it.
Jack of Diamonds comes to mind. 570 in the middle.
Oh my.
How about the Queen of Diamonds, Brian Rust?
Yeah, how about that?
Canodia turning a gut shot and flush draw.
He's like, I know it. He'll never call me if I just go all in. How can he call?
70 in the middle.
How can he call? I'll tell you what, Canodia, if you go all in, you'll see how fast he'll call you. It'll make you sick how fast you're gonna get called.
Jungle was up to 2.8 million at one point.
How do you like that?
Uh-oh.
Your guy's just getting bailed out right here. Well, I guess
Wait,
it's not over
hang
yet.
on a minute.
It's not
Hang
over.
on. Are you, like,
It's
if you want to
not
offer me some insurance,
Yeah,
like,
actually, you're right. Considering it's a 3-to-1 bet.
wow, he announces all in a snap call
there we
from
go.
Jungle.
And this is when you're sick because you just got snap called. You have 10 high.
Jungle just cut, like, he's like, how do I not have you dead?
He's got the spice, the spicy, the 10-9, and not even hearts.
7 of hearts on the river. Canodia with the flop check raise with the 10-9 of diamonds, backdoor diamonds, and that connectivity wrapped around the 8, turning the inside gut shot and flush draw.
And you're just in great shape.
I'm in great shape now, man. I'm going to bed, you know, like jungle man.
I'm just gonna owe you like 8 million tomorrow, or maybe 550, but yeah, or whatever, 350.
Jungle moving up to 7th in chips. 25 left in the Coin Rivet Invitational 200K, $380,000 min cash with 5.5 million for first, Brian, which we'll be playing for tomorrow. Tonight, however, we'll be playing down to the final table as the players head out for their 1-hour dinner break. And it is Linus Love leading the field, closely followed by Fedor Holtz. Both of them kind of the runaway chip leaders. Linus with just shy of 4 million. Fedor also with just shy of 4 million chips, as we welcome you back in for one last time this evening into the broadcast booth. Brian Rust alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I mean, Brian, it's been a long day, man. But before we pass it over to the A team, a couple of things.
Them that?
All right, sorry.
All right.
The A- team. Something. I mean, couple of key things for you from today that come to mind.
I mean, we got to see a lot of fun pots here with Linus and Fedor. Despite the expectations with Leon yesterday and some of the zaniness, he was just mostly off camera. And yeah, it's been, I don't know, it's been a fun day.
It's been a fun day. It started off really slow, then all of a sudden we just like lost 20 players in the space of 2 levels, and even this feels pretty surreal. Down to the final 25, 8 away from the money with, you know, 3 very recognizable names from the pro side leading the pack. Linus Love, followed by Fedor Holtz, Seth Davies, rounding out the top 3, but still plenty of ammunition on the VIP side as Brian and I are going to bow out for the evening.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the players still in are VIPs. Even if you look and you're like, okay, the top 3 in the tournament are are pros, the majority of the remaining looks 25 players. I think it's like 15 or 16 of them are VIPs. So
yeah,
it's anybody's ball game.
It really is. We're going away for the evening. Ali and Randy are stepping in. We're going to cut away the dinner break, so we're not going to be gone for an hour. And before we cut to the break, I'm going to throw you guys down to Lulu and the bad boy of poker, Mr. Tony G. And good night from both myself and Brian here.
Good night.
Hey everyone, we're here with Tony. So Tony, you just mentioning a hand that you just played in the 200K, right?
Yeah, there was an interesting hand with Fedor, you know, where Holtz, if I had have just called with my king jack with ace on the board, but yeah. It was a big hand that would have had the chip lead, but I folded, so he made me fold the best hand, so that's good. That's poker, right?
Yeah, but that's good. You're still in the tournament.
Well, it's not good, but it's good that I'm still in. Yes, it is good. So, you know.
And you're sitting right next to Linus now.
Yeah, I'm sitting next to Linus. We're having fun. So hopefully we'll have a nice run, make a nice final table, and everyone at home can enjoy the final table, you know. So I want to be the home viewers champion for this big run to the final table.
So all we know that you already won 1 trophy from a Triton event, which was shorter, and last in Madrid last month that you won another one, not one winning, but second place and winning home 1.3 million euros. And how are you doing so good in short deck?
I don't know, short deck, I've won whatever, 3-4 tournaments, just lucky, you know, it's just luck. Short deck gives everybody, all the amateurs like me, a good chance to win tournaments. So yeah, put more short deck events and have fun. It's a lot of fun, you know.
Well, you're really killing all the credit for you winning the short deck event. Come on, you win twice, and then first time was the trophy, and the second time was second place for the main event. Well, are you hiring any to coach you?
I'm hiring them. Yeah, I'm hiring people, helping me. I'm learning slowly. I'm so far behind behind, but I'm learning a little bit. Tiny baby steps and a lot of steps backwards too. But I'm doing my best, you know, doing the best with my limited ability to stay competitive on that field with those super professional GTOs, robots, whatever they are. They're mean machines, but I'm fighting.
I think next time when you come back to Triton series, I think you should consider yourself a pro, not a businessman anymore.
Yeah, I do. I said, Paul, fine, put me in as a pro, and then you know, I think it's fine. I don't mind that. That's not a problem. I think even from now, if we want, I can be a pro. You know. Anyway, I invite a player worse than me for the pro anyway. So.
Who did you pair up with this time?
Laszlo. I mean, so Laszlo plays less Hold'em than me, so I don't invite the best players. I invite the most exciting players.
Right, thank you. Well, we hope to see you more and more often in Triton events and hope you go far than now.
I hope I go far too. Let's go far and fly away. See you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
7.5s.
Well, actually,
one spade holdings.
Way less than one SPR. In 94 to 140, it's. So now Kudanov, what do I do? Queen high almost certainly has no showdown. Can I bluff Johan out of this pot? What if he has 7s or 5s with a spade? What if he has like ace jack off with the ace of spades?
Well,
those are
he
all
rips
hands
it in
bluff.
and gets snap called from Johan Gilbert, who gets the full double, Kudanov down to just
90 something.
No, you don't cover. You have like 94, and he has he has 108.
Okay, so yeah.
Ali Reza opening things up from +1. Beautiful looking ace king of spades. Jason Kuhn looks interested on the hijack. He's gonna look in the call with 9-8 of diamonds. Go heads up to a flop. Kuhn in position. Suited connectors. Strong start to day 2. Jason Kuhn eliminated Yuri Zivalevsky. Flops best here against Ali Reza on the 10-9-6 rainbow. Middle pair gut shot. Ali Reza firing out 40% pot low for 2 overs and backdoor spades. Well, doesn't get there on the turn. Does pick up additional outs and may find the double barrel in this Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, definitely.
It's rainbow Queen of Clubs as well.
Probably shuts down a lot of turns, but this is one. It's also one he should barrel quite a bit. It's a card that figures to be a little bit better for him. It's a decent card for both players, but a little bit better for him, I think. And he has a pretty good combo to bluff with.
Ooh, wow. Jack of Hearts.
And he just rivers the stone nuts. Just the Broadway. And Kuhn. So while Kuhn does have a straight, the 8 loses to any king, much less ace king. King also 1 card straight, but on the top end. So he's going pretty big here, 2/3 pot, which is the sizing that Kuhn can't love. Probably thinking you're mostly just bluff catching here. But, you know, again, it's just one of those spots where, yeah, even though you figure you're mostly bluff catching, you do have to call sometimes. You know, and this is one of the better hands to call with, all things considered, since just in case your opponent does have something goofy, I mean, it's strong. Yeah.
Jason just saying can never fold.
So this is a spot where I know Kuhn sometimes has the fuck the gut approach, but you know, maybe if you listen to your gut that time, you make a good...
You want to make him limp because he didn't announce anything, but I guess it's an all-in, but I don't know.
It's 2 chips, right? It's his entire stack, so it counts as an all-in.
Yeah. But it doesn't...
I have no clue.
If it was a 25k chip and he has 1 chip,
okay, I mean, it's his whole stack.
He's actually playing 10k.
So we wait, right? You're not taking my time.
Yeah, I guess it could be a call.
I mean, I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
Sometimes you guys leave.
I don't see how this is an all-in,
you're right. Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
20k represents
2 chips and didn't announce anything. He's playing 10k. The big blind's 8k. So.
No, that's 20k, isn't it?
No. Oh, it might be.
No, he didn't announce it. He just
didn't say anything.
He put the 2 chips.
If it was 20k, it would be all in.
Oh, that's only 10k. But it says he has 18k there. I'm confused.
Slight graphical error.
He doesn't have to announce it, just make the bet with his.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is it different if he has 125 chip and he throws it in? Is that a call or all in?
On top of it, is that like a single chip rule?
If it's single chip,
Yeah.
it's a call.
He's just basically moved his chip.
Guys, we've blown up 3 minutes or a level over 25% of a big blind. So let's get the show.
The first chip doesn't cover the bet, so like.
Pointing out that this ultimately really doesn't matter, which is true. Whether or not it's 10 or 8k, will not affect this pot at all. So let's keep it moving, guys.
I mean, it doesn't.
I'm like, you know.
It doesn't freeze the action. Well, I'll play it limit.
Everyone is forced to fold.
Everybody learns someday, and that's the day.
You're still confirmed. 5 seconds.
You've never seen a 1.25 big blind.
He's called.
Pick up a customer out of the small, and one would assume that Chris is never folding. The question is whether or not he's going to take it north with the King 7 of spades.
Cale Burns just won a big pot. He's up to 860,000.
28.
Raise 28,000.
This was my giveaway.
I have better hand. I'm sure.
Oh, nice. All right, cooking 10K there, Chris.
Seth Davies,
10K.
Isaac Haxton.
All right.
Now in the bottom of the top 10.
38K.
I hear the advice to play tight.
Tight short.
Kudanov, courtesy of the big blind ante,
You say that, but you cannot be
essentially going to
Okay.
more than quadruple up.
Oh yeah, 6 of spades. That ain't it.
Nice.
We're just dead on the turn. Come on, the Kudanov spin. Down to just 1.25 big. So Kudanov on the spin. Ripping in his last 6 bigs with King 10 suited. Johan calling from a couple of seats over.
It might be surprising.
Ali Reza, who's also going to call.
Aces, 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 aces.
And another ace out there.
Eric.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh.
That was a perfect.
What will he do with 9-8 of
toss.
hearts here? Big blind, 40K more. Getting a pretty good price. You know, dry side pot, someone's all in. Maybe you get to realize your equity sum.
Disciplined.
He says, nah.
All right.
Call one.
Now, if you win this one,
Yeah.
you're back in the game.
Chance to come back.
Both his cards are live.
Ooh,
It's going to be tough. The ace 8-3 and with Ali Reza just calling, by the way. Brian, Johan could potentially be hitting the showers alongside Kudanov. 164,000 in the middle with just 238 behind.
Curious to see what Johan comes with here. So he decides to bet. Betting here is a little tricky with ace-jack because it's not like there's very little protection value on a board this dry. Your kicker's not very good. Somebody overcalled behind you. Realistically, how many worse ace-X's does he have? You're going to build the pot. Maybe you get a check-check versus the ace-queen. Maybe not. It's tough. Definitely like sizing down here, which he does. Tricky decision for Johan. And as this pot goes forward, it should just get trickier. So we'll see how he navigates this. Ooh. And we can see that Kudanov probably thinks that gives him outs, but he's actually drawing dead because...
He is.
Yeah.
Not the spot you want to be in on the turn. 164 in the main pot, 74,000 in the side pot. So SPR less than 1 for Johan, who's drawn to just 2 outs.
Ace-queen here, no Fati's a VIP. I really don't want to see him bet big. It's hard if he bets like half pot or more for worse to call, could get ace-jack out. I'd like to see either check or a really small bet.
88.
Yeah, and I thought maybe he just would go big. And I mean, honestly, this might let Johan get away from his hand for a cheap. It's now versus half pot or more, it's kind of like, okay, my opponent overcalled pre for the 6 big blind shove, called flop on ace 8-3 rainbow, and now is like betting large.
He's betting 1/3.
No, he's betting over half.
Main pot's 164, side pot was 70.
Oh, yeah.
That's
But yeah, but even yeah, but
Ace, queen of hearts.
it's a. I think overall, given their stack sizes, sorry,
sure.
it's a pretty large bet. Sorry, and I'm comparing it just to the side pot.
Proves the top 2 not needed.
I think actually it's a pretty good spot to check back the ace queen with the hearts. If you're ahead, your opponent might have
2 outs.
2 outs.
So, yeah.
You know, like, and
open, boating Michael up. Boat no good. Ponokov's up to second in chips.
Yeah, return of the pros just keeps on continuing. With now Ponakov second, Davies third. This Elias guy who is, I guess, technically a VIP, but I've heard speculation that he's actually a really good online player last night by people at dinner in fourth. Linus in fifth, Kuhn in sixth, Cale Burns in seventh. The pros are starting to take over, with only Leon holding the fort up top for the VIPs.
200.
Eric opening the ace queen of clubs from under the gun. Facing a 24-ish big blind jam.
Yeah, I mean, I think you gotta call this here with ace queen suited. I mean, I wouldn't be.
Johan, I think I gotta do it, buddy.
Loving it, but yeah, Eric.
This is a little too good. All right, let's spin.
Let's spin announced.
Ace queen clubs.
See Eric a slight equity favorite. The suited combo.
Might be
his holdings.
Yeah, significantly more likely to make a flush than the offsuit.
Well,
oh shit!
Oh, that's
not
dirty.
that board. King 3
Black.
deuce 3 diamonds.
One more black.
Needs
Black.
another black card in order to chop.
Okay.
Gets it.
Don't be greedy, Eric.
Greedy?
Greedy?
What do you mean greedy?
No, you say clubs.
No, black.
You get punished. That's how you get punished, Eric.
Oof.
You deserve it.
Oof.
Don't ask for clubs next time.
Oof. I just asked
Ask
if
for chop.
I asked if there was clubs.
To a friend, you always ask for chop.
Uh-huh.
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 You see? The god of poker.
The
Watch
god.
out.
Is part of the Danish Armada.
Is he a pro or a VIP?
I believe he's on the VIP side, pal. Those Scandies, they can outlast almost anyone in the sauna. Wow, what a brutal river for Henne, as Talviti has rivered a very disguised straight.
Well, I mean,
given the positions and the way
Oh,
that I
yeah.
assume this
You're right,
hand
the
went
positions.
down, given the size of the pot
Whoa,
on the
there's
turn.
548,000 in there.
Must be some alarm bells ringing through Henne's head.
It's, I mean, it's nice when you just river the nuts in a massive pot.
Yeah,
it's a great feeling.
Talviti, by the way, already, I mean, has 1 million in his stack now. He's going to have at least 1.5. If Henne calls off here, we will have a new chip leader with 69 players left.
Yeah, with 1.9.
Don't really beat much.
I mean, yeah, I can't doubt he beats any value. I mean, don't even think I need to know the action, which I don't, in order to say that at this point, with this much money in the pot, yes, you have top pair, but not even only the third best kicker. It's hard to imagine that you're beating any value with ace-jack in any way this pot got to the river. But, you know, you're basically probably just beating missed club draws, or maybe like a missed some kind of random hand that bluffs, like, I don't know, 10-8 or something. You know, I didn't see the action. We just came here mid-pot, so it's hard to for me to give examples like I normally would. But, you know, that said, you know, you're getting nearly 3-1 on a call.
And we are ready to start our next
Difficult
event.
spots.
This is Rivet Invitational. 200 starting stack, 30
Well, maybe if you really thought your opponent had clubs, which he does, you're really only losing to a couple combos at this point, like 4-7, 7-8, 4 deuce, some of which you might not have. But finds the fold and you end up being correct.
Let's get away from it. Talvitier moves up to second in chip.
Poker Plus is the app. All right.
Artistic brain chat. Artistic. ARTISTIC.
Here we are, Laszlo Boitas. We haven't seen too much of him so far in the 200K, but for those that don't know, this man is a straight-up PLO cash game killer. I feel pretty confident in saying, actually, in the recent years, the #1 largest winner in PLO cash online based on the numbers I've heard.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Tony G said on his site, Coin Poker or whatever it's called, 20 million, and he plays on all the sites, so it's probably more than that. It's pretty insane. Yeah, we're not playing PLO, but he's a pretty good no limit hold'em player too, it turns out.
Has a Triton title. Back in Madrid, took down the Turbo. The legend, Omaha Farrells.
Well, there you go. 10-5 off, just flopping trips. Life is good.
Laszlo Boitas, the Espen Jorstad Slayer. Espen rejammed his King 10 into Laszlo's aces. 26 bigs. See what Bolshin comes with here on the turn.
Yeah, guys in the chat who keep discussing this, listen, I get nothing for you downloading the app. It's not like I have like a promo code and I get money. It's just that in front of me, if you notice, and you know, my esteemed colleague here, there's a little iPads. Do you know what's on this iPad? The app. When we tell you guys, oh, this guy has this many chips and we're checking hands out, we're not getting like some special tool that only us commentators have. We're actually just using the app that you can use at home. That's how awesome it is. So I'm just telling you to use the awesome tool that we're using to commentate to you. But it's okay. Don't do it. You know, somebody's like, oh, the app's a trap. Oh, yeah, you're going to download all your information. No, they're not. Just use the app, okay? It's what we're using.
Wait,
all
well,
right?
there's a conspiracy theory.
I know. I'm gonna ride this one solo. You want no part of what I'm doing over here.
Couple more bust outs. Brian Bossman, Richard Young out in 62nd. Christoph Vogelsang also eliminated, ripping the ace-5 against Ben Heath's queens. After Ben opened the button, Christoph ripped the small for 25 bigs and just ran into it. Ben Heath now, I feel like, is taking a couple of scalps. Where is he?
Oh, Ben Heath got another one? He must be up in the top 20 then, I would guess.
Yeah, he's moved up to 11th, 87 bigs. Dive back into the action here. 169,000 in the middle. Brian Elke with 172 behind, and Bolshin has turned a flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up one of his best cards here. So I mean, what was this? Raise C-bet flop? looks a little big for that.
Bet 85.
Yeah, he's asking Elke a question. Do you want to play for it? And probably with top pair, good kicker here, the answer to that question is, I mean, should certainly be yes.
Yeah, single raise pot. Elke defending the big with Queen Jack.
Yeah, and
a sizable bet on the flop, by the
right?
way.
Yeah, that's the only way the pot gets this big.
Yeah,
But,
it was a pot-sized bet with the King 7 of diamonds.
and now he hit one of his good cards and half pot. I mean, I think he probably folds versus a jam here. Maybe. I don't know. It's a weird bet size here, 85K. It's kind of uncomfortable when you get moved. I'd almost rather, it's like pot, like just put them all in or bet a little smaller. I mean, you're almost, like, look, you can see he's 25%, right? Like, if Elke moves in, he might actually be getting the odds to call.
Yeah. So we're getting like 3-1 on a call, thereabouts. 4-1 on a call.
Yeah, I guess he calls. But, wow, is Elke gonna fold this? This would be a semi-ridiculously tight fold, in my opinion. I mean, essentially, this was a pot where Elke had less than 30 bigs to start, like maybe 25 bigs.
Started the hand with...
And I mean, on this board, you defend the big blind with King Jack, just calling a flop bet. Folding here is like really tight and definitely not the standard play. Yeah, okay, Elke.
Count, please.
In it goes, and...
So see, this is it. He just doesn't know that he's going to call. To me, that... I'm just not a big fan of his bet sizing here. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, he knows he has to call for set bet sizing.
Elke needs to fade a king or a diamond. Let's move up to over $500,000 in chips.
All right, I'm glad he didn't sit there and take a really long time, because that shows me that he didn't think through the bet sizing. So he did think it through. He just wanted to make sure it was right. Anyway.
Looked like a brick on the river, 7 of spades. Elke gets the full double. Yeah, and the rest of the table, going to see Bolegen continued for pot with King 7 on the Jack 8-4.
Drinking the whole first day, okay? I'm on a holiday. This is the only place I can travel with my Turkish girlfriend without visa.
I mean,
if
I could have,
and Sam Greenwood.
I would drink all day.
The best answer is to say nothing and just win the tournament.
Right, right.
You know,
but I can't.
I'm not a major fan of.
Was Greenwood going after Talviti as not being a businessman, which I was basically just doing as well. Yeah.
Well, no, but I'm just sorry,
My
James.
career.
What I was saying though, like it was the way the tournament was structured was it was split, then it's 50-50, then they mix them all up.
Yeah.
And I would mix them all up stage.
What do you mean 50-50? The redraw this morning was 50.
Oh, now they're talking about the redraw. But what did Greenwood say about Talviti at the table?
They played a bunch of online poker with him.
There was one pro with the hat on.
Yeah, that was honestly when I looked at Talviti's history, a bunch of like online caches and like a few kind of like small tournaments. I'm like, this doesn't look like the history of like a rich VIP type guy. And then I heard people speculating he was like an online like player last night.
And welcome back to North Cyprus and the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Resort and Spa. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu bringing you the home stretch of coverage here on day 2 of the $200,000 Coin Rivet Invitational. If you're just joining us, obviously several of the dearly departed as we still have yet to burst the money bubble. Right now we have 22 players remaining, 25 players remaining. Blinds will be at 15 and 30,000 with the 30K big blind ante. And of course, as is customary, when we come back from a break, we've got ourselves a couple of new feature tables. And let's take a look at those tables. In the Triton Poker Plus app, at our blue table, we find the likes of Linus Lolliger, the overall chip leader right now, Randy. And clearly, this is a man who is dangerous no matter how deep he is in a tournament. You just can't rest easy until he's walking toward the exit. And in this case, with 132 big blinds, can you really hitch your wagon to the idea that we'll see Linus at the final?
I think it's very reasonable. We'll see him at the final. We're going to see him put pressure on. This is a big buy-in. It's 200K to buy in, and he knows that some of these players are going to be wanting to try to squeeze into that money. I think he's going to put that pressure on, going to gun for that top prize of over $5 million. And I think the other people should be a little bit worried because he's dangerous. He's known as one of the best Nolan players of all time.
Yeah, and of course, the VIPs have done rather well for themselves thus far, as we see the likes of Tony G, Sinan Unlu, and Ebony Kenny out there. Vogelsang and Seth Davies will join them, and then we turn our attention to the red table, and at that table, we find more VIPs. Vadzim Godsdanker is there. Santosh Suvarna, who took that absolutely savage beat up against Leon Sukernik toward the end of play the other day. It was an ace-queen against 9-10 suited. Tony called off a massive amount pre-flop. And
Leon, correction.
Yeah, sorry, Leon. Sometimes one can understand why you might be conflating given the behaviors. I do want to turn my attention, though, to this Elias Talvidi, who has been up toward the top of the leaderboard for most of play today. Currently sits 8th in chips for 58 big blinds. The Finn, I talked to Patrick Antonius about him. Patrick actually wasn't familiar with Elias, but some of the other players in the field were based on his online exploits. And from what we've seen, this is a man, despite being from the VIP side, that has a lot of the trappings and hallmarks of a guy we could consider on the professional side of the spectrum.
Yeah, I don't have any knowledge about him either, so seems like he's doing very well, 1.7 million, and Patrick doesn't know him, I don't know him. That's dangerous, because that means other people at the table don't know him either.
That's no doubt about that. Let's turn our attention now toward the shorter stacks out there. Santosh Suvarna, 11 big blinds. Elton Sang, 12, along with Philip Sternheimer. Clearly, these are stack depths that we can anticipate are going to be forced to get it in there in the early going and find some spins if they want to creep back into contention. And here is a look at the full chip counts at our blue table, where Fedor Holz sits atop things, 3.87 million in front of him. Alex Panakovs, let's call him, with 1.35 million, the only other 7-figure stack.
This is my level as tennis numbers. 15-30. Next is 40. 15-30. You serving. There you go. There we go. How you doing? And you have like that much here. All in.
And Patrick Antonius has decided to jam it, and the timing couldn't be worse, as little Dave Nicholson wakes up with an ace-king.
I have a 7 coming. A flush.
We get to find out.
We get to find out. Good luck.
He seems pretty joyful about this grim situation.
Well, yeah, that's a nervous grin at best. Patrick does have Nicholson covered, but the real coverage is the ace-king against the king-7. 7 free affair thus far.
Any 5s are nice. Any 5s are nice.
Jack on the turn, not helpful whatsoever. And on the river, the deuce of clubs is going to secure a big double.
Maybe it's not my level. I'm starting to doubt.
For one of the co-founders of Coin Rivet, little Dave Nicholson.
Definitely not your level, down to just a couple blinds for Patrick Antonius, but he still has had a hot streak at this Cyprus event, shipping the first event.
You have almost 4? You have almost 4?
Yeah.
2 blinds. A little bit more than a chip in a chair.
Just
And flipping over to our other feature table. Now, you may be wondering, where are the guys that we were talking about during our intro? Well, as it turns out, those two tables were swapped for these two. So, Eric Worre and Leon Sukernik, front and center, along with Punat Punsri, Sam Grafton, Carl Chape-Gatien, and Horace Way. Horace, by the way, as the deepest of all VIP stacks. Fourth currently with 2.34 million, good for 78 bigs.
Repping the Hong Kong flag.
Grafton in the hijack with King Jack offsuit. Upstairs to 160,000. See Horace with a bit of a grimace. And the 3-bet is on the backs of 2 sixes.
This Chape-Gatien has been very aggressive with his 2 sixes. Some people like to see a little flop here, but I like the initiative he's taken, you know? Why try? Don't force yourself to flop a set. Retake the initiative, and if they don't call you 3-bet, you win a pot.
Yeah, a lot of times, especially with the blinds where they are, Randy, you see players speculating, making a lot of calls pre-flop, getting away from it on the flop. 3 or 4 of those don't go your way, and suddenly you've lost half your stack, maybe even more, and you're wondering how'd that happen.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Wow, you're making me wish I had this. That sounds great. That's better than mine is.
It does sound good.
It does sound good.
You're a fun guy.
Maybe next break I'll come down like 15 minutes, get in there.
We had 1 hour. Okay.
Get 1 hour. Yeah. 1 hour studio.
Where you live, Sam?
London.
Nice place to live.
Yeah, it's great. I really like it there. What about you? Where you live?
Vegas.
Yeah, also a great town.
Yeah.
I mean, I was there in the
I
summer.
like the energy of London, though.
Yeah.
Nice.
Special city, special city. Vegas gets better every year, though.
Yeah.
Better and better.
King Jack offsuit, definitely gonna start opening this as a pro.
The World Series was November last year, and saw.
If at first you don't succeed, Randy, try again.
Right.
As Grafton's doing, this time from under the gun.
In a month, like, to go to all those events, it's amazing.
3 in a row.
Yeah, well, I lost two of them, so third time lucky, I think is what we call it.
What the?
Maybe I did.
You get some coaching during the dinner break or something?
Sukernik, who really has been the hot knife through butter in the field,
You'd be relaxed. You wouldn't be raising at all.
drawing the curtain on a number of players who he sent to the showers. Always unpredictable. Does fold on this occasion, and now the tie man, Punat Punsri, with Queen Jack, will be dominated as he defends the big blind.
Yeah, a lot of tie players making a name for himself at this Triton series.
Yeah.
Quiet. King's Casino, right? Yeah. That's your thing?
10-4 trays, swing and a miss in both seats. Punsri does have the Queen of Clubs working.
Crazy. Everywhere I go,
You tend to see bet into players that have pretty small stacks on these dry textures. They just can't really make plays at you. So that's why you see him opting for like a really small bet. He's only got 425k behind. Don't need to bet like 70k. Get the same result, cheaper price on your bluff.
No need to send more soldiers to the battlefield than necessary to win the battle.
On the flip side though, when you put just the minimum, you do get some random floats that might steal it from you later.
Yeah.
Punsri did want to take a peek at the turn for 30k. That card doesn't improve either player, and obviously this big blind does have somewhat of a range advantage against Grafton.
I'd imagine Grafton might be a little worried when the 5 drops off to get check called by the stack size. You know, like an ace high picks up some equity and may continue another bet. 10, of course, would continue. He gives up.
Check back from Grafton. Does pair middle card on the flop.
You need a bet large enough with Queen Jack to move off some ace size. But ace high, king highs, yeah, maybe like half the pot, roughly. Would be very credible. Oh, actually, he's just checking the Queen Jack, possibly. I would love to see him bet, especially because Grafton raised him under a gun. He's holding high cards a lot more often, and Queen High shouldn't be good too much. But maybe the difference of, you know, someone as a pro and a VIP who has a little bit less experience, not realizing that maybe he should be stabbing there.
Punsri was able to spin up some big stacks in some of the prior events. Here he sits with 395,000.
I don't go in low. I don't go the low. I go the high. But you know,
You got the offsuit though.
I go offsuit. He deals me suited, I'll play it. You know, but till then I make do. Leon showed the power of the offsuit. He showed the power of the offsuit. That was the major. All those kids at home thinking, I need a suited, I can't play this hand, has to be suited. Yeah. And Leon's just said, no. He's reinventing.
17 places.
This deck much stiffer.
Will get paid.
And stiffer too, right?
Yeah, because it's the cards.
No, but the other RFIDs we're more flexible.
All in.
I'm probably calling. How much?
I mean, for 13 blinds, I don't blame Punsri for jamming a 10-8 offsuit, but Grafton's going to be looking him up most likely with ace 7.
13 blinds is a little meaty.
It is a little bit meaty, but keeping things simple, you can't really fault him. Maybe he doesn't want to limp and bleed a little bit more, as he kind of did on the last hand.
So Grafton does make the call. Ironically, a good chunk of this call is with Punsri's chips from just one pot ago. As Punat Punsri
I do owe you one.
has 2 clean cards in the 10 and the 8. Straddles the 9, but does not improve.
9-10. Different.
Yeah, 9-10 would have been bad.
Ace high. Sits pretty. Still the case on the turn, and the bell does toll for yet another VIP here. River card. 6 outs once. King of clubs. Not going to do it. Classy in defeat. Punsri. GG's. Handshakes.
The dealer didn't even punish me for the slow roll.
What?
And
I didn't even get punished for the slow.
yet another fallen soldier. Here in the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational, as Elton Sang looks like he's going to be spinning the wheel against Patrick Antonius, who has just 55K. So Elton won't need to worry too much about whether or not this ace-3 can emerge victorious.
Why did they change the deck? This one is worse again.
How much does he have?
Yeah, these cards are bent somehow, right? But only some, like.
How much does he have?
You don't like them?
I charge you 55.
55.
You wanna pay in advance? And only like half the deck.
I like that they're small.
Fanciness.
Yeah, but
Big spin.
GG.
Ace-3 jumps out in front as Patrick's 2 10s are now 2 outs twice.
Yeah, Patrick said he wasn't feeling this one. Got his wish so far.
The 6 is really bad.
Yeah. This one too.
And
The 6 of diamonds is the worst one.
the running sixes make it official.
Yeah.
As Patrick Antonius will become our 24th place finisher. And with that will come a redraw. Players will be heading to a break, as you can hear Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi stepping in to advise the field. And
You played that so well.
You're running good.
I mean, you did it yourself.
Oh yeah, I did it myself.
Elton happy to hear that, as he was going to be in the big blind there with that short stack that was only given a 55K
Right on my big
boost.
blind, see, redraw.
Just did like a triple fist pump.
It's the little things, Randy.
That's why he did little fist pumps.
There is Elton, just 17 big blinds. Obviously a depth off of which he'll be able to navigate, but spins will be needed in his future in all likelihood. Can't say the same for Fedor Holz, who's got over 4 million, and right now that is good for the overall chip lead. So as the players do head to that break, we bring you back to the desk here, Ali and Randy. And just quickly, as we're getting our feet wet for our portion of the coverage, which we will take right down to the final table here in this 200K Coin Rivet Invitational. Overall, Randy, we're just coming into coverage of today's broadcast, but obviously we've been keeping an eye on things throughout the day. Are you surprised to see the breakdown of VIPs versus pros in the remaining field as it shakes out? Is it in line with what you would have anticipated yesterday? There was some conversation over dinner amongst my dinner company about, well, is it going to be 50-50? Is it going to be 60-40? Is it going to be 70-30 by the time we merge the field? And where are your thoughts on that?
First off, I wanted to say the other day I was surprised that it was all VIPs at the top of the leaderboard. But now it seems that the top three is pretty much the best pros in the business, right? Fedor Holz, Linus Lulliger, and Seth Davies. So this does not surprise me at all. These are the guys that are going to know how to navigate as we approach the bubble here, and they're going to be taking a little bit more risks on those people who want to just squeeze in. Looks like we got 2 VIPs right after, then Daniel Cates, Sukernick. So it seems relatively split at first glance, VIPs and pros. Is that right?
Yeah, from what I'm gathering right now, with 23 left after the elimination of Patrick, we've got 13. There's a couple of folks who I always look at, and I'm like, I know what we're classifying them as technically, but certainly they could qualify on both sides of the spectrum. It's just that they don't have poker as their primary income, and that is one of the qualifications if you are going to be forced to come in out of the pro side. But I think the VIPs really have performed well. I mean, maybe above expectation even, fair to say. And some of these guys have been at it a while, quietly, whether it be online, like the likes of Talvidi, who currently sits in 8th right now with 1.8 million. Lesser known maybe to live tournament poker, but able to kind of, in between his day job, kind of log on and get some reps in there. And, some of that experience is definitely coming to the surface. And for the pros, as they are forced to kind of weave in, at the top of today, we played 4 levels of forced, balanced format, 4 and 3, 4 and 4, depending on what your table was, the pro to VIP breakdown. And then, of course, the merger, 4 levels in. And for these guys, they don't have, all of the experience maybe with these VIPs, even to this point, this deep in the tournament. So still going to be feeling people out. Anyhow, we'll cut it off right there. Send you guys to a break as well. Randy and I will be back, 23 remaining in the Coin Rivet Invitational. Keep it close. And welcome back to the desk, continuing coverage of the $200,000 No Limit Hold'em Coin Rivet Invitational, where we are down to 3 players, and as such, we have ourselves a redraw. Blinds at 15 and 30,000 with the 30K ante, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Overall chip leader currently is Fedor Holes, 4 million plus in front of him, and then slipping all the way down to the shortest of all stacks, that belongs to Santosh Suvarna. 23 total players right now, and we are going to bring you a couple of new featured tables, and that is the first thing I'd like to do is turn our attention to the blue table where we find Elias Talvidi, the Finn, who we were talking about as one of those guys that has the chops, has a bit of a resume on him, and certainly could be one of those horses that the VIP side of the field will be cheering on and potentially looking to dethrone the pros in terms of victory here in this particular event. Now, ICM considerations are upon us, are they not, Randy? We are only paying 17 places with 23 left, 6 away from that bubble. The thoughts begin to creep in. Am I supposed to play this hand? Where's everybody else's stack at? And that Triton Poker Plus app is going to be working overtime in the hands of the players, as now suddenly we'll see potentially situations in which what we might have otherwise expected somebody to do, they don't do because it's no longer appropriate.
100%. You know, we're only about, 6 players away from the reaching the money. And while, you know, all the VIPs here certainly can afford to not make the money, they're still going to change their play probably a little bit because they've been playing, almost 2 full days now, and you don't want to walk away empty-handed after playing 2 days. And the pros, of course, they understand their ICM awareness. The guys in the middle and the bottom are going to play a little bit tighter, look for proper reshots, but stay out of the way of the big stacks who are going to go for it. And you know, like, it's going to be tough. Like, how often do people play a 200K bind with such a big bubble?
Yeah. I mean, and listen, not all of those big stacks are created equal in terms of the driver. Some folks maybe look at this spot and they say, my stack's big enough, I might be able to ride it out. Let's burst the bubble, then I'll go back to work. But there is tremendous opportunity here for those big stacks. And we know a guy like Fedor Holes sitting on this 4 million right now is not going to be shy. We can expect to see some real abusive decision-making in terms of pre-flop, opens, the range is opening up, and then you got Linus Lolliger in second, another guy I think cut from the right sort of cloth to be guilty of these sorts of maneuvers. Now, looking over at our other featured table, which includes Horace Way, the largest of the stacks for the VIPs, 78 big blinds deep, 2.3 million. He's joined by other VIPs in Ebony Kenny and Eric Worre, who sit with 22 bigs and 72 bigs respectively, but they have to contend with those 2 big stacks that we just talked about of Fedor Holes and Linus Lolliger, and that's going to present some real issues for them.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, having those 2 guys, like if one of them doesn't want to open, the other one's going to want to open, or 3-bet and vice versa. Yeah. It's going to be trouble for most of the other players here. What's going to be actually interesting is that Fedor has been like the chip leader the past 2 events, you know, but he hasn't been able to close it out. He has made some missteps, with a big stack, and has lost a lot of it. I'm wondering if he's going to continue to do so in this tournament, or is he going to be like, wait, let's not make a mistake this time?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he came in with the chip lead in a 7-handed final table, ended up finishing in 7th, and that can maybe weigh on your mind, although top-class professionals tend to have goldfish-like memories. A little amnesia, just move forward, do what you do, and ride that out. So Fedor put together one of the greatest years in the history of Super High Roller Series players in 2016. We never thought it would be replicated, and of course, along came the likes of Michael Adamo down the line. Adamo, not one that anybody's going to need to contend with here, as he is no longer among the remaining field, much to the relief of these 23 players. And there's a look at Seth Davies, who is the mayor of this specific table. King Neptune, or Poseidon, whatever you want to call him, the costumed Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, 69 bigs. Sukernick there was 66. That's a guy that we really do need to focus on not as though he's not going to force us to do so, Randy, as Leon just has done some things that have left us speechless en route to being among the final 23. Of course, the final hand of the night against Santosh Suvarna. Last night, that massive ace-queen against 9-10 collision for just heaps of chips, showered Suvarna. And it is a re-entry, and for Suvarna, that second bullet has been one that has served him well.
You need to give me.
Yeah, Santosh remembers. Okay, they're playing at the same table, and hopefully not a round 2 of that sort of action happens again.
King's crown.
Give a king's crown.
Makes sense.
Elton saying off of 495,000 will be the short stack.
Look at Nicholson here, King 9 offsuit, one of the VIPs in the cutoff opening.
I stand corrected, Suvarna is actually going to be the shortest stack here, but not too much breathing room between Suvarna's 11 bigs and Elton's 17 bigs.
I love it.
You see him taking a flop here, pre-flop in a small blind 10-8 suited, mainly because, you know, he's up against one of the presumed VIPs that, you know, has a little bit less experience. But he's a VIP himself with a little bit more on his resume.
You don't know anything about Atlantis. What do you know? Atlantis.
Check.
Huh?
Nicholson's King 9 turns in the top pair here.
You're in Atlantis?
Yes.
No, real Atlantis.
What do you mean Atlantis?
Should be over soon. This little c-bet.
Get Macallan 18. Bottle of Macallan 18 with ice.
Oh, is Tony G looking to grease the wheels early here? I overheard a request for a bottle of Macallan 18.
Yeah, but have you been
I don't think I've ever watched a Triton stream with Tony G not trying to get everyone drinking some booze.
Listen,
Look at all the amateurs. It's unbelievable.
there's something to
Only
be
2
said
pros on this table.
for getting a round of shots going in terms of the impact it could potentially have on the action.
The pros are having a reverse orgasm not to be on this table. When it goes reverse.
How does that go down? Reverse orgasm.
That doesn't happen, so you have to try it.
It doesn't sound like something I want to try. I like the regular ones.
A release. You have an injection here.
Oh, Tony.
Today's coverage is rated PG-13.
I still qualify to commentate then.
Ace 10 offsuit for Davies.
A very impressive raise against the odds, against the guns.
60K open. And Kate's with King Queen suited now.
Just
Will
looks really
flat.
good, the raise.
Tony G will sit this one out, putting a queen into the muck. Two jacks and a 3, not particularly interesting for either holding.
What's important here is that Kate's flatted from the small blind against undergun open, which means his range is kind of weighted to these broadways and mid-pocket pairs that probably wouldn't fold this flop too often. So that's why you see Davies actually opt for a check. Well, if he was up against a big blind, he'd probably throw out a little c-bet more often than not.
So now, with the check back from Davies, Jungle goes to work.
And Jungle knows that when Davies checks back the Jack-Jack-3 rainbow, it's often weighted to ace-high type boards. So that's why he's actually sizing up a little bit with a lead to get those hands to fold instead of betting like, say, 60 or 70K. And, you know, ace-jack, ace-queen would just shrug and see one straight.
And also would kind of inform the promptness of Seth Davies' decision to simply get away from it.
Exactly.
Especially against a guy like Jungle, who you know isn't simply going to take one shot at most pots on the turn. He's going to put you to a decision on the river more often than not.
Yeah, so nice steal from this character.
Poseidon?
Poseidon. Just look at him.
I'm not up on my aquatic monarchal figures.
Aquaman?
But
No.
And back over to the Fedor Holes show, where Linus Laliger is the co-star. These two massive stacks. Get the opportunity to see just how aggressively they're going to navigate and who it is that might be wading into otherwise hazardous waters. Ebony Kenny off of King Queen suited. Certainly can't sit back. Opens to 60K.
Yeah, Ebony's been making a name for herself at this Triton series so far. Ace
Certainly
3 of
has.
clubs. Linus, one of the big stacks. Let's see. We're close to the money. We're approaching it. Is he going to exert some pressure on one of these shorter stacks?
It's too much. No, it's not.
Well, definitely going to at least see a flop, it seems.
That was kind of a fork in the road, potentially, in terms of really informing our sense of what gear Linus is going to be in at this point. Maybe he's waiting to get a little bit closer to the bubble before he goes to work. And obviously, he does need to be mindful of Fedor. Not in this particular pot, because Holes' hand was in the muck already.
Yeah.
But considerations there.
I think Linus is the type of player who's willing to take a little bit more flops just as a cash game player, whereas Fedor, you know, knows the 3-betting seems to be more his approach. But regardless, pretty good for the King Queen when someone doesn't 3-bet you.
Look at the dryness of this texture, too. Rainbow, Queen 8 deuce. Ebony choosing to check it, Randy.
I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe she wants to induce from one of these big stacks to take a stab at her, and it's working.
45.
Yeah, you can see, like, you just know your opponents. They got big stacks. They're known to be aggressive. They're going to try to steal, and Kenny looks pretty weak here to check here, and she's disguised her hand really well. But I wonder if the very tiny 1.5 big blind, does she maybe check raise, but she's going to go for a check call.
Once she does make that check call, as Laliger took his shot at the pot for 45K, what sort of range might he be assigning to Ebony, who now turns the heart draw?
Given that he only bet 1.5 big blinds, I think Ebony's range is pretty wide. Of course, any pair like 9s, 10s, jacks, 8x, and maybe even some ace highs, given how small he opted to bet. And he knows that his small bet has induced kind of a larger check calling range. And he might think that sometimes a queen would check raise against that tiny bet. So that's why you see him actually reaching for more chips, trying to just fold out those 8x, 9s, 10s, jacks, and so far Kenny's played this hand very well. I would love to see her check call again, picking up the hearts.
No sense in check raising here and potentially getting blown off your equity?
Yeah, and you want to let Linus hang himself, and maybe Linus picks up a hand where you pick up a flush would be nice. You're only worried about like an ace that isn't a heart. So,
by the way, the check raise would likely be for all of it with 650 behind, is my guess. So really no chance that you get blown off the equity. Small oversight there.
I like this call. Let's kind of ponder a little bit, like maybe you're weak.
Now the 8 pairs on the river.
I wouldn't expect Linus to bet this card. You know, if he was getting hero called by an 8, well, certainly not getting that hand to fold. It's really hard to imagine a hand that Ebony is check calling, check folding, besides like, you know, an ace king of hearts, ace jack of hearts that called that very tiny bet. So I like to check.
Yeah, you saw him kind of reluctant about it, but in the end recognized that the situation didn't bode well for ace 3 to do anything heroic.
Probably not.
And at first glance, Randy, in a pot like that at Showdown, one might be tempted to go, wow, you know, you're playing scared with that king-queen suited. You know, you flop top pair, king kicker, and you just check. But actually, that's Ebony showing balance, recognizing the situation, sort of deferring to an aggressive opponent on a deep stack, and maybe making the maximum.
Yeah, well, she definitely made the maximum. She c-bets there. She went, I've got a single chip out of either opponent. And, you know, yeah, no, what you said is perfect. Aw. I had something else to say and just slipped my mind. I was like, all right, I'm going to give the moment to Ali.
Yeah, maybe even that long.
I remember because I met a boy down there.
Feels like you wish
That's
hard
why
fools at
I
the
can
end.
always tell when the years are based on my relationships.
Okay.
He final tabled that event, and we met, we fell in love, and had like a cute little affair, and ended things. We're still good friends.
The point I wanted to make, so I'm going to take it back.
Talk to me.
Ebony showing down very quickly with this redraw that she's showing up with such a strong hand. While you may be like, oh, she's being scared, but I'd also be very worried about just barreling into her when she shows weakness because of how strong of a hand she can show down. And that's going to allow her to see a little bit more turns and rivers for free.
Yeah. Sort of the residual effect of the line that she took there, given that she was able to get to showdown, is those who are paying attention recognize that a check doesn't necessarily indicate a light holding.
Line is feeling a little out of line here. Ace-7 offsuit. Just lost the last hand, didn't he?
But some of it may have to do with that. Some of it may also be a little bit customer dependent, as Grafton doesn't have to have a hand as good as Jack-10 suited to feel frisky. We've seen him play a wide range of the deck. But of course, in this moment, as we draw closer and closer to the money bubble, adjustments are made.
Yeah, it seems like maybe Linus is targeting the 40, 50 big blind stacks more to 3-bet so that it's more pressure. Against like the small stacks, you can still get most of their stack in post flop. Whereas you 3-bet here, you're making the statement as if you want to call this 3-bet, I might be putting in multiple barrels and you're going to have to commit all your chips and maybe don't even call it a 3-bet in the first place. So
Grafton with 2 cashes, 1.8 million plus in career Triton earnings. Finished second in the 50K 6-max earlier in the series here and had his first stop back in Madrid. Played one event and finished 5th for 716,000 euros.
Solid flop for the Ace-7 offsuit. If you're going to be bluffing, you want to pick up some extra equity on these low cards. I think he could go for a bet. As we watch, who's this?
Uh-oh. It would appear that Philip Sternheimer is headed for the exits. Another one bites the dust and joins the ranks of the dearly departed. Unfortunate, given Phil was a guy that was given Tom Vogelsang a run for his money in the deep V department. Where the buttons were coming down.
Last man standing, Vogelsang.
Yeah, had the opportunity to have dinner with Phil. Some conversation last night, centering around Burning Man. So many of the high-stakes pros really sing its praises in terms of the impact it's had on their life. And you know what? These guys are always searching for things sort of away from the general zeitgeist of poker and away from the felt that they can do that will translate into successes on the felt, whether that be particular diets or fitness regimens or spiritual experiences, on some occasions mind-altering psychedelics. And listen, everyone's got their own approach to this thing, but it is an incredibly stressful endeavor. Breakfast with Stephen Chidwick really had perhaps the most insightful and informed conversation I've ever had with him. And he's been at it for 15 years, right?
Yeah.
And climbing the ranks. And he really kind of peeled the curtain back on, you know, just how much goes into what we see as the final product in terms of composure and what seems like no stress and just kind of navigating. But, you know, when these guys walk out of here, this whole playing the high stakes, high roller circuit, it takes a toll.
Oh,
you know?
And you know, on that note, real quick, I spoke to Burns after his big win, and I'm
Kale.
like, "Oh, yeah, what are you doing after this?" And he's like, I need to take a break. You know, like sit back and relax. It just takes so much energy. You know, you won't be able to sleep so well while you're, you know, on the high of winning a big tournament. And you know, I totally understand what you're saying. That, you know, Stevie's got his ways of maintaining his performance for these big tournaments.
And Stevie does have the benefit of the support of his family, who are always with him. Wife and daughter traveling to the stops. Grafton, a customer out of the big blind with Queen 8 suited, which doesn't interact with this 10-7 tray 2 club board.
Yeah, Ace-9's no. You could do a mixed strategy of betting or checking. I think Fedor might lean towards betting a little bit more since we are, you know, 7-5 away from the money, meaning the big blind shouldn't be making plays as much. So is going to go for a little C bet. Queen 8 of hearts. No backdoors. Besides a little straight draw. Should be ending this hand soon.
What was it in some minds? It was a WSOP circuit?
Oh no, it's a WPT.
WPT.
Sounds delightful.
That was really great. It was very fun.
They did it one time, I think.
Is that the one where there's the shirtless photo of Reina?
Yeah.
Felt like I've never heard him mention that, but that feels like a St. Martin's kind of photo, based on my imagination
Yeah,
of that place.
I think Tony Dunst won that one. He got 10th.
Kind of sad you said shirtless picture of Reiner and not shirtless picture of me.
Oh, you shirtless as well? It's burned into my retinas.
There's also a shirtless picture of me, but you know we had to.
What a side of
I had to try to.
Redact it.
Yeah, it's like guys, come on.
Laliger, the opener. Queen 9 off.
Yeah, I would say Queen 9 off in undergun +2 is not a standard open by any means. So this is one of those things where you ask me, as we approach the bubble, what are the little nuanced changes? And I think Queen 9 off's the early position for a big set is one of them.
Easy decision.
Horace Way. Pocket sixes. Flatting from the button. Not looking to bloat anything in particular against the one man that can send you home. Along with Fedor Holz.
Nothing wrong with flicking in one more big blind with the suited queen. Taking it 3 ways.
Round 2.2, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
So Ebony takes the price.
Well, do
And
you
we'll
like
take the flop.
competition?
3 ways
Well,
with
do you like
225K out
competition?
there.
Sounds
2
like
sixes.
this is like tough decisions, no?
Still in the lead.
I like tough decisions.
Pretty bad board for everyone.
different
Linus is the pre-flop raiser.
I want
Could see bet just because we're you know putting that pressure on, but I wouldn't fault them. Someone who flats in position, mid pocket pairs a lot, big blind can have 7, 8, 10 jacks. It's really hard to see bet with Queen 9.
Not too fun.
You can see Horace knows that 6 is quite a vulnerable hand. It's kind of one of those bet and hope both of them fold situations.
And the investment, 75,000. Easy fold for Kenny, and we'll see Linus put it into the muck as well. So a nice little pickup for the man playing under the Hong Kong flag. Quite a bit of talent has come the Triton Series way from the island. This is Horace's first ever Triton Series. He did play 3 events on the prelim side, the 25, 30, and 50K. Took the 75K off, and then here he is in the Coin Rivet Invitational. Meanwhile, we're back over to
The hat's pure gold. Pure
Leon
gold.
and Tony's party. No word yet on whether or not that McAllen 18 is flowing, but
I know. You probably like folded like a nice pair or something, a small pair.
I, for one, certainly hope that they pop the bottle sooner than later.
Yes.
Of course. And we want Santosh in there. He's good. We want India to be there deeper. Is Amit still in?
No.
Amit is still in?
Amit out.
I want Santosh, I want you to double on one of the pros.
One of them. I'm the only one here.
There's only like 1 or 2 pros at this table.
Nobody is pro. Only one is there. Only one pro, Tony G.
Oh wow, so Seth Davies is the only pro player at this featured table. I guess the other guy got moved or eliminated. It's gonna be hard to get rid of Seth Davies though. He's got 2.2 million in chips.
Oh, look at Leon. The 7 deuce suited. This is truly the kind of hand he loves to be able to show down and just melt faces.
So he's seeing this 5 of diamonds is like, okay, maybe backdoor straight, maybe backdoor flush, maybe I can make some play. Show rub into Tony G's face. I mean, these guys are very friendly with each other, but you know, they like to show a good bluff here and there. You can see 125,000.
Just comes out swinging. After defending the big against this button open from Tony G with the ace-6, and he gets right out of there. And the 7 deuce is showing as though there's a bounty on it. We know that not to be true.
I just knew that was going to be shown, you know, like, just got to rub it into Tony G's face.
I'll tell you what, man. Say what you will about the unconventional nature of Leon's decision-making not being GTO per se.
Painful.
Painful.
But if there's a guy in the field right now that can stick you in the blender in a major way, it's Leon.
100% it's Leon.
It's the product of he really, as competitive as he is, obviously, he just doesn't care in like a good way.
I love it.
Yeah. This is the guy who is not going to fold into the money. He's going to go for it. And the thing is, Leon, when he's very well disciplined, and he very well can be, can play snug if he wants to, and you might not realize he's changed gears,
Correct.
and you're just going to get crushed.
Yeah. You don't know which Leon is, you know, what you're tangling with at any given moment. And look at this. When you show that you're defending the big blind with 7 deuce suited, and then suddenly you open this small blind, and granted, Elton doesn't have much to go to war with 2 queens, your man is thinking, well, it's, you know, this is an E2, right?
Yeah, and you can see Leon's raising, knowing his image is quite aggressive, and just hoping for some kind of playback. And, you know, he only makes it 2.5x, trying to invite Elton Sang to play the Jack Deuce offsuit. These guys got a lot of history, so you can see some work about to come. That is, I want to say, a good flop for Jack Deuce, but it's actually terrible given he's up against 2 queens.
Elton, by the way, not particularly deep, so that 75K was a bit of an ask. Now another 75K on request.
This is a very dry texture. He knows this Leon is opening wide, raising, c-betting wide. And he's thinking about whether maybe just ship it in and try to take down what's in the middle. Like, it's unlikely Leon's playing a 3, a better deuce. His hand is very vulnerable. He calls here. He's got, what, 9 big blinds remaining? Is going to go for it.
Oh, no.
And instantly recognizes that it is bad news after Leon snap calls. And on display, perhaps, the product of Leon's mayhem.
100%. This is responding to Leon. Against other players, he might just call and see a turn and see what develops.
So the 2 queens poised to shower this Jack Deuce. A diamond on the turn will take outs off the board. As
nice sound.
Elton fishing for a deuce or a jack. Instead, it is the flush on the end for Sukernik, and that's all she wrote for Elton Sang.
GG.
I think it's Leon. You play special. Queens, you play like against the queen. Ravage.
And Tony G just immediately pointing out sort of what we talked about there.
Crazy. Wow.
And with that departure, we are down to just 21 players.
Just in the big blind.
I think you qualify as a businessman in the future, though. That's good.
Elton might be wearing a smile there, but there's some shell shock. You're like, Queens? Really? Leon?
Oh my God.
Queens?
Yeah, you didn't have to play Jack Deuce.
Fist bumps. Now that Elton's walked far enough.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, yeah.
With 7 deuce.
All right.
Yeah, he's waiting for 7 deuce.
Anyone raises here, I might take it personally.
Well, I guess you're going to have to take it personally then. Little Dave, as Elias Talvidi opens off of King Jack. Average stack currently 1.7 million, 55 bigs.
Nothing wrong with seeing a flop for a min raise, suited queen.
Bottom pair is what Nicholson lands on. Jack 8-5 board, of course, skewing heavily in favor of Talviti.
Good connection. Throw out a little third pot bet.
Tough to get worse hand than that.
Yeah.
Gonna see some slow action with this queen five of diamonds.
Need a pair.
Yeah. Qualify.
Oh, he laid down the bottom pair. I'm very surprised.
I am too. I mean, a lot of times we ask ourselves if we're willing to defend our blind and then hit a pair, which is not that easy to do. Don't we need to just peel against what we think is a high c-bet frequency? But on that particular texture, no diamond working. We did have some backdoor straight draws with the jack and the 8.
I do think it's a little bit of a misstep, but maybe that's just from a little bit of inexperience as one of the VIPs. Otherwise, I probably would just fold a pre-flop if I'm going to be folding bottom pair with these types of flops. You know, you can. He probably wouldn't have folded that. Maybe we weren't 4 from the money right now.
I just had a button.
Yeah.
You know, when people would ask me about, you know, oh, I'm a total novice, I'm a total beginner, help me. I say, if we liken poker at any given table to like a swimming pool, right?
For busting.
You want to swim where the water's clear and you know what's happening. And even the pros, who are better swimmers than you are, certainly recognize the dangers of wading out into murkier water.
Yeah.
And if you're not comfortable swimming in that sort of murky water, then get yourself out of that situation. And a hand like Queen 5 on a board like that, the water is murky
It's
moving
definitely
forward.
murky.
And so if you're not comfortable, maybe the decision needs to be made pre-flop to let it go, but obviously it feels like a bit of a mistake. It's too much hand. But I recognize sort of that conservative attitude. And as we get closer to this big money bubble, Randy, that could be on Little Dave's mind there as well. Okay, I don't need to fight in every spot. Let me just chill. I've got 30-plus blinds.
Yeah, we might see that adjustment coming in future
Yeah.
hands.
And we see both players with a spade here. Talviti, the raiser, decides to check to Tony G, who flattered with the queen jack.
Gee, come on. Leon Super.
Oh, sorry, I did it again.
You just assumed they play the same style.
Listen, they're somewhat interchangeable depending on who's had more Macallan at any given moment.
And see, you know, Leon's got that kind of a crazy image, so he gets people not to see bet to move him off of hands like Queen Jack, and he just fires away. He just wins more pots than the average player, even if they're a pro.
I mean, discombobulating to be out of position against a gunslinger like Leon. I mean, can't fault Elias. And listen, maybe that's another example of exactly the phenomenon we kind of saw a pot before, where Elias was playing the role of Leon against Lil Dave. Hey, I'm out of position. I'm against this, you know, gunslinger guy. The water's murky. Ace-9, sure, but just let it go.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the advantages of being Leon with that image of, I don't really care about the money. I'm going to go for it. He's going to win so many more pots, and you know, maybe he did a little image building on day one, right? He was like, I'm going to call off 100 big blinds with 10-9 suited. Like, everyone's like,
Everybody heard about that pot.
Everyone. Even
and the 9-5 suited.
I heard about it. I wasn't in the room. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, everyone was watching about it. And, you know, like, sometimes you might, it's plus even to maybe make this play against Leon, but if we're 4 from the money, maybe I wait till we sneak into the money, and then we'll go start to battle him.
Kind of reap the rewards of the advertising. Little Dave on the button, getting after it with King Deuce suited. Talviti with a better king in the big, will defend.
Small adjustment. I noticed Nicholson made it a little bit bigger here with 75K, possibly because he doesn't want to see some flops. But hey, it's okay to see a flop when you flop a flush draw.
10-8-5 with a couple of hearts. Advantage Nicholson. Does check it back.
Playing cautious. Maybe because of that situation, he's let someone catch up. That's one of the problems of being cautious is you're going to give free equity to the guy who is just going to give it up.
And this catch-up card is a troublesome one, as Nicholson has himself top pair with the flush draw. You could easily see some more chips getting into the middle here beyond the figure that Talviti comes with into 195,000, which is 135. This is a lot of hand for Lil Dave.
Yeah, he's definitely going to try to hit that flush, but you know, usually he's got the best hand. He can be up against 2 diamonds, some straight draws. Showing a little weakness with his body language.
So the flat puts an ace on the end, and the 9 still plays.
Should
Talvidi.
slow things down. Don't really see why either player would bet here.
Talvidi does check.
Considering representing the ace, I don't think so.
You hear the word king, you're never happy in that spot.
Yeah, you're like king deuce as well,
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to be mucking my hand.
Kind of a subtle point to be made, but I like the way Nicholson just wrapped the table, face down, slid his cards into the muck. Nice hand.
Yeah, you don't want to show you got
Onwards.
unlucky, because then people will realize you checked back that flush draw.
Exactly. What do you suppose Tony G's annual poker room massage budget is?
I always see him get a massage. I don't know.
I don't recognize him without a pair of hands on him at a poker table.
Yeah, jeez, how much do you think he spends? Like,
He probably spends more than the average poker player's bankroll on massages each year.
yeah, 100% he does.
I mean, if this commentary gig doesn't work out, I might go to massage school. Just kind of follow Tony around the circuit. Something tells me he's not going to be.
I don't think he wants massages
me.
from you.
1.9-ish.
Yeah.
I think so.
Talvidi going to limp 6-3 off here, Randy. Not necessarily an obligation. That's pretty weak holding. And you know Lolliger goes to work on him right away, takes it down.
I'd be kind of... I would overfold my small blind a little bit more in this situation, given that it's Lolliger in the big blind. Yeah. It's like, I know I'm supposed to limp this, but I'm probably going to get raised, and I know I'm definitely not going to limp re-raise you, so, you know, I just take my little small blind.
I think those are the little, like, you know, just those nuanced, finer points. Like you said, I know I'm supposed to do something, but I'm looking up at this guy, and I just know what's coming. This dude's not going to let me limp in. So let me just get out of there, right?
Yeah, save a little bit.
And if it is a mistake, it's not a big one, right? To just let it go from the small. Ace-King offsuit from Davies. Up front.
Hmm. 10 blinds. I think this should be going into the muck.
And indeed it does.
Uh-oh. Not this one. Big slick.
Tony G jams. Davies looks back and...
He's not folding this for 22
Yeah.
big blinds. Don't think he's folding for 30 big blinds either.
I call.
And of
Same
course,
hand.
Davies does
Follows me.
make the call.
You have ace king? Yeah. Same. What else am I going to play with? Ready.
Couple of Rolls Royce.
Can name some other hands you'll play with, Tony.
Learn at home. Who's the ace king? Which one is mine?
Yours is the diamond club.
Huh? One diamond?
I want
All
heart.
the suits are live.
We'll see.
You got spades, yeah?
Start, yeah.
Davies now with the free
Spades,
roll.
Jack of spades.
5%, and those hopes are dashed. So the river will be inconsequential as we'll carve it up.
I've never seen poker players who never mention the free roll when it's ace king versus ace king. Someone's always got to point out. It could be one of the observers, bystanders on the side.
Big pair now would be sweeter for you.
It's like, oh, you got my suits dominated.
I mean, the home viewer would just want me to win the pot, you know, just to get a normal average stack, just to show how an amateur plays against all the super pros later. That's all. That's all they want to see. Of course, amateur player just goes all in with ace king. I do that 3 times. I'm just showing it how, right? Correct.
Seems like a good play.
Yeah. You can't mess it up too much, you know.
Exactly,
It's like
yeah.
easy one. So I try to my range is so thin, it's much easier. Learn less, play well. That minimum, you know.
Like you're not that good at cooking. You're like, just make a spaghetti. Give it a pasta. Can't fuck it up.
Yeah.
आपने बोला ना AIDS का नीचे मत कर दुख की तरह
Lolliger
I get
opens
ace
the
king,
button
I'm
with
going
Jack
with
5 suited.
Still, the simulation is true. You cannot
Takes
bust
it down.
everyone all in. It's just how I've had some chops. I had to chop against aces all in too, basically. So I have to work.
Yeah, you can't just win every all in.
No, I have to chop. I mean, worst case, the simulation now tells me it's like a chop. Best case, you win. Usually, they just fold when you move all in. It's just normal. Correct. Leon says correct.
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 I feel like the sims that Tony is running is different than the sims that Linus is running.
Ace queen off for Lolliger. Davies having a slightly more intimate moment with that 9-7 offsuit than I would have expected.
Yeah. I had a king. First card was a king. Then 3 of diamonds. Close. I had a lot left. I had folding equity in my mind. I mean, my mind is simple. It's not like you guys sophisticated. I would pump it.
So all in
My
with ace
simple
king.
mindset to fold.
Raise with ace queen. What do you do with ace jack?
Raise. Any ace is raising there, and then just a matter of then disconnecting from it. In the right situation. Oh, no. I was trying to get the queen. One more, maybe the queen is there. Like, that's playing good defense. Excuse me. Call the waiter. One more Macallan. You look like a waiter. I used to be a waiter when I was a kid.
You have something? I had a good hand. I could.
What?
Did you have a good hand?
Cards pull me
No,
always in.
king 6 suited.
Call the waiter.
Yeah, not a good time. Fold.
And Linus putting some distance between himself and Leon Sukernik here at this feature table, where Tony G is adamantly looking for the staff's attention to get that Macallan 18 in a continuous flow state. Santosh Suvarna, shortest of all stacks with 10 big blinds as it
If
stands.
you're not a dealer in the future, you'd be a flipper. Pancake flipper.
Why are you changing the card?
Because she's flipping them all the time.
Card shown.
She was to be a pancake flipper, but then she became a dealer.
Yeah, but not
Good, I
every
love
hand.
it. She's fantastic.
Not every hand.
No, I know. Every hand, a few cards. Thank you. Bring a gin. Yeah.
Tony G making friends.
That wouldn't make me want to be friends. Calling me a pancake flipper because I'm flipping some cards up on accident.
In their defense, by the way, and I've heard this from players, this isn't just my own speculation, as obviously I haven't experienced it myself, but in terms of the volume of responsibility versus the average dealer that our folks here on a Triton series have, managing the shot clock, managing the headsets and production,
some good sweeps.
These gals really do an extraordinary job.
Yeah.
And I think by and large the players would agree. And it's important. We're playing a 200K. You really need the finest out there to ensure that administration is flawless.
In London, in a TV game, and then I busted Warney out heads up, and then Warney gave me a lift back to Dorchester with his he had a Mini Cooper, and he gave me a lift back. He drove himself. That's
A Mini Cooper.
Huh? Yeah, Mini
Whoa.
Cooper. Yeah, Mini Cooper.
8
Like
trade
old
deuce,
school
2
Mini
heart
Cooper,
board was checked
New
around.
one.
Davies on the
Long
button
time
with
ago.
the
Not
2
the kind
red
of car you would
10s
have
has
thought
now
he would
been
No, I would have never
outturned
predicted
by
that.
Leon.
That's what happened. And then
Who's
invited
still
his
checking.
birthday party in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised for him to check back an overpair
Became
in
like
position
small,
8-3 deuce. I
When I
think
was
it's a
21,
product
first
of
time I went
who
to
he's up
Vegas, we went
against
to
100%.
and the
Club in
stacks they've got.
Logical, is it Hyde?
There's a few of them.
Went
And you're
to
kind of
Hyde.
just
I remember it's
letting them get free equity. And, you know,
table next to-
they've overtaken your
table
two
next
tens.
to one.
Now the
Yeah.
deuce
He's
pair's
just
on the
like,
river.
Come on, boys, come over, have some drinks. Like the biggest legend ever. It was
Nah, he was good.
Well,
Never met-
Sukunik
never
just
met
keeps
before.
checking.
Now we had a lot of parties. At his house, we had a big party.
That might get Linus
Just
to
for
take
the
the
BBL
bait.
final,
Linus
just
is the
before the
pre-flop
COVID.
raiser. He knows 9 high
He
can't
was
win.
doing, you know, Gilchrist was doing the DJ.
No one bet
I mean,
anywhere with a king. Seems likely that maybe he'll take it down.
He could,
Funny situation here where
definitely-
Davies probably is going to
definitely
call
go
it a
at
75k bet.
Of course, I mean, what exactly is Linus representing here as the pre-flop raiser who checked both the flop and the turn and now suddenly betting when the deuce pairs?
Exactly, and that's why he's getting called in 2 spots.
Yeah. The overcall from Leon is always deflating for these 2-10s.
Yep, last one to show takes it.
the Russian hand, the King Jack.
Extreme slow play there
I
from
nearly
Sukernik.
like, rehabilitated that hand. And they still value bet you, Leon, because you're never bound to have a King Jack.
Yeah, and everyone should have
Don't
saw
allow it.
The pros
that Davies
bet, yeah, you're allowed
played
to have
that
that.
10s really
They bet
slow.
into you for value to create.
I don't think I was value betting there.
He was value calling. It's the same thing. 2 of you against 1 poor Leon. Gang, gang. Gang job.
Well, there is one way to absorb literally every kernel of information that you could possibly want. All that your heart desires in terms of each and every event at a Triton series is available in one place. The Triton Poker Plus app available on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store for iOS and Android devices. And it's the very same one that the players and us commentators are using. Download it today.
What's happened that you have ace high?
Yeah, it improves. I used to try an app, you know, when I'm in my hotel room, just keep an eye on things, and it's actually really nice, even as I'm commentating now, to kind of see what's happening at other tables, outer tables, and why I watch the big action hole cards up here.
The only thing it doesn't do is let you order a pizza.
You've tried? There's a chat section. You pushed more. And
is that where it's buried?
Yeah, you haven't tried. You gotta deposit a little money into it, though.
On the river.
No, you understand? So there was maximum money I got.
Oh, yeah, you did. You got as much as you were gonna get.
Advance check.
I think 25 more I got.
Just 25. Yeah, you got an extra 25.
Yeah. It's 150. I wouldn't bet 150. I would have bet 125.
All right, Tony G.
Pocket threes. Tony G not interested.
Just playing cautious. I think he didn't want to raise fold with that stack size and rather just preserve those chips, use them for a future spot to survive or maybe a reshove. And it was like a little bit too much just open jam. So, you know, play there's nothing wrong with err on the side of caution when you think it's close.
17 big blind stack, 4 away from the money, and the bubble is a big one. The difference between taking home nothing and taking home $380,000 in this $23 million prize pool.
Wish I would have had ace 2.
Queen Jack 9 here, Suvarna. Open-ended.
Nicholson just going for it with 5-4 offsuit.
It could look reckless, but this is kind of the sizing that he might have employed pre-flop in order to try to steal the big blind. Instead, he's just deploying it post-flop, and look what he's done. He just gets Suvarna off of the open-ender.
Yeah, for the min bet, and you can see, like, yes, these guys got the money to play this tournament, but they've been playing for almost 2 full days. They don't want to walk away empty-handed if we're only 4 away from the money, and Suvarna was just like, Feels like a trap. Like you limped into my tiny micro stack. You're betting out on the board that hits the big stack. Yeah, I don't want to see a turn card and just bleed away.
And of course, Suvarna navigating a sub-10 big blind stack here, desperately looking for a spot that he deems better than the one he just had.
Yeah, we're seeing some major divergence from normal strategy just because of the gravity of the buy-in in the situation. Tony GC, Jack 9 suit, definitely a reasonable hand to open, but no, I don't want to turn myself in battle for that 21st and 20th place that's not going to get any money. But Leon does not strike me as a guy who's going to start folding. Just going to open it up. 80K.
Oh.
Ooh, Nicholson's got pocket eights.
I'm all in.
He's going to go for it. I like this. You got to make some stances, otherwise you're going to bleed out. Helps you maintain your stack.
Sukernik like an angry dragon on the back end of that vape puff.
Scary part is Sukernik could just spite call you just to try to end this tournament.
Well, the spite calling phase of the tournament may be a little bit in his rear view, but you never know. Don't put him past it.
Couple more reshoves on him, he might change his mind.
World Series of Poker main event back in Vegas that we had the privilege of calling earlier this year. I remember breaking down a hand, and later on Twitter I went and the player that we were trying to sort of get into his head was like, I love hearing the two commentators break down the hand, when really I just looked across the felt and decided I didn't like that guy's face. And so I made the call. I was like, well, I could never have thought that was what drove you to make the call. But every now and again, there's some aspects of the pot that are tough to sort through.
Yeah, this face is it's not a 10 out of 10, so I'm gonna call him.
Yeah,
you know?
right. I don't like this guy's face. Call.
It's a great way for randomization, I suppose. Well, 3x.
How much do I like your face factor?
So, small change here. Sukernik's actually bumped it up one whole big blind after raise 40 in the last hand.
3x.
Possibly a little bit of randomness, possibly because he's up against Linus's huge stack in the big blind, but Linus is not going to deter against Leon.
Just about $1 million separate their stacks. Lolliger in front. And that 10-8 turns into top two here. Wet texture. Linus checks. Snap check back from Leon, who now picks up the open-ender.
Yeah, I think Linus was, of course, looking to try and get more money to the pot. With the 9, we'd love to see him just fire out. Protect us. It's kind of getting scary. Like, you don't think you're behind, but, you know, he could pick up a jack, a queen, a 7, and these are all terrible cards for 2 pair.
It's good.
Qualified.
I would have called if I've seen that. That is straight draw. That is 7.
King Jack again? Oh, no.
He just called 120.
Leon.
So I have a fear if you have.
Yeah, just to give you
folding.
A call if you have a jack queen. I don't know.
I hope you bet the flop.
That's the point of the game, man.
I have A7 suited. No, unsuited. I would have called it. I think you have anything but straight.
Yeah.
Linus, by the way, Randy, on a bit of a hot streak in terms of having cashed his last 2 events. The 50K 6 max, 13th for 105K. The 75K 8 max, 6th for 400,000. Final table list there.
Again, you could have 10.
Third time's a charm for the big one.
Queen 10.
He's got 7 cashes in total for over 2.8 million in career Triton earnings. 1 title, and that came back in London in 2019 in a 25K 6 max turbo event, good for 690,000 pounds. For Leon, meanwhile, he's got 2 Triton Series under his belt. Montenegro, 3 rather. Montenegro, London, and Razvadov. He is the owner of the King's Casino out there. A couple of cashes for 208,000 in career Triton earnings. As Linus goes back to work, this time from the small blind, targeting the big of Tony G.
Yeah, gets it done. Just a very, very tiny raise, but he knows his opponent's not going to defend unless he's got a decent hand.
As Aaron Zhang coined it at my very first Triton. Mini raise.
The mini raise, I love that one.
Me too.
I thought you had
Not
king
min
jack
raise,
again.
mini raise.
Like before.
Haven't seen Aaron, by the way.
I know. It's just been out of the game ever since he won that big one.
What's left to prove?
Yeah, but maybe he'll be back soon.
It's on an extended vacation.
Yeah. I mean, he won a little bit too much money in that spot.
Has Tom Dwan been here yet?
I have not seen Tom Dwan.
Yeah.
But that
Another
doesn't
kind
mean
of absent face.
it doesn't necessarily mean he's not here. He could be just playing some cash game somewhere, but I don't think he's here.
Could be lurking, waiting for the short deck.
It could
part
be
of the program. He plays the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, of course he was first known for his no limit hold'em, but I think short deck is the main game he's playing lately.
That's where the focus of the Macau cash games was. Obviously short deck. Players cutting their teeth in those streets. Meanwhile, Sukernik under the gun. 10-9 really has been the hand of the tournament for him.
Yeah, and you know he knows that, so maybe he kind of puts a little more chips. You know, 10-9 looking
Oh,
good
boy.
here.
Queen high 2 spade board. Davies has a pair of deuces and the back door. The door gets shut on the turn. Neither player improves.
That was a very quick check back from Leon. Wonder if David's going to read into that somehow. Very fast.
Sukernik taking it easy, and now he binks a pair of 9s on the river. Backdoor heart draw materializing.
Yeah, David's hoping for a showdown. I wonder if Sukernik's going to even try to find value for 9. It's very hard to get value from worse, so I like to check.
And you heard him say 9-10 again. He kind of took it easy with that one.
Yeah, he's kind of seems he's in a little bit more of a chill mode right now.
I mean, listen, as wild as we want to say that the likes of Leon and Tony are capable of being, they're not the type of players who have lost sight of the objective, and currently that is getting on the right side of the bubble.
Yeah.
They understand at present what the task at hand is and the responsibility that comes with it.
And that's what I was saying earlier, is that, you know, if you don't think Leon's adjusted, you could be making some poor adjustments and really bleeding chips heavily towards him. So right now he's kind of in the, he's opening his spots, but, you know, post-flop, not being too crazy at the moment. Suvarna really needs to look for a spot soon. He's down to 5 big blinds.
Getting whittled away. Talvides found a spot. Ace-Jack suited. With the blinds at 20 and 40, the 80K min raise open. No takers. If you're joining us on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and like to the Triton Poker channel as we work to bring you the best in poker content, both with respect to streaming coverage of the Triton series and all that happens between the stops. We hope you're enjoying tonight's coverage of the $200,000 Coin Rivet Invitational. As we work our way toward the bubble, and we are scheduled to play down to a final table today. We could be in for a long one, Randy.
Most certainly, but you'll be joining me, so it's okay. It's a good time. I'll take it all the way to the AM.
I don't mind. Listen, I find it limitlessly entertaining to watch the collisions between VIPs and pros as Suvarna finally finds one to go with, the ace-6 suited. Davies with king-queen off on the button.
Look, you don't love calling off of king-queen, but if it's 5 big blinds, and you can get the overlay from the small blind and big blind folding, as well as the big blind ante, just getting quite a nice price of king-queen. So, gonna flick in the call. I'm gonna run it.
So advantage Suvarna as he will take his stand.
Like Santos.
3-2 favorite. You heard Davey say good luck. Sporting.
Yeah, but he wants to win this pot, trust me.
Oh, you can do both. They're not mutually exclusive. You can wish your opponent luck and then want to win it. And the ace 5-4. Lady luck in favor of Suvarna, who always had the best hand.
The sharps behind them.
All right.
Wait a minute. Broadway draw arrives.
No, I'm good. I'm good. 90% sure, yeah.
Suvarna needs to fade the 10. And he's out of the woods. So patience rewarded. For the first time, Triton participant playing under the Indian flag was partnered with Patrick Antonius in the event. And he's made it deeper than his pro.
That means he's the better player, right?
After Chris's stack. Chris's stack is wrong. It shows 300, but it should be 450.
Back over at our other table where American VIP Eric Worre.
Let me see, maybe they
with
changed it.
Queen 9 suited.
Says 300 on mine.
Oh yeah, something they just
Opened
fucked
in
up.
front.
It was
of
literally
Horace
just
Ways.
450. Let's see what pot I lost.
Queen Jack.
Horace is
I
reaching
was
for
the one bluffing
chips.
Alec, not you.
He's going to make an aggressive play.
And note that he's actually got a dominant hand here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy
that makes sense.
But he's making a statement here of this big stack. Like,
You would never do that.
be careful. Your chips will be at risk.
And Eric does concede.
My chip count was off like 400,000.
Yours is off?
It was. It was off.
Chris, how much you have?
I have 450.
Oh, okay.
They had me playing the hand against Alec that Fatal played. They handled it wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. I should have 150 more, and Fatal should
Now
have
they're
150.
they're correcting it. They're correcting it.
A little over 1.7 now. I don't know if that's what shows, but.
I think the rest is red. It was
Mine is
just
correct.
They changed it, yes.
He just smacked me in the face. I had a really pretty one too. He had an easy decision.
I just keep having ace jack off, and you guys decided to put in like 500,000 chips.
You had ace jack off this hand?
Not this hand.
80.
6-7 suited.
And I had the ace king.
Let's fade order work. Ooh, and now Horace with ace king, fresh off of that 3-bet with queen jack on the button. You don't really want to tussle with the likes of a stack like Fedor's at this stage of the tournament, in particular when he's opening up front, but ace king is ace king.
Ace king is ace king. He is a VIP. So he's time bank coming in. He's like, should I 3-bet? Should I make it bigger? Should I just flat call? Some people actually flat call here with really deep stacks, just like keeping it simple, but
Yeah, kind of a situational adaptation.
I mean, but this guy's got, he's got some money to play this tournament. I think he's not going to be shy of bumping up. Like Grafton's got 2 queens. This is
dreamy.
Dreamy in a kind of scary way. You're like, I'm going to 4-bet this, but don't snap me off.
Right. A little nerve-wracking, the spot for Grafton, as the flat feels so weak, but the 4-bet feels somewhat precarious.
Just keeping it simple all in, trying not to induce anything.
Easy release for Fedor, and back over to the ace-king for Horace, and this is what he didn't want to see.
Yeah, when he 3-bets though, he is putting a little bit extra money in there, so would be a bit more committed. Now normally 40 blinds, you wouldn't think too much getting ace-king, but he's thinking about the situation. For Grafton to cold 4-bet jam here is quite strong. You know, it is this queens plus ace king. He needs to decide, is there some weaker holdings than ace queen ever going in here? And why is he opting to go for a 4-bet all in rather than a 4-bet small?
All excellent questions, and what are the answers that Horace Way is coming up with? And how will they guide his decision with ace king?
Something to keep in mind is if he needs to think about how much stacks he's got remaining. So if he calls and loses here, he'll still be sitting on 20 big blinds, which is definitely reasonable to navigate as we go further towards the money.
And that reality is one that certainly pushes this ace king into a calling spot, but we do have to ask ourselves, how narrow is this range that Grafton is willing to make this move with?
I'm thinking it is queens plus ace king. I think if jacks, while it may still ship it in, would take a little bit more time to kind of assess the situation.
Okay.
I don't even know if Grafton used a time bank with this 4-bet jam. If he did, it was only one. So it's like he certainly knows what to do with his hand. And these things do... Oh, he's going to lay down to ace king. That is a huge win for Grafton.
When was the last time you saw that happen?
Easy decision.
I haven't seen that in a long time, especially for this stack depth. Wow.
Tell you what, though,
$100,000 if you show me a
whether right or wrong, it's very emblematic of Horace's thinking approach, right? It's not like he doesn't know how good a hand ace king is, but he's paying attention to all the other extenuating circumstances and arrived at a decision based on them. Because that wasn't ace king might not be good. That was, we know what ace king does. It performs well.
I think one of the things I said is, well, if he calls and loses, he still has 20 big blinds. He's also thinking, well, if I fold this, I still have like 45 big blinds, and I'm definitely going to get into the money if I just fold the spot and, you know, play a little cautiously.
And again, that money is real. $380,000 for 17th, Zippo for 18th. Talvidi in the small blind, Jack 5 suited, is gonna hear from Lolliger again as he limps.
Yeah, he always hears from Lolliger. You're like, please stop checking out my stack. It just means you're gonna raise.
Yeah. Last orbit, you did the same thing. Come on, bro. Really? Like, leave me alone.
I'm gonna start asking the dealer to deal me either really good cards or really bad cards, because I'm just bleeding an extra small blind every time. But you know, Jack 5 suited is a hand you could play, but he's uncomfortable with the situation and is just gonna lay it down.
You see how annoyed he was too. He's just kind of head in hand.
Yeah. And the frequency is, you know, it's what, 2 in a row since small blind, big blind Linus has raised me. Definitely not caught up to the delay. He might just start open mucking this small blind pretty soon. But I'll tell you, if he does wake up with a hand, he for sure should be limping. Try to induce that raise and like create some action. When I say hand, I'm talking like a big hand, not like pocket nines, you know, like you're talking like ace king plus.
This isn't the spot, I don't think, but every now and again you'll see a guy get so annoyed at the limp small get raised from the big blind and the presumption that, okay, this is, you're being abusive, that they'll just come with like that, all right, meta, 3-bet. Like, not my hand, not whatever, it's just like, I'm going to, you know, bet that you don't have it this time, and you're just out of line. And of course, that's the hand they wake up with the aces and the ace kings and the queens and just ram it down your throat. Tsukanik, meanwhile, 2 5s. Mini race.
A mini race. I love when Aaron Zhang said that. I bet you he didn't even know what size it was. It was like, mini race, dealer, tell me how much it is.
Yeah. Whatever the mini is, I'm in. And look at Suvarna. So disciplined here. As he is really not looking for any spots that are too thin. Tony G, meanwhile, on 2 jacks.
He knows Tony G should be playing pretty snug here. Problem is, it's kind of enticing. You put in 80K, 11 more big blinds. You got 2.5 million. You know Leon likes to put some pain into some players. But
you know what, though?
It's tough.
On the meta front, I feel as though there's some strange fraternal camaraderie between Leon and Tony, whereby Leon might imagine Tony's not gunning for him. Nevertheless,
Shoot on cold
he is
fuck,
going
a
to
little
take
better, but
these 2
you
fives.
can give me a good fuck.
It's 525, so there's like a lot of fives.
It's meant to be, yeah.
You know,
Powerful.
it's powerful.
It is powerful.
525, lots of fives.
1.1 million in the middle, and no 5 on the flop.
Yeah, no.
2 jacks. Sit pretty as an overpair here.
I don't need no heart. Just need a 5.
Ace is clean, so
Which one?
Of hearts.
Hot.
the Lithuanian looking to fade 2 outs,
Fucking
and
close.
he's done it.
It's good. Next time you double me up again, it'll be closer. It'll be like a 4 of hearts. Good step by step, baby steps.
525.
The bunny is alive. It's good though. Me and you will be on a final table. You have to support me. Who's gonna support me if Leon doesn't? The pros don't support me.
I'd support you if I could afford to.
You're the only one that can
play
support.
with one card, but this one, I think I need both.
Back over to the other feature table, where
Come on, let's
Alex
2013,
Panikov
St. Martin
And
Field.
that
deliberates.
that was a great tournament.
Sure.
The St. Louis WPT.
St. Martin's. Bro, no one's going to say.
St. Louis, I'm like, this is
It was
St. Louis
an
WPT.
intentional joke.
I bet the St. Louis
That would also
WPT
be
would be
really
good.
good. Oh, yes.
Horace, fresh off of folding ace-king, opens ace-deuce.
A little marginal from the hijack, but people don't know he folded ace king yet, so definitely okay.
It's a good point, Randy.
Excuse me?
I make good points, Ali.
The information not yet available to the field, so it's not impacting
What happened?
anyone's approach.
Huh?
So Brewer's
Horace.
got queen jack of diamonds here, and normally you could consider reshoving this hand, but he's got less than 10 big blinds, so his fold equity has gone down tremendously, so he's probably going to take a flop.
No. I think we are pausing it or whatever after this hand. This hand was already in play, but we're not going to play another one after that.
Okay.
Chris Brewers,
But why?
first
Should we
involvement
rebust it?
since we
Either
took the
that or
torch.
something.
No, not even then.
Someone got injured or something.
Maybe hand for hand for the redraw.
Somebody stalling maybe?
There's no
2
redraw.
spades, 2 sevens, and a 10, and 2
No, I mean,
checks.
they probably
someone-
gonna
Four
make
people
something
busted,
fair.
but
They
Third
will
seven.
run.
As dry as
Which
it gets.
table goes
I don't
faster, slower? I don't know.
Hard for Brewer to do anything.
idea
I
why they
kind of would
pause.
like to see Horace throw in just a little mini bet, 10, 7,
We'll
7,
figure
7,
out.
but he's going to keep checking. Would have loved to see him deny equity, but on the king, I think they should be able to get the showdown. Brewer are very unlikely to bet the king. Ace is good.
That's right. That's right. Businessmen represent.
Businessman represent, says Eric Corey.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. How is it in Hong Kong now? How are things?
They're good.
I've heard it's like all my friends that I've never been, but all my friends that be there, do business there, they said it's kind of sad. It's, they're going faster than us?
Yeah.
Wow.
They went around faster. These tables are exactly the same.
Yeah, keep it fair. That's fine.
Are they seeing any flops?
Well, if you're wondering why Luca Vivaldi has
No.
come over to chat
I'm just giving you a hard time. That's what I do.
with the players,
I
Randy,
have to distract from my nerves.
Why is it?
You know?
soft hand for hand.
Okay.
That's Lucas' job, basically.
The other feature table has gotten ahead of the remainder of the field, and as we're closing in on the money bubble, it does present a competitive disadvantage to be forced to play more hands, which ultimately lead to more blinds. So they're going to put the brakes on that table and allow the remainder of the tables to catch up in terms of hands played.
Yeah, so it's nice that they're counting the number of hands being played. You know, way back in the day, we literally only go hand for hand when it's on one.
The stone bubble.
Yeah,
Yep.
so nice adjustment, keeping it fair for everyone. One of the things Triton loves to do.
All in.
Because we're a whole round ahead. Both tables are round
Brewer's going for it, and you see that Brewer's going for it because he's up against Fedor Holtz, knowing how out of line he's going to be from the dealer button, and that 320K
You
is
said you
still
really
fold
saw it. I
equity.
didn't think you had a big hand, but I thought we were still like flipping. Like,
Ah,
I thought
okay.
I thought you were calling with like Jack 10 or some shit.
I thought the first thing you think is that I just have like aces or kings or something.
No, I thought you had like Jack 10 suited, but you're like trolling because you were gonna hit the flop.
No.
So I was pumped to get the fold.
Run. Time to go home.
Maybe 10-9 suited.
But I just thought it was some like suited hand that he was like, oh, I'm gonna get fail.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna get there. Is that,
Yeah, that's like how
that's
I took
the
it.
speech? No.
Yeah, but I was like, ah, fuck me.
Just gamble.
This is your boy, right?
Please, 80,000.
I like him. He's a brother.
Yep.
Fedor staying out of line with King 3 offsuit, but Roy picks up aces.
Hiya.
Fedor likely to get 3-bet again. By the way, it does need to be said that the watch game is on point for a lot of our players. Eric Laurie with that white ceramic Richard Mille.
Meow. Meow. Do you like
That
it?
is one expensive watch.
Especially after speech I never bubble.
Coin rivet buy-in.
But that's why you
Watch.
should fold.
Yes, of course.
I just double up.
Coin rivet buy-in. Watch. I don't
You
know.
want to go after the ones that
Sure.
There's the 3-bet to 200K.
Did they grab that?
It's a pretty small 3-bet out of position. But King 3 offsuit. And then it's still King 3 offsuit.
Easy decision.
Easy decision?
Really easy. Don't.
Very easy.
Shows the 2 aces.
Someone grab
Yeah.
it.
Was it too hungry?
Someone grab it.
Free look there.
Would have been nicer
had like a
if you
portable draw.
jammed on me.
Like 100% I did.
Yeah?
Thank you so
I think
much.
it was already
Take
not
all
like
outcomes.
Well, we take a moment to remind you that the 2022 World Series of Poker Online is well underway on GG Poker, where 33 World Series of Poker bracelets are up for grabs, and of course, a whopping $20 million guaranteed $5,000 main event will be happening on September 26th.
Oh, yeah.
Make your way over to GG Poker,
Come on!
one of our
I only
official
play easy
sponsors
decisions.
here
How many
Keep
hands
telling
we need
on
to
the
play?
Triton
5?
Tour.
This is
They
it.
start-
3. They said 3.
Oh, this is
This
4.
Is this is the third one.
I think it's 4.
No, this is the third one for sure.
Ah,
He just
okay.
like goes off.
Top 3.
Okay. Definitely not second.
So greedy.
That's a raise?
Grafton. Up front with Queen 10 offsuit.
Ace, King suited for Panakovs. This guy knows how to navigate. 30 blinds in position. See what he opts to re-raise to.
Next one I'm gonna add sage to it.
240 is the,
Yeah, the first time
standard
I-
sizing here. But I guess
He's going to take a second.
he might be debating just ripping it in sometimes. 3 from the money. Trying to prevent some pocket 9s to rejam into you. Just debating whether he wants to induce or not. So close to
240?
the money. But he is going to go for the 240. Right on the dot.
Yeah, like I'm gonna accidentally win this thing.
Grafton. Keeping a little bit of a tank here.
I was making an inside joke with myself about my birth.
Knows Panakov's can try to take
Things turn out
advantage of the situation, but Queen 10 offsuit is still
Easy.
not enough of a hand to continue.
Did I throw you off your game, Sam?
What's that?
Did I throw you off your game?
Yes, please. No.
No?
I wanted to make a quip, and I was like, I'm not. I don't
I can tell it. You have this thing where you start the first letter of the word you want to say, and then something in your head is telling you don't.
You don't need to make it. I'm just trying to think.
It's a
like playing for
self-censorship
impossible
system.
like large money. You don't need to keep up the comedy routine. This is what I'm trying to tell myself.
Sam, have you ever done stand-up?
No, I'm
Really?
not funny in that way. I'm funny in a kind of
Really?
idiotic way. Not
But
in a way.
you could do stand-up.
Look at this. Why did you laugh when you said that?
You could do I could see you
would
doing
go?
stand-up.
You would pay?
We're not waiting. Stealer? Are we waiting? No.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think we all.
No. We just go.
We did our three.
We did our three.
And they're going now.
They're playing.
Then
we go?
confirm it maybe, but
Yeah. Okay.
No, for them.
Whatever.
I'm in no rush over here.
Well, if this poker thing doesn't work out, I guess Grafton knows what the alternate career would be.
She's daydreaming about me doing stand-up. It's understandable. You know, it's going to take a minute.
You'd be good at it.
I wouldn't mind getting him in the booth with us.
So
Yeah.
playing
You know, if he busts an event, come in here and just kind of let him
Guy
cut
walks
loose on the field.
Exactly.
Yeah, he would definitely give us some good lines, some nicknames and stuff like that. Okay, so just want to point out, you might have missed
Yeah, it
it.
would be the false
Ebony
stand
Kenny
up
just
not to
folded
use a mic.
8s under the gun.
Just
It's a
fucking
pretty big
goes up
fold
there and
with
starts
22 big
screaming.
blinds. Just like
No one has
Situational.
Situational 100%. Like, do I really want to raise and just fold 2 blinds, make myself a smaller stack?
Also worthy of note, Fedor Holtz just continuing undeterred to open over and over and over again.
Of course. I mean, if people are playing tight, he's going to take it down so much more
You see?
often.
There. Here.
Grafton
Between you and between your stack.
doesn't strike me as the guy
Here?
to
Yeah, it's Sam's one. No, close,
fold
close,
Jack
next,
7
next,
suited,
Yeah.
despite the situation.
Sam, you're losing hair.
Probably is mine. Be careful, preserve it. I'm going to have it. in my head
Indeed.
later.
I'm gonna
He
sell it.
defends. And he flops himself.
This guy won a tournament.
Gut shot straight draw.
That's
Jack
part of his
high is
lucky
actually
hit.
the best hand.
Stand-upper?
Yeah, Jack High actually has
Comedian?
2 overs. Definitely potential to continue. I don't think he would be folding to a C-bet. Grafton understands the gravity of the situation in these high-stakes tournaments that, you know, occasionally you will go before the money, so he'll make his stance.
You have a huge domination on the table, I guess.
Vader is going to go for a C-bet, and it's actually seems to have, he sized up a lot on the C-bet, knowing that Grafton is the type of guy to kind of step out of the box and get out of line. So he might get Grafton to potentially lay down to Jack 7 with this big C-bet.
You just don't want to play bloated pots against the guy you know can just bludgeon you.
Yeah.
And that's very much on Sam's mind as he lets it go.
Yeah, I think if Fedor made it like a C-bet that most players would do, like 2 big blinds or so, Grafton continues or maybe makes a check raise and loses the pot. So one of the advantages of making the big bets
Table one probably have
against
toughest
bigger
decision.
sizes is you make them feel like they're a
They're
short
pretty
stack
even
because of how
stacks.
much the pot will be bloated.
Just gonna keep mine easy. Aces, fold. Fedor re-raises me, fold. I have 5 aces.
It's all about everyone announcing that you're the table captain, how tight you're going to play.
Yeah, we're a good kicker.
Well, it's the worst kept secret in the room right now that people are going to be on 2 sides of the spectrum. Opening wide off of a big stack or
A casa problem, you remember?
Casa problem, Schleck.
playing passive and tight off of a mid to short stack.
Keine Geld.
Casa problem.
About the turn.
The Germans, they come. Leo, ich brauche 5 Minuten. Ich habe Kasseproblem.
Better kick it from.
All sorts of problems. So many problems.
Good call
Suvarna's
against
very
you
much
with
been
a
amongst
long
those
term.
on the snug side.
Just we live in a simulation, so you have to be smart.
I paid for sleep.
Long term doesn't pay. Me and Leon are there in the finals, so you might as well bust.
Can't
and save
accuse
time,
Linus of the same.
which is your life.
I feel like Linus and Fedor are
Then
doing the
we'll
same
waste
thing,
like
just
All
on
I'm
different
thinking at the
tables.
end is, what's more tilting? To call and be bluffed, fold and be bluffed, or call and be beaten? And I think it's better to call and be beaten.
215.
Ooh, I like this from Tony G. See, Tony G kind of plays this game of being tight sometimes, and then he just goes aggressive, or he
man.
be's aggressive and be tight. He just really knows how to find the wrong timing to 3-bet.
I mean, in a way, the timing is right insofar as he recognizes that Lalager is going to have this wide range and he can target it with a 3-bet, and the players behind him should be very respectful of that. But when you wake up with 2 kings, as Davies has done right now, there will be no respect whatsoever. And he, off of 1.6,
Houston, we have a
does
problem
have
already.
Tony
When he
covered.
goes over time, he's always going to do something good.
Technically true, Tony. Technically, that's true.
Certainly on this occasion.
Guess that means might as well go all in before I use more time banks. So Davies has 4-bet. Kind of small. Hoping for some extra action. I do think Tony's timing was pretty good with the ace-8. Just unfortunate that one of the 3 people behind you's got it.
Pure bunny exploitation.
This ace-8 can just never, ever proceed.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he's using a time bank
You
on
want to play
this.
for it all, yeah?
Or maybe just trying to save some face.
Or maybe he's just trying to figure out, is there any world in which this move from Davies is kind of a re-steal? Just feels so improbable.
Yeah, even if I was suspicious, I would wait for another day.
Yeah.
He's actually going to use another time bank. He's really given this some thought, but this is would be a huge misread if he happens to commit some more chips. I mean,
He can't be thinking about flatting, right?
I
Randy,
don't-
this is
I
one of
would-
those...
I would hope not.
Am I thinking about jamming and asking Davies the question? Because the ICM pressures that Davies is applying to Tony can be reapplied to Davies courtesy of a jam. Of course, we know the 2 kings can very well fade that pressure, but into the muck it goes. Yeah, the 2 time banks were a bit needless, I would say.
Yeah.
Kind of posturing.
I agree. I guess it could be an image thing. He might have been like, well, I 3-bet off this stack. Kind of want to make it look like I really did have a good hand, not snap fold, so that just, you know,
Yeah,
people have
open-
different approaches to how to use the time banks.
An open and then fold to a 3-bet. Okay, you don't lose any face when you just snap fold.
Yeah.
But somebody opens in front of you, you 3-bet, and then you get 4-bet behind and snap fold. Now people might start to consider the idea that your 3-bet came in lighter than it should have, and now that gets logged into their data bank.
Of course. Until the delay catches up, then those 2 time banks are wasted.
Right. Onwards we march as Davies picks up a tidy package.
Nicholson has been quite tight in small blind or big blind spot against Suvarna's micro stack. I wonder if he decided to change it up. But he's getting quite short. He's been kind of bleeding down.
Yeah, he's not exactly deep himself.
Yeah, so he's going to limp again. Suvarna, pocket fives, you know what? If you trap me, you trap me, but you got to push this in. This hand is just too vulnerable to take it to a flop.
Well, perhaps worthy of note, Suvarna no longer the shortest of all stacks in the field off of 11 bigs. Chris Brewer's out there with 10 bigs. Nevertheless, Suvarna does jam and
Perfect that bet.
will take one without having to fade a flop.
And my stacking all days queen range. Popped up. Can't roll in. Oh.
Boy, Suvarna feeling the pressure at this moment or what? Tony G should send his massage therapist over there. Work some of this stress off.
That value to the ace on the flop.
So I just did a quick count. There's more VIPs than pros remaining, 11 to 9.
With 20 left,
Yeah.
advantage VIPs.
It's going to be too much work for me to count all the chip stacks to see who's got more chips.
Top 6 stacks right now. 4 VIPs, 2 pros. But of course,
The
those 2 pros are 1 and 2.
Yeah, they got almost double. So Tony G opens up ace jack, opts for a 2.5x raise, gets flatted by Leon's pocket fives in position. He's gonna have to play out of position with these smallish stacks.
Remember, Leon did give Tony G a spin with pocket fives against pocket jacks, and this time he's been out-flopped into 300K. Quarter pot sizing from Tony. Third pair effective on this ace-10 deuce rainbow flop.
Ace-jack pretty good here. Pocket fives, so Leon. Leon looks like he's feeling a little naughty with these pocket fives. Wow. Makes the call with 2 5s. This is bold. Looking to try to steal it from Tony later.
Check.
Yeah, not 100% tethered to the strength of 2 5s is the call in position by Cukernik, who now has it checked to him. This is sort of the spot that he wanted, but unfortunately for him, he is up against an ace-jack, which is going nowhere. So a snap call of the 150K on the turn.
Check.
Oh, does Leon want to make a play with 2 5s? The snap check. He needs to figure out, is it a weak ace or is it like queens or jacks? Takes it down.
Yeah, it's a shutdown, and more Leon bucks are being hauled in by Tony G.
Don't want to bust you out, Leon, you know? That's right, keep him in. Fun for the game, good final play.
So Tony G has managed to work his way northbound. Now sits with 22 bigs.
Mort, yeah, just won that last pot.
Yeah, and he's raising it up yet again.
Fives again.
Come on, Leon.
If you hit.
What?
Talviti, queen jack of clubs, definitely very playable. Is from the small blind, gets under the gun. Linus of 8 deuce suited.
Players in the Rivet Invitational competition behind Ron. All players are on a 15-minute break. That's all players in the Rivet Invitational on a 15-minute break.
Ace, queen, tray, top pair against middle pair here as Talviti's flat puts him in a bad way for the time being, and a very downsized mini bet from Tony G.
They try to go less than the minimum. Dealer corrected. 40,000 is the actual minimum. Club.
That's the kind of card that does not present an opportunity to exit for Talviti, who checks once more and now faces a slightly larger bet to 80,000.
Yeah, you don't really see these turn micro bets too often. But it does seem very likely that Tony G's got ace here. I think Talvidi should be playing this slow. Wow, he's raising with Queen Jack of clubs here
This
when
is
he picks up the
bold.
equity.
I mean, and
this is very
it's quite
bold.
a big statement because it's not lost on Tony G, the spot that we're in right now with 20 players remaining, 17 getting paid.
Can Tony sniff this one out? It's just kind of like, well, I bet the minimum and then I bet double the minimum on the turn. Ace 10 is pretty strong. He's wondering, okay, well, he did flap from a small blind. Did he really slow play the ace queen against me on the flop and start check raise?
And the queen 9 doesn't rate to be a hand that he would make the call with. The
Oh,
queen 3,
lays it
9-3
down.
of the world. And just looking at the spot and deciding, you know what? I make the call over here. This is a guy that can send me to the showers. I might be facing that big bet on the river, and I just don't know where I'm at with an ace 10 unimproved. Let me get out of here, right now. So nice situational awareness to take that equity obtained on the turn by the Finn. Elias Talvidi comes in on the VIP side, but we saw some pro caliber behavior there as we get a look at the chip counts at that featured table. Heading to the break here, Linus Laliger continues to be the mayor here in the Coin Rivet Invitational. 4.4 million, still ahead of Fedor Holz, who is second overall with 4.35. Santosh Suvarna on the small blind, or sorry, the small stack with 11 big blinds as we welcome you back to the desk here. Alina Jad alongside Randy Liu. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage thus far. Things have tightened up. We talk about it. When you get to any money bubble, obviously, players start to look up at the board, kind of survey the landscape. The app starts working overtime. Who's short? Who's not? Do I need to tussle? And you saw it on display right there, a disciplined fold coming out of Tony G.
Yeah, definitely players being tight, and you can see that the people who are aware that people are being tight are taking advantage of it. Talvidi there, check raising the Queen Jack of clubs, thinking, you know, his bet on a turn is just so small, seems a little weak. Maybe I can... The standard play is to check call there, knowing that you're usually up against the ace. But if I can get my opponent to fold a non-nutted ace there, then might as well take a shot at it. And really well done by Talvidi, just navigating these streets with this solid stack.
Yeah, on the flip side of the discipline that was demonstrated there by Tony, obviously a little bit of situational aggression on display from the Finn, who again comes in from the VIP side, but a lot of people have circled him as one of those VIPs that skews certainly further toward the talented end of the spectrum, as the VIPs do outnumber the pros at present here in the event. Who would have thought with 20 left that that would be the case? So a good showing by them as we are close to heading to our break. And when we head to that break, we are going to send it down to our Lulu Yang, who is standing by with that short stack of Santosh Suvarna. And let's get to him and his thoughts.
Hey guys, I'm here with one of the team for 200K buy-in Coin Rivet Invitational, and I'm with...
We're not team, we are playing in separate teams.
Separate team, yeah. Oh, okay.
This is when we have our
I didn't get that. I'm so sorry, but I just figured that Santosh is still in the tournament, and now we are near the bubble. And since we check about your tournament results, we didn't see much. And can you tell us, or maybe Ami, you can try to let us know that more about Santosh's tournament history?
So I think Santosh is playing a tournament after 4 years, Lulu, and very deep run, and he's very happy about it. He likes to play some high roller tournaments now, so maybe going ahead he'll play more Triton. But in the last 4 years he's not played any tournament at all. He sometimes plays cash when he has free time, apart from his businesses.
So now he's nearly the bubble time. He's the shortest stack on the table. Is he feeling a little bit nervous?
No, I'm not nervous. I'm accepting double up. Whenever I have best hand, I'm
trying to do your best.
Whenever he has a best hand, he's going to put it in and try to get a double up and make it deeper in the money.
So simply the best, I guess, for the short stay. So also, I mean, you were also playing this event, and I saw that you were very brave for shoving 10 high for a backdoor flush draw. What were you thinking?
So I think Jungle Man is obviously one of the best players in the world, and he was playing very loose at that time. It was like one hand away from the dinner break, and I thought he would give me more credit in this hand. The flop opened ace-8 deuce. I defended from small blind to his cutoff open. And then when I saw the board, I had like, there was a 8 on the board and I had backdoor diamonds. He c-bet. I check raised him, hoping he will fold, or maybe I get a good continuation card. So I get a queen of diamond. I have gut shot flush draw. And I decided to shove my whole stack to make him fold most of the hands he can have. Unfortunately for me,
unfortunately,
and yeah, very strong hand, and also I could have still improved. Maybe I had some equity in the hand after that, maybe 25%, but like it bricked out, and he won the hand, and I had to get out.
So we're happy to see you guys here, to be honest. And even though Emmy already buzzed from the event, but still there are plenty of May events and short day events for you to play. And we hope to see you more often to come to Triton series. And for you, Santosh, I hope that you can make your first money in Triton series so far. So good luck for both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lulu. Thank you for having us.
Trying to fold out exactly these types of hands, but Fatahi going nowhere with the ace-king. Players prepare for break. 5 of spades. Leon misses his flush draw. Stone bottom of range with just 6 high. Is reaching for chips. 160k out there.
70,000.
I feel like this is going to work. See if Fatahi can sniff this one out. It's King Queen, Ace Jack, King Jack. It's like Ace7, Ace6.
5 seconds.
call.
He really mulling things over here with ace high. Bottom the big blind. Throws in another time bank extension. The fact that Fatahi is tanked so long with this spot.
Yeah. Tough spot. And, you know, he's basically, the way this pot played, it seems like he's just beating flush draws.
Does
Back
let
row
it
flush
go.
draws.
Leon tables the 6 high.
Closing, you will receive 5 more upon reaching the final table.
For the tournament, but yeah, maybe the series so far. All things, because I mean, considering the stakes, how far in the tournament, how big the pot was, how you know, how kind of big the how tough the call was, bottom pair, multi-street betting. Yeah, it's a call of the series so far. Yeah, just what a tournament for Patrick. You know, not only getting his first Triton title after playing some events before, but, you know, just getting that.
And welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Casino Resort Spa from here in northern Cyprus, where the Coin Rivet Invitational is winding down day 2, playing down to a final table in this 200K buy-in event where $23 million was compiled in the prize pool. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, pleased to be bringing you continuing coverage of the event. And as is customary, we have brought ourselves a new feature table with just 3 remaining. We did keep one of our feature tables the same, of course, no choice there. And a player that we want to highlight as we come back from the break is the man that we were talking about just as we went to the break, and that is the Finn, Elias Talvidi. A lot of the chatter in the room surrounding the idea that despite him coming in under the businessman premise, he has the kind of results online that suggest that he has far more experience in poker than the typical businessman does. And I think, Randy, you would agree that we've seen that on display as we see him 5th in chips overall as it stands now with 20 players remaining. 17 players will be paid, and he's got 2.2 million in chips. Just before the break, that move with the Queen Jack suited, kind of cat's out of the bag, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a move where, you know, you definitely know what you're doing. You understand the dynamic that we're close to the money and that players who normally will continue there are going to overfold, and Tony G did overfold there with the ace-10. Didn't like the situation where maybe I'm going to put to the test for the rest of my chips and be out of this tournament. So nice play from Elias, but I think it's pretty clear that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, no question about that. And now we turn our attention to another player that we're looking to highlight. One of the newcomers to the new featured table, Tom Vogelsang, playing under the Dutch flag. And if you haven't already gone over to the Triton Poker Instagram, a phenomenal video that kind of centers on Vogelsang, who is, let's call him the heartthrob of the Triton Poker series in terms of him walking around always in some sort of, you know, fantastic getup. But really the story now to be talked about is his aptitude when it comes to the poker. He's got himself right here with 22 big blinds currently, and his Triton results stem back to Madrid and then the Cyprus warm-up. So he's not exactly long in the tooth, and he did get a result here in Cyprus in the 8 max 100K no-limit hold'em where he finished second for 1.4 million. Came up empty in Madrid, but he's back again. Skipped the sort of smaller buy-ins, played the 75K, didn't cash, and knocking on the door of a potential $380,000 guaranteed min cash. But he's going to have to exercise some patience and some discipline. Kind of player that can easily do it, though.
Yeah.
And Vogel not at this table, perhaps lucky for him, as there's no shortage of talent spread out there. And of course, the presence of Santosh Suvarna is going to be creating some issues for all of those middling stacks, from Talviti on down to Tony G. Little Dave, kind of in the same boat as Santosh in terms of being the shorties that are going to need a spin, but truly the table is set here, literally and proverbially, for Linus Lolliger to go to work, Randy.
And Linus has been going to work, just as Fedor was on the other feature table previously, but should be on the outer table now.
There is Little Dave, one of the founding partners of Coin Rivet.
The other tables are playing slow.
Along with Rob Young.
Let them catch up. They're gonna stop us if we're too far ahead.
We'll have extra break. I reckon. Yeah.
Okay, Linus eyeing that stack of Tony G.
Other tables, they're just sitting and waiting.
Rips it in with King 7 and Tony G with 20 blinds of ace-6 suit. It's like, oh my, why didn't you just give me an opportunity to maybe make a play at you? Why do I have to call it off? From an ICM point of view, while Chip EV, this is certainly a call. This should be a fold.
And Tony G has just said that he has ace-6 suited. Obviously, the decision is only Tony's from this point forward as the time bank gets exercised. He hates it.
I don't think he should be calling here because of the ICM situation. I think he knows usually he's got the best hand. The thing is, he's only so far ahead. You can see 62-38. But maybe he's got at a point where it's like, enough's enough. I just folded that last hand. Didn't really want to fold it. You know, when he got blown off the ace-10.
But when you get showered in this spot and you're looking out at those small stacks,
you feel
Suvarna
silly.
and Little Dave, you really do go, what was I thinking? A little bit of results-oriented bias, but you just don't have to do it.
What do you think? Ace-6 suited, you call or not?
Well, I don't think Linus can advise
May I
you.
show you?
You can.
Yeah, the thing with this,
Show me one at least.
the problem with the 6 is Linus can easily have 2 cards bigger than the 6, so he's got extra FB, you know, like the 10-9 suited, Queen 10. You don't want that. You'd rather have at least 2 overs to the cards that Linus is showing a little bit more often than not.
But even if he has king queen, what do you have?
Yeah, I'm favorite.
Favorite, not much.
Would you call if you saw my hand?
Ace-6 never beats King Queen.
Yeah. Would you have Queen Jack or something?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
King 7.
I don't think I've ever seen it either.
Would you call?
King in the door every time.
Against you, it's probably worth calling.
Never seen it this far.
It's very hard, yeah. I should probably just auto call.
Yeah, you call with King. You call Ace-6. It never beat King Queen.
I should probably auto call the Ace-6. I don't know, suited.
Kind of a beautiful opportunity to showcase two phenomenon. One is the exact situation that Linus finds himself in terms of chip distribution at this table and how it enables him to do exactly what he did there. And then conversely, how it puts Tony G in a jail of sorts. And even a hand like Ace-6 suited, blind v blind, where we know that we rate to have the best hand, given all that we understand about the landscape. And yet, it's so tough to make that call.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Linus actually asked, if you saw my hand, would you call still? And, you know, it's a legitimate question.
Right. Now Suvarna very easily able to rip it in there with 2 jacks. Doesn't get any customers, but does get an orbit's worth of relief.
Seems like every time he chips up a little bit, the blinds keep catching up to him.
Right. Happens quickly.
He's smiling. Everyone else is like, come on, can't they just get rid of Suvarna?
Well, the smile is short-lived, man. He's been holding his face in his hands quite a bit as the weight of this moment is not lost on him, that 380K money bubble. I feel his pain, Randy.
Of course.
He just scooped up the blinds and antes and he's still feeling it.
I remember at the end of day 1, he jammed about 100 big blinds into Leon, got called and busted out of the tournament.
That was nasty.
It could be deja vu. Like he's playing day 2 near the end and potentially not making to the money. Like it's very stressful. Ace-8 offsuit, early position, 11 blinds.
That'll create some stress as he knows the value of an ace, but
he's like, I feel like I'm supposed to jam, but then, you know, I wouldn't mind him folding this. He is a little bit early position, and while it may seem tight, I think it's right given the how far we are from the money.
Linus going to work with
about my hand. I think he
king
will
high again.
King 7.
King 7?
No. Now I had King 8 suited.
5 deuce of suit.
Against Tony I had King.
Yeah. Could run it 10 times, I would.
Right.
If you can run it 10 times, I'll call. Yeah, I would too, Tony.
No folding equities, but tough to overcall.
No, can run it 100 times.
Right.
But I am one.
Well, these suited connectors would otherwise be so pretty. But in this spot, it just kind of looks like 9 high, doesn't it?
If they're not the same number and it's not a picture card, well, they're going straight into the muck for me. Linus. Gonna work with a reasonable hand.
Well, yeah, come on now. Ace 10.
I was gonna say marginal. I'm like
way better than what he needs to open here, as the blinds are at 25
wow, look
and
at this
50K.
fold. Ace 10 from the big blind, sitting on 10 big blinds. Wow, that is a huge fold. I'm curious to look at the stack sizes.
Well,
for him
Little
to
Dave
make
is
that.
currently 17th.
Okay.
18th, 19th, and 20 are Suvarna, Ebony Kenny, and Chris Brewer. The latter two
100,000.
are at the other table. But after giving up his big blind and the big blind ante, now Nicholson falls to 19th.
Use a little support over here.
It's a little tight. I probably would have saw
I'm
flop and look for a situation to connect and commit.
Give me 3 minutes and I'll
Because
support everybody.
if you don't take down the blinds soon, you guys are going to be on a race to 3 big blinds apiece at the bottom, and that's not what you really want. You want to try to maintain this 10 big blinds so you can fold a couple more orbits or whatnot. And yeah, that's the problem is when you bleed down too low, you don't feel you got the ammo to just reshove on the big stack and make them fold.
No fight.
And you can see Suvarna's actually
Don't fight.
has shoved in some spots, and now he's
King?
outpaced
Queen.
Nicholson here in chip stacks.
Double up pen.
Yeah, you have to call the all in. King Queen.
Oh, man. That
And
image
hands to
there,
the face.
It just really helps to capture the experience in terms of being a VIP, someone who doesn't wake up day in and day out and do this, whether online or live. Just the gravity and the weight of it all.
Yeah. Like he can't hide the fact that this is a stressful situation.
Well, it's not so stressful when you wake up with 2 aces, as Sukernik has done. Walliger predictably the razor. And
Surprised he just rips it in the 30 big blinds.
oh
Well,
boy,
Suvarna.
ace queen suited. I mean,
I think I'm okay.
that's a
this
lot
is-
of hand, Randy.
I know. Think about this. Suvarna got it in with Sukernik. Ace queen and 10-9 suited. For I know it's a different situation, but they've got a little bit of history.
Yeah. I mean, he would have rather been the guy ripping, obviously.
Yes.
But Leon took that move right away from him, and now he's using a time bank as he wants to understand what is Leon's range and how does ace queen suited perform against it.
If there was one guy he was going to commit against, it's going to be Leon, and he's going to commit, and he's going to be shocked that Leon jammed aces for 31 big blinds.
Devastation.
Fair? Correct?
A wired pair.
Just 12% equity
Unpredictable, Leon.
for Suvarna. He's going to want to see some diamonds, some queens, some Broadway cards, something to keep hope alive. And instead, it's an ace in the window, and that is just
no diamond.
nastiness of the highest order. Running deuce 4 required. And the Jack of Diamonds will seal Santosh Suvarna's fate. As he isn't able to cash, and just kind of nothing he could have done there, Randy, yeah?
I had no other choice.
Yeah, no, I would have committed too, especially what I've seen Leon do. I know he's been not as crazy lately.
Yeah, there was no way he was getting
He would have gone all in. I just call 100, he goes all in. Maybe you call he's all in.
Yeah. Doomsday for him, whatever happened.
You wouldn't call he's all in? If I call 100, he goes all in?
No, Linus had 9-8 offsuit. He's not calling no all in, Leon.
You didn't have a hand. No, if you didn't have a hand, then
Playing like something.
Didn't have a hand.
No.
With that stack, you just played it.
Playable hands, but no high cards.
So, 19 players, 2 away now.
Wish that someone have ace queen, ace king.
It happened.
Chris Brewer, the shortest of all stacks with 6 big blinds. Little Dave Nicholson here at this table.
They didn't mark her down.
Sits in 18th with 9 bigs.
Then Ebony Kenny is the next shortest with 10 bigs. And then it jumps up to 19.
They just
So it's
play
really
kids,
a fight between the bottom 3. 2 of them
What's the difference?
in trouble.
It's not a big amount for the money compared to the first place. Right?
And they're going to grind the heck out of those short stacks too. You know, it's not.
I mean,
Well, we've seen tight folds. We've seen Ebony Kenny fold 8s under the gun. We've seen Nicholson fold ace 10 in the big line. We don't know what Chris Brewer's up to. But those stacks are going down more until they get some premiums that they can shove in there. But ideally for them, they want to be the one open jamming and trying to take it down to not force a confrontation to showdown.
All in.
There we go. Nicholson picks up a hand he's willing to go with.
Yeah, ace king is more than enough kit.
And breathe.
You know, I'm going to give a quick shout out to the app. This is actually one of those situations where the app's really handy if you're a player.
Yeah.
You can see, okay, how am I pacing against the short stack of the other tables? And, you know, like before this app existed, people would be like, they get up from this table, take a look at the stack, or ask some friends to kind of scout a bit. So they really just removed that situation altogether.
Well, if you think the app makes life easy, try taking a seat in any one of Secret Lab's phenomenal chairs that really do make our time here at the booth or your time out there grinding the online streets incredibly easy. The Triton Poker X Seat, Titan Evo 2022 chairs, all available. Game-winning comfort from Secret Lab. Get yours today.
Idiots, you know, they control the deck, everything, one control, another control, third control, and miss the deuces. Then people start to complain. He has the deuce. We don't know that we have the same deuce, but people on the TV table.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's unbelievable. I fired everyone now.
Close the doors.
True.
Was there a TV cash game with a load of like top pros years ago where the flop came with 2 8 of spades on it and no one noticed?
Yes.
That's the top rows like me, yeah.
The cards were there just 2 minutes or something, but it's just like so bad. You know?
It's not good, is it?
You could imagine 1 week I was so upset 1 week. I think I lost 3 kilograms. I was so upset.
It's just not the look that you want, is it?
No, but you pay so many people for a job, and you invest, you try to do the best, you know, and then
And they stick out two
like
clubs.
4 controllers make mistakes.
Yeah. I mean,
Ace Jack suited, raise and take it for Elias.
The
Meanwhile, we've got something developing at the outer table here, which is where we find Eric Warre and Ebony Kenny.
The worst. But There was not big pot or something.
Yeah.
With those cards.
This looks tense.
Ridiculous.
Ebony's jam here, I believe the open.
Happen, that's all.
Chris calls all in, and now the action is on Eric Worre, and he is going to call as well. So we're going to have a side pot between Kenny and Worre. Brewer with a shot at a triple up. What is he up against? Not one, but two ace queens, and he has ace eight. Bad spot for him, of course, until we find an 8-high flop. And now Brewer sits very pretty to take a bite out of both Kenny and Worre. It holds all the way down, and the two ace queens will chop the side. And each play a role in a massive boost for Chris Brewer off of the short stack now with breathing room when the dust settles.
Oh, that is bad news for the other short stacks that were competing at the bottom, because Brewer's going to be pretty healthy there, and of course Ebony Kenny going to get her stack cut down, unable to bust out Brewer to get to the stone cold bubble.
Crazy.
Just play.
I'm not playing, Tony.
You're playing?
Talvidi texting mom to ask her if she saw that Queen Jack of Clubs hand.
I know. It'll be ugly.
Great job, son.
She's like, yeah, I wasn't sure about the sizing, though. Personally, I would have gone with
300,000.
Ace Jack for Tony G, all in for 830K here. And just note how much more comfortable it is to be the player shoving your stack in there than calling it off, as the ace-6 suited hated it, but the ace-jack opener feels all right.
Let's take 2 seconds.
Faster than me.
Okay. I mean, I think we could. And there's like these what's Volgostab, these.
He's not there.
I know he's not. But imagine he was. We'd be so tilted. We'd not want to play. I actually wanted to retire from poker, leave with him playing there, even next to my table. It's just brutal. Just play like normal. Just play, have fun. I know you're perfect, but you have to like adjust a bit and give a little bit of edge back to the bunnies, right? The bunnies need to be alive, otherwise there's no one to feed. The wolves. And the wolves are hungry. It's a very cold winter coming with the gas switched off.
Winter is coming.
Yes, and they're happy to be the meat, but you have to make them happy while they're being fed on.
He is telling the truth, though, you know.
Pleading his case for the pros to give some edge back. I'll tell you what, these are the wolfiest wolves out there.
Yeah.
Queen 7-6 here. Beautiful development for Talvidi, who defended against the somewhat predictable Linus Lolliger open.
Predictable open, not predictable player.
No. 80K sprinkle into 275.
Now, of course, King 10 of clubs is certainly a candidate for check raising. I really don't think that's going to happen, given he's got a lot of stack to play for. But you never know. Is he reaching for chips, or is that calling chips? Looks like calling chips.
It looked like it was raising chips.
Oh, no, it's raising chips. Sorry. There was a black one sprinkled in there somewhere.
230K, so a nice check raise as we see Talvidi's appetite for risk here up against Linus, not once, but twice, I believe.
So someone who's willing to fight back in this stage of the tournament has got a lot of opportunity to gain chips. Of course, on the downside, you could turn yourself into a short stack and maybe out, but Talvidi, playing from the business side of things, is willing, if he's willing to pony up to 200K, is willing to take the risk to go for that 5.5 million up top, and like, if he happens to bust, so be it. But like, sure, maybe he dwindles down a little bit, makes a move, breaks off a bit. He could still have like 25 blinds and kind of just grind that out.
First time we saw him with the check raise, it was on the turn with the Queen Jack suited, and it was not up against Linus, it was up against Tony G. But nevertheless, we're just seeing sort of those lines that present higher variance outcomes for you And on the bubble, that is always dangerous, but high risk, high reward. As we see Leon, the opener, with King 10 offsuit. And Linus wants to take a peek with 5-3 off. Knows he can apply so much pressure.
When you hit out a bigger stack in this situation, you also get more checkbacks from the pre-flop raiser. You get to realize a little bit more equity. However, this time, wow,
Yeah,
that's a huge
no
bet.
check back and a real big bet.
That was because I was gonna say you would auto call any pair, but this is a huge bet. This is 4 blinds.
Gut shot straight draw up against bottom pair.
Wow, lays it down. Well done.
And kind of Linus realizing that was not how I planned that, but okay, Leon.
Yeah, and I think one of the adjustments that Linus might make here is actually not defend hands like this against Leon because he's opting for bigger sizes post-flop. Against a more standard player, you know, he'll be expecting a third pot, check call, maybe check. But it's hard to navigate against a player willing to do big C
If it
bets.
would be cash, you wouldn't get it.
No,
back.
Two from the
no.
money.
It was a bounce. I got too excited. Squirt too far.
If it would be cash, you know it from
The
cash
squirt
game.
went too far.
You're not getting the money.
We can't get the squirt back.
How many times I've done with it? I didn't give money back. I said, fuck it. You throw it at me, it's mine.
Wow, Davies just lays down ace-10 offsuit under the gun. There's some massive respect, especially when you see a pro, like a big name pro do it. That goes to show you how important making the money is in this situation and not turning yourself into a short stack. He's got Leon. He's got a little bit more chips than Davies, but he's like queen 9 of clubs. This is my hand. Tony of queen 7. Actually defends.
Neither player connecting on that jack high rainbow texture, which is very dry.
Quick checks. Is Tony thinking about a stab, or is he just trying to pretend like he's got a piece and hopefully get another free card? Works.
Tony's thinking about that expertly placed elbow working through his scapula.
Queen, me too. Kicker?
9.
Is it chop?
And if he's not thinking about it, I am.
Almost.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Would you like me to come over there and help you?
Randy, even if I did, I'm not sure I'd be able to answer honestly in this spot.
Queen 7 offsuit, this ugly card.
That was like dealing me ace-10 under the gun right now, right there. Sure, I want to play it, but no thank you. Here's a quick peek at some chip counts as the dealer changes upon us. And again, you see those 3 stacks from 2nd to 4th having to sort of respect Linus's position here as he will go to work. Tony G and Little Dave's stacks, the ones that allow him to do it. Ace-10 under the gun. Circle that one.
That's a big fold, I'm telling you.
And it wasn't Linus in the big blind, by the way. It was Tony G in that spot.
Yeah.
And again, Tony at 16 bigs, the kind of hand that if it chooses to enter after you open, it could very well choose to do so for all of it.
I don't want to question Seth Davies' play there, but something I would think about is maybe opening it and then, because I haven't really seen anyone 3-bet at this table yet and kind of like put you in that handcuff situation. So maybe you can get away with opening. You know, Linus is not going to 3-bet you any 2 cards. He's just opening a lot right now. Now, of course, that could change if he sees your frequency of opening quite a lot. Then he might start 3-betting you. But I think you can get away with an open here and there, especially against a big blind who's got a stack that probably won't defend very wide.
All important considerations.
I'm ready for the pain. I like the pain.
You're a bit of a sadist.
No. Gotta learn to enjoy the pain.
I mean, Nicholson's getting
Enjoy
dealt
the
some
pain,
pain
come
right now.
through it. Live another day. I'm ready.
All in.
Do you think I'm gonna cash?
I think you are. I think you're going to get 4th place.
Ace on the button for Tony. Rip
I think
City.
I'm going to get the bubble. That's my dream.
I actually think that too.
I got the
Extended
bubble
play.
already in one tournament and won one. So either I'm going to get the bubble or I'm going to win.
You don't mind the pain though, do you?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'll take that.
Masochist.
Being a true sadist.
That's the only time you really feel alive.
I mean, I
during
feel
that pain.
pain. I mean, I really feel
No, that's
pain.
that's
I
the
love the
word.
pain.
Sadist was one
And
of
you,
the other people.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I love the pain myself. I mean,
What's the
yeah, I
self-pain,
feel it.
right?
Yeah. No,
What's that
I can't
called?
say I love it.
That's when
I
you
feel
really
alive.
feel alive.
I feel
isn't
alive.
it?
I feel the simulation. It's not a simulation.
Yeah.
Otherwise, for me, the whole life is simulation, and now it's like
Exactly.
no, and it can still like change something. You know? So.
Well, call me boring,
Otherwise,
Randy,
it's just a
but
simulation.
Yeah.
I tend to be cut from the pain aversion cloth. Not the bring it on, hurt me, daddy.
I'm joining you on that one.
Ready for a walk,
Yeah,
though. Say that much.
Leon, 3-deuce offsuit.
I just think we're playing so much faster than all the other tables. It's like beautiful.
Well, Dave was ready for him.
Ace 4. Huh? But what do you do all in? You call.
Call, I think.
Call? How fast?
You have to call fast.
Yeah,
obviously. You have to,
that's
like cards. You're the one.
Otherwise,
the
it goes
ones
dead.
Cards. Obviously, you believe in your cards. You moved all in with them. All right.
Simulation, no one goes all out. So it's first one to the pot.
Race.
Jack 10 offsuit. More than enough for Linus to pose the question.
If I do come fourth, or indeed better, I'm going to buy you a very nice present.
Like 2 million? 2.5.
What is
Two
that?
sevens for Talvidi.
I'll put a lot
Certainly
of thought
worthy
into
of
it.
the continue. For another
Not bad
50K,
people
and that's
presents.
not bad
Yeah,
board
be
texture.
very thoughtful. I'll spend like a couple of weeks thinking it through.
Talvidi's been battling with Linus lately.
You can hold
Only
me to.
4th or any top 4?
Fourth or better.
Linus got a board. Should be c-betting pretty wide.
Just some free, sweet equity rolling in.
Drop a little bit in there.
It's all money.
2 sevens.
65K, modest in size, but on that texture, it's just kind of the binary by betting. I can show you the exit here and now.
Fine taste.
Yeah, but 2 sevens definitely going to continue.
You got the simple part right.
Check calls a standard play, but you know Talvidi's been doing some
how
raises. He's
Yeah,
raising again.
Hopefully. Can't wait.
And at what point, given how often this has now happened, the third occasion that we've seen a check raise, twice on the flop, once on the turn, is Linus going to be like, what is this guy up to?
Yeah, look at Linus. He's peeling here of Jack 10. Like, you really should not be raising me in this situation with pretty much your whole range. And Talvidi tried to keep it simple. Like, well, if I check raise and he just folds, you know, I don't got to worry about turns and rivers. But now he's getting floated.
And you begin to see why it is that that check raise with those 2 sevens can become problematic. As a player like Linus feels sticky, tears one off. Now there's 635 in the middle, and you have to respect the possibility that Linus has the king or better than the 2 sevens.
So Talvidi has decided to slow down. Good check. Now, Linus just got jack high. Don't think he's going to try and show this down. I think he should be trying to bet soon.
Half pot, 3/4 pot, full pot?
180.
Well, he's going to start with a small bet and kind of see what happens. 180K. See, Talvidi, against this small bet, you got to certainly call here. You could represent the king still, I think, with a check, raise, check.
Well, given the texture on the board, granted the backdoor clubs have arrived, this bet from Linus does set him up to be able to fire bigger on the river if called, because it feels like a milking king.
What, the double check raise? Have you seen this play before, Ali? It's been a long time since I've seen this. Especially the 200 get is pretty sick.
And look at Linus showing a little grin as I think that
7, 8 of
was a
diamonds?
real announcement from Talvidi. That man just earned some real respect.
Oh yeah, he's got my respect. Every time he makes a new play, I'm like, this guy.
That was
This
nasty.
is pro for sure.
That was nasty.
Sick play. Wow.
Well, if they're super pros, then we must call them a super VIP.
Super VIP.
Meanwhile, back over here at our other featured table where we haven't spent much time, and that's understandable considering you got the animals running free.
Yeah, the zookeeper's not around.
Over there, yeah. The inmates are running the asylum. At the blue table, here on the red table. Hometown man, Sinan Unlu. Inadvertently making a meal of 9-4 suited out of there.
Raise.
King Neptune with ace-king suited on the button. Min raise, and now Carl Chapegatien with the ducklings out of the small.
This guy's got game. Let's see what he does.
He's got jungle covered too, which is somewhat relevant. Risk of ruin, not there. Chooses to flat it, Randy.
Well, I mean, good thing he didn't jam. He would have been risking a lot of chips into that ace-king.
Oh, yeah. Jungle beats him into the pot in that spot.
Queen 4 of diamonds for Godstanker. I think while this is normally a defend, I wouldn't mind laying this down given there's some short stacks out there too from the money. Let's see what Godstanker thinks, you know. It's crossing his mind like, I'm supposed to play this hand, I'm supposed to play this hand. Oh, outer table?
Let's put a pin in that one as we find a developing situation at that outer table where Horace Way has raised it up from the small blind. Ebony Kenny having moved it all in under the gun in front of him. Now Grafton mulling things over. And Ebony made this move off of that very short 115K with King Deuce suited. Horace re-raised her with ace-6 and the flop. 2 3s and a 7, the turn a 10, the bell tolls for Ebony. Oh, and suddenly a deuce on the river. A reprieve as she avoids the bubble. Still 2 away from the money. Now we jump back over to the spot between Chapegatien and Cates. Ace-king suited. Going to work on this monotone flop, and now the 4th heart on the turn.
Oh my. Is he check calling with pocket deuce? Oh, he's check raising.
A check mini raise.
The mini raise. But it's pretty sick play. He knows he just needs to risk the minimum on a 4 flush. Chapegatien, he's got game. To do this against King Neptune, 4 flush. And Jungle Man has not folded yet, thinking this is suspicious. Can I play back?
Oh,
he's playing back.
So when you get cute, well, no, it's a flat call from Jungle, and now both players have made a king-high flush. Chapegatien is playing the board.
Well, they're both playing the board.
So he slows down, and Jungle has to imagine that that check min raise contains a good number of hearts, and now just wants to be certain that it isn't beat. Of course, any heart under a 6 is counterfeited and plays the board. 9-10 queen and ace. The available improvements upon this king high flush on the board.
Cates was definitely looking to steal. Oh my god, he's going all in.
This is gangster.
You know, every attack on the king will be punished.
You speak French?
No. I mean, a little bit, just like normal.
Well, I can't believe that he's actually thinking with the pocket deuces right now. Playing the board. if he calls,
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
you're looking for half the pot. Do you want to lay it down? Jungle Man put it all at risk.
Yeah, bluff.
What did we just see?
This one.
Who is bluffing?
That was unreal.
Could be.
This one goes to the deeps of the.
Yeah, the set or something.
No,
Kate's min raised the button, got flatted. Both players checked the 6, 7, 8 of hearts board.
No. No, this one's goes down to the depths of 30 minutes. The depths of the earth.
Check min raise on the turn, and then of course the jam after it was checked to him on the river on the flush board. As Jungle takes it down, and now Little Dave, just what the doctor ordered on a shorty. Under the gun with 2 aces, and the doctor has come through with the second piece of the puzzle, delivering 2 black queens to Elias Talvidi, who is cooked now.
Yeah, I know Nicholson is playing tight, but you got 2 queens. You got to continue.
And a flat call from Elias. One of his queens needed, busy in Davy's hand and sliding into the muck. And all of that hard work that Talvidi put in with double check raises, flop check raises, turn check raises, can now be cut into significantly
I'm ready for it.
by Nicholson.
I'm ready for the pay. Comes.
Well, there's only 1 queen left.
Yeah.
Come on,
Pain
come
unlikely.
No risk.
King 7-3. And that is way more pleasure than it is pain. Diamond of no concern. Talvidi will
Any black card.
take an opportunity to take a little sip of the Macallan 18 as he's going to be gift wrapping a little bundle. Over to Little Dave.
Well, Little Dave is going to be very comfortable with 20 big blinds now.
Little Dave is going to be not so Little Dave after.
Oh, yeah, medium Dave.
Hauling that one in.
Big Dave coming.
13th in chips now with 19 remaining. Ebony Kenny still the short stack, despite that double we witnessed.
When you're drunk.
No, it's just nice when you like sleep bad. You're like, it's fine if you're not drunk, you know. Sleep like 6 hours, but it's nothing. It's no big deal, you know. Yeah, I'm over. Like it's worse. But I'm a big fan of drinking, 100%. Hopefully 2 more. Yeah.
Ace-5 suited for Tom Vogelsang.
What do you mean, hopefully?
Min raise.
First, please.
Yeah, I'll bust you, don't I? Both are
Not
good,
if I bust today.
reasons.
Jungle Man, thinking of naughty stuff with Ace-4 suited.
Like 2 good reasons. 300.
He's cutting out re-raising chips.
Confirmed. 3xing the open from Vogel. Chip distribution, by the way, here at this table. The 2 big stacks belong to Thais Vad Hennebier and Daniel Cates. Sinan Unlu also in the neighborhood of 2 million. Then it is Vogelsang with 1.6-ish, Carl Chapegatien with the 1.1, and the shorty is Vadzim Godsdanker with 15 bigs. 745K.
5 seconds.
We can slide those cards in the muck.
Yeah.
Difficult solution.
Vogel also content to slide it in there.
I've never seen anyone push it in like that, take it back, and then like go all in. I've never seen that.
I would do it in like a cash game, just for fun.
Then Tordo,
not here.
Here it would be more fun.
No.
What do you mean push it in, take it back? Yeah, very
Doing
yeah,
like
strong.
this before it hits mark.
Very bold play with the cards.
It's not.
I would do it. I can
Unless
do it
they
in the
hit
cash
the
game
mark,
for sure.
they are alive.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think no one.
Can be seen like that behavior unless you know the where.
The shit behavior. Why would you?
Wherever I am. it has to be an environment where there's 0 chance your cards get mocked. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Your
stronger
cards might.
fingers.
There's a solid chance that they'd be mucked here.
Or I get penalty.
5 seconds.
I think Godstinker is just trying to take extra time, hoping more hands are played on outer table, and that's why we got the tournament director coming in and saying, you guys are playing a little bit faster than them, counting the hands, pausing action if necessary to keep things fair.
Elias still in?
Yeah, he is. Elias is fourth.
I didn't say well.
He's in fourth.
Godstinker might have a soft spot for 8 high, based on what we've seen so
Laughing
far.
at me. I'm Triton, son of Emirates and Poseidon. Don't laugh at me.